Dirasa anak muda selalu punya banyak cerita, karena bersama Good Day duniamu banyak rasa. Asik dan asik, idenya fantastik, romantis, buat kamu ngehits. Oh Good Day yang bikin hidup berwarna, karena hidup banyak rasa.
Pakai aplikasi GoPay, dompet andalan gamers.
Banyak damage-nya.
Ada cashback hingga 20.000
buat upgrade skin baru.
aplikasi ringan gak makan memori.
HP lemot bisa victory.
Top up langsung dalam game
Tanpa hambatan. Ikutan selebrasi MPL di aplikasi GoPay. Menambah total hadiah ratusan juta. Bonus stage. Gratis 100 kali transfer kemana aja. Beli pulsa harga termurah. Scan QRIS dengan mudah. Download sebelum mengabarkan.
Dia tidak akan segan untuk menghadapi siapapun yang berani melawan. Dia mewarisi perjuangan karena di tubuhnya mengalir darah seorang pahlawan. Pedangnya mengukir takdir kemenangan, menghadapi segala tantangan. Penuh keberanian untuk terus berjalan menuju masa depan. Raihlah masa depan, nabung mulai dari hobi. Koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13. Kita adalah pejuang yang melangkah dengan penuh keyakinan, menghadapi dunia tanpa keraguan, karena hidup adalah arena pertarungan. Kita adalah pejuang yang tak akan gentar oleh segala tantangan, menghadapi lawan tanpa ketakutan, karena kita terlahir untuk meraih kemenangan. Raihlah kemenangan dengan koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang, edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13. Saatnya nabung dari hobi bersama UBS Gold.
Main Mobile Legends memang seru.
Mabar sama temen makin epic. Apalagi kalau
Double kill.
Tropicana Double Crunch, es krim karamel dengan lapisan coklat yang tebal. Crunchy-nya double.
main bareng, makan bareng Tropicana Double Crunch. Double crunchy level dewa.
Rasa ini gatot kacau. Ih, tombe basah.
Bro, move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal
Wiped out.
dapetin edisi baru Gatot Kaca di minimarket terdekat. Head and Shoulders. Ini Gatot, ini kaca. Mas Gatot, benerin kaca.
Wow, finished. See you later.
Time to go.
Okay.
Apa akan kehilangan ingatannya?
Masih inget ini, Pak?
Sekecil apapun perhatian adalah kekuatan. Hidupkan momen kebersamaan. IndiHome.
First blood.
Pengen belanja banyak barang kebutuhan tapi malas keluar rumah. Untung aja pakai aplikasi Klik Indomaret. Cuma tinggal klik bisa belanja online seperti di toko. Beli ini itu, jadi mudah banget. Produknya lengkap, banyak promonya. Gak perlu pusing, bisa pakai alat bayar apa aja. Wah, 1 jam udah sampai, gratis ongkir lagi. Untung aku pakai Klik Indomaret, belanja online seperti di toko. Klik Indomaret.
Hari ini kita kedatangan tamu istimewa dari Radio Anda, kemudian dari Motor untuk kegiatan olahraga salam elektronik atau e-sport Mobile Legends.
Semuanya, maka itu dan terus jadi sebenarnya sekarang tuh dunia e-sport tuh teman-teman udah berbeda dari kayak mungkin kayak 10 tahun atau 15 di Indonesia sudah berkembang pesat sekali. Bisa kita lihat dari kalau dulu itu sport itu belum menjadi olahraga yang berprestasi.
MPL Indonesia.
Apimu hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan, bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah, kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss, we all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi.
Alhamdulillah, terima kasih juga kepada tim Anda yang sudah hadir di kesempatan emas dan tim MPL Indonesia. Ini kesempatan yang sangat berharga. Semangat buat tim
Perkenalkan, saya Aswin dari tim Indonesia. Perkembangan kalau di Indonesia itu sudah semakin besar.
Bukan halangan, bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah, kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss, we all this, we won't miss, we all this. Apimu hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua. We all this. Cuma di Anda.
The show's back on track! You're hired! Now give us a show!
The gun represents justice. When pointing at the bad guys, open fire!
We all belong to where our hearts go, no? I will choose my own path.
Get lost!
The pointy ends of my spears warn those against me.
It's my way or the highway.
Don't worry, this ain't my first rodeo. Not so tough now, are ya?
Line 'em up! CC and Yo-Yo, ready to set the stage on fire! Was it you who called me back? Shh, be careful of what you wish for.
Grant me your strength. Tears!
Five, six, seven. Hey, we're missing a candle. Here's to another 8 magical years.
Samsung Galaxy S24 FE, beli sekarang.
Halo, aku mau reservasi untuk besok jam 11 करना चाहती हूँ।
कितने लोगों के लिए टेबल चाहिए?
1 orang aja.
सिर्फ एक व्याक्ली के लिए।
ये आपको ऑर्डर है।
Samsung Galaxy S24 FE, beli sekarang.
Yeah, I'm worth it. Worth it like that. Yeah, it's worth it. Worth it like
Samsung Galaxy S24 FE, beli sekarang.
like that.
Dirasa anak muda selalu punya banyak cerita, karena bersama Good Day duniamu banyak rasa, asik dan asik, idenya fantastik, romantis buat kamu nangis. Oh Good Day yang bikin hidup berwarna, karena hidup banyak rasa.
Pakai aplikasi GoPay, dompet andalan gamers.
Banyak damage-nya.
Ada cashback hingga 20.000
buat upgrade skin baru.
Aplikasi ringan gak makan memori.
HP lemot bisa victory.
Top up langsung dalam game
tanpa hambatan. Ikutan selebrasi MPL di aplikasi GoPay. Menambah total hadiah ratusan juta. Bonus stage. Gratis 100 kali transfer kemana aja. Beli pulsa harga termurah. Scan QRIS dengan mudah. Download sebelum mabarkan.
Kita adalah pejuang yang melangkah dengan penuh keyakinan, menghadapi dunia tanpa keraguan, karena hidup adalah arena pertarungan. Kita adalah pejuang yang tak akan gentar oleh segala tantangan, menghadapi lawan tanpa ketakutan, karena kita terlahir untuk meraih kemenangan. Raihlah kemenangan dengan koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang, edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13. Saatnya nabung dari hobi bersama UBS Gold.
Main Mobile Legends memang seru.
Mabar sama temen makin epic. Apalagi kalau
double kill.
Tropicana Double Crunch, es krim karamel dengan lapisan coklat yang tebal. Crunchy-nya double.
main bareng, makan bareng Tropicana Double Crunch. Double crunchy level dewa.
Rasa ini Gatot kacau. Ih, tombe basah.
Bro, move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal
Wiped out.
Dapetin edisi baru Gatot kaca di minimarket terdekat. Head and Shoulders. Ini Gatot, ini kaca. Mas Gatot, benerin kaca.
finished. See you later.
Time to go. Okay.
Papa akan kehilangan ingatannya.
Masih inget ini, Pak?
Sekecil apapun perhatian adalah kekuatan. Hidupkan momen kebersamaan. IndiHome.
First blood.
Mendapatkan 2 pompos penturen.
Hari ini kita kedatangan tamu istimewa dari Anda, kemudian dari Motor untuk kegiatan olahraga salam elektronik atau e-sport Mobile Legends.
Maka itu
dan terus
jadi sebenarnya sekarang tuh dunia e-sport tuh teman-teman udah berbeda dari kayak mungkin kayak 10 tahun atau 15 di Indonesia sudah berkembang pesat sekali. Bisa kita lihat dari kalau dulu itu sport itu belum jadi olahraga yang berprestasi.
MPL Indonesia.
Apimu hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan, bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah, kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss, we all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi.
Alhamdulillah, terima kasih juga kepada tim Anda yang sudah hadir di kesempatan emas dan tim MPL Indonesia. Ini kesempatan yang sangat berharga, terutama buat tim
Perkenalkan, saya Aswin dari tim Indonesia. Perkembangan e-sport di Indonesia itu sudah semakin besar.
Bukan halangan, bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah, kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss, we all this, we won't miss, we all this. Apimu hadapi semua tantangan, hadang sejarah. We all this. Cuma di Anda.
The show's back on track! You're hired! Now give us a show!
The gun represents justice. When pointing at the bad guys, open fire!
We all belong to where our hearts go, no? I will choose my own path.
Get lost!
The pointy ends of my spears warn those against me.
It's my way or the highway. Don't worry, this ain't my first rodeo. Not so tough now, are ya? Line 'em up!
Cece and Yo-Yo, ready to set the stage on fire! Was it you who called me back? Shh, be careful of what you wish for.
Grant me your strength. Pierce! Five, 6, 7, Hey, we're missing a candle. Here's to another 8 magical years.
Samsung Galaxy S24 FE, beli sekarang.
Halo, aku mau reservasi untuk besok jam 11 siang.
करना चाहती हूँ।
कितने लोगों के लिए टेबल चाहिए?
Satu orang aja.
सिर्फ एक यात्री के लिए
ये आपका ऑर्डर है।
Samsung Galaxy S24 FE, beli sekarang.
Yeah, I'm worth it. Worth it like that. Yeah, it's worth it. Worth it like
Samsung Galaxy S24 FE, beli sekarang.
worth it like that.
Dirasa anak muda selalu punya banyak cerita, karena bersama Good Day duniamu banyak rasa, asik dan asik, idenya fantastik, romantis buat kamu ngehits. Oh Good Day yang bikin hidup berwarna, karena hidup banyak rasa.
Pakai aplikasi GoPay, dompet andalan gamers.
Banyak damage-nya.
Ada cashback hingga 20.000
buat upgrade skin baru.
Keseringan nggak makan memori,
HP lemot bisa victory.
top up langsung dalam game
Tanpa hambatan. Ikutan selebrasi MPL di aplikasi GoPay. Menambah total hadiah ratusan juta. Bonus stage. Gratis 100 kali transfer kemana aja. Beli pulsa harga termurah. Scan QRIS dengan mudah. Download sebelum mabarkan.
Dia tidak akan segan untuk menghadapi siapapun yang berani melawan. Dia mewarisi perjuangan karena di tubuhnya mengalir darah seorang pahlawan. Pedangnya mengukir takdir kemenangan, menghadapi segala tantangan. Penuh keberanian untuk terus berjalan menuju masa depan. Raihlah masa depan, nabung mulai dari hobi. Koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang, edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13.
Main Mobile Legends memang seru.
Mabar sama temen makin epic. Apalagi kalau
Double kill.
Tropicana Double Crunch, es krim karamel dengan lapisan coklat yang tebal. Crunchy-nya double.
main bareng, makan bareng Tropicana Double Crunch. Double crunchy level dewa.
Rasa ini Gatot kacau. Ih, tombe basah.
Bro, move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal
Wiped out.
dapetin edisi baru Gatot kaca di minimarket terdekat. Head and Shoulders. Ini Gatot, ini kaca. Mas Gatot, benerin kaca.
Wow, finished. See you later.
Time to go. Okay.
Papa akan kehilangan ingatannya.
Masih inget ini, Pak?
Sekecil apapun perhatian adalah kekuatan. Hidupkan momen kebersamaan. IndiHome.
First blood.
Mendapatkan 2 momen penturen.
Pengen belanja banyak barang kebutuhan tapi malas keluar rumah. Untung aja pakai aplikasi Klik Indomaret. Cuma tinggal klik bisa belanja online seperti di toko. Beli ini, itu, jadi mudah banget. Produknya lengkap, banyak promonya. Gak perlu pusing, bisa pakai alat bayar apa aja. Wah, 1 jam udah sampai, gratis ongkir lagi. Untung aku pakai Klik Indomaret, belanja online seperti di toko. Klik Indomaret.
Selamat pagi, anak-anak SMP Taruna Bakti. Hari ini kita kedatangan tamu istimewa dari Radio Anda, kemudian dari Motor untuk kegiatan olahraga salam elektronik atau e-sport Mobile Legends.
Halo semuanya, nama saya itu
dan terus berlari.
Jadi sebenarnya sekarang tuh dunia e-sport tuh teman-teman udah berbeda dari kayak mungkin kayak 10 tahun atau 15 di Indonesia sudah berkembang pesat sekali. Bisa kita lihat dari kalau dulu itu e-sport itu belum jadi olahraga yang berprestasi.
MPL Indonesia.
Apimu hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi.
Alhamdulillah, terima kasih juga kepada tim Arga yang sudah hadir di kesempatan emas dan tim MPL Indonesia. Ini kesempatan yang sangat berharga semangat buat tim Indonesia.
Perkenalkan, saya Aswin dari tim Indonesia. Perkembangan e-sport kalau di Indonesia itu sudah semakin besar dan semakin signifikan.
Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we
back on track. You're hired. Now give us a show.
The gun represents justice. When pointing at the bad guys, open fire!
We all belong to where our hearts go, no? I will choose my own path.
Get lost!
The pointy ends of my spears warn those against me.
It's my way or the highway. Don't worry, this ain't my first rodeo. Not so tough now, are ya? Line 'em up!
CC and Yo-Yo, ready to set the stage on fire! Was it you who called me back? Shh, be careful of what you wish for.
Grant me your strength. Tears!
5, 6, 7. Hey, we're missing a candle. Here's to another 8 magical years. Samsung Galaxy S24 FE. Beli sekarang.
Halo, aku mau reservasi untuk besok jam Production करना चाहती हूँ।
कितने लोगों के लिए टेबल चाहिए?
1 orang aja.
Serving via click के लिए.
Dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan. Hadang semua serangan jatuh. terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We sampai di sini, kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini, kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't
Live from El Dorado Dome, Bandung. MPL Season 14 Playoffs, powered by Muton. Presented by official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy. Official coffee partner, Good Day. Official e-wallet, GoPay. Official destination for gaming and esports, Hidea. Official gold partner, UBS Gold. We own this.
Sampurasun. Wilujeng Sumping di MPL Indonesia Season 14 babak playoff di Bandung. Katanya Bandung tercipta saat Tuhan sedang tersenyum. Nyatanya di sini Bandung akan jadi saksi dari decak kagum karena genderang perang telah berdentum. 6 tim yang sudah saling mengalahkan kini bertemu kembali untuk memperebutkan kebanggaan. Pertarungan sengit sudah menjadi modal untuk mereka bangkit. Api rivalitas sudah semakin memanas dan membakar ambisi tim-tim untuk membuktikan mereka pantas menjadi wajah Indonesia di pentas MC World Champion nanti. Pesan Aki, kita memang boleh untuk menengok ke belakang, tetapi jangan sampai membuat kita terhalang. Cukup menjadi pengingat agar sejarah tidak terulang. Sekarang kita harus bangkit dengan mental pejuang, di mana kita sadar harus bisa terus optimalkan peluang untuk bisa menang.
MSC 2019, M1 sejarah kita dimulai. Hingga sekarang, kita terbuai. Setelahnya Alter Ego, RRQ Hoshi, Bigetron Alpha, Geek Farm, bahkan hingga Fnatic Onyx telah membuktikan bahwa mengukir sejarah itu sulit. Hasilnya, selalu sejarah diungkit, tapi nihil usaha untuk bangkit. Jika tanpa MSC 2019, tanpa M1, apa sejarah kita telah usai sebelum dimulai? Lantas, bagaimana cara agar kebanggaan bisa kembali kita tuai? Raja di lokal, tapi di internasional selalu gagal. Apa panggung global akan selalu jadi tempat kita untuk menyesal? Sampai kapan kita nyaman jadi pecundang? Sudah berapa lama ini berulang-ulang? Tidakkah kita rindu untuk jadi pemenang? Kapan kita sadar kalau kita sudah tidak sejajar? Kita menganggap region kita besar, tetapi bayangan kekalahan tidak pernah terhindar. Selalu menyajikan babak baru, tapi berujung babak belur. Berapa kali kalah lagi yang dibutuhkan untuk kita sadar? Kita sudah tidak sejajar. Kita sudah harus kembali belajar agar kita bisa mengejar untuk jadi pemenang, untuk kembali menjadi besar.
Thank you for showing us greatness in your Ad5 journey. You may now take your final bow.
Tidak ada tim Indonesia untuk melaju ke babak selanjutnya.
Oh no, my god.
Tamparan kembali terjadi untuk tim Indonesia kita. Memang ya namanya kompetisi pasti ada menang dan kalah.
Udah nggak ada lagi alasan kita patch, gameplay, meta, apapun itu kita harus terima karena kita udah bukan jadi region terbaik lagi.
kekuatan, bersatu sama lain, gak usah bener. Tapi kita pede, main lepas, berhasilnya dan let's go!
Boy, kita di sini buat tunjukin ke semua orang kalau kita pantas.
Tidak ada banget di depan sana dengan portal berhasil mendapatkan solo moment kill. Dan dapat pelatihan di on point. Why, wow!
Kebanyakan tim yang udah mulai ngerti makro dan gue jujur paling ngeris season ini.
Suci sendirian mengejar Karasan dengan satu garuda juga tembakannya begitu menyakitkan. Looking for media. Dan Savage banget didapatkan.
So bagi gue sekarang Indo bakal kuat karena udah banyak yang pemain baru. So menurut gue bakal jadi hal baru buat di M1 atau segala macam.
Proyek pembangunan untuk landasan pertama mereka sudah sukses.
Regenerasi adalah kunci.
Gue cuma berharap semoga 6 tim yang hadir di playoff ngasih improvement semuanya. Tapi kalau misalkan cuma sampai di situ, takutnya mungkin regen-regen lain tuh udah mempelajari kita. Semoga tim-tim Indo bisa back on track lah, biar nanti optimisme gue ini bisa tersalurkan dengan hasil mereka di internasional.
MPL Indonesia Season 14 menjadi kelahiran dari New Blood, darah baru, darah muda yang haus kemenangan. Ini akan menjadi awal cerita dari para raja muda yang mencari tahta, para pilar baru yang buru mahkota, mentalitas baru untuk membuat Raja Langit terkudeta. Atau mungkin akan menjadi milik para penunggang kuda yang tidak pernah takut pada nama, tidak pernah gentar pada raja, para bintang baru yang siap adu nyali untuk buat nama mereka kembali ada nyala. Dan merekalah para pemberani yang membuat kita ada harapan bahwa masa depan MPL Indonesia dimulai di sini. Selanjutnya, The Crown Seeker, para pencari mahkota, mereka yang ingin juara tapi terhenti hanya sampai terbaik kedua. Sang robot merah harus buktikan transformasi bukan untuk sensasi, tapi untuk mendapatkan konsistensi. Mereka harus membuktikan Super Era 2.0 kini siap untuk beraksi. Selanjutnya, tim yang menang kalah jadi lumrah, stabilitas jadi hal mewah. Mereka seperti tim yang belum tuntas dalam berbenah. Namun, mereka jugalah tim yang selalu bisa melihat celah untuk tiap musimnya bisa mencetak sejarah. Satu kali tidak lolos playoff, El Familia sabar. 2 kali beruntun tidak lolos, El Familia sabar. Kini, di kali ketiga, sabar mereka terbayar. Permainan barbar yang kadang tanpa dasar jadi pedang bermata dua. Bisa buat mereka pulang di hari pertama, atau justru membawa mereka ke panggung utama. Di regular season, para Crown Seeker memang telah babak belur. Tapi di playoff, mereka akan bertempur. Karena mahkota menanti, dan kali ini tidak ada jalan untuk mundur. Dan yang terakhir, sang forfeit champion memulai playoff dari posisi yang berat. Asumsi menjadi debat, katanya era mereka sudah lewat. Banyak yang merasa sang Raja Langit terlalu banyak bertarung, membuat line up yang tidak terasa utuh. Tapi yang orang juga harus tahu bahwa Raja juga bisa jatuh. Namun, sebagaimanapun Raja jatuh, langit tidak akan runtuh. Karena pada akhirnya justru mereka bangkit dan tumbuh. Kini Mereka mencari cincin yang kelima dari peringkat kelima. Itulah jalan yang akan mereka tempuh.
Are you ready? MPL fans, mana suaranya? Perjalanan MPL Indonesia Season 14 sudah menuju akhir. Dan ini akan menjadi jalan menuju takdir. Di hadapan kita ada sebuah kotak. Sebuah simbol untuk babak baru di mana sejarah akan kembali dicetak. Super fans, silakan maju dan melakukan peletakan bendera pusaka Indonesia dan tiket M6 World Championship, di mana hanya akan 2 tim saja yang akan berhak. Kotak ini hanya bisa dibuka dengan 6 kunci yang diletakkan bersamaan. Kunci-kunci ini akan menjadi milik dari 6 tim yang bertahan dan akan dijaga dengan kebanggaan. Nantinya, tim yang kalah harus menyerahkan kunci mereka pada tim pemenang. Lalu, pemenang akan menempatkan satu persatu kunci di kotak sebagai perlambang. Bahwa siapapun pemenangnya, mereka membawa harapan Indonesia di panggung M6 World Championship mendatang. Dan dengan ini, siapapun yang akan bertahan atau siapapun yang akan pulang, harapan tidak akan terbuang. Panggung playoff akan diguncang oleh 6 tim yang akan berjuang untuk menentukan siapakah yang akan menjadi sang juara, sang pemenang di MPL Indonesia Season 14.
The world is set ablaze as we approach the biggest stage in MPL ID. We enter Bandung, the Sea of Fire. We will be able to prevail and become the M6 representations of Indonesia, or who will burn to a cinder and become just another name in history. It is, of course, the playoffs of MPL ID Season 14. With me, Realize, and of course, Mirko and Arashi. First things first. How are you guys feeling today?
I mean, did you see that opening? Realize,
Woo!
that
Fire!
That was fire.
That was insane.
Absolute cinema from the start already, man, from the opening. And I've just been saying this over and over again throughout the entirety of that opening.
Yeah.
I'm hype. I'm hype. They've got me pumping already, man. My heart's already pumping, and you know exactly why. This first match is a match that a lot of people predicted to go one way. But as we saw from even MPL Philippines, the first match was a big shocker.
Yes. We can draw kind of a line. For Ultra Ego, of course, a lot of people doubting them at this stage of the game. Their backs against the wall. Even, not much of them, or rather much people believe in them. Even with that 0% claims left and right, will they be able to prove themselves? For Bigatron Alpha, it's about not choking in playoffs. So I think, Arashi, today, both of these teams, they want to prove something to the fans.
If there's anything I've learned from casting Mobile Legends so far, is that you can't count out a team until they're actually out. Man, the moment you let your guard down, that's where the magic happens. And I think for Season 14, with the track record of just crazy unpredictable results, this is the season for upsets to absolutely happen. And today, just take a look at the playoffs bracket. Like Mirko mentioned, the first match today has a lot of stakes for him personally, but for a lot of people as well. It will determine how the rest of the brackets shape up for the playoff stage.
Bandung is known as the Sea of Fire, and this is a Sea of Fire. Look at those blazing matchups. Bigatron Alpha against Ultra Ego for our opening match today, and the second match for the day as well. It's going to be Fnatic Onyx against Geek Fam, but tomorrow we will see the big boys play. What do you think about this bracket, Mirko?
Honestly, this bracket will ruin a lot of predictions, right? Just me personally, before I saw the bracket, me and KB, we predicted RQ and Bigatron, but then going through the bracket itself, it just seems like these matchups make it impossible for us to actually predict what's going on, right? Fnatic Onyx versus Geek Fam as well, though Geek Fam have looked kind of shaky in the regular season. They've had 2 whole weeks to prepare against Fnatic Onyx, and even then, the regular season was great for them. They won both their matches, Leg 1 and Leg 2 against the Sky Kings.
The unpredictability is just insane, off the charts. But for today's schedule, for our menu today in the MPL ID Season 14 Playoffs, day number 1, it's going to be Bigatron Alpha against Ultra Ego and Fnatic Onyx against Geek Fam. Going into game number 1 or match number 1, this will be where it all starts. And this will, of course, set the tone for the upcoming days of playoffs.
For sure, man. I mean, 9 weeks, all leading up to this, technically 11 weeks, and that 2-week gap. A lot of people think it's only 2 weeks, right? What could possibly happen?
Yeah.
Anything can happen, man. 2 weeks is a long time in professional play time period.
Yeah.
So, dude, I'm expecting a lot of crazy changes. And even in the other scenes of Mobile Legends, we've seen interesting developments as well. So, you have to wonder, is the Indonesian style, right? Is it going to be so unique, so diverse, so different from the other regions? Or are we going to see influences coming in from all these other competitive scenes bleed over into the Indonesian scene as well?
Yeah, again, we can highlight the Chaos Derby, but this time around, it's not Key against Pi. Pi has long been gone from Ultra Ego. It's going to be Nile against Super Luke. These guys were former teammates in Geek Fam. They were playing under one banner together, trying to get that glory for Geek Fam, but now they have to go their separate ways. What do you think about this matchup, Mirko?
I think this matchup, a lot of people, including all of us on the English desk here, have predicted Bigatron Alpha to win this. Obviously, it's because of the regular season where Bigatron Alpha just looked so much better compared to Ultra Ego, who made a lot of different mistakes all throughout the regular season run. They were shuffling between the 2 coaching staffs, or the 3 coaches that they have actually, with Aldo, Rekt, and also Styx, who's been able to get some sort of, comfort within the team so far, has been able to get more success compared to Aldo in the team. So again, for Ultra Ego, they have been able to rebuild, but their last few matches at MPL ID didn't really go as planned. Against Onyx, it was 2-0. They were given an egg as well. So again, for Ultra Ego, it's a very shaky regular season. They've always shown to be different beasts in playoffs, though. So that's the opposite for Bigatron Alpha. If we have to take a look at the track record, Bigatron Alpha are always also different from the regular season to the playoffs, but in the opposite way. Bigatron do well in the regular season, in the playoffs, Season 13.
But the catch is, for today, it's going to still be the play-ins. You don't have 2 lives. No uppers, no lowers. Yeah. And of course, it's going to be so scary for these teams, both of them. But how do you think? What do you think will happen now that they have that single life, that they don't have anything else to cling to?
I think, considering it's a best of 5 as well, there's going to be more space for experimentation. I really do feel that intellectual approach really favors Bigatron, though. But at the same time, right, this means that for Ultra Ego, if they want to go guns blazing and then try and seal the deal before, they have to try and prepare layers of strategy here, man. Because there's no way they're expecting to get some success here in the playoff stage and then Bigatron not respond, right? Bigatron is a team that has been responding, programmed to win, literally, right? So I think we're going to expect a lot of mind games coming through from the coaching staff of Ultra Ego. Because it's necessary.
Yeah, that's true. And Also, we can kind of point out that Alter Ego did make a couple of changes to its coaching staff. You know, Aldo used to draft alongside Rec. Now he's in the backstage, he's in the back rooms. But of course, we want to highlight and delve a bit more onto this matchup. So we will throw it up into the panelist desk. Colius, Eterna, and Chefin, take it away.
The boys.
And the girl.
No, the boys.
Boys.
Thank you so much, casters. Thank you so much, Realize. Thank you so much, Arashi, as well as Mirko. And yes, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the English panel. Here, my name is Eterna. I'll be your desk host alongside with our professionals, our analysts. We have Colius as well as Chefin. Now, we're gonna go straight into it, all right? We have our first poster of the day in our first Chaos Derby in the playoffs. This is actually gonna be our third Chaos Derby. For some reason, both of these teams just keep on making an appearance with one another.
Yeah, because I think the Chaos Derby is not fit anymore for them because from play style now is more disciplined built for them.
Yeah, it's I think Alter Ego, they need to kind of instilling the identity of that chaosness in this team fight because in this matchup overall, because Pikachu Alpha is just way too clean, they're way too systematic at this point of the season, and Alter Ego, ever since, I don't know, season 10 or something, their power always, you know, their strength comes from their unpredictableness, their patience, as Nino would say.
Yeah.
Yeah, I get what you mean. I get what you mean. We're also taking a look at the highlights, right, of the mistakes, we would say, right? The mistakes that Alter Ego have made throughout the entirety of the regular season. And I think that's something important to highlight here. To name a few, what do you think should we be looking at that they have repaired in the 2-week time that they had?
Yeah, because from what I see is like the euphoria from the Alter Ego, the adrenaline rush.
Okay.
For now, sometimes it makes them like losing the team fights, and then the opponents will come back from the team fights itself. So they need to like fix that problem because this is very important for them. When if they lose, they're gonna go home.
There's a big question here though, because Nile is known for assassins, right? As we're looking in MPL PH playoffs, they are, you know, hovering towards Suyo, the Alphas. Ling and Fanny are usually always banned, and Nile, I don't think Pikachu and Alpha will have them or like give them the opportunity to use those heroes, considering what happened in that game against Super Cat. 7 solo kills, that is crazy, by the way.
And I'm afraid, I think Fanny will not be like being picked by them because it's always getting banned by both of them.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, if up until this point, Alter Ego still stick with the gameplay that they are Nile-centric, I think it will be a problem. Especially now, coming into the playoffs, a lot of these teams will highlight this kid, right? And honestly, at this point, Nile has so much to prove as well. Because people are saying that Alter Ego came into the playoffs just because of luck. We remember how they were able to make it, right?
Including me.
Including you?
Yeah.
Okay.
I have the bold statement for the Alter Ego because their gameplay on the regular season is like having a very big gap with the other team. And now I want to make another bold statement.
Okay, let's hear it. Let's hear it.
About Heist.
Oh, okay.
In my personal opinion, Heist is the worst gold laner.
Oh man.
Oh man.
From all the teams that goes to the playoff.
Gonnie's gonna be crying right now.
I do not know if that's a hot take or not, because when you're looking at it, CW, Chidera, Skylar, and Shiki, these guys are absolute monsters. As this guy right here, Eterna.
This guy is also a monster himself, right? We have Luke up on screen, and people are saying that he's got to be one of the main anchors in a Bigatron Alpha right now. It used to be El Momento being key, right? This is something that we did mention, that we did talk about. So let's underline that a little bit more.
Yeah, because they cannot to depend on Luke. They need to use Key as the enabler or even like the initiator during the team fights.
I don't know about that, man. I think it can go both ways because Key, I know that Mathilda is gonna get banned, but when you look at MPLPH, the Rafaelas who's kind of disengaged heroes are still very prone in this meta, and I think Key will do a good job utilizing that. And man, Owen and Key is just a tough matchup because Key, we know that he can play both ways. He can play the passive game and aggressive game as good as everybody. But this guy right here, also the same as Key.
I think what we want to highlight here is more so about the mentality, right? Which is why this quote coming in from Beloyski is really important. Mentality is very important. In my opinion, in the playoffs, the regular season standings no longer matter. So every team must prepare both their gameplay and mentality. The reason why we're highlighting this quote coming in from Beloyski is But the mentality, the mental game for both of these teams, it's so important.
Yeah, I
right?
completely agree.
Bigatron Alpha, for the past few seasons, always able to make it to the playoffs. They're the only team, one of the only teams, that consistently make it to the playoffs.
But they never win.
Exactly. They never win. So, big question about their mentality, especially last season. And, of course, self-explanatory, alter ego and their mentality. You mentioned it, Colius, earlier on, overhype, over zealousness when it comes down to the gameplay. So mentality is a big topic, and especially now that we're going into the playoffs, it might be a different ballgame.
But with Kayaye right now, I think he's
a veteran.
the old veteran from Bigatron. I think he needs to bring up the mood for the other players because he already feel this scene long time ago. It's already 5 years since he debuted on MPL.
So he debuted season 5,
Yeah.
right? If I'm not mistaken.
He's been through a lot, man. Different teammates, different opponents. They have brands back then. They have Ripo, even like one of the prominent Malaysian player in Indonesia. You can see here, oh my god, look at that. They are so enthusiastic.
Look at the mask.
But
And that's the thing, right? Because ironically, when we're talking about veterans, technically, Nino is the veteran
Yeah.
in Alter Ego. I mean, once upon a time, he was the baby of Alter Ego. And, you know, I don't know if it's unfortunate for him or not, but he's the one that now has to step up and be that anchor for his team. And if we're taking a look at the regular season, what do you think how do you think he did? With the sabar and the comms. Is that okay?
I think first of all, for the calls itself, it looks like that Nino is rushing the calls or he's not patient. That's why he called the patient for the others.
El Sabar.
El Sabar. But for Nino itself, since he is changing his role from the gold lane to EXP lane, now he needs to prove it. He goes to the playoff, but how about this stage? Because it's really important. He needs to as a big brother, he needs to bring the others to let's go win this match, because if we lose, we're gonna go home.
What do you think?
I think I have a different take on the Sabar thing.
Okay.
I think it's just the boys ranking together, playing together. It's just the boys thing, man. They're just hyping each other up, and that's the alter ego way. Now, of course, that overzealousness needs to go away, especially when you look at objectively one of the worst plays of the season. Nino just going in the mid lane with a Chow against Onyx. That is, I don't know what's going on in his mind, but he needs to tone it down a little bit, pump the brakes, and just be a bit more calmer, because right now he is the big brother, as Colius would say.
Yeah, he's in a team full of rookies, right? Essentially.
Owen, Roundel, Heis, new to the team. Yeah.
They're from the MPL. That's why I think it's a very big stakes for both of the teams right now. They're gonna meet each other with best of 5. No chance to have any mistakes. And the mentality is really important, because whoever won the first game, I think it will give them mental boost and can bring it until maybe the game 5.
So momentum.
Momentum.
Momentum is going to be very important.
Yeah.
What about the history of Bigatron Alpha? Are they a team that really relies on that momentum too?
I would say so. I think Bigatron Alpha, when they have the momentum, they can pretty much crush their opponents. But there have been times where they absolutely choked the match.
Yep.
A lot of examples against Geek Fam in season 12, I believe. They were almost reverse sweeping them. But in game number 5, it's just, what happened? And even against Alter Ego too, in season 11, I believe, when Uril was still there, and the whole team is it's still Chaos Derby. It's the Super Ken debut in the playoffs. They were not playing their A game. So, but to be fair, they're still rookies. Super Ken, still a baby. It's not super back then.
Not super.
Yeah, right
just
now
Ken.
he's actually super.
He's just Ken. Are you Barbie? You know, just Ken, Barbie.
Yeah.
It's okay, guys. Never mind.
But I get it.
I like that you mentioned that, right? Because both of these teams have a long-driven history between them. You mentioned season 11, but if you go way back to season 8, it was actually Alter Ego that was the team to knock out Bigatron Alpha on the first day as well. So it's exactly the same scenario. And now fast forward to season 9, it was Bigatron that knocked out Alter Ego from the first day of playoffs. And then in season 11, like you mentioned, Alter Ego was the ones to say, goodbye, Bigatron Alpha, no hope for, the playoffs once again. So will we be seeing kind of the exact same story today? I mean, it's been a back and forth, right? So it's Alter Ego, Bigatron, Alter Ego. Is it going to be Bigatron today?
I would say so. But, if Alter Ego managed to take game number 1, I think that is a huge mental boost, first of all, to Alter Ego, and also a huge mental disruptor to Bigatron Alpha, because they realize that right now they are the better team. They're supposed to win this one by a landslide for a lot of people out there, and I think that's what they're trying to do. But if they lose the first game, that is like, what happened? Like, what did we do wrong?
Right.
But be careful. Sometimes confidence is good, but overconfidence can kill you.
And I think that was the problem for Bigatron Alpha last season, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And you know a lot of insider information, Kolyu, so I'm gonna, pick your brain just a little bit here. We've been hearing that Bigatron Alpha has actually now a mental coach. Do you think that the mental coach has helped Bigatron Alpha in their gameplay so far?
Obviously.
Okay.
Because for the role of mental coach, it can help to mood boost them. And when they go down or when they think that I think we cannot win this game, the mental coach will be there for you. It's like you have a big brother or you have mother figure or father figure beside you.
We're going into figures now, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah.
Maybe mommy issues, daddy issues. Are we going there? No, I'm kidding. Okay. But do you agree with this? Do you think the mental coach has helped Bigatron this season?
Yeah, I think so, especially with the case of Onyx right now. Because I believe Onyx, back then, they have a mental coach, but she moved to a different organization, and we can see some disruption, some flow that Onyx has usually in the regular season get disrupted. And it's not really the same Onyx anymore from outsiders' perspective, but we don't really know what's going on in the in the locker room, in the back room. I believe Onyx this season, their only goal, MPL Indonesia is a staircase. It's not the actual goal. They want M6. So that's why
Everybody
they've
want
been,
M6.
for Onyx case, it's different because they're 4-peating right now. So 5-peat is just a stagnation for them. This is the standard that Onyx has.
That makes sense. I mean, reflecting on their performance this season as well, people are saying that they're no longer the Sky Kings.
Yeah.
They're actually the Fallen Kings. So I get it, right? It's a high standard that Fnatic Onyx do need to meet up, but let's circle back onto Alter Ego. We're looking at them in the back rooms, in their playrooms.
I love the vibes.
And I'm feeling it, right?
Yeah.
Look at the mood.
I mean, if you see the documentary video from Codelwin and crew, it's very moving. It really kind of makes you believe that Alter Ego can actually do it, despite, that guy right there in the caster desk, he said 0% for Alter Ego. And this guy, what do you say? They're not.
Alter Ego is lucky to go to the play.
Wow. I didn't say that.
It's not uncalled for.
But it's based on performance.
Exactly. Like statistically speaking, looking at data, Alter Ego have not had the best run this season, especially. But we've seen them pull out crazy things, especially when they turn their playoffs mode on. So could we be expecting something out of the ordinary, out of the box from Alter Ego today for them to be able to take down Bigatron Alpha, their long rivals?
Yeah, because it's been a while since we see Alter Ego playoff mode, right?
Exactly.
2 seasons.
The absent 2 seasons on the MPL, and right now is like it's time for them to prove it.
It's time.
Because I think a lot of Alter champs have manifestation for Alter Ego. They believe that Alter Ego still have that playoff mode.
I think it's not a question of will they pull off something crazy. I think they need to pull off something crazy because that's what they needed to beat Bigatron Alpha. Because when you look at it, from the birds out there, from the rumors out there, Onyx and BTR right now are the strongest teams in Indonesia.
I wonder who
in
said
scrims.
that.
I don't know. Irrelevant guy.
Irrelevant.
Yeah.
Okay. So talking about relevancy, can we have a little bit of a sneak peek into your predictions, guys, for this match? Because I don't think we're going to see it later on in game. So let's start with you, Sheffin. Bigatron Alpha and Alter Ego. What is your prediction?
Originally, it was 3-0 for Bigatron Alpha, but right now I'm switching towards 3-1.
3-1.
For Bigatron Alpha.
Still Bigatron Alpha.
Yeah. Maybe it could go 3-2, by the way.
Yeah.
It's not a question.
I think I'm with Nevin, with Sheffin.
Nevin,
Nevin is over there. It's 3-1 for Bigatron.
3-1 Bigatron. That's not fun. You guys don't want to, change things up? Someone for Alter
How
Ego?
about you?
Same prediction, 3-1 Bigatron.
Oh, Miracle with a smile.
Yeah. I don't actually want Bigatron to win, though.
But it's based on the regular
season
season
data.
data.
Just to feel like a little bit of a frown.
We're professionals.
Oh yeah, sorry, forgot.
I can't wait to see the surprise actually from the Alter Ego. I think they need to shut all of our mouth.
Oh, yeah. I like that. Prove like the entire world wrong because I don't think any talent or caster in MPL predicted Alter Ego.
Papulong?
Did he predict Alter Ego?
I mean, for sure. But I don't know if that's like a,
It's
prediction.
just a Papulong thing, right?
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah, but I like the quote that as long as the base is not destroyed, your team is not losing.
But now, ladies and gentlemen, it is time to welcome the official team lineup.
From Bigatron Alpha, we're gonna see the Super Luke, Super Ken, Moreno, Key, and Amon.
Still with the winning lineup of Bigatron Alpha, very solid in the season. That's why they are here in the playoffs. Meanwhile, for the three-face mask, it's still going to be Nino, Niall, Roundel, Owen, and High Sonical Lane.
Both of these teams, they are fighting for their playoff lives. But ladies and gentlemen, here in El Dorado, Bandung, only one team can move forward. Divided by rivalry, joined together by destiny. For the third time of the season, let's welcome both of the teams. Let's welcome the Red Robots, Bigatron Alpha, and the three-face masks Alter Ego back onto the stage for another round of the Chaos Derby.
It's going to be a treat. It's going to be an absolute pleasure to watch this match. As a fan, as a caster, this is going to be really fun. The chaotic derby is no more. This time, systematic gameplay wins.
Because the stage is on, and now we are looking at the coach, Coach REKT. It is his debut season as the coach, and now he's bringing Alter Ego to the playoff. And can he prove? Because he already win the M series at M1. Can he bring Alter Ego to the glory?
That's the big question. So much pressure on his shoulders right now. We don't see Coach Aldo as well on stage. He's actually with Styx, alongside with Wura and Theo Nile from the side of Bigatron Alpha. And this is where the chess match begins. I think it's going to be very important to highlight the shift in meta from what we were accustomed to, especially during the regular season. We saw MPL PH, I think that was the last official tournament that we saw on a professional scale, and the differences in picks that we saw. So let's circle back onto that. Let's circle back onto heroes that might come out and heroes that we thought were meta before, but are no longer used.
I think first of all, Suyo, the new hero, it's gonna be high priority today. Because like it have high mobility, high burst damage, even like if he got the snowballing on the early game, he can carry the team.
For sure, and there's gonna be a lot of emphasis towards flex picks. The Edith, the Khalid for some people out there, the Benedettas, well, not really. But this is the rival showdown of both of these players, man. Niall and Luke Eterna, two guys that happen in the same team together right now. They are gonna be battling it out in the El Dorado Dome.
They were teammates before, they play on the M series before, and now they're gonna face each other.
And if I'm not mistaken, there was a little bit of drama going in between. We're not gonna get into it into detail, but we saw the fire on the stage, especially the early portion of the regular season. And I don't know if they've sorted things out, but this is one of the showdowns of the season, I would say, right? Luke versus Niall, Beloyski versus Niall as well.
Bandung is Lautan Api, Sea of Blaze. We're gonna see the fire from both of them. Who's gonna win on this match? We'll go to the next stage.
Yeah, I think in real life they're kind of cool, right? But in Land of Dawn, this is where the beef at. They're gonna put some fire towards each other, and they're probably gonna prove both of them, both of their counterparts that they are better, even though they play in a different position. So we're gonna take a look at the
team
head-to-head.
So let's take a look at this. Let's compare this. But remember, this is before the changes hit, right? This is the data that we saw overall from the regular season of Season 14. But for you, Kolius, does anything stand out in particular that we should be looking at?
First of all, Chip is really OP. I think both of them will not release Chip for them. And don't forget, with this new, I think, updates for the playoff, I see the Luoyi and Suxin is really important for the mid lane. That's why for Roundel itself, he's Luoyi and Suxin users. It's the same with Moreno. That's why it's gonna be the battle of mid laner with the heroes.
And on the Hylos too, I think after looking at MPL PH playoffs, Hylos has been dying down in the meta, and Alter Ego, ever since the early start of the season, they've always been pick or ban Hylos to give it to Nino, or just don't want to face it at all because how really annoying that hero is. But right now we're going to see the keys to victory by Samsung Galaxy S24 FE for Bigatron Alpha. First of all, give Luke an enabler hero as the playmaker, and Atlas could be a good choice for Key. So kind of goes both ways, as Coldis would say. The two playmakers on the team can give them the benefit of having ways to approach the team fight in different ways. But I'm not really mad if Key ended up on heroes like a Mathilda or a Viola in the end.
And now case to victory by Samsung Galaxy S24 FE for Alter Ego, maximize highest potential as the carry and force Super Ken into an assassin duel against Nile. I think I agree with both of it, because assassin duel will be much better for both of them, because both of the jungle right now are the best assassin user. And they need to prove it to the audience. It's like we need to see more action in the game with a duel of assassin.
So with that being said, now with the comings of Suyo, do you think the Assassins are still a priority pick? I mean, we saw Alpha and Suyo being one of the top priority junglers in the Philippines. Do you think that the Assassins can still make their mark if both of these heroes get let go?
I think some of the assassin, yeah, like for Vanny. But for Nolan? For Hayabusa? What do you think, Sufyan?
I think there's going to be a chance for that, but I think in the draft itself, the Ling and also the Fanny is going to be heavily contested and also heavily considered to be banned. So I don't know if they're going to make a lot of appearances today, but if it does get let go, you don't want to give Fanny towards Nile. You don't want to give Fanny towards Super Ken.
We already see what kind of Vanny that Nile and Super Ken use.
Dude, that was brutal. Like, if I was Super Ken, I'd just rage quit. I'd be like, what is this? Nile, do you have like a personal problem with me or something? I mean, 8 kills plus
solo
1.
Kills.
8 solo kills plus 1 assisted kill? 9!
That's a lot.
On Super Ken! Like, that's gotta hurt for him. So these picks are going to be imperative. And if we take a look at the earlier, graphics, we now see that Bigatron have first pick. Alter Ego actually have the second pick. As we're entering, ladies and gentlemen, to the drafting phase for game number 1. Our opening match of the day. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, this is no longer a best of 3. It is now a best of 5. And here it is, the drafting phase presented to you by our official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy S24 FE. And we're going straight into it. Bigatron with their bands. We have the Gata, the Jushin, the Fanny, Alter Ego Respawn with the Chip, and the Matilda. What's going to be the last band, Sheffin?
Oh, I think Suyo might be a ban here. Maybe an Edith. Some kind of limitation towards the flexibility of Bigatron Alpha, because they're known to be very flexible in the draft, especially with Loop on the XP lane. They're much more prominent in their micro department, but let's see what they're gonna choose here. There's a lot of options.
Don't forget about Khalid, because both of the XP laner like Luke and Nino are good at Khalid and Edith. Like Sheffin predicted before, he's getting banned. Now Suyo, is it gonna be first pick? For the Bigatron, I think they're gonna need to prioritize the trio.
That's fast.
That was quick.
Yeah. It's just like that in MPL PH2. Now, for Coach Rect, he has an option to pick the counter. Not really a counter, but a really good matchup against the Suyo, which is an alpha. But I think he's gonna hide it towards the third pick. Right now,
Khalid?
Khalid. I guess for Nino, he really likes to use the Khalid, right? And it really brings up a lot of potential in the rotation department. So I think that's a possibility here.
Okay, but circling back onto the Suyo pick, right? Why is this Suyo pick, especially now that we're just opening MPL ID, right? Why is it such an important contested pick, and where is the power of the Suyo?
I think, right, the first time I saw this hero and the kit, it's just, this hero is a combination of Nolan, Julian, and Yi Sun-shin all at once. Well, the burst damage is not that great as them, but you can see the flexibility in the way he approaches the team fight. He can poke a little bit, just go out. That's why he's been very prominent in the draft in PH. And right now, Coach Rex still going for the Hylos and the Yves. I like the Yves though. The Hylos part, now you're gonna get countered by the 1-1, so you gotta watch out for them. Pretty much punishing overextension.
Yeah, because they already see Hylos being picked by Alter Ego. I think 1-1 is the best option right now to have very quick open weakness to the opponents, but Alpha, they need to secure it right now because from head-to-head, Alpha and Suyo are on par, right? If they lose Alpha on the second bending phase, it's gonna be bad for Alter Ego.
See, I understand that, but this is a 1-1 pick into a Eve. Isn't the 1-1 weak against the Eve because of the lack of range?
Maybe, but in terms of kiting 1-1, there's no one that can absolutely, he's the best marksman for that.
And don't forget, Eman is using Malefic Gun.
That is true.
So it can add more range to 1-1.
And also, if Rek didn't ban the Rafaela here, which I don't think that's going to be the case, Rafaela is going to be banned for Alter Ego, because once you have this very high mobility composition, very high mobility main 5, it's going to be very hard for you to engage because you have to be very calculative in all of your approaches. Meanwhile, Coach Rura with the Phobius ban, even though they don't have an EXP laner yet, so Luke might see something that's a bit outside of the box here.
What are we used to? Cho? Do you think Cho EXP could make an appearance here?
For a setup, yes. Cho and Kaja might be there, but I don't know, against a Hylos, it kind of brings up the question, like, do you want to use this pick-off hero to further enhance 1-1 potential? I think the answer is still going to be yes, but what's going to be the best option is the question for me.
Yeah, because they lack of the XP lane, and for the roamer itself, I think that's why for Bigatron, Rafaela is Franco. So Rafaela is open. Are we gonna see the old Key, who's using the Rafaela to like supporting their gold lane? Back in the day, Key is supporting the Max at the gold lane on Bigatron.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, I remember that. It was a long time ago, though.
Yeah, that was a long time ago.
Very hazy memory of that. But in the second phase now, we do still have one more pick that Bigatron can ban out here. Do they want to go for an Irritel ban? I mean, if they are planning to protect this 1-1 in the lane, looking for the 1-1 to be the prio lane, we've seen that the Irritel has become a really good lane against it, but no, they go for the Harith instead.
I just realized something. Harith on MPL PH is really priority.
Yeah.
But now, it getting banned on second bending phase. They didn't even care about Harith picking on the first phase.
Well, for Alter Ego, I think it makes sense. But for Bigatron Alpha, the one that used Harith the most, I believe, in the regular season, because Eman just really loves that hero, it's a bit surprising. As we're gonna jump into the second picking phase here for Alter Ego, we got a quite fun fact here for you guys. Throughout the MPL Season 14 Playoffs, Chip has a 100% pick and ban rate with 0 picks and 36 bans.
That's what I said, yeah.
The macro.
Yeah, the macro players, like if the rogue are having a very high macro, Chip will be very useful. It's like you have the win rate above 80% if you got Chip on your team.
Wait, interesting. Arlet. We haven't seen Arlet in quite some time here, boys. Why do you think the Arlet makes an appearance here for Alter Ego?
They need a setup to bring back down some of the members of Bigatron Alpha towards the real-world manipulation. And especially against a 1-1, that is a tough test. And I think Arlet, with his range and also his CC, can do a good job at that. You have to really time it with the quote-unquote purify that 1-1 has.
So are we looking at Arlet EXP?
Yes,
Hylos Roam?
Still flex, still flex.
I think it's still gonna be Arlet EXP, to be honest.
Okay.
But Nino loves to use Hylos, but Tigreal and Cho.
I mean, we were talking about the Atlas. If we're talking about El Momento, then Key on the Tigreal. That's a hero that really fits his identity.
Yeah, because it's have the same playstyle like Atlas before, using the implosion to initiate the team fights. I think it's gonna be important for Bigatron so they don't depend too much on Luke. So Key now can have the momentum.
What was the last pick?
It was
Moskov,
yeah. And what I really like about this Tigreal is the fact that even though the Moskov and the Yif will probably use the Purify, it is a 1-1. You don't really care about the backliner. You care about the frontliners to chain your crossbow tank towards some of the backliners. That's the ideal situation, ideal scenario for Bigatron Alpha. So I think in a draft, I kind of prefer the composition.
So it's gonna be a front to back playstyle from Alter Ego, but for the Bigatron, I think it's a kiting game.
So which draft would you prefer, Coleus?
For me, I think first game is for Bigatron.
Bigatron, Coleus, you?
Bigatron.
Bigatron as well. So 2-0 for Bigatron Alpha right now, ladies and gentlemen, just based on the drafts. But we're going to throw it over to our casters to bring you game number 1.
Thank Thank you to our panelists, and here we go to game number 1 of match number 1. Solid drafts all around the line. But give us a few thoughts, Arashi.
Well, game number 1 already shaping up to be quite interesting. You're already seeing the 2 Purifiers as expected from Alter Ego. But man, if you look at it, it's a trade-off between having a lot of big moments from Bigatron and a long, drawn-out poke, slow, continuous composition from Alter Ego. Not to mention with the Spear of Destruction, I want to see how Alter Ego wants to play this macro game, but look at this poke, man. This mid lane is brutal.
Super Luke, though, already rotating early with the concussive blast. Oh, taken very low. The initiation forward. Roundel getting the revitalized. One more hit for Super Luke, but now he's going to be stun locked down. Luke might be taken out. Pops into Shampoo and the G Kundo. And he gets out. But Nino doesn't want to commit that flicker.
Already using the Revitalize very early on, though. Owen will have it as a playmaking tool for quite a while. Look at Nile, though, abusing the Alpha pick.
Now gonna be chased down. Moreno walking forward. Nile barely getting out. And Mon walking forward as well. Nile gonna be spotted. Mon very low, still able to survive. The Highs goes in forward, gets a kill. That's a Spear of Misery to lock him down and pin him down. Key with a shove back. Highs great purify. Super Ken unable to get the execute. Owen throwing down against Key, but will be under the turret. Super Ken looking for the snipe onto Highs. Will be forced to back away from this wave.
Oh, the aggressiveness early on in the game. I mean, Nile is so strong with the Alpha. Level 4 already. Sieging, or rather invading that purple buff. And Aman had to die in the process, but High still survives. Aman might look for Owen here.
Yeah, poking him down, and look at the timing, Arashi. Why did he do that? The turtle spawning in, that's why.
The right moment here to just exert all that pressure. Alter Ego definitely wants to try and go for this, especially with the Alpha presence, but with all the big ultimates available to Bigatron, they might be forced to let it go.
He's walking up, Roundel, no ult, Moreno stealing with the glorious pathway. Owen a bit late to the skirmish right now, pops in Revitalize. Super Luke with the way to Dragon coming down. Super Ken able to lock that down. Nino walking forward, has the final slash, brings it away. Only gets Super Ken dub. And Bigatron Alpha will take the dub. They will pull back.
Oh, they get the turtle for Super Ken. That is, of course, an advantage for Bigatron Alpha. Alter Ego, they have to fall back. But now you see so much fighting happening in the first few minutes. But taking a look at the sustainability, who survives the fight longer, Arashi?
Well, if you talk about surviving the fight longer in... Oh! Nino! With the solo play, I was going to say that Alter Ego has a bit of an edge due to the Hylas. But before that, realized talent predictions by our new application, GoPay.
Unanimous decision for all but one. Papulong in the hands of the 3 masked men. He votes for Alter Ego. Classic Papulong.
Yeah, are you really surprised with that outcome? Oh, look at that though.
Eman gonna be chunked low. Highs has the SOD. Owen from the back with the glorious pathway. Can he escape? Eman able to space away. Super Ken with the re-engage over the Highs. Very low. One more shot. Good implosion to lock him down. Crossbow attack is ready, but Super Ken just getting rid of all of them on the back line. Pops in forward with the blink. Now the Spear of Alpha over again, but Moreno has rotated faster, and Super Ken will get that elimination.
Oh my goodness. The rotation is so solid from Bigatron Alpha. They might look for a dive.
Real world manipulation. Moreno tanking it up now with a full dive. It's another execute for Super Ken.
Oh boy, we keep talking about Suyo and how it's so good when you're snowballing. Super Ken definitely getting all the value.
Wait, the Dragon with pinned down. Nino able to use the Vengeance. Another lockdown over. Super Luke still escaping. Final slash. Great one. Shunpu. Luke gets out. Away from the SOD.
Super Luke with the fleet footwork. And this is what Cho gives you. It gives you that mobility. It gives you the advantage to just jump into the backline and kick someone straight into the bearing arms of Bigatron Alpha. Is this Cho pick that strong in this game?
I think it's useful when you're trying to contest pressure. With the Cho taking away so much attention, it opens up the possibilities for Key to come in unexpected as well. Even with the Purifies, it's still gonna be a very valuable resource burnt out. But look at Moreno getting jumped on.
Locked in a bit. Able to dash away. Bigatron Alpha with control. Glorious pathway by Owen. Super Luke look at his own Nile. Bigatron give the control over for now. Alter Ego will take control. Super Luke though still in the flanks. Over to Nile, that's an implosion. And a way to Dragon locking him down, but there's no one there to follow it up. Now with the Spear of Alpha over to Key now with the final slash as well. Nile securing it.
Nino.
That's Vengeance over. Nino with the chase. Now one more shot. Super Ken shut down by Nino.
Oh my goodness, that is an important kill towards Super Ken. He was snowballing, but he was cut off by Nino. And that is also what the Arlet offers to you, Super Luke. He will be just fine.
Just the aggression, the crowd control too. Bigatron, they kind of stacked the crowd control from the way of the dragon along with the implosion. They should have staggered it a bit more and ensured that Super Ken can get the guaranteed retribution. But Niall was hit by both almost at the same time. Now with the glowing one secured for Roundel, skipping the Enchanted Talisman, going for the Demon Shoes to ensure he has enough mana for these fights. It's gonna slow down the regeneration, the survivability from Bigatron. But for now, Altrigo has to keep a watchful eye for the big moments from Bigatron, the big engages. That is still definitely a big possibility.
Yeah, this is what Altrigo wants to do. They want to keep on going towards the backline of Bigatron Alpha. They have that crash potential, that collapse potential in the hands of Owen. With the Glorious Pathway, he will open it up, and Eman might be the next victim.
RWM used up already. The zone Eman away. Super Luke will walk forward, trying to go for the pick, but the turret will be taken away by Alter Ego.
That's the zoning play from Altrigo. Initially using the Glorious Pathway and then the real manipulation not to do damage. Just to zone people away so that Heist can get those free hits on the turrets. Very intelligent game plan. But by the way, Marino went for a first item Starlium. That's a unique take I haven't seen in quite a while at least.
Yeah.
Definitely giving him a lot more damage, a lot more ways to burst people down. And it seems like for Bigatron, again, it's about getting that big one moment, which is why the Way of the Dragon has been such a respected tool by Altrigo, right? They're avoiding any chance of Luke making the plays happen because they know that they are lacking when it comes to those insane one-shot potential.
But is that what's going to be the main goal of Valentina? Because mostly, if we talk about Valentina, yes, she does deal a lot of damage, but she's mostly the enabler. Going for the first Starlium site might be an egoistical move from Moreno, do you think?
Gives him a lot of pure true damage as well with the Starlium, so in a way, it works well against Owen. It's going to be stacking a lot of those defensive stats. Right now, look at this, Super Luke already zoning.
Going to the back, finding it, way to drag and lock them down as well. Super Ken will be able to lock that down. Now the real world inflation answer with another real world inflation. Dino with a flicker forward explosion! El Momento finding 3! Roundel taken out. Owen has been isolated from the team. Moskov though, take a look at Highs. Will get another turret to trade it for the 3 members that he lost.
We talk about the new man on the block, the enabler Super Ken, but still, El Momento looms in the darkness and comes out on top as the frontliner of Bigatron Alpha.
Chase over. Final splash. Nino will give all the weakness points away with the Spear of Misery too. Nino using the vengeance very well, but the jump back will be Nino. No! Jumping back and forth. Moreno finally splashes that damage to take him down.
Whew. Nino, man, absolutely on fire right now. But Bigatron, they're just doing so well in the early game. They're doing so much better at just finding those moments. Altrigo are able to actually kind of equalize because they have the Moskov, but the fact that the Spear of Destruction did not land in that crucial fight definitely made it quite awkward for Altrigo.
Yeah, but a new game factor by the new application GoPay. Suyo becomes the 79th hero to debut in MPL ID Season 14 out of a total of 126 heroes in MLBB. So, of course, a newly released hero becomes very significant in terms of the drafts and all the picks coming in from teams playing today. And Alter Ego, or rather Bigatron, will be the first team to touch their hands on this new hero.
And look at the itemization, man. 3rd item Win of Nature for Eman. He respects all of that dive potential coming through, especially from Nino and Niall later on. But Roundel can still be a massive problem for him. Aside from that, Thunderbolt for Super Luke. That means more chase, more utility, more damage, and tankiness as well. But you have to look at Super Ken on the Suyo, definitely. 2k gold ahead, War Axe with the Queen's Wings, a lot more survivable due to the damage reduction he has in the fighter form as well. And we have talked about the damage coming in from the Suyo again and again, but Super Ken is making it look like the mobility is also an underrated aspect of this hero.
Oh, conceal play. They might look for something. Super Luke pops forward, looking for Owen, but no. They will just zone out for the Lord setup.
Yeah, no real need to go in for the skirmish just yet. Now walking forward, Roundel is in an off position. Super Luke walking forward, way to Dragon as well. This should be a free take, and it will be. Super Luke chased down by the Glorious Pathway. Owen puts it down. Super Luke with the flicker. Now final slash over to Super Ken, who's going to be caught by the real realm of He 2-man, but it's only into frontliners that gets locked down. Keeping the shove as well. That's 2 members taken down, but Bigatron Alpha get the Lord.
Oh, they turn around. And they might concede the Lord, but they get Super Ken and Key. Super Ken becomes the most pivotal member to fall in that altercation. Now they look and set their sights on the Tier 1 turret and even stopping the Lord in the tracks.
Now walking up Spear of Alpha from Niall! Finding Eman. Even with the built-in Purify, he wasn't able to escape. And Alter Ego get the Lord advantage despite not getting the Lord.
Man, even with the built-in Purify, with the Wind of Nature, that's true damage coming in from Nile. This is why the Alpha is just so lethal, so dangerous in the current meta. Bigatron, seems to be a bit of miscalculation there. Even in the Lord fight, they got the Lord, they were able to exit, and there seems to be some attempts to try and make plays happen there still. Bigatron need to respect it, man. Alter Ego, they definitely still have weight to throw around here at 10 minutes. This is where the mid-game power spikes usually really hit hard for these big fighters. And with the Alpha in the roster for Alter Ego, Bigatron need to find ways to deal with him. If they're gonna use a lot of these big utility tools, like the Way of the Dragon, like the Implosion, you know, to set up, then there's nothing left to protect the backline from this diving Alpha. That is something they have to try and take into consideration, especially after that outcome.
Yeah, brute force breastplate completed by Nile as well. Just giving him that extra defense when he wants to dive towards Bigatron Alpha. But Bigatron Alpha still has their ace card, their ace in the hole, which is Moreno with the IMU. Whenever you think Alter Ego might be able to just zone out and start the execute, start the engage first, there will always be Moreno hiding in the shadows, might steal a huge RWM or maybe like a Glorious Pathway or even Spear of Alpha, but then again, he has the conceit of diving into the backline of Alter Ego. Now for Bigatron Alpha, how do they want to traverse the situation?
I still think they want to go aggressive. They just have to pick the right engagements, because with Superken picking up the BOD, that's a lot of burst damage potential. The only issue earlier was that the main damage dealers, the Suyo, at least Superken was caught in the main engage from Alter Ego, and that really can't happen, right? Bigatron can afford to have that happen. But with the Sea Halberd picked up by Eman as well, Owen is going to start feeling the heat, feeling the pain here. So will Nile and Nino. So if they're surviving early on, using the healing, the regen, the tankiness built in the composition, the longer the game goes and the more Eman gets more items, the more they can't really afford to do so. So I think Alter Ego can still bank on having that split push pressure, but they have to be careful for Bigatron's members, because a lot of them can kind of do okay 1v1 too.
Yeah, strong. Split push presence in the hands of Highs. That Moskov does have that global presence with the Spear of Destruction again. And if you think of it, if you compare it to Bigatron Alpha, it's not as strong as Highs in side lane pressure. Maybe it's just going to be Super Ken, but Suyo is just so slow on the segue plays and the split pushes. Now though, the Lord might be the next eye on the list.
Oh man, with a Divine Blade finish from Moreno as well. That's a very well-timed power spike. Bigatron rushing for it.
Seal, Super Luke trying to do what he's been doing best. That's going over to Nile, but he won't be able to find a way to Dragon though. Will knock him down the Real World Ablation. Luke compromised Key as well, but it's just going to be the front liner with the Real World Ablation from Moreno to try to zone them back. It will not be enough to keep Key alive, but it's a jungle for a tank, and they got the Lord again.
2 for 2 for Bigatron Alpha and Super Ken. Retribution on point, gets the Lord for themselves. Man just hiding in the bush, maybe looking for something, but he's just far away from his teammates.
Risky moves there from Eman, but hey, he gets a chance to actually push the wave out a lot earlier and group up with the team. It's might really work out in favor of them, and look at the efforts coming from Super Ken as well, going to the bottom lane, trying to match all three waves to push all together, and not clearing the mid lane. Whoa.
Look at that damage. Eman from the side though, trying to look for a cheeky angle to get the weakness points. Alter Ego handling the Lord very well. Nino with a final slash as well. To be able to keep the turret in the mid lane alive, but both turrets side lane, tier 2s taken out.
It's not worth it for Alter Ego to have to compromise and lose a top side turret and bottom side turret as well. And the expensive, their mid lane turret still standing, but still. Now then, the side lane pressure even grows stronger for Bigatron Alpha. They can shove the wave, they can shove the minions going in, and they might look for pryos in other lanes, maybe again, waiting for that Lord to respawn.
But I feel like Bigatron are working against the clock somehow, because they don't have a lot of good high ground technically, and they don't really have a strong frontliner, a proper frontliner. They have Luke and Key, but they're both basically utility, right? Playmaking tools. They're not meant to stay in the front and tank shots like Owen does, or like Nile can do with the regen. And keep in mind, with the Yves and Moskov, these are two great heroes that scale really well into that late game. So Alter Ego, the fact that they're still able to hang on to their base turrets here at 14 minutes, it's definitely a great achievement on their end. Bigatron need to, play some more mind games here, bait Alter Ego into some circumstances where they're not really advantageous. Because Alter Ego are playing it textbook. They're trying to play it as safe as possible and try and scale up to try and match Super Ken, who's really far ahead when it comes to the gold and EXP.
Yeah, on that note as well, I think Alter Ego do have that high ground defense as well. They have to wave clear from highs. They have to poke from roundel. And that might be the main tool to really just scamper away Key and Super Luke when they want to frontline, because Super Luke and Key, yes, they might be able to just put their bodies in front, be that tanky member that they want to be, but they don't scale as much as Owen do in terms of HP, and can't really survive that front line. So I think high ground defense-wise, Alter Ego might have the upper hand. So Bigatron Alpha, I do agree with what Arashi says. They're working on the clock, but Owen
will be caught. Does he have to win a crown is a big question. Now Super Luke has placed away Moreno. Will pop in real inflation as he over to the back. The real crossbow attack combo. Roundel almost taken out just with the crossbow attack. Luke into the back, the winner crown already used by Niall, but now he's got all isolated. Moreno with the chase under the turret. We'll get a triple. We'll get a maniac in the first game of playoffs.
We talked about the defense. It's all broken into pieces by Bigatron. Moreno, the man of the hour.
The Chokers have gotten one game, but they're still 2 games away from getting the series victory.
Bigatron Alpha strike first as their robotic fists and their eyes of the kill online. Alter Ego, they have to concede game number 1. 1-0 for Bigatron Alpha.
We thought the game was about to slow down right there, but it's merely the calm before the storm. Bigatron with one single fell swoop. We talked about baiting Alter Ego into disadvantageous positions, and look at that, dude. The single playmaking from Eman just ruins the whole composition, bursts them down, and just like that, Bigatron take Alter Ego down.
Talking about the crossbow of Tang being such a good tool to utilize, especially when you're up against strong frontliners, when you're up against tanky frontliners like the High Loss, like the Arlet maybe as well, like the Alpha. But we talked about how it is also so versatile, or rather so susceptible in the late game, because you can buy Immortality, you can buy the winner crown. But Eman used it in such a way that it all kick-started the end for Alter Ego. That took so long, the crossbow of Tang.
And the criticism sent to Alter Ego's way, you know, as good as Bigatron played that, what does Niall need? All throughout regular season, a flashy assassin. We had doubts already about him, maybe even picking up the Suyo. That's a different pick entirely to the Fanny, the Ling, the Hayabusa. He picked up the worst possible pick for Niall regular season. Obviously, things could change, but here I think we saw it again. Niall unable to create a big impact for the team on a pick like this. He needs those assassins.
And again, it's also about the follow-up from his team. We have to remember that he went for a big early game invade in the early game, and he got punished for it. Right? It's again, it needs to be a full-on group effort. That final play wasn't just Eman playmaking. It was the whole team setting it up. It's about the 1-1 holding off on the crossbow of Tang and allowing just that big moment to happen there, waiting for the right possible moment to just find the ideal timing to start everything off.
Oh, this is a way to, of course, start your engines and just run it around the playoffs, of course. The look of pride in the eyes of Starlist, Bigatron number 1, and Alter Ego, yeah, they have to fix a few things. One of the issues that they have to address is, of course, Niall, but we will throw it back to the panelist upstage.
Oh, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry, we were in a heated discussion there, but thank you so much, casters, for bringing us game number 1. That was a 16-minute game, by the way. And what we were discussing earlier was Moreno. Maniac on a Valentina. This is a mid lane pick that we don't see too often, especially with the changes in the meta. And yet he's able to bring back his signature hero from, I think, 2 seasons ago and pull that. A Maniac in the final minutes of the game.
He set the standard really high with a Maniac on the first game, Shepard.
Yeah, right? Coming out with a bang. And also the real-world manipulation copy also works as a setup as well, because you have a Tigreal, you have this kind of heroes on the other side, which is Hylos and also Eve. When they actually pull the trigger, that's where Bigatron Alpha is playing their game. That's why I think at that very last moment where Owen is opening the bushes at the middle of the map, I think that shouldn't have happened, because you're right, at that time, you're just giving to Bigatron the opportunity to actually punish that.
Like Arashi mentioned before, they don't have any enabler. So when Owen wants to open the map, no one can follow up Owen with a good CC.
So what's the purpose?
Yeah, what's the purpose?
Okay, so you think it was like a draft disconnect coming in from the team, or was it just execution from Alter Ego?
Both of them.
Okay, we're gonna take a look at the highlights alongside our discussion here. Is there maybe a moment that you guys want to point out?
Yeah.
I think over the course of the game, it's just the objective battle in the turtles. It's always Super Luke on behind Nile, just kicking them because he's not going to be able to use the retribution. I think Super Luke is one of the guys that needs to be shouted out, even though I think the MVP is going to be different. So yeah, I think it is just super tough when you're up against a Chow that knows what to do when the moment calls. And this is the MVP of the game.
Let's see. Oh, there you go. It's Moreno, player of the game, ladies and gentlemen, presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy S24 FE. Let's talk about this Valentina Brave Smite emblem, Starlium Scythe. Coleus, what is going on?
So he need to use the Starlium Scythe as like having this foul fam and reducing the cooldown, and of course the effect of the Arcane Shade will be really painful with the Starlium Scythe, so you can play with the basic attack.
Yeah, especially when you have two frontliners from Alter Ego side, which is really hard to poke down when you have that basic attack enhanced towards the magic power. It becomes a weapon for Moreno, and also the Brave Smite against a Yip. I think it's serves the purpose of laning, because laning against a Yip is a very hard job to do, as we're gonna take a look at the highlights earlier. And so far, shout out to Eman too, man. He played the lane quite perfectly, even though he's getting ganked a lot of times. He didn't die quite a lot.
Yeah, this one is when Super Low Ice is only for Heist or even Nile. That's why he always kick the most important players from Bigetron, and the others gonna follow up. But I think Key with Tigreal, I didn't see a good follow up from his team. Is it because of they are quite disconnected on the early game?
I think it's only happened on that particular moment because Key knows what to do when the Purifiers are there, and actually he learned from that turtle fight, the second turtle fight, that he's getting zoned by the Hylos and also Nino on the Arlet, so he picked his target a bit more carefully, and this is the, the nail in the coffin for Alter Ego. It's just a really good decision from Key to camp out the bush, and Moreno is just being Moreno, man. Absolutely insane.
Under turret, he did give a shutdown over, but I mean, at that point, it was completely worth it. That was a wiped out by Moreno. Just impeccable once again on his signature pick. It gives me, goosebumps thinking about the good old days of Moreno on the Valentina. And that was just an exceptional game from Bigetron Alpha. Now, if we have a flashback into the keys to victory, right? I think one of the things that we did highlight was the fact that Bigetron Alpha, they need to rely on two pillars, right? They can't just rely on a single person. And I think in the regular season, we highlighted Luke being that person, right? He was the new El Momento, but with another layer of Key, we saw just how destructive Bigetron Alpha can be in these team fights. And they were able to really try and bait out, because of the second layer of CC, right? Bait out the Purifies, and then it just worked and coalesced with one another really well. 15 minutes, I think it was a 16-minute game. Was it 15 minutes?
15 minutes, 9 seconds.
15 minutes and 9 seconds.
Yeah, and Bigetron is doing their homework very well during this 2 weeks break. That's why they make Key another pillar for Bigetron, and that's why we see that Key always try to wasting the opponent's Purify before Super Luke can
resources baiting.
Make the momentum.
Let's talk about Eman though. On Pull Yourself Together, because he has Inspire, he knows that in a composition where you pick a Chow on the EXP lane, you're sacrificing a lot of potential damage that EXP lane has, and now you're forced to be much more threat in a very short cooldowns over time. So that's why he's using that Pull Yourself Together to be able to enhance the capabilities of Bigetron Alpha on multiple team fights. So I really like the choice there from Eman, as we're going to take a look at the gold distribution of both of these mid laners, Turtle and Lord. Night and day, Coleus. I believe it's only one turtle towards Alter Ego in the second turtle, and other than that, it's just Moreno benefiting off the team fights from Bigetron Alpha.
Almost perfect turtle for Bigetron, but looking for the turrets, I think it's really small because he's only focusing to damaging the opponents when the others like Eman is doing his job to aim for the turrets. But for the post-game statistic, the goal per minute for I think it's 830. It's for Eman even. Oh no, Supercan. I thought it was Eman.
I mean, it does make sense, right? I actually asked you guys earlier on. I was like, guys, Suyo in the early game. What is this power? How are they able to control the map so well? How are they able to control the objectives so well? And it turns out that's exactly the power of the Suyo, right? It does make sense that Eman gets the highest GPM.
Look at the best wingman though. It's Eman. on the 1-1. Usually we don't really see a gold laner as the best wingman, but when the situation calls, when this is that kind of game, especially when Moreno are stealing the kills in the late game, it just happens. As we're gonna take a look at the gold difference over time. And now there is a concern here for Big Ten Alpha because
Climbing the mountain.
look at that. Mountains, we go down again. Mountains, we go down again. This is a sign that you know, I'm sorry to say it, Big Choke identity might still be there.
Okay, wow. Is there a particular moment that can, you know, support that statement? The bigger choke moments?
Probably on the second turtle
Second
is one
turtle.
that I really see because like it makes sense, and I think it serves as a learning purpose too because Key over the course of the game didn't really do the same thing, and Super Look as well because at that time the implosion and also the Way of the Dragon was executed at the same time, which is not really what you want to do at that point.
Right.
You mean the timing, right?
Yeah.
So they were supposed to
execute that.
layer it, right, in order to bait the resources that, you know, Colius mentioned before. Wow, okay.
But everything is fast. That's why they need to do the evaluation for the next game because it's really important. For me, I predict that Alter Ego gonna get 1 point from this game, but I'm afraid that if they already got the momentum, if they won one game on this stage, it's gonna be dangerous.
Okay, I mean, this is one game already given to Bigatron Alpha, so could we be potentially looking at a 3-0 for the Red Robots? You know, much to the delight of, you know, Mirkotron over in the caster desk. You know, let's give Alter Ego some time and let's talk about Alter Ego now, right? Alter Ego, Mirko mentioned earlier on in his cast that he didn't really like the alpha pick for Nile. Do we agree with that statement?
It's not just Niall's identity, man. He's there to slash throats. He's there to kill bodies. He's not there to be utility. He's not there to enhance the capabilities of the team when it's a team fight. He's there to kill. Give them the fanning, give them the lane, but unfortunately it got banned.
But the problem is, like, for head-to-head against Suyo, I think the best option right now is Alpha.
It is.
So, do we ban the Suyo instead? Maybe if you were Alter Ego?
I believe Alter Ego...
Do they take first pick instead and take the Suyo for themselves?
Yeah, I think first pick would be the idea here because Alter Ego, I believe, right now has a better win percentage on the first pick as well. Let's just see because in the second pick earlier, you know, the red side earlier, Alter Ego was forced to ban the Chip, the
Matilda and Edith.
Matilda and Edith. I think the one that can be changed is that Edith. That's the only one they can play around with. But I don't know if they wanna, you know, invest it towards Suyo.
Do you agree? Should it be a Edith ban? Take away the Edith ban, put in the Suyo ban.
I think so, because I know Edith crowd control is really annoying, especially during the team fight. But against Suyo, if you don't know how to counter Suyo, like for example, we see that on the grandfather of MPL PH, they do the mirroring techniques on the gameplay. So when Suyo is going to go for the turtle, the other jungler is go for annihilate all the creep on the opponent's side. That's why they need to do some mirroring movement.
So then, even if Alter Ego want to let the Suyo go once again, they need to be able to be a lot more disciplined in their macro play, maybe?
I guess.
All right. I mean, we'll let them catch a break. We'll also, you know, think about it. Because, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to throw it over to our host. So we'll see you soon.
Di tengah Eldorado Dome ada Bude Clara Monster dan juga
ada Alisa Natali di sini yang bakal nemenin kalian sebagai host di MPL ID Season 14.
Woohoo! Semangat banget pastinya, apalagi ini adalah match penentuan hidup atau mati. Mereka harus bisa berjuang. Di game pertama udah close game banget nih, tapi semangatnya nggak cuma kita berdua doang dong pastinya, Alisa ya.
Betul sekali Bude, karena di sini kita sudah bersama dengan para pendukung dari para gamers kita. Boleh dong ke tengah, kita kenalan dulu.
Yeay. Ini dari tadi Bude lihat langsung ya, semuanya pasti mata memandang kepada tulisan-tulisan yang sudah mereka tulis. Ada siapa saja nih, kita kenalan dulu yuk dari Teteh. Ini dari mana, namanya siapa?
Hai semuanya, kenalin nama aku Ica, aku dari Malang.
Aduh, tekang Malang?
Aduh, soto Malang.
Oh, sama siapa?
Sama teman-teman.
Jauh banget ya.
Jauh banget ya, bel-belain ke Eldorado Bandung. Kalau tadi udah dari Malang nih, sebelahnya ada siapa, silakan?
Halo, perkenalkan nama gue Imam dari Sumatera Barat, Bukit Tinggi.
Bukit Tinggi,
Mau jemput Pak Pulung?
Apa?
Mau jemput Pak Pulung kah?
Enggak, kebetulan enggak.
Enggak ya, di sini untuk mendukung siapa nih? Belum ada tulisannya. Oh, BTR.
BTR.
Jangan bikin gua kecewa tiket pesawat mahal. Berapa?
Kurang lebih 2 juta.
Oh wow.
Mungkin ya, kurang lah.
Kurang lebih ya.
Ya, benar.
Semoga worth it ya Bude pastinya ya. Dan membayar tiket pesawat segitu melihat tim kesayangan untuk bertanding.
Ya pastinya ntar itu BTR pasti menang sih kayaknya.
Oh, tadi pas menang game pertama itu kan close game banget ya.
Ya.
Bagaimana reaksimu tuh pas game pertama tadi?
Lebih ke senang. Terus ditambah lagi nanti itu bakal pecah lagi sih kalau sampai 3-0 gitu.
Kalau sampai harapanmu 3-0 nih?
3-0, ya benar.
Gak kepengen kasih poin buat alter ego?
Kayaknya enggak dulu deh. Buat alter ego.
Ini alter champs di sini, Kak gimana nih Kak?
Gimana?
Jauh dari Malang masa lihat kalah?
Betul, Kak Ica gimana nih? Boleh kasih tahu.
Iya sih memang dari regular season kemarin memang banyak AE itu kayak kalah telak kan. Cuman aku sama teman-teman yang udah dukung AE berharapnya di playoff saat ini bisa at least kalau memang dia nggak lolos, dia masih ada perlawanan lah untuk buat yang lainnya gitu, dari tim-tim yang lainnya.
Oke, Kak Ica boleh kasih prediksi skornya nggak nih? Kalau di match pertama tadi udah 1 poin, mungkin di match selanjutnya bisa comeback?
Bisa sih. Soalnya tadi di game pertama menurut aku tuh AE oke sih, cuman mungkin memang ada miss ya. Makanya jadinya blunder juga. Cuman mainnya bagus kok.
Mainnya bagus.
Iya.
Dan harapannya pasti bisa comeback ya di
Bisa,
match
harus bisa.
selanjutnya. Oke.
Jadi udah beda nih menurut Kak Ica dari regular season sama hari ini.
Lumayan beda.
Main beda ya? Udah kelihatan aura-aura. Tadi dibilang 3-0. Prediksinya kalau dari Kak Ica gimana? Berapa nih?
3-1.
Untuk? Alter ego dong.
Alter ego dong.
Mau dibalas dikasih 1 poin di game pertama doang berarti nih.
Mungkin ya, mungkin. Tapi harapannya sih buat BTR itu 3-0 buat sore hari ini udah.
Langsung telak ya Bude ya.
Semuanya tentunya punya harapan yang baik untuk tim-timnya. Tapi mereka ini udah jauh-jauh. Kalian rela jauh-jauh. Kenapa nih? Dari mungkin Tetek, dari kakak Ica.
Jujur aja lagi gila-gila MPL sih emang. Makanya bela-belain ke sini juga karena kemarin kan di regular season nggak bisa datang ke Jakarta. Ya udah ke Bandung aja gitu.
Bandung aja, pokoknya memang lagi menggandrungi banget nih. Dan Alter Ego adalah tim favorit, langsung gas ae.
Iya benar.
Gas ae. Dari apa? Mas Imam jauh-jauh nih.
Apa?
Rela jauh-jauh kenapa?
Oh, itu sekalian buat liburan sih sekarang.
Oh liburan, refreshing Bude nyampe ke Bandung ini ya dan nonton tim kesayangan.
Yes, dua-duanya punya tim favorit. Kita pun pasti banyak banget yang ada di kolom komentar, yang ada di Eldorado berharap timnya akan mendapatkan kemenangan. Namun tentunya semua itu hanya bisa dibuktikan dari kedua tim yang beradu. Kita akan melanjutkan permainan kita di game kedua. Siapa yang akan mendapatkan poin? Apakah Alter Ego atau Bigatron Alpha? So panelists, monggo.
Thank you so much, Bude, Clara, Mongstar, as well as thank you towards Alisa. And we actually got a little bit of a sneak peek as to how packed the arena is right now. The audience, the fans, they're really pulling through.
Yeah, because they already got home from school, or even maybe some of them take a break for their works and wants to come here.
Oh, take a break? Do you mean like they're skipping
Lunch break,
work?
yeah, lunch break. They come to MPL.
A 2-hour lunch
Yeah,
break?
yeah.
Is that what
Might
you do?
be, it might be.
Is that
Sorry,
okay,
boss,
Chef?
I need to print something. I need to have a meeting outside.
I didn't teach that.
2 hours
That
lunch break.
That's not me, guys. That's not me. But anyway, match 1, game number 2 is coming real soon. And we did talk a little bit more about, what Alter Ego can improve, but specifically speaking now, is there anything in terms of their execution that needs to be sharpened?
I think in the early game, right, just now, they picked the Hylas, right? They picked the Hylas towards a 1-1. Why are you putting so much emphasis on the gold lane? Because you don't have a set. It's going to be super tough for you to actually use the Hylos potential in the early game to be able to shut down the 1-1 early on. And there is a lot of potential for it to get overturned because they have a Tigreal, they have a Chow as well, so it's gonna be hard. But Eterna.
So let's ask you guys. What did you guys think? Like, we asked Sheffin, we asked Colius, but what about you guys? How do you think that Alter Ego can bounce back for game number 2? And drumroll please.
Give Nile an assassin.
Okay,
75%.
75% give Nile. We did talk about that. Let's see the next one. 17%. Watch out for Luke zoning. Okay, he was on the show earlier on. 8%. What's that? Give Owen an initiator hero.
But yeah, like we say on the key to victories before, I think the Battle of Assassin is really important if Alter Ego and Gigatron want to have like a comfort zone team fight or even a comfort zone game.
I think I like the third one more because even in the regular season, as I said earlier, every time there's a Hylos, early in the season for Alter Ego, it's always pick or ban, pick or ban. Why not just pick an actual set hero for Hylos to be able to thrive, for your jungler to be able to thrive? But on the second point though, I don't know if that's gonna be possible if Luke's on Chow, man.
Okay, wait a second, right? Let's go back to that third point. Owen.
Yeah.
You want Owen to be given an initiator hero.
Yep.
Let's talk about what heroes, right? Because honestly, his performance on the Jawhead was so lackluster for me.
Well, Jawhead itself is kind of in a weird situation right now. I think Edith would be the most ideal target for Owen. The thing about the Chow is the difference between Bigatron Alpha and also Alter Ego. The Chow for Bigatron Alpha is possible to be flexed. Now, if you want to give the flex towards Alter Ego on the Chow, you're going to give a Chow towards Nino.
Nino?
Possibly. No, like the flex. The potential of the flex.
Right. Which is possible.
So you can
which
already
is
guess.
not good for me.
I mean, Nino was known to be a Cho player,
Yep.
despite it being in the gold lane.
I
He
don't
was
know,
a
man.
he
Back in
was
the day.
he was like Kabuki, right? That was Nino and Kabuki's thing. Like season 7, season 8, Cho, Kabuki,
On the gold lane side.
Yuzong, Kabuki, as well as with Nino too in the gold lane.
Yeah, with Benedetta, of course.
Yes.
Yeah, with that's why I want to mention something about Benedetta. I think we already see that Benedetta tank is being picked on MPLBH, right? So maybe Nino can use Benedetta tank instead of the not enabler hero.
Do you like that? A Benedetta in the EXP lane?
I think it can be somehow, it serves a purpose as a Katot Kacha replacement. Because Katot Kacha has a lot of sustainability, has a lot of mobility on the upper of Guardian as well, has a bit of set, which Benedetta kinda has on the Electro Final Blow, even though she uses Revitalize. But I don't know if that's gonna be an ideal pick for Alter Ego, man. Because Bigatron Alpha, they can play the disengage game really, really well as anybody in MPL Indonesia.
I think
Okay.
it's a cheap pick for them if they want to use it.
So speaking of picks, now in game number 2, it's actually Bigatron on second pick. So Alter Ego have actually chosen
Makes sense.
first pick. How will this change the drafting phase for Alter Ego especially?
I think first of all, Vanny will get him banned again on the second game. But for Suyo, this is the question: are Bigatron gonna let the Suyo goes?
That might be possible. So right now, the question for Bigatron Alpha is, do they wanna, what's gonna be the third ban? I think it's still gonna be, wait, Chip, right?
Chip.
Chip on Alter Ego. They might actually let it go. Even though, to be honest, if a team is really good, okay, actually ban it.
Calm down. I know you were excited. I saw the excitement in your face, Sheffin, but Chip does get banned here from Bigatron as we enter the drafting phase for game number 2, presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy S24 FE. And there it is. That's the change. All right, Suyo being banned out. Fanny's taken away from from Niall. And now Alter Ego go with the Harith, Matilda, and the Jushin. First pick for Alter Ego. Predictions.
Edith, for me.
Yeah, Edith too. But it can be possible if they want to use the other tank heroes like Gato Kacha. Gato Kacha is still open right now.
Wait, yeah, Gatot would be better, I think. It's much more...
Gatot for Owen.
It's still a flex.
It is comfortable hero.
Wait, do they want to go for a Ling and save the Gatot/Edith pick on the second phase? Because I feel like Bigatron Alpha, they don't want to use the Edith and Gatot right away because that kind of eliminates the flex potential. Oh no!
Wait a minute.
Oh no.
Alpha first pick? What kind of strategy that they want to play? Because in the first game, Niall Alpha is not have a good time.
Yeah, I mean, look, Niall is that type of player that needs... He's kind of like Kyrie. Like, couple seasons ago, right? When Kyrie was forced on utility junglers, you couldn't really see the full potential of Kyrie. Now, it's the same thing for Niles. So the fact that Alter Ego once again have committed towards this alpha, it poses a big question. Who's going to be the carry? What's their main idea? Who's going to be strong lane?
Or is it gonna be Alpha Nino?
Nah, I don't think so, Coleus. We gotta tone it down a little, but right now they have 1-1 and also Valentina, a pretty much a signature picks for both of these guys. Eman, it worked out really well in the first game, but right now, Coach Fura, they have to think of a setter hero. Is it still gonna be the Chow? I think it is, if Alter Ego is not gonna pick it.
Because Gacha looks bad against 1-1 if they want to pick at Gacha right now. And the other is like Khalid. Khalid is like the frontliner heroes who can make 1-1 fly faster if he open the weaknesses.
What is it gonna be?
Oh, we forgot about this. Oh, Roundel on Luoyi. You said this. You said this, Coleus.
Yeah, last night we already said it as Roundel have the hero pool like using Luoyi to initiate the movement or the rotation faster. Using the diversion, so he can make the rotation really fast against Bigatron. So maybe, like Shevin said before, if they want to aim or choke Eman on the gold lane, using Luoyi might be the best option.
So it's gonna be the Hylas here for Coach Fura. But the Phobius, man. This is not the good old Phobius that can counter 1-1. Okay? You need to proc your ultimate your own. It doesn't proc throughout dashes. So in a way, you're kind of giving away a crossbow attack to Eman if you jump in.
And on top of that, like that would still be forgivable had Alter Ego been able to pick up the Matilda. But with the Matilda off the board, this feels like Alter Ego are going for a composition that's very all-in.
Yeah.
Go big or go home, all-in or nothing.
Hence why they picked the Hylas to further enhance the disengage potential. And also, if they want to take it the aggressive way, Glorious Pathway.
And I think Alter Ego for Heist, he's gonna using like a high ground heroes, like for example maybe Clint or Layla.
Oh,
really? Where is this information coming from? He said Alpha EXP earlier on.
I got inside, we didn't know until it getting picked by Alter Ego.
I mean, guys, Coleus, he has his connection, so let's not count that out, that possibility out just yet. But let's see what's on the table. We see an export being banned by Alter Ego. Why did they ban the export here?
It's because Super Ken is known to use the export jungler a lot, and against an alpha, against a Phobius, it kind of serves as a counter. The slows, the true damage is gonna be really hard for them to counter. And right now,
they're banning the heroes that can.
Wow, those are two cheesy picks for Super Ken, and they banned both. Interesting.
Yeah, but another Tigreal for he. I think so. There's another initiator for Bigatron, but Luke using Hylas. So the playstyle of Luke will be different from the first game, because on the first game he's using Cho, who can initiate or go to the backline, but now he's using Hylas, the sandbag in the front line.
And I want to ask about this Hylos, right? Because we haven't really seen this be popular, especially in MPL PH. Why are we still using the Hylos? What factor does it serve?
Ooh. First of all, it's Alter Ego. Wait, no, it's Bigatron Alpha, right?
Alter Ego in game 1, and now they pick it up for Bigatron in game 2.
Well, in this case, against a Phobius, it is a good lane against a Phobius. You can survive a lot, and right now, I think it's... Oh! They're not gonna go for a carry. I thought they were gonna go for a carry, but it's gonna be a Moskov and a Ruby. So good setup to combo it with a diversion also. A lot of utility as well. The last pick, Nolan on Super Ken.
I thought Kari was the best option for Heist if they want to use it, because they have two frontline, Tigreal and Hylos. It can be easily melted by Kari on the late game, but now using Moskov, I think they want to play like for the long lane, so they can secure the long lane.
Does Moskov win in the lane against a 1-1?
Well, in the first game, he didn't. I don't know if that's the case of Eman being better than Heist, but I think it's more of a skill matchup on that note.
Okay, so if we had to choose which draft before we get into the game, we'll start with you, Coleus. Okay, Bigatron.
Bigatron for me.
Bigatron Alpha for Coleus. What about you, Shefin?
The Tigreal on key is just way too much, man. I think I'm taking Bigatron.
All right, 2 Bigatrons once again, ladies and gentlemen. And remember, momentum is going to be very important for both Bigatron and Alter Ego. If Alter Ego can't take it back, this might be disastrous. But, ladies and gentlemen, let's throw it over to our casters to bring you game number 2.
To Mobile Legends.
Will Bigatron Alpha inch even further to 0? Or will they be able to defend that 1-1 for Alter Ego?
Is that a revitalized Phobius I spy on the side of Alter Ego? I mean, throughout the drafting phase, we were so confused. We thought the Gatot Kacha was definitely going to show up earlier, but again, a lot of plans here, a lot of mind games from both teams. That's a revitalized though, with 2 Purifies, Alter Ego, with all the respect towards Bigatron Alpha.
Yeah, so much respect from the damage coming in. And he needs the sustainability to really win out against the high loss. Now mid prio again, Owen Roundel might be in trouble.
Wow, Purify baited out early, Super Ken with the cooldown boots.
The emblems though, Arashi, anything in particular?
Oh, the agility, oh, hang on a minute, Owen.
This might be a flicker bait. Nope, Moreno walking forward again, just clears the wave.
All right, looking at the emblems, agility and tenacity for Key allows him to roam around, which is why earlier, the fact that level 1, or level 2 even, you can just shove someone out of position so early on. It's just so value. High is going for full defense, knowing that there's so much burst damage, so much aggression coming in from Bigatron. Wanting to make sure that he can have enough time to stay alive, to kind of play the drawn-out fight. Because again, with 2 fighters, you're the ones who want to fight to actually go the distance and allow the backline members to actually do their jobs. So we'll have to wait and see, man. Alter Ego, they're going with a very defensive approach, even though in theory, with the low Yi, they want to be the ones aggressing here.
Yeah. Owen in defense, Owen looking for a full Nile, Swerve Alpha.
Key flickers out of that. Big flicker bursted or wasted here for the side of BTR.
Yeah, look at the items. Previously, 2 warrior boots coming in from the Luo Yi, Roundel, and also Highs. They need that physical defense, that bit physical defense to really just rile and deal with Bigatron Alpha's physical burst. The Feel Like Turtle getting for free for Nile.
As the pressure coming in from the jungle, from the EXP and the mid lane on the top side of the map, it's definitely too risky. Moreno tries to try and rotate around, get something. Oh, look at this though.
A little bit of a skirmish over. Superkin trying to go for a little bit of flank. It's going to be him pinned down. Owen with a flicker. And Superkin will be compromised. First blood over to Heist.
Good proactive play with a diversion up top towards the purple buff. They corral and take down Super Ken. That is a huge kill towards Highs.
Definitely an interesting play right there. It's the right idea, right? They go into the jungle of Bigatron, and when they don't find Super Ken, they're like, okay, where could this guy be, right? This guy that wants to always be active on this side of the map. Maybe he's in our jungle, and they do spot him and chase him down. Look at this, Owen being targeted, but the Ruby, man, it's a pesky matchup when you're a Tigreal trying to find ways to be effective against a Ruby, right? That's the one advantage that Alter Ego kind of has to try and deny all these divers, you know, maybe delaying them a bit with that Donut Woke kick.
Roundel very low. This might be an assassination. Roundel way too overextended. I think Owen had info that Supercat was in that bush.
Yeah, he met with the Key down bottom of the river. And now even for Aman, he's gonna walk up towards mid, looking to pressure this, get that prio on mid, and prepare themselves for a turtle coming in 40 seconds. And Highs will just clear down a bottom. 3 players stacking, stolen diversion. They're gonna make a flank play right here.
Uh-oh. Might actually read in perfectly into Niles. Pathing. They're maneuvering bottom lane. They finally, I think they see him. Oh, Nile spotted. No flicker. Oh, Glorious Pathway coming down now. Oh no, he hit the wall! The worst possible. Spear of Alpha happening here with Revitalize as well. Now the implosion to lock Owen down. A brilliant play. Secure them prio on the turtle.
A mini blunder there from the defensive Spear of Alpha, but Highs next on the chopping block.
Yes, Purify, but I don't think you can Purify damage. They're just gonna all-in him under the turret. Crossbow attack, unnecessary. They won't even go for the turtle. They're just gonna go for the gold underneath that turret. Luke taking a whole lot of damage. Aman still has the crossbow attack. Now Key brought back again. Aman in the midst of it all needs one more weakness point, but will not be able to find it. Big blunder from inside of Bigatron Alpha as Alter Ego take the advantage back.
Oh, they took that fight and now they lose all control over the turtle, man. Alter Ego with a bit of a win. Man, good things come to those who wait, and Alter Ego, surprisingly, is looking like the more patient team as Nino
walks up. Oh, with I'm offended flicker combo. Super Luke on the Glorious Pathway. Spear of Alpha to lock him down. To take that kill, Moreno steals the diversion away. And Bigatron Alpha, they've lost that lead.
Oh, that lead that they had earlier. They were setting their eyes on the turtle, but then they overextended Alter Ego. They're able to turn it towards their favor, even getting that purple buff control, and even the turtle as well. Now diversion play again by Roundel. but just to give Heist that space in the bottom lane.
All right, man, now a bit of a lull in the action. But once again, consider Bigatron Alpha, they're trying to find their way around the map a bit more reliably, but Alter Ego with the built-in diversion that doesn't have to be stolen with the IMU, is able to actually find a lot more moments here. But look at this game fact by our new application, GoPay.
Among all MPL regions, Moreno is the only mid laner to achieve a Maniac, not just once, but twice. Not even a few can do it. Moreno, he steps up on these big games. He was the game changer in game number 1, but the diversion play now looking for something. Nile might again be the same victim right here.
Oh! Implosion locks him down the Glorious Pathway as well. Great picks for BTR with the diversion.
The fact that they're able to find the jungle again and again, it's a great value. And because Bigatron are playing this dynamic style, Nino's kind of left alone. This is a strong laner, the Phobias, that wants to kind of go and do it out. But since he's kind of left alone, to just clear the waves, you can see he's falling behind you in the maneuverability. Bigatron are just outmaneuvering Alter Ego, even though in theory, Alter Ego is supposed to be able to match this as well.
Yeah, the items now, Thunderbolt completed for Nino, and even the Talisman for Aroundel to give them an extra cooldown reduction. But anything in particular you see, Arashi?
Well, they're starting on the side once again, followed by most likely the glowing wand from Moreno.
Yeah.
So it's a combo that's kind of working really well for him. And on top of that, you saw, I think Supercan starting to build up some of the items. Not really at that maximum burst power spike just yet, but I think he's still willing to go in for the contest. Nile is 1 level down.
Turtle, half HP. Moreno dealing with the I'm offended. Key implosion! Over to the back. I'm offended gonna be safe just now as Nile goes with the but the combo is massive. Nino walks up forward. Damage coming down. Nile will fall. Nino getting another stack of Infernal Pursuit over to Super Luke, who will not be able to survive. But hold up just a second. This horse is a tanky boy. Heist gets the kill. That's a 3 for 1. But Turtle over to BTR.
They're not stopping here.
Moreno spots it, goes for the Terrify, flickers out. Iman walking up, now gonna be popped by the Infernal Pursuit. Nino decides against going in with the Infernal Pursuit. Bigatron disengages, Highs in the bottom lane, getting a free turret.
This is so valuable for Alter Ego. Look at Highs just spinning and gunning down that bottom side turret. They also able to collapse onto Bigatron Alpha on that little skirmish down bottom. But Key, with the conceal, looking for something, but no. Highs will just go away scot-free.
Man, Bigatron, they're getting great engages, but afterwards, they gotta be a bit more aware of the composition. When you're against a Logi and a Phobius, you get grouped up together by the yin-yang effect, and then just bounced on by Nino, getting hit by all the damage coming in from Owen as well, just all the AoE. You gotta be careful in the spacing, right? Initially, after the implosion, go get your burst damage out, and then spread apart, man. You can't stick around together when you're against a team like Alter Ego. Looking at the player head-to-head here between Nile and Supercan, one of the highlighted matchups, Supercan definitely still has the edge, using that mobility and using the fact that Bigatron has been again and again using the diversion to target Nile in the jungle, right? Slowing down his farming speed. So even though in theory, the Nolan and the Alpha has the same clear speed, Bigatron is getting an advantage there in the jungle department, but that can only last for so long. I mean, Nile has already caught up.
Yeah, glowing one completed by Moreno, and if you take a look at Nino, he has 6 assists out of 7 kills that Alter Ego has. Nino has been present for most of the 6 times they fought. Super Luke might be the one to open the bush, but he might be caught.
I'm offended, used up already. Nino will go for Infernal Pursuit. Super Luke passing Revitalize. Moreno goes for a little bit of poke. Lord Pry over to BTR. Supercan dealing with the wave in the mid lane. But take a look at Highs. Busy, always on this Moskov.
Always on the split push, always on the segue play, looking to just open up the side lanes. And Iman will be the one to catch it. And this is the way they will distract Bigatron Alpha, who really responds to this to this Moskov. But
Owen flickers, Spear of Alpha. Already used up. Key now with the implosion as well. Bursting it down. Owen, wow. Didn't expect him to disappear like that. Bigatron's got burst.
They will work on the Lord though, Nino. This is free. Back off. This is free. For Bigatron Alpha, Alter Ego, they don't have anything to do with this. But Moskov will be up top, looking to get the turret. No, not even the turret. They get the Lord. And Bigatron Alpha, they grab everything they have.
Man, that's so good, man. The burst onto Owen. Like we said, the Ruby as well is a utility type of hero. She isn't really inherently tanky. And Iman, with that advantage, picks up the Wind of Nature. Still won't help him against Nino, against Nile as well with the true damage. But it's definitely a great addition there when it comes down to those tricky outplay moments, considering how close Iman has been playing. He's been right next, up close and personal to the members of Alter Ego. Now with the Lord on their side. Can they actually go for something here?
Glorious pathway to the diversion as well. Fast implosion from Key. Finding 3, great purify. Spear of Alpha baited out. Key getting the shove on the 3 now. Super Ken walking forward with Fracture Nile. Very low. Will not be taken down. Now Iman walks forward, looking for all the weakness points. Will be able to find it. Iman gets the Inspire, but luckily, that's a winner crown. Nino low Ken with the assassination on the Fracture. Man, once the winner crown gets used up, they can't defend. Iman, wrong side of the base, pops into the nature, gets out of the base. Risky plays from BTR.
Super Ken gets the Fracture and the passive from the turret pops. Thankfully they have that second life, that second win. But Bigatron Alpha, they're just running rampant and running it down against Ultra Ego. They lose Nino, they lose Highs. That was the perfect pincers movement coming in from Ultra Ego, rather from Bigatron Alpha.
I mean, dude, the fact that they were able to actually go in and out again and again, bait out resources from Ultra Ego was just so good. Now looking at the advantage here, 2.5k gold more or less for Super Ken, almost 1.5 for Moreno. Both of them in that previous fight dealt close to 10,000 damage on the hero that's essentially cooldown based. They're able to get in, get their damage out, hide away in safety, out of vision, and come back in. Ultra Ego, if they want any chance of winning this game, they have to find ways to force Bigatron Alpha to commit, the same way they did in the previous fight, where Ultra Ego were able to get all of the value. But with the adjustment from Bigatron, you're seeing it with how they position, with how they approach the fights, from 2 different angles, with starter timing. Ultra Ego are definitely struggling right here to get a right read, and because of that, even the diversion from Rondo hasn't really been able to be used to its full effect from Ultra Ego.
Yeah. I have to bank on a momentum, but it's so hard because Bigatron Alpha, they have way too many collapse tools they can use. Even Super Luke just constantly opening up his body. The Glorious Pathway looking to just run around Ultra Ego, and this is going to be a tough hill to climb. Even Bigatron Alpha just waiting for the momentum to catch Ultra Ego. Ultra Ego is just caged in their base. They don't have control of their own jungle. They don't even have control of the side lanes as well. Now then the question becomes, how does Ultra Ego really play this out? Will they play the base defense scenario?
I feel the base defense scenario isn't as good as it was in game number 1. Now they have to find ways to kind of catch Bigatron Alpha in a combo, right? Group them together and then get all those AoE damage in. But Bigatron, look at that setup, dude. Gathering on the far side of the map away from the Lord to ensure that Highs does not have a safe time to really go for the sideline push. Now they see both the Loyi and the Moskov. Bigatron Alpha are going to try and force them to try and make a move, and they have done it.
Look at Moreno. He spotted the diversion. He spotted Moskov now in the mid lane, clearing out the wave. Bigatron Alpha with the Prio Key. Walking up forward now with the Spear of Alpha. He will not be able to find him with a crown. He's up. SOD Super Ken winning out the Red Tree battle as Nile will be locked down now with the crossbow Tang as well. Again, Super Ken getting out. Crossbow Tang not getting rid of it. Memana popped into nature as Nino jumps for the pursuit. Luke for Nile, but the Lord again goes to the hands of BTR. Diversion play all the way to the back. Roundel. His position is compromised. Moreno walks up forward, goes in high. From Super Ken. Nino with the infinite pursuit, chasing Super Ken down. He should be taken out, but no, he gets out. Iman baits in infinite pursuit towards his side. Gets all the weakness points. Doesn't have the crossbow attack. Now defended, but Iman will be shut down. Moreno gets the trade over. Owen with a flicker forward, backwards rather. Now as the Lord has taken the base turret. I don't know if that was worth it. Ultra Ego fought when the Lord was up. Owen getting caught by the Fracture. Moreno moving forward. The zone over. BTR 6,000 gold ahead. That is match point. 2-0.
The nail in the coffin in the last fight. They were able to match it out in the Lord Pit, but somehow with the stolen diversion, they're able to shut down the rotations from Highs, from Nino, and Bigatron. They strike twice. Ultra Ego on a thin thread they hold. One loss away from going home early.
Just like that, ladies and gentlemen, we're at match point. Bigatron Alpha going with a similar style. Both teams clashing once more in a action-packed, team fight heavy game. But in the end, Bigatron Alpha found the better adjustments, the better composition, and it really seemed like they are getting a better read out of Ultra Ego. The second game looks even more dominant than the first one.
It is such a treat to the eye for the Bigot Troopers in the building, in El Dorado. They're playing it so clean. They're playing it in a systematic way, not giving Ultra Ego the chance to really fight back and hit back. And even in some moments where Bigatron Alpha might look like they lose their grip on the game, they're able to give birth into moments like that. Either it's a key implosion, either it's a Moreno movement coming in. Alter Ego are just caged. And now what do? Game number 3 will be the last, or possibly the last game that Alter Ego might play in this season.
They're overthinking it. Alter Ego are hard. Like, they're literally just, they're overthinking it in the drafts. I understand that the X-Work is a big problem, especially if you go Gatot Edith, but if you want Prio, at least you'll get that, right? Here in the comp, it's kind of a mix. They wanted to do everything, and in the end, they couldn't do anything.
It's just too much. Jack of all trades, master of none, quite literally. And Alter Ego just isn't that kind of team. They can function with that flexible style. They've always been a more headstrong type of gameplay.
Moreno used the diversion more than Roundel, I think.
Yeah,
that's true.
The Phobius didn't join any fights up till the third turtle, I believe, as well. Bigatron were able to actually guide the course of the game so far away from the win conditions of Alter Ego.
My, oh my, what a game. And we, of course, will throw it back to the panelists to give their thoughts on this game.
Thank you so much, casters, for game number 2. And we're at match point 2-0 for Bigatron Alpha right now in our third Chaos Derby of the season. Goliath, let's start with you. How did you think that went down?
I don't see any Alter Ego's DNA on the first 2 games. Like, prioritizing Alpha again with Nile, one of the best assassin user. I don't know what is on their mind.
I mean, technically, before we get to you, Chef, and technically, with their Alpha pick, they were able to get the early game prio, right? We saw the fast rotations that they had, especially with the Luo Yi in the mid lane. And then we also saw that they were able to take that first objective. So it was different, a different start to game number 1 for game number 2. But do you agree with this still? Alpha still a problem?
I think right now, yes, they have to change gears. They have to change the whole plan, man. Because Alpha first pick for Nile is just not it for me, at least. And one thing that I really don't like is just the Phobius, the way he used. And it's not really Nino's fault as well, because he's on against 1-1, Usually we see Phobius just jumping around in the, doing jumping jacks in the Land of Dawn, but this is not the case in this game. His capabilities is very limited. The fact that he used Winter Crown on second item is already very worrying, and it makes sense.
All right, now on the Phobius, we didn't see a Phobius Vengeance, we didn't see a Phobius Flicker, we actually saw a Phobius Revitalize. Was that a problem to Nino's gameplay, or
Nah, maybe...
what was wrong with that?
Here, when Phobius is using the Infernal Pursuit and then one using the Crossbow of Tank, I think he can immune some of the Crossbow of Tank damage, right? But he needs to make the Demonic's Eyes, the passive from Phobius is connected to the others. But during team fights, I think Bigatron already knows that they didn't want to get close to the Phobius, so 1-1 can get all the full damage.
I think one of my main problems too is the way Alter Ego executed team fights. The fact they have Luo Yi, okay? And they got Luo Yi by Valentina. That is worrying. And Bigatron Alpha so far, they have been the more practical team. They have been the more flexible team in their approach in a team fight. And MVP, Eterna, who are you guessing?
It's no question. Absolutely no question. We're going to see a back-to-back MVP here, ladies and gentlemen. Player of the game presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy S24 FE. Against the Yi, no problem. Against the Luo Yi, no problem. This Valentina is now a problem for Alter Ego. Still with a very similar kit, right? We see the Brave Smite once again. And in terms of itemization, it was also very similar. But what really stood out to us especially was those diversion plays. That was the make it or break it moment for Alter Ego, in my opinion.
Yeah, Moreno stole the show. This show is for Roundel to using the diversion for Luo Yi to make the rotation, but now he's always using the IMU.
Yeah, unfortunately too for Alter Ego, the way they handle the diversions is not that great either. We can see one instance now, this is it. Nile, the Spirit of Alpha, kind of stuck the wall. And the other one, when Moreno used the diversion, it was quite well telegraphed, I think. It was a solid 3 seconds before Nile was getting ganked. And at that point, I think it is just... how do you counter it? Even when the diversion play... Yeah, this one.
He didn't see the...
3 seconds.
Conceal.
And I think he didn't have the Spirit of Alpha. That is why he's a bit caught off guard.
But it's so interesting, right? Because even in the drafting phase, you mentioned, Colius, Roundel, Luo Yi, this is a power pick
Power pick.
for Roundel.
Yeah,
But it's interesting as well because even Mirko mentioned, I think the amount of times that Roundel used the diversion was much less than the amount of times that Moreno used the diversion.
Because Moreno is always stealing using IMU and always looking for where Niall is.
Looking.
Man, the way that Biggerton Alpha takes the teamfight is just so good to watch because it's not just one layer of teamfight they're bringing. When the implosion is gone, they still want to pump on the gas. You know, the diversion is still there. Even when the crossbow tank is already neutered by the Winter Crown from Nino. Oh, Super Kent is coming in right out of nowhere.
Really, really great pincer movements coming in from Super Ken. There were so many moments that they were able to just eliminate Highs altogether, right? He was rendered completely useless on the Moskov. But it was a 14-minute game, ladies and gentlemen, for game number 2. In terms of emblems, did anything stand out that affected the course of the game?
Highs. Basic common emblem, firmness, tenacity, and the quantum charge are he's too afraid to getting like picked off by the opponents. It's too much defensive emblems on Highs, so where's the damage?
I think his plan is just to bang on the late game and his wave clear. Compared to Biggerton Alpha, the wave clear is kind of lackluster when you think about it. And, you know, he's kind of relying on his late game potential, but he didn't quite get there at that point because Biggerton Alpha is just way too clean with it. As we kind of take a look at the exact statistics here, the total department, just as regular season, Biggerton Alpha leads the league in turtles taken. Alter Ego is nowhere near the top 5, so it just... Oh, wait, is that a total? Okay, I misread that. It's a Lord, right? The second one. My bad. So yeah, 2 Lords for Biggerton Alpha, so the objective game was heavily favored towards them because they have a really good setup towards the Tigreal and also a way to zone out the members of Alter Ego in that Hylas.
Yeah, Luke's play his role very well as the Sundeck to go in front of them and make it baiting for the other skills. And because Luke is already building like the bleed armor, I think it's gonna be hard for Highs if he wants to like poking the Luke.
So yeah, it was much too difficult for Alter Ego. I don't know. What do we think about this? Is it a draft issue? Is it the execution that's still not on par? Well, we're gonna take a look at the statistics first. However, ladies and gentlemen, and the GPM once again goes to Super Ken, but this time he's not an assassin. He's on Nolan.
Yep, using Nolan, I think he have the high mobility. That's why he can collect the gold easily and collecting like 162 gold per minute.
Yeah, it is quite a good stat to see here. And total assists, by the way, it's led by Highs, I believe. Is that Highs? Oh, that's Roundel. Okay, so some signs of retaliation from Alter Ego, even though that's sick.
Oh no, it's Owen.
Oh, it's Owen. Didn't really mean anything in the end if you didn't get the W. And at this point, it's just, I think you gotta gamble on something. Nile Assassin or anything like that. Just bring out all the cards that you have because right now you are on your last lifeline.
This is it.
Yeah.
Might be their last game. So just play for it. Play like all out what they have.
Bigatron, let go of the Fanny. Come on, it's time.
You
have a couple more lives here. We want to see the Fanny Ling showdown. Maybe Super Ken wants to pick up the Fanny instead, right? Put Nile on the Ling, you know, make things interesting. But remember when we asked the audience, right? One of the points was make sure Owen gets a hero that can initiate. And he was on the Ruby, and yet still, it wasn't enough to win the game.
I think it give Nile Assassin.
Assassin 2, that was the highest.
That was the
So
highest.
maybe that's the answer?
Maybe, but I think at that game, I think Owen kind of serves the purpose as a way to appeal to because over the course of the game, Key was able to get some good implosions, right? And the cancels coming in from Roundel and also Owen was actually really good. I didn't really expect them to execute a team fight while Nile is actually getting locked down by the T-Girl, but unfortunately, man, Biggerton Alpha is just, I think way more experienced than Alter Ego at this point.
And that's even considering the fact that Bigatron still made errors in their game. Right? We saw it was very glaring in game number 2. Eman, very interesting.
Out of all the players, by the way, it's the PH one. I'm sorry, Filipinos. I'm not taking any offense towards the Filipinos
I'm
out
not
there, but
involved in
usually this is a compliment, alright? Because Filipinos are known to be disciplined. But Eman at that time, 3 times, I think. You know, in the bottom lane, he took the short route and getting punished.
On the opponent's base.
On the opponent's base,
Under turret.
Yeah, it's just the unnecessary moves needs to go away.
Maybe it's because he didn't get gifted something.
What do you need?
I'm talking about this. Happy birthday, by the way, Chefin.
Oh my god.
I hope you like it. I
you
hope
so
he
much.
likes it.
Oh my god.
While you unbox it and show, yeah, you have to unbox it.
Oh, okay.
Show the audience. You know, it's still
It's mine.
yours.
It's mine.
It is. But you know, show them what we got you, right, Colius? Because we're gonna talk about the device that he's holding in his hand right now. Because did you know, ladies and gentlemen, there's something new from the Samsung Galaxy S24 family lineup, and that's the phone that he's holding onto right now, the Galaxy S24 FE. So for those of you who are looking for a phone with flagship performance but a budget-friendly price, the Galaxy S24 FE is the perfect choice because, Colius, tell us the price.
It's only around 9 million.
Wait, no
IDR.
way.
Only 9 million
It's
IDR.
below 10 million.
Exactly. With those specs. How nice does it feel in your hand right now?
Oh, it feels nice.
Because remember, this phone has the AI photo assist feature. So when you take selfies, Chefin, you can look even more Sigma. Yeah, like that.
Maybe?
I guess that's community. But ladies and gentlemen, there is more because for all MPL viewers, you guys can get a free 25-watt travel adapter, a 200K IDR Google Play voucher, and a free permanent MLBB skin when you buy it on Samsung.com/ID using the promo code Galaxy S24 FEX. MPL. So hurry up because this promo only lasts up until October 31st. That's Halloween. October 31st,
That's Halloween.
guys. So you have until Halloween to make it yours. Luckily, Chefin already has it as a present.
And you can get an additional discount of 500,000 IDR for your first purchase on the Samsung Shop app. Wow.
Basically 8.5
Yeah.
for S24.
Yes.
That is.
You get the AI features, you get the amazing, camera quality, the hertz, the refresh rate.
I mean, it's used for MPL, right?
Battery. That's true. Maybe super. I'm blanking out. Super Iman.
Super Iman.
Super Iman.
I have to say super. Super Iman wasn't holding what you're holding right now.
Right now.
I think you stole his. Did you? Is that actually his?
Might be, I don't know. You were the one who gave it to me.
Yeah.
Did you stole it?
Maybe I did steal it.
Wow.
Hey, Turner is a thief?
It's okay. Chefin's more important to me.
Whoa.
Oh.
Funny, I didn't say that. Okay, I'm
Didn't
not...
mean that
Okay,
in
okay,
a
okay.
romantic way.
Okay.
But
Sorry.
anyway, yeah, get yours now, ladies and gentlemen.
Let's move on to the game
No.
number 3 though.
No, I can't.
What?
I can't. I don't want to say goodbye.
If you look outside,
Alter ego.
it's heavy rain outside. Even the sky is crying.
Oh, that's why we're wearing black, by the way, guys.
Uh-huh.
You guys are wondering why are the panelists all wearing black? It's because we're in mourning for the two teams that we have to say goodbye to today.
Yeah, we're mourning for Onyx and also Geek, Alter Ego.
Do you say geek?
No, Alter Ego and Onyx.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Not geek?
Yeah, for
He
sure.
said geek, right? Guys, he said geek, right?
No, Alter Ego and Onyx.
You can clip
Alter
it.
Ego and Onyx.
You can clip it and tag it to Chefin.
I mean, I thought he was a fan. But let's take a look at the top 5 turret secures. We have 5 players up on the board here. Turret secures Domeng at 137, Super Marco at 134, Kalura at 108. We have Eman slipping through here in the top 5 at 84, as well as Zing on 81.
But it's all Philippines, right?
That's true. Why is it
Filipinos.
Philippines?
Hey, to be fair, their playoffs just ended and we kind of lack matches.
Oh, yeah.
That's probably the case. We
Okay.
have 9 teams now. Do they have 9 or 8?
I don't know.
I forgot to.
I have to ask Mirko. Mirko, how many teams do MPLPH have? 8?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, there you go.
8 teams.
Thank you, Mirko.
But I just
Always
love,
there.
I love the playoffs right now, man. Because usually over the last few seasons, we gotta have to delude ourselves that Onyx not gonna win, but they won eventually. Right now, we have actual contenders here in MPL Indonesia Season 14.
I agree.
You didn't mean it's Geek Fang, right?
Yeah, for sure.
I don't
think so.
Wow.
It's okay. Let him, drown in his delirium.
Uh-huh.
It's okay.
So you're calling all Geek Fan fans delusional?
I mean, if they
Against?
look, hearing the rumors
Yeah?
and looking at FNOC performance in the
Last week.
few matches that they were in. I think it's going to be close, but I don't think Geek can take this. But let's ask the audience, what do you guys think? How can Alter Ego come back from this? Because again, they're at match point right now. They lose one more game, and it's goodbye
Deal.
for Alter Ego in the playoffs. And it looks like 56% give Nile an Assassin, 29% pressure the Iman lane, and 15% ban Keys Tigreal. So they still don't think that Valentina Moreno is a problem.
Because it's too expensive, I think, if you want to ban Valentina in this current meta.
Yeah.
But like we already know that Nile is like the carrier of Alter Ego when he's using Assassins. That's why we didn't see Nile carrying the team on the first game and the second game. I think it might be the answer, but how about the others synergy? Like the others heroes, like are Owen gonna have a comfortable heroes and everything? Because Nile itself cannot make the Alter Ego won the game number 3.
It is tough, man. And speaking of comfortable, right? Big Alpha, I just realized in game number 1 and game number 2, 3 picks are the same.
Yep.
So they don't really need to change anything in game number 3 if it's still working.
Is it ego pick?
The famous, Mirko quote, if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
I don't think Mirko invented that.
Yeah, he didn't, but he was the one that made it popular.
That's broke.
We have to... Anyway, in terms of picks, right, we do see, again, Alter Ego have opted for first pick. Do you think that they should make any changes in the bans for the first phase?
For Alter Ego, because they have first pick, I think Bigatron didn't want to let Suyo again lose. But for the first pick, I love the ideas when Aetherna said that Link might be a good option for Nile. So because it might be their last game, so go for it. If they feel comfortable.
I guess you have to really rely on Nile's skill ceiling because that's where he shines the most. Not on this alpha picks, but he's getting bullied over and over again in objective battles. You have to actually take bodies instead of take turtles.
So let's see whether or not Nile will shine in game number 3 as we get into the draft phase, ladies and
Okay.
by our official term, it's smartphone Samsung Galaxy S24 FE. Alter Ego go for the Harith. This is very similar bans, except the Wanwan does get banned out here by Alter Ego. We're waiting on that first pick. And it's Jushin. Jushin was let go.
Finally, yeah.
Yeah, so right now, I think Burak will save the Yif on the third pick. What's going to be the option here for them? In this case, Kacha is still open, Edith is still open, so a lot of flex and also a lot of sustainability against this Jushin. The route here, like they can take so many heroes right now. Suyo is still open too.
No.
Suyo's banned.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah, 2 bans for Mr. Nile Man, right? Fanny as well as the Suyo.
And again, Jushin is, I think, it's a tricky one if they want to use the frontline heroes like Gatot Kacha or even Khalid, because Jushin can easily like using the Lantern Flare on them and toss them back.
Yeah, I agree. Jushin is a very strong hero, I would say, against even utility junglers. So do Bigatron want to bet on that? They don't. They go for the Nolan and the Hylos. Once again, Alter Ego. Are you going to bring out the Assassins here? Maybe last pick?
I think Ling would be great here because Burak is presumably going to pick Yif here, and that is a really bad pick against a Ling. And right now, Bigatron Alpha is playing Alter Ego's game in the first game. The Yif and Hylos, presumably too. But I don't know if Burak will go that route because that's usually the route that every coach has taken in the regular season so far. And I believe Yif against Azushin, the win rate is still 100% on towards Yif in the regular season.
Right, see, but I don't know if there have been changes from the last update, but if I'm not mistaken, Nolan does well against the Ling. So that Nolan pick essentially denied the Ling pick away from Alter Ego. Or was it the other way around?
Yeah, the way around. Because it's really hard for you to get away from...
Well, either way,
Alpha.
Edith and Alpha once again.
Another Alpha for Nile, I think. But with Edith, I think the crowd control, it can be useful when they want to catch Nolan. And Yip, like you predicted before, it's the best matchup against the Jushin. But we need to see for the gold lane because most of the gold laners are gonna facing a hard time when facing against Yip.
So you might want to put some emphasis towards the mobility of the gold laners. Right now, the 1-1 is already banned, the Harith is already banned. The only option that offers mobility is the Claude, which Heist is comfortable at, but it's not really the greatest pick also in this meta, as Buraf bans the Gatot Kacha. Oh man, this is a tough one.
So what are our options, right? Because most of the marksmen that we see in this current meta, they're very short range. I think Claude does make sense against the Eve.
Because he can just enter using the battle mirror image and do the blasting duet. But I really don't understand of Alter Ego's draft during this playoff or during this match, because Bigatron is like letting Gatot Kacha. It's the power pick for Owen, and Nile is kept using Alpha. I think maybe they have some plan, but it didn't work on the first and the second game.
Yeah, that might be the case. Buraf bans the Phobius right here, and even though he doesn't have that XP laner just yet, because if they actually pick it too, it's gonna be bad for them because Edith and also Alpha is a really bad matchup against the Phobius. And I like that the bans from Alter Ego the second phase. The two heroes that really gave you a lot of trouble in game number 1 and game number 2, especially in the objective setup. And this is going to be a Beatrix for Eman. Oh man, so we can kinda assume it's gonna be a set hero for Bura.
Wait,
for
what if
He.
this Hylos goes into the EXP lane and...
I think EXP.
And then we see a roam pick here
Like
for
Kaja?
Key. Kaja, Franco, honestly.
Kaja Beatrix might be a good option.
What about Atlas?
Oh,
I love the idea.
I not really the fan.
Yeah, we need to wait the two heroes, I think.
Okay. Predictions. Last 2 picks for Alter Ego.
So right now they need a gold laner and also roam/EXP laner that can kind of dive towards the Eve and also the Beatrix. Oh man.
Hey, Benedettanino.
It comes out!
The type
Yeah.
is
We were talking about it!
Benedettanino and Clint for high ground heroes. But like obviously dependent on Edith. What do you think, Shivan?
Oh man, I'm still this Clint, man. I know it's good in the lane against Beatrix. It's good against anyone. But when you feel like look at the bigger picture, it is going to be a tough game. You have a dive hero in Nolan. You have pretty much a hero that you really cannot ignore in Hylos, and also the long-range artillery in this Eve. And it's going to be that Ruby to top it all off, which this might be an EXP Ruby, knowing that it's Benedetta EXP. It does well against it. And it kind of is Super Luke's favorite hero.
Oh no, is that a counter in the EXP lane? So Alter Ego are only holding the Clint in the gold lane as their strong lane.
For Benedetta tank, I don't think it's really that much of a problem, especially if you took the Revitalize, because you can trade some damage and actually clear the lane faster than a Ruby, so I don't think that's gonna be much of a problem for Nino.
And don't forget that Benedetta can distract them.
Yeah.
Okay, match point. Coleus, who are you holding?
Alter Ego.
Alter Ego. Sheffin?
I mean, at this point, anything happens in the draft, I'm still taking Bigatron.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, things are getting more intense than ever. One more possibility, one more chance. We're gonna throw it over to the casters to cast in game number 3 in this best of 5 series.
One shot, one chance. Their year might end right here. Will they be unmasked? Or will they prevail to force a game number 4 Alter Ego, everything on the line?
Wow. Man, we were assuming a lot of picks would be coming through there. The Atlas could mention over. I thought for sure, after seeing the Clint, they baited Heis into picking someone that can't go for the Purify. We were all screaming, Atlas, Atlas, Atlas! No, we won't get the Atlas. Keep on the horse. Something we are actually not used to seeing in the regular season.
Yeah, interesting picks as well. Nino with the signature, Benedetta. But this time around, the build, I think, will be much more defensive like we saw from MPL SG in the hands of Diablo. Not the emblems though, Arashi. What do you think about this?
Master Assassin for both gold laners. They definitely want to go toe-to-toe there. And on the side of the junglers, it's going to be the Season Hunter. It's going to be Impure Rage for the Alpha as well. Extra bit of damage, good mana in the jungle, because you want to spam all those spells. And look at the tenacities from the side of Alter Ego, man. Especially having the Sushin in the mid lane. They want to make sure that they have tankiness, but look at that reaction!
The flicker reaction time, more of a prediction actually, you know? And so for the Edith. Nile though, getting a lot of prio, everybody rotating mid.
Yeah, mid is the main focal point, the epicentrum of everything. Both these teams in the first few minutes of the game. And now, Beatrix against Clinton. What do you think about this lane?
Beatrix against Clint. And Clint definitely has a more trade advantage, but Beatrix has a lot more ways to kind of change the lane dynamic. Switch up your weapons, go for poke, go for a quick wave clear. And when it comes down to it, there's still an option for Bigatron to just allow that lane to just get cleared again and again. And that way the Clint can't really abuse that strong early game to try and shut down Eman. The mid lane though is where you have to keep your eyes on, because this is the Chushin that's been so oppressive, especially after the changes, right? No mana cost on that Lantern Flare. And using that, Altrigo definitely having a bit more prio here.
Way more prio. He would just take a bit of damage, pops in Revitalize, Spear of Alpha, they're all the combo down. Heat taken down, first blood over to Nino. Super Luke looking for a play. I'm offended. Whoa! Weird interaction with the I'm offended dash.
Yeah.
But Super Ken is staying busy. We'll use a Retribution to go for the steal on the purple buff. And you will get it. Owen looking for the chase, just gets poked by Highs.
Yeah, Super Ken counter jungles, get something out of nothing, thankfully though. But for Ultra Ego, they have the advantages on both sides, the kills and the total as well. Bigatron Alpha, they are on the pounce though. They're not looking to stop down the aggression.
It's kind of played slow here. As long as Bigatron don't commit and go into the range of the Tsushin, they can keep just poking and harassing, right? That's the advantage they have right here with all the slows, especially the combo coming in with the Glover's Pathway and the slows from the Void Crystals of the Eve. Man, that is a slow field of area that all Trigger have to try and walk through, right? But look at the Super Luke.
Flickers out of the Lantern Flare. Super Ken with the Retri.
Interesting. The blown away spell by Super Luke, that might be much crucial in the coming minutes because they will try to collapse onto the players of Bigatron Alpha, Ultra Ego, though they're taking their time, like how Arashi mentioned. They really want to be able to scale slowly into the game.
But again, on the way bot side though, Super Luke.
No flicker for Luke. And Nile might go for the Spear of Alpha, actually does get it. Super Luke in the midst of it all caught. Nile picks up the kill, a good gank over from Alter Ego.
Way too much damage coming through. The early game true damage coming in from the Alpha, man. Even when the Tsushin, in theory, is just all utility based, not too much damage, having an Alpha allows you to output all that damage. But you have to be careful, man. Super Ken is keeping up on curve, actually having an EXP advantage against Nile on the Alpha. So the backliners need to be very careful. Roundel is on a safe kind of... Oh, hang on a minute.
Nino opens it up. Might be forced to use Revitalize here.
Okay.
Use the final blow. That's already a big resource. No final blow. Team fight, Bigatron Alpha looking strong in the turtle. Super Luke rotating already. Has that offend. Owen! Or Shadow Flaker now finding the onward as well. Now it's going to be full collapse. Moreno will be reflected. Nile caught again, and Super Ken claims the double. And no turtle. It's just a double. Sheriff Highs is on the case.
It's high noon, but for everybody it is going to be a slaughter. Nino looking for the 1v1 towards Super Luke, but he won't be able to get anything because Super Luke is just way too sustainable in that mid lane.
A lot of damage coming from High still, but there's going to be all the covered gold taken by Bigatron. Unfortunately for Bigatron, they're unable to get anything in the middle of the map because of the wave clear coming in from the Benedetta. This tank build, a Revitalized Benedetta, is definitely a nice pick. You know, it's quite flexible, but Super Ken?
They might be too early. Nope. Beacon, Super Ken taken out. Roundel with a Crimson Beacon, able to just go in there and get him.
A lot of good chase for Alter Ego, man. This is the problem. Bigatron Alpha now against spammable, overwhelming crowd control. They kind of have to play it a bit safer here, especially with Moreno being on a Eve as well. He's not the same mobile, dangerous kind of mid laner that he was like on the Valentina. Now it's Nino that's being flashy, being in and out. So with Nile being on the Alpha, can Nino pick up the slack and use all that mobility and flashiness to try and get something? Looking at the items, have to see he's completed 4 highs, so definitely a lot of burst damage potential. But with the BOD completed, Eman will be doing a lot of burst damage. And if Altrigo don't space out properly in the fights, a big Bandit's Rage or Nibiru's Passion is going to shred through the whole roster.
Yeah, thankfully enough for... Owen is able to just pop in and go his pathway.
Yeah, Owen locked down. Super Luke with I'm offended as well. Owen cutting caught by the Fracture Key. Loses life too. It's a 1-for-1. Both roamers falling down.
This is the main premise of picking up the Clint is just to cut through the front lines, to cut through the tankiness of Bigatron Alpha. And it will scale pretty scarily come to the late game, don't you think?
I mean, scaling is definitely there for the side of both teams technically. But look at the mid lane, man. The control for pressure. Roundel!
Lethal Ignition tick. Roundel able to regen in time. Super Ken a level lead over Nile, and without the mid laner, Bigatron might just take the skirmish. Nile actually reset the turtle. Will give Bigatron a bit more control. Owen has the flicker, can go for the Earth Shadow flicker combo. Iman rotating already towards the turtle.
They want to buy time here and allow Moreno to poke everyone down. That could be a valid option for Bigatron. You don't really have to rush this. Now that Rondo is back though, definitely a different dynamic here, and look at Nino already setting up.
I'm offended. Banish Rage. Owen deleted before he can do anything. Nino in the back line. Spirit of Alpha connecting. Super Ken running away now. That's the eye for an eye over to Super Ken, who's able to dodge away. That's a free turtle over to Nile. Rondo pushing some damage. Super Luke. Lantern Flare barely on and picks him up to throw him to the guns of Sheriff Highs.
Alter Ego will not go down without a fight. Perfect execution. Nino in the backline being the executioner, just zoning out Super Ken. And this Benedetta might be the key to really stopping that pressure from Bigatron Alpha. But Alter Ego, all in all, a solid lineup.
They're doing great at a 1.5k gold lead, but they have to try and set their targets on the structures right here. Take out a lot of it as early as possible, because Bigatron, that late game high ground damage is absolutely there, and they have a strong front line that can't really be ignored, that can't really be skipped over, right? Nino can maybe dash towards the back line, but that's about it. So they have to try and use all of this advantage to leverage all that to try and go into the jungle, to try and take down these turrets early on here before Bigatron gets some more items that can allow them to wave clear a lot more efficiently.
And the question is, what do you think about the siege coming in from Alter Ego, Arashi? Do you think it'll be effective coming into the base later on?
It really isn't that good, honestly. The Sushin doesn't really do a lot of, doesn't have a lot of range, doesn't have a lot of damage as well, right? With the Lantern Flare just ticking down slowly but surely. The Clint is the only thing that they have at their disposal to help with the poke, to help taking down the turrets. But look at this trade coming from Bigatron. The Beatrix damage.
Power of the Bennett. Yeah, Nino will just be there to catch the wave, and Super Luke and Iman will just force their way back. And Alter Ego, they might be able to just open up their eyes and look for cross-map plays maybe, because their bottom side turret all going to be broken down. The top wave is pushing now, and Super Ken will be there to get it.
You have to remember that now the max HP for Key actually scales better in the late game, technically compared to the early game. So he has kind of leveraged this situation as well, right? Find ways to kind of use more of the utility as of for now, in order to like not be the main front line that can just tank everything. Because Roundel now picks up that Sky Piercer, and that's a lot of ways for him to proc that Sky Piercer due to the spammable nature of the Tushin.
The Lord setting their sights on this. Alter Ego might be playing a dangerous game. Bigatron Alpha also eyeing for this Lord, and Nino in the backline just will be the flanker.
Owen getting the onward down. Nile wins it out. Super Ken running away. Owen gonna be gunned down by the Demeter's Passion, but the real world Ablation catches them in the back. Highs was caught, soloed, isolated from the rest of the team. And it's a 3-for-0. A 3-for-1 snipe over. Iman not finding it.
The Lord feels so bland for Alter Ego. They lost 3 members, 2 of them core members. And Bigatron Alpha, they fight back, they bite back. Nino looking for something.
Nino still able to escape. Super Ken gets to purple though, and this will be a free turret in the mid lane. This Lord advantage is for Bigatron Alpha.
It's only the first Lord as well, so Bigatron Alpha can easily clear out the waves, clear out this Lord as well. And they're actually gonna get a lot more value from this situation. But Super Luke
pushing it over to Roundel. Owen with the onward as well. This should be Super Luke dying. Roundel gets the Sky Piercer stack.
A bit too far out alone without the damage from his team to kind of help him out. And looking at the situation like right here, Bigatron Alpha, I think they're at that point where they can clear very, very easily, man. Especially with the Wishing Lantern competed for Moreno as well. Even the frontliners, all these fighters that are giving Alter Ego so much fighting power, staying power, gonna be a lot more vulnerable with that max HP damage. You see they're already taking from Moreno.
Yeah, and the Zeusson will of course be the main zoning tool for Alter Ego to make their way. Heights almost gets assassinated. And Owen will be there to peel for him, but look at Nino doing light work up top, looking to just chop down the turrets slowly but surely. But Super Luke will be there to respond, and now Alter Ego, at least they're able to tone down the pressure, and they have the side lane pressure constantly on the hunt to just threaten Bigatron Alpha and their objectives.
Another big issue for Alter Ego is how do they deal with the burst damage coming in from Iman. Super Ken just waiting around, finding an opportunity to jump onto Roundel or Highs. So for Alter Ego, if they jump on anyone except for anyone but Iman, then Iman can just stay in the back and just gun all of these fighters down in the front line. So they have to try to find a way to either send Nino to the back maybe to distract him and stop the channels of those ultimates, or, you know, just jump on him outright.
Eye for an eye from Nino. That's a turret tier 1 up top for BTR.
Yeah, almost close. Nino almost got himself killed, but he's all fine. The Benedetta, after all, has that mobility to just rack up the damage and want the crowd control towards the backside. When the nature now for Heis, is this protection enough for him from the burst?
It's going to help a lot against Super Ken in particular, and he is one of the only big burst damage sources. And technically, in the midst of a big fight, it can also help him survive against something like a Nibiru's Passion or Bennett's Rage. So it's a great pickup for the Clint, definitely. But again, Alter Ego's problems are still the same, right? They don't really have a crazy strong front line. They have the Edith, but the Edith is going to be transitioning to a bit more of a damage dealer, especially when he pops that Primal Wrath. So Bigatron have the more solid front-to-back composition, and they have more range to play around with right now with the Renner, as well as the poke coming in from Moreno. So you can see Owen is going to be struggling so much here. Alter Ego are going to be forced to make a move desperately.
Look at that, onward, coming down. Naya winning on the retreat battle, but gets caught in the tough spot. Now Roundel about to be assassinated. He finding the pick off Nino in the midst of it all, finding the final blow to get keyed out. Moreno with a poke. Owen, can he survive? That's a lot of damage. Real world manipulation from Moreno. The snipe not connecting, but now Heis forward. Looking for the kills, but now with the nature, can he do it? Gunning him down slowly but surely. But Super Ken does too much. They overwhelm Alter Ego with damage. But remember, Niall got the Lord. Nino, look at the purple buff. It will be taken by Super Ken. No solo kill here.
Heis is insanely aggressive. Flickers forward for the kill. But thankfully, Nino was there to sustain him a lot longer with the Revitalize. But again, that is insane. 3 for 3.
But with 3 members down, Alter Ego, they already lose out in the high ground department, and now they don't really have ways to use this Lord either. Super Ken though, ooh, gets out with that movement there, but Nino is definitely on the hunt.
Roundel.
Oh. Super Ken, might go for a steal.
Fracture, lethal ignition ticking. No, he has the regen. He gets out, but he's very low.
Oh, that was so close. Super Ken looking to get the second bite of the cherry with that movement, but thankfully Roundel is still able to survive. And now, it becomes very scary for Alter Ego. The Beatrix damage is just nasty. How do they deal with this?
He's just trying to find a way to get onto him. Otherwise, there's no really way for them to really out-damage the Beatrix. Even when the Clint is at full items, he'll have a lot of burst, but once the skills are down, once he can't really trigger the passive any longer, it's going to be a lot more difficult. Whereas Eman, if he's on the Nibiru, he's going to be just shooting away, gatling away, doing all sorts of damage to the backline. The saving grace for Alter Ego, though, is they have a EXP laner that's a lot tankier than you would expect, with a lot of mobility. So you can see that he's been very actively playing on the side lanes, trying to pull apart Bigatron from their so solid front-to-back composition. And if they're able to catch Bigatron mid-rotation, right, then it's gonna work out fine. But if they stretch out too far, that's where Super Ken has been able to punish them as well. So there's a fine balance here in the composition, in the positioning of both teams when they're moving around the map. And that is where the difference is gonna be made.
Yeah, Bigatron Alpha balances all things, and now Super Ken also has that Sea Halberd to deal with a few of the anti-heals and anti-regens towards Alter Ego. Roundel gets the winner crown righteously. He needs to be able to sustain the burst coming from Bigatron Alpha. So does Super Luke with the same build and the same buy that he made. And now the question becomes, how long will Alter Ego survive? Because they need to look for a moment. They need to look for one big play that might change the course of the game. But for now, Bigatron Alpha is the one who's dictating the whole game.
They have more control because they do have the Hylas, right? The strong frontline difference. The fact that Alter Ego, if they really want to take out the Hylas, they definitely can. But with the Radiant Armor, Dominance Ice, with the Revitalize available as well, it's going to take a bit too much time. And that allows Bigatron, if they're in the right position, to capitalize. With a Demon Hunter Sword, though, Owen.
They go on to Super Luke now with what? Again with the winner crown as well. Moreno now with the real mobilization. It's going to be caught in the Nibiru's Passion. Nino as well. Great, I'm offended to get Roundel. Engaged there, and Man with nature. Nino waiting in the bush. Very sabar. Very patiently. But will not be able to utilize that patience. That was such a rush engage, I feel.
Yeah. It was so prompted. In a way that the follow-up was just so forced. And Alter Ego, no patience in their name. So ironic on how patient that Nino wants to be.
Man, that was a split-second decision for sure for Owen, man. He saw a chance to jump on the back line, the exact solution we were talking about earlier, but the follow-up just wasn't on point, wasn't in the right position. And against Bigatron, you can't do that. Iman dealt 15,000 damage in that fight, dude. Again, if he is allowed to just fully channel all of the spells, all of the ultimate damage, that's crazy. And even the basic attacks with the Nibiru, you saw what happened, man. Even Nino was chunked down to almost half HP with a single basic attack. That's some serious damage coming in from Iman right here. And with the Lord at their backs, Bigatron have enough high ground pressure to look for an end angle.
Oh, this siege is going to be ridiculous from Bigatron Alpha. They have a Renner, they have a Bennett.
Oh, look at that, Roundel.
They have that poke. Roundel taking a half HP already, and still the Enhanced Lord is marching down in the bottom lane that they are going to try to get 2 waves on. Another wave in the mid lane, and now that's going to be the Enhanced Lord charging down. Niall, can he do it? Oh, going to be an initiation again with the Bennett's Rage, taking a lot of HP. Then you got the Primal Rat, now Nino engaged upon. Used up the final blow. Fracture from Super Ken. Good maneuvers from inside of Alter Ego, but is it enough to keep the turret intact though? Oh. Renner, luckily Owen tanked that. Bigatron Alpha, 1 base turret is all they're gonna get with that first Enhanced Lord.
Just see what happened right there. The 3 members chunked down to half HP before the fight even broke out. That's the late game Yves damage, man. Moreno is absolutely lethal right here. And Bigatron has one more chance to play on the top side.
Oh man, Renner, the Iman damage is ridiculous. Even to the turrets, he's just slowly but surely taking it down. Niall, already the Spear of Alpha, now real world manipulation!
Oh no.
With a ground of timing has to be perfect for Renner too, in case Moreno didn't time it to perfection. No Niall. And another wave forming. 40 seconds for the jungle of Alter Ego. Do or die. This is 2-0. It's match point for BTR.
Slowly crumbling pieces to pieces. Their mask slowly unseated. And now, for Bigatron Alpha, they take their sweet time.
20 seconds.
But this siege might be scary. Owen has to do the defense. And Key opens up the glorious pathway.
Owen, you're gonna have a
Roundel.
A massive engage. Roundel dies. Nino with a desperate final blow. He gets out with the eye for an eye, but now Owen will have to use a Primal Rat. That's a winner crown from Super Luke. Super Ken dealing with the top right now. Is that Highs taking the kill over? Bigatron Alpha will Highs the flicker. Woo! Bigatron will stay disciplined. They're happy with just 3 base turrets. They got the dub.
Highs is trigger happy. He flickers forward. That could be the end of him. A double-edged sword, but thankfully he lives to see another day. Alter Ego, they defend their base.
A desperate defense from Alter Ego, and it has paid off. On the cost of Roundel, they're able to actually stave off the aggression, but their problems seems that they've only just begun. With no base towers available, with the Lord spawning in right here, Roundel will be on the map, but Bigatron Alpha just have an abundance of damage. Unless a big moment is found, Alter Ego can't do much.
Yep, they're bursting it. They're going to try to put all their bags into this. Do or die. Key jumped to half HP already. Jumps in again. Super Ken finds it. Niall falls under the real world manipulation. Moreno buys. The winner crown, Nino going forward. Super Ken has the immortality. Now Nino with the revitalized. Gunned down by Iman. That's a winner crown from Moreno. Can he buy the immortality? No, he cannot. Iman with a dash forward with a nature as well. Super Luke with I'm offended. Catching him. Great immortality buy. But Highs will be gunned down. Iman buys the immortality. And there's a big evolved Lord that has been taken by Super Ken.
A game of inches and Alter Ego. They might be stripped down into pieces. Bigatron Alpha wanting to terminate Alter Ego right here, right now. Will they be able to hold? Will they be able to force a game number 4? It looks so bleak for them.
Roundel doing all that he can. Super Ken just going at the base. Miru as well. The base wide open. They'll go for it. Alter Ego have been eliminated by Bigatron Alpha on day 1. A clean sweep to start the playoffs in Season 14.
The red robots go online. Terminators, as they say. And Alter Ego unmasked. They have to bow out. And the playoffs no longer sees them inside of it. Next season is going to be a tough road for them.
3 masked, 3 opportunities, 3 different attempts with all the adjustments from Alter Ego. And there were definitely moments of success for them, but in the end, it was all for nothing, man. Bigatron Alpha were just too good. And they have thoroughly crushed Alter Ego in the Season 14 playoffs.
Have to bow out. It is so heartbreaking for them to lose in such a fashion. Not even a single point they are able to get from Bigatron Alpha. Bigatron Alpha, pure dominance. Alter Ego shows a few signs of life in the first few minutes of the game, but Bigatron Alpha, they time and time again crush their dreams, crush the chances, and just caged Alter Ego in their place. Bigatron Alpha, they advance to the next stage.
Definitely a tough moment for the Alter Ego fans. Looking at this final desperate attempt from Alter Ego. They saw that they have the man advantage. They saw they can go for it, but Super Ken, sneaky in the back with an on-point retribution throughout this whole match. You see the damage definitely available for Alter Ego, and they were so close. Razor-thin margins in game number 3 right here for them to find success. And yet Bigatron still somehow manages to find an even better situation to be in, and they use it to its utmost potential here, claiming their victory in the 31st Chaos Derby with a clean sweep.
This looks like a scary team. Everyone is on fire. Iman, deathless, able to play with his range kind of way. Moreno, the playmaker. We talked about Super Luke, we talked about Super Key, but it's Moreno. And of course, up on stage is Budiklara Mongstar for the interview. Take it away.
Alter Ego telah berjuang. Mereka memberikan yang mereka miliki. Namun apa daya, impian mereka harus terkubur. Dan mari kita sambut bersama-sama, kita dengarkan kata-kata terakhir dari tim Alter Ego.
Apa ya? Pertama-tama ya saya sorry aja sih. Kita turun, kita naik. Terutama buat Kodelwin, Aupi. Terutama buat Kodelwin. Gue gak bisa sih nahan air mata gue buat Kodelwin. Berat banget. Gue berani ngomong gini gara-gara gue ngerasa jelek aja sih di Alter Ego. Sorry kok, gue ngecewain lo lagi. Makasih semua yang udah nonton. Gue yakin kalian gak bakal capek juga buat ngedukung kita. Cuman ya kitanya aja sih yang gak tahu diri. Kitanya yang ya kayak gitulah. Walaupun kita kerja keras tapi hasilnya kayak gini ya gak tahu sih harus ngomong apa ya. Mungkin caranya kita harus lebih keras kali ya. Yang pasti makasih buat yang udah support keluarga, pasangan, itu pun ataupun itu. Makasih semuanya. Gak ada kata-kata lain selain maaf sama makasih. Makasih guys.
Perjalanan mereka memang telah usai. Impian menjadi juara dunia telah terkubur. Dan kita akan melihat bagaimana Alter Ego akan terus berjuang untuk comeback stronger. Kali ini kunci dari Alter Ego harus mereka serahkan kepada sang pemenang dari match hari ini. Bigatron Alpha, mereka akan mendapatkan kunci dari Alter Ego yang gagal mereka defense. Inilah dia, dan sekali lagi beri tepuk tangan untuk Alter Ego. The final last bow sudah mereka berikan. Dan perjuangan memang usai, tapi tidak untuk Bigatron Alpha. Karena mereka berhasil mendapatkan kemenangan 3-0. Kemenangan mutlak, Bigatron bersambutlah Bigatron Alpha. 3-0 begitu cepat. Dari Bigatron Alpha sendiri, mindset apa nih yang kalian bawa untuk playoff kali ini?
Apa? Mindset apa? Paling kita ini sih kayak gimana Dut? Kasih tau Dut. Enjoy playoffnya aja, maksudnya nggak usah dibawa pressure lah. Kita main kayak biasa aja, kayak di scrim.
Serius? Ini nggak biasa banget. Moreno hari ini ngedapetin mania keduanya. Weh, satu-satunya mid laner dari seluruh region di season ini yang ngedapetin maniak Moreno.
Moreno doang ya?
Iya loh, dari semua region. Cuma Moreno nih.
Oke Bude.
12 B. Tapi gimana sih? Apakah mental kali ini yang kalian lebih persiapkan dari khususnya Moreno dengan permainan yang begitu gemilang? Apa yang kalian persiapkan berbeda dari season sebelumnya mungkin?
Ya paling lebih apa ya? Lebih fokus ke gameplay kita lah. Lebih apa ya? Lebih nyoba buat konsisten sama try hard banget.
Ini udah terakhir banget nih berarti nih kalian.
Semoga.
Wih serem.
Tapi kelihatan ya Bude pastinya dari effortnya. Tapi aku juga pengen nanya-nanya ke Ki nih sebelumnya. Ki, akhirnya bisa menang lagi nih di babak playoff. Karena kalau ngelihat dari season 13, season lalu belum menang walaupun berangkat dari upper breaker. Gimana kemenangan ini akan berlanjut melihat lawan kamu di match besok akan melawan tim Liquid ID?
Semoga kemenangan ini menjadi momentum kita lah buat naik terus dan ya semoga besok kita bisa mendapatkan hasil yang sama dengan kemenangan juga.
Kemenangan juga harapannya bisa 3-0 juga langsung?
Amin.
Amin.
Buat besok.
Harapan besar pastinya ya, tapi hari ini kita ngeliat dengan 3-0 tadi Ki. Weh, ini Bigetron yang beda nih kayaknya. Kalau tadi Bude ngobrol sama KB, dia bilang Bigetron sekarang berani banget nih di playoff. Apakah kalian mengubah gameplay kalian menjadi lebih berani untuk playoff?
Kita sebenarnya gameplaynya buat porsi tim masing-masing aja sih. Jadi kalau kayak kita lawan ini, kita ngeluarinnya ini. Terus ntar misal lawannya beda, kita ngeluarinnya beda gitu. Jadi ada porsinya masing-masing.
Oke, gaya permainan Bigetron berarti bisa berubah-ubah nih ya.
Ya, fleksibel.
Fleksibel. Dan kalau untuk Alter Ego sendiri berarti kunci kemenangan kalian di babak playoff ini apa? Beda nggak sama pada saat regular?
Kunci kemenangannya mungkin kita nyari momentumnya dari regular season kemarin. Terus sama pas progres buat menjelang ke playoff kita try hard banget lah. Dan kita nggak mau ngulangin yang kayak season lalu nggak ada menang di playoff kan.
Oh, berkaca dari season lalu.
Betul, belajar dari sebelumnya ya. Oke, mungkin kita sekarang bertanya kepada Super Look terlebih dahulu nih. Mana fansnya? Boleh dong kita dengar suaranya dari Big Get Troopers. Oke, kalau dari Look sendiri gimana nih terkait dengan match kali ini, terutama dengan langsung masuk 3-0 nih?
Seru sih, derby STM kan.
Ya biasanya seru dan pastinya gimana nih harapannya untuk match besok hari bertemu dengan tim Liquid ID?
Ya semoga hasilnya sama lah, menang juga.
Menang juga ya pastinya ya.
Tapi menang hari ini 3-0 apakah sesuai dengan yang Luke bilang mau pegangin Nile-nya? Itu kamu lakuin nggak tadi?
Tadi kayaknya dia makan coklat 3 kali.
Waduh.
Kepegang sih harusnya.
Kepegang ya?
Ya.
Itu dari kalian sendiri hari ini melihat hasil 3-0 mutlak. Apakah kalian mengharapkan adanya perlawanan? Kamu kecewa gak sih Nile gak memberikan atau mendapatkan 1 poin pun?
Kirain dia bakal main assassin Bude. Ternyata Alpha 3 game.
Dan respon kalian?
Gak expect juga sih dia bakal main Alpha terus.
Happy atau kalian lebih panik karena ini belum pernah kita ngeliat 3 game Alpha terus?
Happy dong 3-0.
Happy 3-0. Dan mungkin kalau masalah Alpha yang bisa menjawab adalah Ken, Super Ken. Wah, responmu hari ini melawan Nile dengan Alpha 3 kalinya. Gimana dari Super Ken ngelihat hal ini?
Kecewa sih soalnya assassin dia nggak keluar.
Kamu mengharapkan battle, kamu ingin redemption, ingin balas dendam akan match terakhirmu?
Iya yang di solo kill berkali-kali itu, cuman tadi mau rematch tapi dia gak pakai assassin lagi.
Wah, dan nggak akan terjadi lagi nih karena Nile sudah tiada.
Season depan.
Season depan ditunggu berarti. Ngelihat dari hasil hari ini 3-0 dari Super Ken sendiri. Bagaimana sih Super Ken akan mempersiapkan diri lawan Nile? Udah. Nextnya, jungler berikutnya adalah satu player yang benar-benar kayak lagi rising banget. Ada Favian yang akan kamu hadapi. Bagaimana kamu melihat next battle ini?
Sama aja sih sama match hari ini, cuman mungkin kita bakal lebih try hard lagi buat match selanjutnya.
Jadi memang harus bersiap dan Eman, this win 3-0 for you, 3-0 sudah kamu dapatkan. Dan di Bandung ini melihat crowd yang sebanyak ini. Eman, do you have anything to say for this win?
Senang banget sih karena season lalu gak pernah menang gua. Ya, itu dong.
So, you show something this season.
Is new BTR.
Oh, ini adalah the new Bigetron, new BTR, Bigetron yang baru. Mendapatkan kemenangan 3-0 dan berbeda dengan sebelumnya. Mari kita sambut bersama-sama. Inilah dia kemenangan yang dinantikan oleh Bigetron dan juga Biget Troopers. Sambutlah, inilah dia Bigetron Alpha. Silahkan.
Dan inilah dia momentum dari tim Bigetron untuk menaruh kunci. Sebagai momentum resmi bahwa Bigetron telah memenangkan match kali ini. Yang pastinya akan berlanjut ke match berikutnya melawan tim Liquid ID.
Yap, dan alter ego sudah terpampang menjadi kunci pembuka untuk box yang pastinya kotak berisi hal yang dinantikan oleh para tim. 2 tim akan mewakili Indonesia, tapi Bigetron Alpha mereka memberikan kejutan di babak playoff, tidak ingin mengulang hal yang sama. Dan tentu saja dari Biget Troopers yang ada di rumah, yang ada di sini, semuanya benar-benar bahagia. Namun Alter Champs jangan berkecil hati karena kita nggak akan tahu seperti apa alter ego untuk berproses next-nya.
Betul sekali, belajar dari kesalahan adalah match yang kita lihat selalu di season sebelumnya hingga yang setelahnya. Maka dari itu kita akan berharap yang terbaik sehingga Alter Champs dan pastinya alter ego kita berharap comeback stronger di season berikutnya.
Yap, dan ada yang spesial pastinya karena setelah melihat kemenangan yang begitu gemilang dan juga pertarungan yang begitu seru, kita akan adakan sesi BBG, bagi-bagi GoPay. Dan untuk kalian langsung aja siapin device kalian, kalian pasti tahu yang udah biasa di regular season. Langsung aja ini dia caranya untuk nge-redeem, untuk ngedapetin GoPay.
Betul sekali Bude, dan di match kali ini akan ada bagi-bagi GoPay Coins dengan total 50 juta GoPay Coins untuk teman-teman yang pastinya beruntung. Dan jangan lupa ini dia step by stepnya yang bisa kalian langsung saja ikutin. Caranya gampang banget nih Bude, bisa langsung buka aplikasi GoPay, klik dan cek semua promo. Dan yang kedua bisa langsung pilih voucher. Ketiga klik kolom dan klik punya kode promo. Masukkan kode promo dan klik tukar dan pastinya GoPay Coins akan otomatis diterima nih Bude.
Asik, jadi cepat-cepat dia dapat nanti kodenya akan kita buka bersama-sama. Siapkan device kalian, ada jutaan GoPay Coins yang akan dibagikan. So, pastikan jempol kalian cepet. Jungler-jungler nih biasa pencet ready cepet nih ya. Siapkan jempol kalian. Ready? Ready. Langsung saja inilah dia. Kode BBG yang akan bisa kalian redeem.
Langsung saja bisa kalian masukkan top up gratis. D14MONDS. Langsung saja ini dia kode redeem yang bisa langsung ditukarkan dengan GoPay Coins yang akan otomatis langsung diterima nih Bude.
Betul, jadi jangan sampai ya biasanya tuh pada suka satu jadi I atau apa. Jangan sampai salah, semua hurufnya harus benar dan tepat. Dan juga harus cepat juga, karena cepet-cepetan siapa cepat dia dapat.
Jadi boleh langsung aja dimasukin sekali lagi, top up gratis, Day 1 4MONDS. Oke, sudah selesai di-redeem?
Yeay, seneng banget ya pastinya.
Betul sekali.
Melihat rupanya setelah semuanya bahagia ngedapetin GoPay, kita juga akan berbahagia karena bisa mendapatkan ilmu lebih banyak dengan kemenangan yang sebenarnya itu close game banget tadi.
Betul.
Saling balas-membalas, early game alter ego menang namun pada akhirnya Bigetron lah yang bisa mendapatkan kemenangan.
Betul sekali Bude, melihat permainan ini pastinya kita akan lebih semangat lagi dan optimis lagi melihat tim-tim berikutnya juga yang akan bermain di game selanjutnya.
Sebelum itu kita akan mendengarkan bagaimana panelis nge-breakdown dari hasil ini. Langsung saja panelis,
on go.
Thank you, Bude. Thank you so much, Alisa, for that interview with Bigatron Alpha, our victors in our opening match here at MPL ID Season 14. And you know, we were talking about this before the match even begun, but it seems like the pattern still remained true. Season 8, Alter Ego sent Bigatron home in the playoffs, first day. Season 9, it was Bigatron to send Alter Ego home. And then Season 11, it was Alter Ego that sent Bigatron home. And now coming into Season 14, after a 2-season absence from Alter Ego, it's Bigatron Alpha now with the revenge, taking them down on the first day too.
Wow. Even they already won, yeah? 18 match on the 30, from the 31st, the Chaos Derby for the Bigatron. But if you look at the game, I think, yeah, why Alpha? That's always my question in my head right now.
Yeah, even Bigatron Alpha players are questioning why is on the Alpha. We expect them on the Assassin, which really makes, I guess, for them it makes the game easier, I guess. But yeah, it's a questionable decision. But I think with the time that has been given to Alter Ego, that might be a decision that they think was the best at a time.
Is it because they are facing against Bigatron Alpha? That's why they use Alpha?
Oh.
You know what? I have a little bit of an opinion. It might be wrong. I'm not an analyst, but maybe they wanted Nile on a utility jungler, so the anchor for their gameplay would be different. So it wouldn't be Nile-centric, so it wouldn't be as easy and as straightforward to shut down, right? Because we saw Nino on the Benedetta, and he was able to pop off. By the way, that's a hero we haven't seen in ages, but we do have to circle back on to this. Player of the match presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy S24 FE Moreno, whether it be on the Valentina, whether it be on the Eve. Again, this man has really popped up and stepped up coming into the playoffs.
Three-peat for getting the MVP title, and of course, he's the hot boy right now.
Hot boy?
Hot boy?
Interesting. That's why we
Speaking of hot boy,
speaking
of
of
the heat map. It is interesting, man. Moreno,
Hot boy, huh?
yeah.
Because he's on fire,
Okay, it's. I mean, yeah.
right?
Yeah, it's Coleus, it's okay. You don't have to hide it. It's fine. We on the panelists, and I'm pretty sure the viewers at home, we're very understanding
Yeah.
and accepting.
For sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I think it's too hot that we're actually going to skip over it. We're going to jump in straight into the match highlights by UBS Gold.
Just the way he played the Eve is just so immaculate. I think there's been 2 times where he secured the kill on towards one of the members of Alter Ego, purely just using the real ventilation and just using the way Owen plays the Edith, man. It's always a counter engage towards Owen that starts the team fight for Bigatron Alpha most of the part, and that is why he's been able to use this hero to the utmost potential, and especially against a Zushian. This is a good matchup for Moreno. This is a good matchup for any mid laner out there in the world. So it's an easier game for him to execute.
Yeah. And I really love to see like when he pop up the remote manipulation, it always on time, it always help his teammates to win the team fights.
And not just that, right? Because he uses the real world manipulation even aggressively, right? Flicker forward real manipulation to get that final, DOT in to be able to secure those kills. Like, this guy is so flexible in the way he plays this Eve too.
And honestly, I think Moreno did a lot of improvement for the playoff. I didn't see this kind of Moreno on regular season, but now on the first match, he turned the game like behind his hand.
Yeah, I think it has something to do with the fact that right now MPL ID has already announced the MPL Indonesia first team and second team, but right now, Eterna, what have we got coming?
We're gonna take a look at the golden moment by UBS Gold to check in with the mics of Bigatron Alpha.
Mau nggak, Man? Ayo, maju guys. Lihat gua. Bisa gua siapa? Lihat gua, Man. Depan bisa. Ini, Man. Alpha aja. Nggak pecah gua. Alpha target. Nggak kena ulti masuk, guys. Guys, lihat gua, guys. Alpha, guys. Nice. Piori.
Mati. Lagi.
Habis ini mid, guys.
Atas, satu.
Habis ini mid. Ayo ambil position. Lihat guys. Gue dorong kalau dia masuk. Gue dorong aja, pok aja. Pecah gua. Bisa guys. Ayo mau. Ayo. Lihat gua. Aduh, gua gak dapet ya.
Mana nih?
Gue tetes banget Tino. Nice.
Gua.
Terus guys.
Ayo lagi man. Ayo kejar.
Ces. Moskov gue cece, Fury, Moskov, mati. Ada Winter dia man. Winter man.
Udah man, kabar.
Suatu nice.
Masih bisa sih ini. Masih bisa guys.
Gak ada Fury.
Jangan nempel.
Aman. Ada aja. Target lu kan? Nice Ken.
Tower bisa guys, tower.
Ken aman gue TB. Nice. Gue cece Ken Alpha Ken. Nice Ken. Gue imo guys.
Ken jangan mati Ken.
Lihat gue. Balik. Bennett guys.
Bennett mati.
Lihat Moreno.
Gue bet.
Clean off flicker man.
Tukar gue Mac. Mati dia.
Nice dude. Mati. Mati.
Iya. Udah lo aja man.
Nice one guys. Alhamdulillah.
Alright, we saw a little bit of flair here and there, but you know, the entirety of those comms were very clean and precise.
With no rush, with no high notes from them. I think they play it very calmly.
Yeah, I think the way they take the team fights, and especially objective fights, because this is kind of weird for a lot of teams, but for elite teams out there, the ones at the top, this is something that they do. They were willing to give up something, which in this case, Big Sean Alpha, a lot of times when the Lord came up, their main objective is not the Lord. They're trying to win the fight because they know that their composition is not built to win objective fights. You have the Beatrix that doesn't really have a lot of range and all that stuff. You have the Hylas that doesn't really offer a lot of stunts towards the opposing jungler. And that is why a lot of times you see Pikachu and Alpha are willing to take the 50-50s because first of all, you have the chance to actually take the Lord with Super Ken. I mean, you know, the last occasion of the Lord, Super Ken actually stole it from Nile, and also the fact that they're very confidently can punish Nile when he got to the Lord Pit, because the only way that Nile can go in with this is with the Spirit of Alpha. So I really like what they're doing with the objective game.
And like I mentioned before, they only depend on the card control from the Edith, and this one is the gold distribution from both of them. It's one-sided for Moreno because he already got a lot of minions, even the jungle creep.
Huh?
It makes sense, right? Because
Jungle creep.
Jungle creep. I mean, he's like it's a when
total.
For example, Super Ken is taking it, then he's in the vicinity. He is in a way taking the jungle creep's gold. As we're gonna take a look at the deeper dive into the stat once again, Super Ken being the rich guy, 892 gold per minute, or some really good stuff from Super Ken, to be honest. As a jungler, by the way, 3 times in a row.
Yeah.
It's just like Moreno, MVP 3 times in a row.
This is very consistent.
Yeah, for sure.
Usually it's Amon, by the way, from Bigatron Alpha, but Moreno and Super Ken, man, they've really stepped up their A game. I mean, I guess this is Bigatron Playoffs mode now?
There's still a lot of caveat though that needs to be addressed, but overall, against Alter Ego, this is a very good performance. As you can see here, the gold difference over time, over the course of the game, it's Alter Ego actually dominating the game until Super Ken got a bit more aggressive towards Rondel especially. That way, Rondel can really own the bushes, can really own the map, and also actually use the Lantern to zone away some of the members of Big Sean Alpha, because Super Ken is always there. The punish is always immediate, instant, because the burst from Eman is also insanity, and also the fact that Yves is also on the other side. It's a trouble.
It's always helping them with the real world manipulation. So that's why Alter Ego goes snorkeling.
Yeah.
For the gold difference.
It really boils down to, I think, power spikes, right? I think there was a moment that Bigatron Alpha, they're like, all right, okay, we're ready now for these team fights. And the team fights at the end of the game was very difficult, I would say, for Alter Ego to control. So they had a window of opportunity, I would say, for Alter Ego, but they couldn't close the game. And things just got quite tricky for them, but it was close. I thought that we would have gotten a game 4.
That part, when Owen actually flicker forward or shatter onward towards one of the members of BTR, imagine if it wasn't Alpha. Imagine if it was a Ling. The follow-up will be immediate.
It's gonna be a different story, yeah.
In the vicinity.
It's so unfortunate. It's so unfortunate. Like, I hope we get some insight as to why they stuck with the Alpha, 3 games in a row when it didn't work out for them at all.
And first pick.
First pick as well.
Blue side.
Blue side too.
Is the Alpha is really that priority?
I don't know. Let's see what the audience has to say about this. Aziza. All right, come back stronger, BTR. Huh? BTR? You've done your best for the team. Take a break. It's good for your mental health, mind, and body.
GG Alter Ego,
GG
maybe.
BTR. Or are they saying like, you know, I don't know.
Sarcasm?
Maybe just...
Maybe
no,
it's
like,
sarcasm.
It's mistiming.
Oh, yeah.
Sometimes your brains got a little bit tangled. But shout out to Aziza, by the way.
Thank you, Aziza.
She's one of the most enthusiastic fan.
Is she
out
the
there.
one that always tags us on
Yeah.
social media?
For all the casters out there.
Yeah.
SG, PH, Malaysia, all of them. Shout out to her.
Shout outs, Aziza. But man, Alter Ego going home, it feels very bittersweet. We've been in this position a million times before, by the
Yeah.
way. But for some reason, when we send Alter Ego home, I always get teary-eyed. And usually Arashi cries. Luckily, he wasn't on screen, so you guys couldn't see it. But I'm pretty sure Arashi shed a tear.
Yeah, that's why he already got back to the
Yeah,
transfer.
he ran. He's gone now.
And to be honest, I think
sad.
overall, in terms of expectations towards Alter Ego, right? A lot of people have been doubting them. And the fact that they got to the playoffs itself is, I think, for me, is an overachievement from what they're expected
Yeah.
to do. So
Fair.
it is a good season at the end of the day, at least for me. Definitely not for them because I think they think that they are capable of much more.
At least they broke their non-playoff run.
Yeah.
Right? They were sitting 2 seasons in a row not being able to make it to playoffs. And granted, it wasn't a good day though for Alter Ego in general, especially for Nino.
Yeah, we really need a good day.
I need a good day too.
Of course, I need a good day too.
Literally or figuratively?
Both.
Oh, yeah.
Both.
Good day. RTD Coffee is a 3-in-1 ready-to-drink bottled coffee. It's my favorite, by the way. With a variety of flavors, including fantastic mochaccino, original cappuccino, tiramisu bliss, and my favorite, avocado delight.
Oh, what?
Yeah. I
Like the
it.
fruit
Yeah,
avocado?
avocado coffee. You've never tried it before?
No.
It's avocadofi.
Avocadofi.
Avocadofi. That's...
Oh yeah, I was thinking that too. Was that the joke? Okay, I got it, guys.
And I think they have the newest groovy cookies taste. Yeah.
They have cookies too?
Mm-hmm. You should try.
No, like cookies flavor, Eternal.
Oh.
Not actual cookies, all right?
They actually had cookies.
No,
I
that's
love it.
the flavor.
But what does that taste? Oh, I'm so excited to try it. We're actually gonna go on a break after this and
You should try that.
open all them.
Mm-hmm.
Should we go
Try
for
all
it
the
right now?
flavor.
Maybe wait.
Okay.
Just a bit. I know you're excited. I am too. We have to contain ourselves.
And what's also exciting is the next game.
What do you mean next game?
What do you mean?
We have
next
another match after this?
Yeah,
Are you serious?
for sure.
Who's playing?
Geekum is gonna win against Onyx.
Are you sure that the
Delulu.
result is not written yet?
I mean, we'll find out after this break, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to be right back. It's been me, Eterna, Kolios, as well as Sheffin on the panel. And we'll see you, so don't go anywhere and stay tuned.
Samsung Galaxy S24 FE, beli sekarang.
Halo, aku mau reservasi untuk besok jam 11 करना चाहती हूँ।
कितने लोगों के लिए टेबल चाहिए?
1 orang aja. Serving via klik के लिए. ये आपको order है.
Samsung Galaxy S24 FE. Beli sekarang. Samsung Galaxy S24 FE. Beli sekarang.
Ini rasa anak muda selalu punya banyak cerita. Karena bersama Good Day duniamu banyak rasa. Asik dan asik, idenya fantastik, romantis, buat kamu nangis. Oh Good Day yang bikin hidup berwarna. Karena hidup banyak rasa.
Pakai aplikasi GoPay, dompet andalan gamers.
Banyak damage-nya.
Ada cashback hingga 20.000
buat upgrade skin baru.
Aplikasi ringan gak makan memori.
HP lemot bisa victory.
Top up langsung dalam game
tanpa hambatan. Ikutan selebrasi MPL di aplikasi GoPay. Menambah total hadiah ratusan juta. Bonus stage. Gratis 100 kali transfer kemana aja. Beli pulsa harga termurah. Scan QRIS dengan mudah. Download sebelum mabarkan.
Dia tidak akan segan untuk menghadapi siapapun yang berani melawan. Dia mewarisi perjuangan karena di tubuhnya mengalir darah seorang pahlawan. Pedangnya mengukir takdir kemenangan, menghadapi segala tantangan. Penuh keberanian untuk terus berjalan menuju masa depan. Raihlah masa depan, nabung mulai dari hobi. Koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang, edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13.
Main Mobile Legends memang seru.
Mabar sama teman makin epic. Apalagi kalau double kill.
Tropicana Double Crunch, es krim karamel dengan lapisan coklat yang tebal. Crunchy-nya double.
Main bareng, makan bareng Tropicana Double Crunch. Double crunchy level dewa.
Rasa ini Gatot kacau. Ih, tombe basah.
Bro, move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal.
Wiped out.
Dapetin edisi baru Gatot kaca di minimarket terdekat. Head and Shoulders. Ini Gatot, ini kaca. Mas Gatot, benerin kaca.
Wow, finished. See you later.
Time to go. Okay.
Apa akan kehilangan ingatannya?
Masih inget ini, Pak?
Sekecil apapun perhatian adalah kekuatan. Hidupkan momen kebersamaan. IndiHome.
First blood.
Pengen belanja banyak barang kebutuhan tapi malas keluar rumah. Untung aja pakai aplikasi Klik Indomaret. Cuma tinggal klik bisa belanja online seperti di toko. Beli ini, itu, jadi mudah banget. Produknya lengkap, banyak promonya. Gak perlu pusing, bisa pakai alat bayar apa aja. Wah, 1 jam udah sampai, gratis ongkir lagi. Untung aku pakai Klik Indomaret, belanja online seperti di toko. Klik Indomaret.
Selamat pagi, anak-anak SMP Taruna Bakti. Hari ini kita kedatangan tamu istimewa dari Radio Anda, kemudian dari Mundur untuk kegiatan olahraga salam elektronik atau e-sport Mobile Legends.
Halo semuanya, nama saya itu dan terus jadi sebenarnya sekarang tuh dunia e-sport tuh teman-teman udah berbeda dari kayak mungkin kayak 10 tahun atau 15 tahun. Di Indonesia sudah berkembang pesat sekali. Bisa kita lihat dari kalau dulu itu e-sport itu belum menjadi olahraga yang berprestasi.
MPL Indonesia.
Apimu hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi.
Alhamdulillah, terima kasih juga kepada tim Anda yang sudah hadir di kesempatan emas dan tim MPL Indonesia. Ini kesempatan yang sangat berharga, semangat buat tim
Perkenalkan, saya Aswin dari tim Indonesia. Perkembangan e-sport di Indonesia itu sudah semakin besar. Bukan halangan, bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Apimu hadapi semua tantangan, hadang sejarah. We all this. Cuma di Anda.
The show's back on track! You're hired! Now give us a show!
The gun represents justice. When pointing at the bad guys, open fire!
We all belong to where our hearts go, no? I will choose my own path.
Get lost!
The pointy ends of my spears warn those against me.
It's my way or the highway. Don't worry, this ain't my first rodeo. Not so tough now, are ya? Light 'em up! CC and Yo-Yo, ready to set the stage on fire! Was it you who called me back? Be careful of what you wish for.
Grant me your strength. Tears! 5, 6, 7, hey, we're missing a candle. Here's to another 8 magical years.
Samsung Galaxy S24 FE, beli sekarang.
Halo, aku mau reservasi untuk besok jam 11.
प्रोडक्शन करना चाहती हूँ।
कितने लोगों के लिए टेबल चाहिए?
1 orang aja.
सिर्फ एक व्याक्ली के लिए। ये आपका ऑर्डर है।
Samsung Galaxy S24 FE, beli sekarang. Samsung Galaxy S24 FE, beli sekarang.
Dirasa anak muda selalu punya banyak cerita, karena bersama Good Day duniamu banyak rasa, asik dan asik, idenya fantastik, romantis, buat kamu ngehits. Oh Good Day yang bikin hidup berwarna, karena hidup banyak rasa.
Pakai aplikasi GoPay, dompet andalan gamers.
Banyak damage-nya.
Ada cashback hingga 20.000
buat upgrade skin baru.
Aplikasi ringan gak makan memori.
HP lemot bisa victory.
Top up langsung dalam game
tanpa hambatan. Ikutan selebrasi MPL di aplikasi GoPay. Menambah total hadiah ratusan juta. Bonus stage. Gratis 100 kali transfer kemana aja. Beli pulsa harga termurah. Scan jurus dengan mudah. Download sebelum mabarkan.
Kita adalah pejuang yang melangkah dengan penuh keyakinan, menghadapi dunia tanpa keraguan, karena hidup adalah arena pertarungan. Kita adalah pejuang yang tak akan gentar oleh segala tantangan, menghadapi lawan tanpa ketakutan, karena kita terlahir untuk meraih kemenangan. Raihlah kemenangan dengan koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang, edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13. Saatnya nabung dari hobi bersama UBS Gold.
Main Mobile Legends memang seru.
Mabar sama temen makin epic. Apalagi kalau double kill.
Tropicana Double Crunch, es krim karamel dengan lapisan coklat yang tebal. Crunchy-nya double.
Main bareng, makan bareng Tropicana Double Crunch. Double crunchy level dewa.
Rasa ini Gatot kacau. Ih, tombe basah.
Bro, move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal
Wiped out.
Dapetin edisi baru Gatot kaca di minimarket terdekat. Head and Shoulders. Ini Gatot, ini kaca. Mas Gatot, benerin kaca.
Wow, finished. See you later.
Time to go. Okay.
Apa akan kehilangan ingatannya?
Masih inget ini, Pak?
Sekecil apapun perhatian adalah kekuatan. Hidupkan momen kebersamaan. IndiHome.
First blood.
Mendapatkan 2
tamu istimewa dari Radio Ardan, kemudian dari Montun untuk kegiatan olahraga salam elektronik atau e-sport Mobile Legends.
Semuanya, maka itu
dan terus
jadi sebenarnya sekarang tuh dunia e-sport tuh teman-teman udah berbeda dari kayak mungkin kayak 10 tahun atau 15 di Indonesia sudah berkembang pesat sekali. Bisa kita lihat dari kalau dulu itu sport itu belum jadi olahraga yang berprestasi.
MPL Indonesia.
Apimu hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan, bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah, kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss, we all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi.
Alhamdulillah, terima kasih juga kepada tim Ardan yang sudah hadir di kesempatan emas dan tim MPL Indonesia. Ini kesempatan yang sangat berharga, kesempatan buat tim Indonesia.
Perkenalkan, saya Aswin dari tim Indonesia. Perkembangan e-sport kalau di Indonesia itu sudah semakin besar.
Bukan halangan, bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah, kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss, we all this, we won't miss, we all this. Apimu hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua. We all this. Cuma di Ardan.
The show's back on track! You're hired! Now give us a show!
The gun represents justice. When pointing at the bad guys, open fire!
We all belong to where our hearts go, no? I will choose my own path.
Get lost!
The pointy ends of my spears warn those against me.
It's my way or the highway. Don't worry, this ain't my first rodeo. Not so tough now, are ya? Line 'em up!
CC and Yo-Yo, ready to set the stage on fire! Was it you who called me back? Shh, be careful of what you wish for.
Grant me your strength. Tears! Five, six, 7 days. Hey, we're missing a candle. Here's to another 8 magical years.
Samsung Galaxy S24 FE. Beli sekarang.
Halo, aku mau reservasi untuk besok jam 11
आरक्षण करना चाहती हूँ।
कितने लोगों के लिए टेबल चाहिए?
Satu orang aja.
सिर्फ एक व्याक्ली के लिए।
ये आपका ऑर्डर है।
Samsung Galaxy S24 FE. Beli sekarang.
Yeah, I'm worth it. Worth it like that. Yeah, it's worth it. Worth it like
Samsung Galaxy S24 FE. Beli sekarang.
like that. Dirasa anak muda selalu punya banyak cerita, karena bersama Good Day duniamu banyak rasa. Asik dan asik, idenya fantastis, romantis, buat kamu nangis. Oh Good Day yang bikin hidup berwarna, karena hidup banyak rasa.
Pakai aplikasi GoPay, dompet andalan gamers.
Banyak damage-nya.
Ada cashback hingga 20.000
buat upgrade skin baru.
aplikasi ringan gak makan memori.
HP lemot bisa victory.
Top up langsung dalam game
tanpa hambatan. Ikutan selebrasi MPL di aplikasi GoPay, menambah total hadiah ratusan juta. Bonus stage, gratis 100 kali transfer kemana aja. Beli pulsa harga termurah, scan QRIS dengan mudah. Download sebelum berangkat.
Dia tidak akan segan untuk menghadapi siapapun yang berani melawan. Dia mewarisi perjuangan karena di tubuhnya mengalir darah seorang pahlawan. Pedangnya mengukir takdir kemenangan, menghadapi segala tantangan. Penuh keberanian untuk terus berjalan menuju masa depan. Raihlah masa depan, nabung mulai dari hobi. Koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang, edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13.
Main Mobile Legends memang seru.
Mabar sama temen makin epic. Apalagi kalau double kill.
Tropicana Double Crunch, es krim karamel dengan lapisan coklat yang tebal. Crunchy-nya double.
Main bareng, makan bareng Tropicana Double Crunch. Double crunchy level dewa.
Rasa ini Gatot kacau. Ih, tombe basah.
Bro, move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal
Wiped out.
dapetin edisi baru Gatot Kaca di minimarket terdekat. Head and Shoulders. Ini Gatot, ini kaca. Mas Gatot, benerin kaca.
Wow, finished. See you later.
Time to go. Okay.
Papa akan kehilangan ingatannya.
Masih inget ini, Pak?
Sekecil apapun perhatian adalah kekuatan. Hidupkan momen kebersamaan. IndiHome.
First blood.
Mendapatkan 2
belanja banyak barang kebutuhan tapi malas keluar rumah. Untung aja pakai aplikasi Klik Indomaret. Cuma tinggal klik bisa belanja online seperti di toko. Beli ini, itu, jadi mudah banget. Produknya lengkap, banyak promonya. Gak perlu pusing, bisa pakai alat bayar apa aja. Wah, 1 jam udah sampai, gratis ongkir lagi. Untung aku pakai Klik Indomaret, belanja online seperti di toko. Klik Indomaret. siang dan selamat datang di acara yang tentunya dinantikan di season 14. Apalagi kalau bukan MPL Indonesia season 14 Award Season. Woo, luar biasa sekali Bude. Betul, karena ini adalah awarding yang dinantikan di season ke-14 di mana regular season sudah berakhir dan pastinya kita semua di sini sudah tak sabar untuk menyaksikan secara langsung bagaimana momen penganugerahan adalah momen yang dinantikan karena kita melihat bahwa apresiasi dibutuhkan kepada individu yang telah terlibat di MPL Indonesia season 14 dan juga MLBP pastinya. Khususnya bagi para player, coach, komunitas dan semua yang terlibat. Karena mereka telah memberikan usaha terbaik mereka dan musim ini, musim yang begitu spesial. Dalam beberapa saat lagi kita akan mengumumkan siapa yang menjadi pemenang di setiap kategori. Dan pastinya perjuangan tidak hanya datang dari para player, coaching staff juga menjadi kekuatan bagi tim untuk terus melakukan yang terbaik. Dan para player tidak hanya bermain dengan baik saja, tapi pastinya racikan strategi dan dorongan motivasi dari para coaching staff juga berpengaruh sangat besar akan kemenangan dari para tim. Ya betul sekali, semuanya benar-benar menantikan dan pastinya yang pertama mungkin kita bakal langsung aja ya Lisa ya. Betul sekali karena di season 14 ini akan ada awards dari mana banyaknya coach yang mampu mengeluarkan potensi terbaik dari setiap playernya. Sebelumnya kita akan cari tahu siapa coaching staff terbaik season ini. Dan langsung saja mari kita sambut Bapak Benny Hamdani selaku General Manager Loyalty and Digital Brand Communication Telkomsel serta Bapak Erwin Tandra Seragi selaku General Manager Consumer Business Region Jawa Barat Telkomsel.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Kami ingin sampaikan selamat kepada Best Coaching of the Season. Luar biasa atas dedikasinya. Dan pada kesempatan kali ini Telkomsel selalu mendukung perkembangan e-sport di Indonesia. Dan Telkomsel juga hari ini hadir dengan Dunia Games sebagai one-stop ekosistem yang coba terus mendukung perkembangan e-sport salah satunya di Mobile Legends. Dan kita akan terus berkomitmen untuk mendukung MPL terus berlangsung di Indonesia.
Kami ucapkan selamat kepada seluruh MLBB player, gitu ya, khususnya para pemenang, untuk terus berprestasi, membawa nama baik Indonesia baik di level nasional maupun internasional. Dan Telkomsel berkomitmen untuk terus mendukung MPL Indonesia dari komunitas level grassroots gitu ya, melalui platform Dunia Games WIB, Dunia Games Waktu Indonesia Bermain dan Dunia Games Laga. Sekali lagi selamat buat para pemenang. Demikian, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Yap, dan terima kasih sekali untuk sambutannya dan juga tentu saja sekarang kita akan mengapresiasi para coach di season ini. Dan kami akan membacakan nominasi Coaching Team of the Season by Telkomsel. Dan nominasinya adalah RRQ Hosi, Team Liquid ID, Bigetron Alpha, Vinetic Onyx,
Dan pemenang Coaching Teams of the Season by Telkomsel adalah RRQ Hosi.
Dan mari langsung saja kita sambut ke atas panggung coaching staff dari tim RRQ Hosi yang memang benar-benar menunjukkan kapabilitasnya. Membawa RRQ di regular season sampai di pucuk menjadi juara di regular season dan mendapatkan upper bracket. Dan ini adalah season pertama mereka di RRQ, mereka sudah bisa memberikan hal yang terbaik.
Betul sekali, dan dengan bangga kita ucapkan juga selamat untuk RRQ Hoshi yang sudah berhasil memenangkan Coaching Team of the Season. Dan ini dia tim dari RRQ Hoshi menerima penghargaan dan piagam dari MPL Indonesia. Dengan trofi Vital Console di tangan dan juga Giant Check yang sudah mereka dapatkan. Tentu saja ini akan memotivasi bagi coaching staff untuk bisa memberikan yang terbaik. Apalagi ini adalah babak playoff. Dan abadikan momen ini semuanya. Terima kasih kepada para VIP. Boleh kembali ke tempatnya karena kita akan mendengarkan sepatah dua patah kata, bahkan satu paragraf juga boleh. Silahkan Coach Cute dan juga NMN, boleh satu patah dua patah kata.
Cek. Ya, selamat siang Bandung semuanya. Terima kasih untuk terutama untuk MPL yang udah memberikan penghargaan, memvoting kita lah berdua RRQ Hoshi untuk mendapatkan ya di season 14 best coaching staff gitu loh. Setelah itu tapi kita nggak lupa juga lah kayak penghargaan ini udah pasti bukan hanya kayak kerja keras kita berdua gitu loh. Semuanya didukung dari, ya udah jelas dari player, semua yang ada di RRQ, manajemen, manajer, semuanya bekerja sama gitu loh. Kayak kita, mendapatkan ya hasil ini nggak mudah. Dan juga jangan lupa kita masih harus tetap berjuang, acara ini playoff sampai harus final kita tetap mendapatkan tujuan kita gitu. Terus terakhir, gak lupa untuk ya keluarga semua dan Kingdom untuk support-supportnya yang tetap memberikan kita masukan dan saran sehingga kita bisa konsisten. Terima kasih.
Sekali lagi selamat untuk coaching staff dari RRQ Hoshi. Menjadi tim yang hebat tentu bukan hanya sekedar player saja, tapi semua yang turut mendukung. Apalagi coaching staff itu sangat-sangat berpengaruh, meracik gameplay dan menyatukan anak-anak menjadi satu. Betul sekali, dan pastinya ini semua tidak terlepas dari dukungan baik secara strategi maupun mental juga pastinya terhadap tim RRQ Hoshi. Sekali lagi selamat untuk RRQ Hoshi yang sudah berhasil memenangkan Coaching Team of the Season. Vital Console, namun selanjutnya tentu saja pada penasaran karena ini akan menjadi satu hal yang dinantikan karena kategori berikutnya akan ada Dream Team of the Season by Good Day. Dan kalau melihat bagaimana permainan mereka dari regular season, banyak sekali kejutan-kejutan yang dihadirkan. Dan kita juga melihat bagaimana MPL Indonesia ingin mewujudkan seluruh keinginan para super fans. Dan ingin melihat seperti apa sebenarnya line up Dream Team para super fans yang dirasakan menjadi tim sempurna di MPL Indonesia. Dan sebelum kita cari tahu siapa yang akan menjadi Dream Team of the Season by Good Day, kita akan panggilkan terlebih dahulu Bapak Dana Putra selaku representatif dari Good Day. Kepada Pak Dedi Napitupulu selaku representasi dari Good Day, kami undang dan silahkan Pak.
Oke, baik, kami ucapkan terima kasih. Saya dari representasi Good Day mengucapkan selamat untuk para pemenang MPL di season tahun ini, kali ini. Terima kasih.
Terima kasih Pak, dan pastinya nggak sabar ya untuk membacakan, tapi kita akan langsung saja sebelum mengetahui kemenangan akan di tangan siapa, kita akan membacakan kategori Dream Teams of the Season by A Good Day. Inilah dia nominasinya. Eman BTR, Benetikonik Cewek, RRQ Skylar, AE Hais, ABL Matt, DLID Erosinki, Gikadera, Dewa Zura, Ivos Natko. Selanjutnya nominasi of the season untuk kategori jungler, nominasi jelas. Bigetron Super Ken, Dewa Ray, Geek Vincent, Alter Ego Nael, RRQ Sutsujin, Evos Annabelle, TLID Favian, Benatic Onyx Kairi, Rebellion Ether, Rebellion Priota. Dan untuk kategori selanjutnya EXP Lane, dominasinya adalah Super Look BTR, RRQ Deren, Dewa Sorizo, AE Nino, Rebellion Cars, Tim Liquid ID Aran, Benatic Onyx Res, Geek Veldora, atau Evos Fluffy. Kategori mid lane, nominasinya RRQ Rims, Benatic Onyx Suns, Geek Apoy, BTR Moreno, Rebellion Swaylo, Alter Ego Roundel, TLID Yehezkiel, Evos Klaukun, Dewa Keys. Kategori selanjutnya yang terakhir untuk kategori roamer, nominasinya adalah Benatic Onyx Keyboy, RRQ Idok, Geek Baloyski, Dewa Mueza, AE Owen, TLID Widi, Evos Dreams, BTR Kai, atau Rebellion X Win.
Dan pemenang Dream Team of the Season by Good Day adalah God Laner RRQ Skylar, Jungler RRQ Sutsujin, EXP Laner RRQ Dairen, Mid Laner RRQ Rims, dan yang terakhir roamer RRQ Idok.
Dan kami ucapkan selamat untuk para pemenang yang sudah berhasil memenangkan Dream Team of the Season. Kami persilakan untuk menerima penghargaan dan piagam pastinya dari MPL Indonesia. Mereka adalah yang terbaik dari setiap lane-nya dan rupanya Dream Team dari MPL Indonesia Season 11 adalah semua player dari tim RRQ. Mereka memang datang dari regular season, mereka menjadi nomor 1 dan menunjukkan betapa kuatnya mereka di setiap lane masing-masing. Memberikan dampak yang positif dan gameplay yang begitu apik menjadi daya tarik bagi RRQ Hoshi. Semua pemain benar-benar bisa mendapatkan apresiasi hari ini. Dan kita akan mengabadikan momen. Bapak Dedi boleh, dan inilah dia kemenangan Dream Team by Good Day. Terima kasih kepada Bapak Didi Nabi Tupulu. Perwakilan dari Good Day sudah berkenan berada di atas panggung. Kami persilakan untuk kembali dan saatnya kita mendengarkan sepatah dua patah kata dari tiap playernya. Dari God Laner Dream Team kita, Skylar.
Baik. Halo, tes. Yang pertama terima kasih juga buat keluarga yang udah support Stellar walaupun ya lagi ngedown gimana dia tetap support ya. Thank you juga buat pasangan yang selalu support juga gimana ya sama di saat ya lagi bad mood ya selalu balikin mood saya lah. Dan yang terakhir ya buat Kingdom, terima kasih yang udah dukung kita dari week awal regular season sampai akhir dan kita mendapatkan Dream Team of the Season ya piala ini buat kalian juga lah. Thank you.
Player sekarang selanjutnya dari jungler Dream Team kita ada Sutsujin.
Kalau dari gua terima kasih kepada MPL Indonesia yang udah memberikan penghargaan ini. Dan juga terima kasih ke rekan-rekan tim karena mereka yang udah bantu gue di season pertama di RRQ. Dan terima kasih kepada manajemen, coaching staff juga karena mereka yang percaya gue untuk main di season ini. Terima kasih ke keluarga dan juga Kingdom karena mereka lah yang menyemangatin gue buat main di tiap matchnya. Terima kasih.
Selamat, dan selanjutnya kita akan mendengarkan sepatah dua patah kata dari pemenang EXP lain kita, ada RRQ Dairan.
Pertama-tama alhamdulillah terima kasih buat semua yang udah support aku sampai mendapatkan award ini. Ya terutama keluarga, coaching staff, tim, Pak AP dan Kingdom, pacar juga. Ya terima kasih telah mempercayai aku. Thank you.
Baik, dan selanjutnya kita akan mendengarkan dari mid lane kita, RRQ Rins.
Alhamdulillah, pertama-tama saya ucapkan terima kasih buat keluarga saya yang ada di Aceh. Dan buat coaching staff yang telah mempercayain saya buat main. Terus terima kasih buat Kingdom juga yang selalu support kita. Ya terima kasih.
Dan last but not least, kita dengarkan dari roadmap kita, ada RRQ Idok.
Alhamdulillah, yang pertama-tama saya ucapkan makasih buat keluarga yang terus support saya. Buat Kingdom juga yang selalu support kami dari week awal sampai sekarang. Juga manajemen dan coaching staff yang percayain saya lah di sini. Makasih.
Dan mari kita sambut sekali lagi Dream Team by Good Day. Sekali lagi beri tepuk tangan. Dan terima kasih tim RRQ. Congratulations. Langsung diborong satu tim. Dan ini bisa menjadi sebuah pemicu juga bagi para player-player yang melihat bahwa menjadi yang terbaik butuh banyak proses dan butuh banyak usaha. Dan banyak pula yang terjadi, kita melihat ada kegagalan, ada keberhasilan yang dialami di panggung internasional pun menjadi pembelajaran bagi seluruh player, seluruh tim untuk berkembang menjadi lebih baik. Pastinya kemauan keras serta dukungan dari para teammates, coaching staff, dan super fans mampu menjadikan setiap player berkembang menjadi player yang lebih kuat lagi. Dan pastinya bisa membawa mereka sampai di titik kesuksesan saat ini. Dan dari seluruh player di season ini yang sudah menunjukkan kemampuan terbaiknya, siapakah player yang mampu membuktikan bahwa dirinya lah player yang terus berkembang dan layak menjadi most improved player di MPL Season 14? Wah, semuanya pasti penasaran karena player ini benar-benar meninggalkan kesan yang begitu positif. Betul sekali, dan langsung saja tanpa berlama-lama lagi sebelum kita cari tahu siapa nominasinya, kita akan undang terlebih dahulu Ibu Marta Saraswati selaku perwakilan dari UBS Gold untuk naik ke atas panggung.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Di sini saya mengucapkan selamat untuk semua yang sudah menang. Kemudian dengan semangat 24K ini besar harapan dari UBS Gold agar semua player tidak hanya skillnya saja yang semakin berkembang, tapi semua aspek juga semakin berkembang. Kemudian untuk seluruh aspek juga dari Mobile Legends dan MPL juga semakin berkembang dan nantinya dapat membawa nama harum Indonesia. Sekian dari saya. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Yap, terima kasih buat sambutannya. Namun kita akan juga menantikan bersama-sama siapakah sang pemenangnya. Jadi langsung saja kita panggilkan, kita bacakan nominasi Most Improved Player by UBS Gold. Nominasi Most Improved Player, nominasinya BTR Eman, RRQ Skylar, AE Hais, Geek Kadera, Fnatic Zonix Cewek, Geek Vincent, Fnatic Onyx Kairi, Dewa Ray, BTR Moreno, ID Yeheskiel.
Dan pemenang untuk kategori Most Improved Player by UBS Gold adalah Yeheskiel dari tim Liquid ID.
Yeheskiel, mid laner dari tim Liquid ID. Datang kemari di season 14 membawa perubahan bagi dirinya dan juga timnya. Menjadi upper bracket pula, bisa dibilang itu adalah tanda bahwa Yeheskiel memberikan perubahan yang begitu positif. Dan tentu saja dia akan banyak mendapatkan hadiah. Ada UBS Benedetta Box di tangan dari Yeheskiel. Dan tentu saja piagam penghargaan. Kita abadikan momen ini bersama. Dan sebagai most improved player dari tim yang lagi benar-benar naik pula. Inilah dia Yeheskiel, sang mid laner yang diam-diam tapi memukau.
Baik, terima kasih kepada Ibu Marta Saraswati untuk perwakilan dari UBS Gold. Dan kami persilakan kepada Yeheskiel dari tim Liquid ID untuk memberikan speech.
Selamat siang, puji Tuhan. Pertama, terima kasih untuk MPL Indonesia yang telah memberikan saya panggung. Terima kasih juga untuk seluruh jajaran tim Liquid Indonesia, baik dari manajemen, coaching staff, serta seluruh player yang telah bekerja sama dengan saya di season 14 ini. Serta terima kasih juga untuk seluruh The Calvary yang selalu setia mendukung tim Liquid Indonesia. Tidak lupa juga, terima kasih untuk seluruh keluarga serta saudara-saudara saya yang selalu mensupport dan mendoakan saya dari jauh. Thank you guys.
Selamat sekali lagi untuk Yeheskiel dari tim Liquid ID sebagai Most Improved Player. Dan pastinya selanjutnya di MPL Indonesia Season 14 ini kita bisa melihat munculnya banyak wajah baru yang hadir. Dan pastinya membuat MPL Indonesia lebih berwarna.
Ya, banyak sekali warna-warna yang telah dihadirkan. Dan kalau kita lihat, bahkan player baru membuat regenerasi yang terus berlanjut. Bahkan hadir lebih masif dibandingkan season-season yang lalu. Bertebar bintang, wajah baru, membawa warna baru. Di mana kehadiran para rookie membuat MPL Indonesia lebih kompetitif dan lebih panas.
Betul sekali Bude, dan potensi para rookie terbilang tidak bisa kalah pastinya dari para seniornya. Sudah tidak diragukan lagi, namun ada banyak rookie yang ada di season ini tampil dengan sangat gemilang. Bahkan performanya tidak lagi terlihat seperti rookie, Bude.
Serem, karena mereka menunjukkan potensi yang luar biasa dengan ambisi yang masih menyala-nyala. Kira-kira dari banyaknya potensi yang lahir di MPL Indonesia Season 14, siapakah yang layak menjadi Rookie of the Season by Kopay? Dan sebelum kita bacakan dari nominasinya dan juga tentu saja pemenangnya, kita akan lebih dahulu mengundang representasi dari GoPay. Ada Bapak Rudi Tantio Setiawan selaku Head of Product Marketing GoPay. Kepada Bapak Rudi kami persilahkan untuk kembali ke panggung. Berseason-season GoPay terus mendukung, silahkan Pak.
Ya, thank you Bude. Pertama-tama saya ingin mengucapkan terima kasih kepada Mobile Legends dan Muntun untuk GoPay bisa mempersembahkan award Rookie of the Season MPL Season 14 ini. Ya, tanpa mengurangi rasa hormat kepada para pemain senior yang sudah terlebih dahulu berlaga di MPL. Seperti tadi Bude juga sudah mengatakan, nuansa di Season 14 ini benar-benar tentang regenerasi. Tentang rookie muda yang berani, yang berkolaborasi dengan para seniornya gitu ya. Dan kita lihat dari statistik mereka yang luar biasa, mereka nggak cuma menjadi Rookie of the Week, tapi juga menjadi Player of the Week. Dan kita lihat bagaimana ketatnya persaingan dari Rookie of the Season di season kali ini sungguh luar biasa dan menegangkan gitu ya. Nah, setelah kita melihat performa mereka yang luar biasa, ya yakin ini menjadi sebuah prestasi yang luar biasa bagi para rookie ini. Tapi nggak cukup untuk menjadi prestasi. Bagaimana mengubah prestasi menjadi reputasi, itu yang paling penting. Dan saya rasa di sini cuma ada satu kata kunci yang bisa mengubah prestasi menjadi reputasi, yaitu konsistensi. Sama seperti aplikasi baru GoPay yang selalu konsisten memberikan harga yang selalu murah bagi para teman-teman gamers dan terus menjadi dompet andalan para gamers. Kita ada pulsa, paket data yang selalu murah, juga bayar tagihan. Juga GoPay baru saja meluncurkan GoPay Games, sebuah web top up bagi teman-teman gamers untuk bisa selalu top up. Dan kami sedang ada promo merayakan MPL Playoff kali ini dengan memberikan gratis diamond sampai dengan 59 diamond. Ya, juga GoPay secara konsisten terus menjadi naik level bareng GoPay. Bagaimana GoPay juga mendukung para talenta muda negeri ini untuk terus berkompetisi. Melalui kompetisi-kompetisi baik dari tingkat komunitas, melalui GoPay Arena Community Championship, kami juga mensponsori MDL, MPL, bahkan sampai ke M6 nanti. Dengan harapan para rookie menjadi masa depan dari e-sport Indonesia, terus berkompetisi, mengasah kemampuan, dan terus mengharumkan nama Indonesia di kancah internasional. Dengan bangga, GoPay mempersembahkan Rookie of the Season MPL Season 14.
Prestasi menjadi reputasi dan pastinya itu semua karena konsistensi. Terima kasih Bapak Rudi Tantio Setiawan selaku representasi dari GoPay. Dan sekarang kita akan membacakan nominasi untuk kategori Rookie of the Season by GoPay. Dan inilah nominasinya.
TL ID Favian,
TL ID Eroshenki,
RRQ Rins,
Dewa Idok,
Dewa Mueza,
Fnatic Res,
TL ID Widi,
Gig Masako,
Dewa Azura,
dan AE Owen.
Rookie of the Season MPL ID Season 14 by GoPay adalah Favian dari tim Liquid ID.
Favian, The Risk Boy, Mewing Boy, semuanya disabet dan bahkan Rookie of the Season by GoPay berhasil didapatkan, menorehkan banyak sekali prestasi di season pertamanya. Season 14 menjadi taman bermain untuk Favian. Dia berhasil mengeksplor dan membawa timnya bahkan sampai ke upper bracket.
Betul sekali dan ini dia sesuai yang kita bacakan di awal bahwa Rookie of the Season adalah teman-teman yang pastinya bisa menunjukkan kiprahnya. Dan pastinya prestasi ini kita harapkan bisa terus konsisten untuk menjadi reputasi terbaik bagi Favian.
Mendapatkan giant check dari GoPay dan juga tentunya apresiasi terbaik. Terima kasih Bapak Rudi Tantio Setiawan. Dan sekarang saatnya kita mendengarkan kata-kata dari Favian.
Dek. Ya pertama-tama mungkin aku mau ngucapin syukur alhamdulillah bisa dapetin penghargaan ini. Terus juga terima kasih juga buat keluarga yang selalu kasih dukungan dan support. Doa juga pastinya. Terus juga mau terima kasih sama coaching staff dan manajemen atas kerjasamanya. Dan terakhir paling The Cavalrys yang udah dukung dari awal regular season sampai sekarang. Thank you.
Luar biasa sekali Favian. Congratulations once again.
Masuk dari minggu yang kedua dan pada akhirnya terus menorehkan prestasi dan juga konsistensi tentunya. Dan membuat sejarah baru tentu untuk Liquid pula. Dan pertama kalinya juga kita ngelihat mereka di upper bracket.
Betul sekali dan yang tidak kalah luar biasanya adalah player yang pastinya bisa terus-menerus memberikan penampilan maksimal di setiap matchnya. Dan membawa tim mereka untuk menjadi lebih baik di setiap pertandingannya.
Benar dan selanjutnya kita akan membacakan nominasi untuk Regular Season MVP by Samsung. Sebelum itu kita akan persilahkan terlebih dahulu perwakilan dari Samsung. Ada Bapak Fauzan Alfa Andros selaku e-sport sponsorship manager dari Munton Indonesia untuk mewakilkan dari Samsung untuk naik ke atas panggung. Kita akan juga setelah ini langsung membacakan nominasi dan pemenangnya akan dibacakan oleh Pak Fauzan. Jadi kita akan membacakan nominasi untuk ini.
Dan nominasi untuk regular season MVP by Samsung, nominasinya adalah RRQ Sujin, RRQ Skylar, BTR Eman, atau BTR Moreno.
Dan pemenang kategori regular season MVP by Samsung adalah Favian dari tim Liquid ID.
Favian back to back ke panggung. Tentu saja benar-benar membawa impact dampak yang begitu membekas bagi para semua MPL fans. Dan juga dari Favian sendiri di regular season. Kita nggak bisa lupa performa Favian, inilah dia hadiah yang didapatkan oleh Favian.
Yaitu 1 unit Samsung Galaxy dan juga pastinya piagam penghargaan dari MPL Indonesia Season 14.
Kita akan mengabadikan momen ini, banyak sekali hadiah di tangan Favian. Tentu saja karena kerja keras, dedikasi, dan keberanian Favian untuk menunjukkan dirinya di season 14. Terima kasih kepada Bapak Fauzan, boleh kembali ke tempatnya. Dan
kami persilahkan untuk Favian dari tim Liquid ID. Lagi-lagi kita akan mendengarkan speech kemenangan dari Favian.
Banyak-banyak hadiahnya.
Banyak sekali ya, karena back to back nih, luar biasa sekali. Silakan Favian.
Ya, lagi-lagi dapat penghargaan lagi kedua, ya alhamdulillah. Dan terima kasih juga buat keluarga lagi yang selalu kasih dukungan buat aku dan doanya. Dan aku mau makasih sama coaching staff dan manajemen atas kerjasamanya juga. Dan The Cavalries juga yang udah dukung dari awal sampai akhir ini. Thank you.
Yap, dan itulah dia Favian mendapatkan 5 kali Rookie of the Week, 2 kali Player of the Week, semuanya disabet menjadikannya layak untuk mendapatkan gelar sebagai regular season MVP by Samsung.
Luar biasa sekali Favian. Boleh kita berikan tepuk tangan untuk Favian dari tim Liquid ID yang telah memenangkan banyak sekali penghargaan luar biasa.
Dan benar-benar kita melihat bahwa apresiasi telah diberikan bagi para player-player, coaching staff semuanya. Dan terima kasih bagi kalian semua tentunya. Sobat-sobat Mobile Legends di luar sana yang ada di sini juga yang telah bergabung untuk menyaksikan acara award season 14.
Dan pastinya kami ingin mengucapkan selamat sekali lagi kepada para pemenang yang telah menerima penghargaan hari ini. Dan pastinya prestasi kalian menjadi sumber inspirasi bagi seluruh komunitas e-sports di Indonesia.
Benar, tak lupa juga kami ingin mengucapkan terima kasih kepada seluruh player, pelatih, manajer tim, content creator, komunitas, sponsor, dan tentu saja penggemar yang telah membuat MPL Indonesia Season 14 menjadi yang terbaik hingga saat ini. Kalian adalah tulang punggung komunitas e-sports kami.
Dan pastinya semoga penghargaan ini bisa memacu semangat kalian untuk terus berjuang, berkembang, dan menjadikan dunia e-sports Indonesia semakin besar dan kuat. Tapi jangan lupa karena setelah acara ini masih ada match yang seru antara Geek Fam yang akan berhadapan dengan sang 4P Champions yang masih mengejar cincin kelimanya Fnatic Oni.
Wah, semuanya pasti gak sabar. Jadi sekarang di sini Bude izin pamit undur diri bersama dengan Alisa. Dan dengan ini MPL Indonesia Season 14 Awards kami tutup. Sampai jumpa lagi di musim berikutnya yang akan lebih hebat. Terima kasih dan sampai jumpa. MPL Indonesia Season 14 Awards. We own this!
like that. Anywhere I go, it's no matter always that. All the boys say I'm a little salty, but they kinda like it when I get a little bossy. Got another lock, gotta get it. Better watch the beat when my legs get pulsy.
Samsung Galaxy S24 FE, beli sekarang.
Halo, aku mau reservasi untuk besok jam 1
आरक्षण करना चाहती हूँ।
कितने लोगों के लिए टेबल चाहिए?
1 orang aja.
सिर्फ एक क्लिक के लिए। ये आपको ऑर्डर है।
Samsung Galaxy S24 FE, beli sekarang.
Yeah, I'm worth it. Worth it like that. Yeah, it's worth it. Worth it like
Samsung Galaxy S24 FE, beli sekarang.
worth it like that.
Dirasa anak muda selalu punya banyak cerita, karena bersama Good Day duniamu banyak rasa asik dan asik, idenya fantastik, romantis buat kamu ngehits. Oh Good Day yang bikin hidup berwarna, karena hidup banyak rasa.
Apartemen murah, di aplikasi GoPay. Pulsa murah, di aplikasi GoPay. Walau yang lain terus berubah, GoPay konsisten, kasih yang pasti murah. Bayar tagihan murah, di aplikasi GoPay. Gratis transfer, 100 kali per bulan. Ikut selebrasi MPL pasti dapat hadiah. Download aplikasi GoPay baru, nggak pakai lama. Dompet andalan gamers banyak damage-nya.
Dia tidak akan segan untuk menghadapi siapapun yang berani melawan. Dia mewarisi perjuangan karena di tubuhnya mengalir darah seorang pahlawan. Pedangnya mengukir takdir kemenangan, menghadapi segala tantangan. Penuh keberanian untuk terus berjalan menuju masa depan. Raihlah masa depan, nabung mulai dari hobi. Koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang, edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13.
Main Mobile Legends memang seru.
Mabar sama temen makin epic. Apalagi kalau double kill.
Tropicana Double Crunch, es krim karamel dengan lapisan coklat yang tebal. Crunchy-nya double.
Main bareng, makan bareng Tropicana Double Crunch. Double crunchy level dewa.
Rasa ini Gatot kacau. Ih, tombe basah.
Bro, move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal.
Wiped out.
Dapetin edisi baru Gatot Kaca di minimarket terdekat. Head and Shoulders. Ini Gatot, ini kaca. Mas Gatot, benerin kaca.
Wow, finished. See you later.
Time to go.
Okay.
Papa akan kehilangan ingatannya.
Masih inget ini, Pak? Sekecil apapun perhatian adalah kekuatan. Hidupkan momen kebersamaan. IndiHome.
First blood.
aja pakai aplikasi Klik Indomaret. Cuma tinggal klik bisa belanja online seperti di toko. Beli ini, itu, jadi mudah banget. Produknya lengkap, banyak promonya. Gak perlu pusing, bisa pakai alat bayar apa aja. Wah, 1 jam udah sampai, gratis ongkir lagi. Untung aku pakai Klik Indomaret, belanja online seperti di toko. Klik Indomaret.
Selamat pagi, anak-anak SMP Taruna Bakti. Hari ini kita kedatangan tamu istimewa dari Radio Anda, kemudian dari Mundur untuk kegiatan olahraga salam elektronik atau e-sport Mobile Legends.
Semuanya, nama saya itu dan terus jadi sebenarnya sekarang tuh dunia e-sport tuh teman-teman udah berbeda dari kayak mungkin kayak 10 tahun atau 15 di Indonesia sudah berkembang pesat sekali. Bisa kita lihat dari kalau dulu itu sport itu belum jadi olahraga yang berprestasi.
MPL Indonesia.
Apimu hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi.
Alhamdulillah, terima kasih juga kepada tim Anda yang sudah hadir di kesempatan emas dan tim MPL Indonesia. Ini kesempatan yang sangat berharga untuk buat tim
Perkenalkan, saya Aswin dari tim Indonesia. Perkembangan e-sport di Indonesia itu sudah semakin besar dan semakin
Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Apimu hadapi semua tantangan, hadang sejarah. We all this. Cuma di Anda.
The show's back on track! You're hired! Now give us a show!
The gun represents justice. When pointing at the bad guys, open fire!
We all belong to where our hearts go, no? I will choose my own path.
Get lost!
The pointy ends of my spears warn those against me.
It's my way or the highway. Don't worry, this ain't my first rodeo. Not so tough now, are ya? Line 'em up!
CC and Yo-Yo, ready to set the stage on fire! Was it you who called me back? Shh, be careful of what you wish for.
Grant me your strength. Tears! 5, 6, 7. Hey, we're missing a candle. Here's to another 8 magical years.
Samsung Galaxy S24 FE, beli sekarang.
Halo, aku mau reservasi untuk besok jam 11 करना चाहती हूँ।
कितने लोगों के लिए टेबल चाहिए?
1 orang aja. Serving via klik के लिए. ये आपका order है.
Samsung Galaxy S24 FE, beli sekarang.
Yeah, I'm worth it. Worth it like that. Yeah, it's worth it. Worth it like
Samsung Galaxy S24 FE, beli sekarang.
worth it like that.
Dirasa anak muda selalu punya banyak cerita, karena bersama Good Day duniamu banyak rasa, asik dan asik, idenya fantastik, romantis, buat kamu nangis. Oh Good Day yang bikin hidup berwarna, karena hidup banyak rasa.
Apartemen murah, aplikasi GoPay, pulsa murah di aplikasi GoPay. Walau yang lain terus berubah, GoPay konsisten, kasihnya pasti murah. Bayar tagihan murah di aplikasi GoPay, gratis transfer 100 kali per bulan. Ikut selebrasi MPL pasti dapat hadiah. Download aplikasi GoPay baru, nggak pakai lama. Dompet andalan gamers banyak damage-nya.
Kita adalah pejuang yang melangkah dengan penuh keyakinan, menghadapi dunia tanpa keraguan, karena hidup adalah arena pertarungan. Kita adalah pejuang yang tak akan gentar oleh segala tantangan, menghadapi lawan tanpa ketakutan, karena kita terlahir untuk meraih kemenangan. Raihlah kemenangan dengan koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang, edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13. Saatnya nabung dari hobi bersama UBS Gold.
Main Mobile Legends memang seru.
Mabar sama temen makin epic. Apalagi kalau double kill.
Tropicana Double Crunch, es krim karamel dengan lapisan coklat yang tebal. Crunchy-nya double.
Main bareng, makan bareng Tropicana Double Crunch. Double crunchy level dewa.
Rasa ini Gatot kacau. Ih, tombe basah.
Bro, move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal
Wiped out.
dapetin edisi baru Gatot kaca di minimarket terdekat. Head and Shoulders. Ini Gatot, ini kaca. Mas Gatot, benerin kaca.
Wow, finished. See you later.
Time to go. Okay.
Apa akan kehilangan ingatannya?
Masih inget ini, Pak?
Sekecil apapun perhatian adalah kekuatan. Hidupkan momen kebersamaan. IndiHome.
First blood.
Mendapatkan 2 pompon pentulen.
tamu istimewa dari Radio Anda, kemudian dari Mundur untuk kegiatan olahraga salam elektronik atau e-sport Mobile Legends.
Halo semuanya, nama saya itu
dan terus
jadi sebenarnya sekarang tuh dunia e-sport tuh udah berbeda dari kayak mungkin kayak 10 tahun atau 15 di Indonesia sudah berkembang pesat sekali. Bisa kita lihat dari kalau dulu itu sport itu belum menjadi olahraga yang berprestasi.
MPL Indonesia.
Apimu hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan, bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah, kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss, we all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi.
Alhamdulillah, terima kasih juga kepada tim Anda yang sudah hadir di kesempatan emas dan tim MPL Indonesia. Ini kesempatan yang sangat berharga, kesempatan buat tim
Perkenalkan, saya Aswin dari tim Indonesia. Perkembangan e-sport di Indonesia itu sudah semakin besar.
Bukan halangan, bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah, kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss, we all this, we won't miss, we all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus, and if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan, bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah, kita akan buat dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we'll nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan, bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah, kita akan buat sejarah. We'll miss, we won't miss, we'll miss, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi, aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we'll nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan, bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah, kita akan buat sejarah. We'll miss, we won't miss, we'll miss, we won't miss, we'll miss. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan, bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah, kita akan buat sejarah. We'll miss. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we'll nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan, bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah, kita akan sampai di sini, kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini, kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we only nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan, bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah, kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss, we all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi, aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we only nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan, bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah, kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss, we all this, we won't miss, we all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan, bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah, kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we only nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan, bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah, kita akan buat dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat
Live from El Dorado Dome, Bandung. MPL Season 14 Playoffs, powered by Moonton. Presented by official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy. Official coffee partner, Good Day. Official e-wallet, GoPay. Official destination for gaming and esports, Hidea. Official gold partner, UBS Gold. We own this.
El Dorado Dome Bandung akan
akan menjadi saksi bagi perjalanan tim-tim yang sedang berjuang untuk mendapatkan gelar sang juara dan juga tiket M6. Inilah dia perjalanan bagi tim-tim di MPL Indonesia Season 14.
Dan pastinya satu tim sudah gugur dan masih ada satu tim tersisa yang harapannya harus terkubur. Antara Fnatic Onyx atau Geek Fam untuk bisa ke M6 World Championship.
Benar, kita sudah melihat adanya tim yang gugur. Namun kalau melihat dua tim ini adalah dua tim yang pernah mewakili Indonesia. Dua tim yang melangkah di M5 World Championship menjadi wakil Indonesia. Dan kali ini mereka harus beradu. Dan hanya ada satu slot saja untuk bisa membuka kesempatan mereka kembali mengharumkan nama Indonesia.
Dan pastinya Bude, sebelum kita membahas lebih jauh mengenai pertemuan kedua tim yang pastinya sudah sangat kita nantikan, kita mau nyapa dulu nih super fans yang telah hadir di El Dorado Bandung. Mana suaranya?
Woohoo! Sonic dan juga Geek Fam Unity sudah berkumpul, tapi tentu saja ini akan benar-benar kita diajak menjadi saksi. Mungkin perjalanan yang sangat menarik. Sebelum kita melihat perjalanan yang izinkan, kami mengucapkan terima kasih kepada semua support yang kalian berikan dan juga support dari para sponsor dan partner. Karena MPL Indonesia Season 14 powered by Moonton, presented by official turnamen smartphone Samsung Galaxy.
Dan pastinya our official coffee partner ada Good Day, official e-wallet ada GoPay, official destination for gaming and e-sport Kidia, official gold partner ada UBS Gold.
Dan tak lupa juga kita punya partner in esports. Ada Campina, Head and Shoulders, Oraimo, Telkomsel, Dunia Games, IndiHome, dan juga WeDrink.
Dan pastinya our suppliers ada Erigo, Click Indomaret, Yummy Choice, Kilo Food, Popmart, RSP Helmet, Saturdays, and supported by PBSI.
Yay, semuanya udah mendukung, apalagi kayak makin malam makin hangat. Karena mengingat kita tahu sendiri ini adalah mungkin kali pertama dari 7 season beruntun. Fnatic Onyx yang biasa di upper bracket, kali ini mereka harus berjuang dari play-in. Mana nih semangatnya dari para Sonic?
Dan pastinya Bude, tapi peluang Geek ini juga gak kalah besar. Karena mengingat di regular season bahwa Fnatic Onyx tidak bisa menang satu game pun dari Geek Fam. Dan tentunya juga kita tahu bahwa Geek di mode playoff ini selalu bisa memperlihatkan perkembangan yang luar biasa. Bahkan di season 12 mereka berangkat ke M5 World Championship dari lower bracket.
Begitu mengerikan pastinya, apalagi lagi-lagi mode playoff. Harus kita saksikan bersama-sama bagaimana perubahan terjadi. 2 minggu banyak sekali tentu saja gameplay. Lalu ditambah lagi kejutan apa yang akan mereka berikan. Mengingat di minggu-minggu sisa akhir season, Fnatic Onyx mereka terlihat makin kuat. Ditambah dengan Geek Fam, mereka masih benar-benar bisa meracik susunan baru. Dan khususnya kita menantikan Baloi akan bermain apa.
Tentu saja, dan langsung saja Bude tanpa berlama-lama lagi, kita akan langsung lemparkan ke caster. Silakan caster.
The Sky Kings are vulnerable. It hasn't been an easy season for them, and their throne is now jeopardized. They're looking to get that 5-peat, and that dream is still alive, but standing in front of them are the Kingslayers, Geek Fam. Welcome back to MPL ID Season 14 Playoffs. Day number 1, of course, match number 2 with me, Realize, Mirko, and Arashi. Of course, this is going to be yet another spicy matchup after we had to bid farewell to Alter Ego.
That was a tough sight, man. Alter Ego, a team that's been there for so long. Players we've seen for a while. I mean, Nino getting teary. I felt teary myself, man. Can't hold it back. I can't imagine what will happen after this match, right? Whatever happens, these were the teams that were representing us just a while back. So it's gonna be a tough day for everyone for sure, but we gotta get it done. And that's why the first day is so eventful in the first place.
I've been looking at it already, right? The fact that Alter Ego showed a lot of improvements already. I feel like Geek Fam will do the same. Actually, I think they're gonna try to break some of our expectations here. most people predicted this match to go one way, just like match number 1, Fnatic Onic taking the game.
Yeah.
But Geek Fam have had 2 weeks, and with the emergence of Rafaela coming back, these healers in MPL Philippines, I feel like Geek Fam will definitely try to take a bit of inspiration from MPL Philippines, maybe bring that Rafaela in. And against Fnatic Onic, I'm not sure if the alpha utility-esque meta fits into Kyrie's playbook.
That's the problem. That's the main question. But of course, in today's schedule, we have seen Bigatron Alpha able to take down Ultra Ego in a flawless 3-0. And now game number 2, or match number 2 rather, will see us look at who will yet step out of MPL ID Season 14 and that M6 ticket contention. Of course, it's Fnatic Onic and Geek Fam. Now, continuing to that patch you talked about, this patch might also benefit Vincent because this guy is well known with his fighter, hero pool. He's well known for the Roger back in the days, and now Roger has been nerfed into that ultimate cooldown that has been slightly, increased. Now Suyo, now Alpha, new horizons opening up for Vincent.
A lot of options possible for sure, but again, these are assumptions, right? We know that Vincent doesn't do as well with the assassins. It doesn't mean that he can operate the same way on these new heroes showing up. I mean, the Alpha definitely is a great possibility. The Suyo is a bit of a weird one, right? In a way, it's a mix of an assassin and a fighter.
Yeah.
Technically, Julian is in the same spot kind of, and Vincent can play that hero to a pretty good, decent level. So we have to wait and see what gets prioed here. Is it gonna be once more a prio into the jungle, or is it somewhere else? Because with the shift in the meta, right? The mid lane, the roaming position, there's so many different ways to actually prioritize in the drafting phase, and we saw even a bit of that just earlier in the first match, right? It wasn't always the jungler being prioritized.
Yeah, and of course, the main topic of today, it is going to be very hurtful because what Arashi mentioned is now in your very screens. Indonesia's 2 M5 representatives, they have to clash in the play-ins, and this means that we will not see, either one of these teams in M5, and that is going to be a bitter pill to swallow. For Onic, it has been, like how I said, a vulnerable season for them.
It really has, losing to Rebellion, going on a 4-lose streak. Not a lot of people predicted this.
Yikes.
I don't think anyone predicted them to lose against Rebellion, but that's been the case, especially up against Geek Fam for some reason in the regular season, despite the fact that obviously in the playoffs here, most people have gone, and predicted Onic to win. They have not won a single match in the regular season against Geek Fam this season. It just seems like Geek Fam have had their number. With Vincent, with Veldora, with Chadera, doesn't even matter which lineup they deploy. They do really well, but that is also a big question that I gotta ask over to Geek Fam. Fnatic Onic, they were struggling with Lutpi. I think the first leg they were playing with Lutpi, second leg they played with Rez. But now we have their main lineup. What's Geek Fam's main lineup?
That's true. I mean, sure, you still have that foundation in Baloyski, in Aboy. But of course, to answer all these questions, we will throw it up into the panelist desk. Eterna, Colius, and of course, Chefin. Take it away.
Answer us.
And we're gonna catch that. Thank you so much, casters. Thank you so much, Faiz, Realize, Mirko, as well as Arashi. And ladies and gentlemen, once again, welcome back to the English panel. My name is Eterna, and I will be your desk host once again for this next match, alongside with Polius, as well as Chefin, as we get down into the nitty-gritty between our next match. Geek Fam and Fnatic Onic. Polius, talk us through it.
Well, I'm really excited to see this match because it's a rematch for grand final of MPL Season 12. Both of them are the teams who are goes to the M5, but now one of them will go home. So we will see one new team if one of them goes to the grand final of MPL Season 14, the M6.
That's it. And that's the global mission that both of these teams really want to get their hands on. They want a second chance, a second life coming into M6. Chefin, are you okay?
I am very nervous, Eterna. I mean, you can see in the poster that we show right now, 22 wins against 3 wins. That is absolutely insane. Now, there's a good thing though. In this season, it's 4-1 for Geek Fam. There's also a big caveat, by the way. It was before the Rogers got nerfed. It was before the big adjustment that pretty much nerfed Vincent to the ground. Now, with the Suyo, as Mirko and the crew said earlier, maybe that will be the latter day for Geek Fam.
And
But-
not to mention, right, if we're talking about Vince's hero pool and so on and so forth, we also got to talk about the changes for this man, right? The BBB, the big brain Beloy. Like the casters mentioned earlier on, I think it's a really good point to talk about that. There are Rafaelas that might come back into play, the Matildas finding success as well. Do you think that will find new picks in for Beloyski as one of their, spears coming into this matchup against Fnatic Onyx?
I hope so, but I think the bigger question would be, will the Hellcurt be there? Will the Sabers and Natalia will be there? Or maybe Selena, the damage assassins, or the damage rumor. Hellcurt is probably the one that Beloyski, is most comfortable playing on, but I really don't think he's gonna pick it. Even Onyx, I really doubt that they're gonna pay any attention towards this Hellcurt pick. If they do actually lose in the first game against a Hellcurt, then they're gonna ban it.
That's a big question. That's a big question. And I think one of the other, patterns that we see for Fnatic Onyx is people like to respect ban him away, right? And he does have a message. He mentioned it in one of his interviews in the regular season. Wait for us in the playoffs.
Yeah.
And we saw Fnatic Onyx, their performance in the final moments of the regular season, that was a different Onyx that we saw from the entirety of the regular season, honestly.
Granted, it's Dewa United and Alter Ego.
Yeah, but all of us already know that it's not a smooth sailing for Fnatic Onyx. But they proved it on the last week, I think on the week 8 and 9.
Yeah.
But now they goes to the playoff and everybody's waiting for what kind of surprise that Onyx want to bring up. Especially with Suyo. I think Suyo is like made for Kairi because he's really good using a high mechanics hero, and we knows that Suyo have the complete package of what kind of jungler needs. The crowd control, the dash ability, the burst damage. So our GigFam will not banning Suyo for Kairi.
It is tough, especially if they're on the second phase. They have to ban the chip, first of all. Maybe ban the Fanny also, because it's just way too much to deal with, and also it forces you to adjust the most out of all the heroes Mobile Legends, I think. Now the third ban becomes even more, concerning.
Matilda?
Matilda, I guess, probably will be the best ban there. Even so, we're talking about some of the best players in Indonesia for a long time right now. Sans, Kairi, Keyboy, oh my goodness gracious. As we're gonna take a look at the highlights of what happened in the regular season, Eterna.
Yeah, we also got to talk about, other than, of course, the advantages that both of these teams have, but also what happened in the regular season. What made the performance from the side of particularly Fnatic Onyx so shaky? And a lot of people are saying that it's due to their rookie. It's due to Rez. Now, Polius, do you agree that Rez is their weakest link?
I'm not agree because when I see the momentum, I think the initiation from Rez is actually good if their teammates is following up Rez, but now they are in sync. Now they are ready for the playoff. That's why we already see on the week number 9 when they are facing against Alter Ego and Dewa. Rez and the others are really in sync.
Okay, and we've seen a big rise in the Cho, right, for MPL PH, and I do believe that Rez was also one of the first ones to actually pick up the Cho in the EXP lane. A lot of criticism actually on that particular match when it seems like Coach Yeb really wanted to force out the Cho, but with the changes coming in from the regular season, do you think that could be a pick considered for Rez?
I think it should be, First of all, Keyboy is an amazing Cho player, so the flex works wonders for Onyx. Probably the best in all of Indonesian teams right now for this Cho pick. Even so, like if Rez is not really comfortable enough on the Cho, they can actually kind of replace it with some of the heroes that he can play, like the lockdown heroes, like Barats. That's something that Rez usually likes to play and Coach Yep likes to draft. But I think at this point of the game, 2 weeks, a lot of preparation for Rez, and also he's way more comfortable on the stage than ever.
I'm excited, honestly, personally speaking, right? Because when we're talking about creativity, when we're talking about exploration, both of these teams are capable of that. And it actually makes me nervous. I'm not a big, huge fan of both of the teams, but I'm excited to see whether or not we're going to see new picks coming through for maybe even Vincent, right? We are going to take a look at the highlights for Vincent and his gameplay so far. And what do you think? I mean, we talked about a little bit more about the Suyo coming through. Is there something else that he can actually utilize?
First of all, Assassins obviously is not
His thing.
his thing. So I think it's gonna be better if he's using the utility jungler, or for example Alpha, or even Suyo for Vincent right now. Because Vincent playstyle is like he will not like do the fast thing. He's like shoo, but he's waiting for the momentum, the right momentum to enter the team fights or stealing the objective.
Oh man, I'm kind of snorting a little bit of copium here. What if, what if, okay, let me cook here. What if Geek Fam purposely showed like, oh, Vincent can really play Assassins in the regular season, and now he's gonna pick the Assassins in the playoffs.
Hey, it's possible. It's possible, I'm not gonna, let that slide.
Hey,
we already see on IL before.
I said it to one of the boys in the caster's desk, and they look at me like I was crazy.
No, I believe
Am
you.
I crazy?
No, you're not.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much.
We believe Sheffin. It's a big
Yeah.
possibility, right? Why not save your strategies for the playoffs? And this is the moment where they severely need it. They're up against the four-peat defending champions, Fnatic Onyx,
Exactly.
disregarding their performance this season.
Even if they lose, they will not continue on this journey because they will not go to the lower bracket. They will exactly go home.
There's also a good thing to consider for Geek Fam fans out there, though. Historically, ever since Season 12, Geek Fam has been the most competitive team that faced off Onyx. In Season 12, they were in the Grand Finals 4-2. It's not really the greatest of scores. In Season 13, I believe they lost only 3-2, right?
I don't remember.
Yeah, they were
To
up
be
2-1.
honest.
They were up 2-1. They have a chance to actually close it out, but actually lose against Onyx.
Okay, so you're feeling confident.
Not really, to be honest.
Where does Sheffin stand, guys?
Hey, sometimes you just have to realize that, sometimes, you have to consider the objective facts.
Okay, speaking of facts, we do have some facts coming in from Dora DSP on Geeks. Preparation for the playoffs. We might be more prepared for the playoffs too. So we also want to explore in terms of heroes, gameplay, but we also want to win. It's just that our focus is on exploring to prepare for the playoffs. That's the most important thing. Is this inching towards what you were mentioning earlier, Sheffin?
It might be. I might be a clairvoyant.
Oh.
Ooh.
Love that.
So
What do you
can
think,
predict the
Olius?
future? But yeah, I think the preparation is really important for Geek Fam, especially they have 2 weeks break before, and it's a very short time to thinking about the strategy, what kind of improving their playstyle or even gameplay to be played on the playoff.
So are we maybe hinting at a potential Ube strategy gameplay coming in from Geek Fam? I mean, it could be possible, right? Rafael and Matilda coming back into the mix.
If I'm thinking about a Baloski playstyle, I think it's gonna be better if they want to play the Ube.
Right? Rafaela and regarding that, Vincent is a utility jungler.
Yeah, I think it might be possible, and it is possible in the hands of Pelosi and the crew, especially considering that Feldora has been progressing really well over the course of the season, and I think he's used to play this damage dealer, EXP laner. One of them is Benedetta, right? Benedetta can play the far lane really well with the addition of the Revitalize and also the Concussive Blast. The wave clear is going to be crazy, and they're going to be able to handle their long lane quite well. And speaking of long lane, Chatera is also one of the most prominent users of Moskov in MPL Indonesia. And I think Geek Fam so far in the season, they've been picking Moskov the most out of all the teams, so you gotta, maybe pay attention to that if you're Onyx.
Wait,
So your guess is Kadera and
Exactly.
Feldora is
are you
who's
saying
gonna play?
that's the lineup?
I think so. No, first of all, Gops and Masako. Now, I'm not belittling their performance in the regular season. They were actually pretty decent for a rookie. Vivian is just way too crazy with the standards. But you gotta consider the experience, the airtime that they have in the playoffs. They've been here much longer than these guys are. And they're more ready.
I guess that makes sense. I mean, regular season to playoffs is also already a different ball game. Imagine if they had to represent Indonesia at M6. I think one of the things that we also need to highlight is the coaches, right? I mean, so far there have been a lot of people that are saying, what's up with Yeb's draft so far? It seems like he's very instinctual. Is there something that we can actually pinpoint from this stat that we see on screen?
Don't forget that Coach Yep loves to do some kind of trial and error on the regular season. I think that's why we already see the most big unplanned heroes like the Harriet, the Varamis for them. Maybe it's gonna be good if they want to having some trial and error and do it on the playoff, because it will not have any chances anymore if they lose on this match.
Yeah, I think in the regular season, just a lot of experimentational, is that right? Draft from Yeb. And yeah, it's gonna be crazy, man. And one of the things that I noticed here is that Hayabusa and Fanny Ban coming in from Geek Fam, knowing that they don't only play that, so they are kind of forced to ban that. That's why I'm really worried by the fact that both, even if they are on the blue side or the red side, there's gonna be some investment on the banning phase towards Kyrie's assassin, because so far, out of all the teams that beaten Prime Onyx, usually the target ban Kyrie.
That's true.
Out of all the players that they have.
So do you think that Fnatic Onyx might revert back to second pick once again? You know, that is a special comfort coming in from Fnatic Onyx. But ladies and gentlemen, here it is, the official team lineup for both of the teams.
Fnatic Onyx, Rest, Kyrie, Sans, Keyboy, stay away!
For Geek Fam, the King Slayers is still with the winning lineup. Veltura, Vincent, Aboy, Chadera, and BBB.
Big Brain Veloski. Wow. It's a very interesting matchup because both of them are gonna go.
A battle once revered. A battle once anticipated for the upper brackets. But this time, both teams will have to fight tooth and nail from the bottom. Once friends on the international stage, now turned foe. Let's give a warm welcome for the battle of the ages. The Fallen Kings, Fnatic Onyx, and the King Slayers, Geek Fam.
Oh man, do you see what Chadera brought there? And I gotta say,
now.
You know,
translate.
It's a bit shameless, but you know what? The hustle is there. Respect the hustle, bro. And here it is, the brains of both teams. Also, Marshall Deneng onto the stage. Bluffzy, Dora DSP, Coach Rajayeva, also Coach Ari on the stage.
We're gonna see what kind of recipe they bring to the table for tonight, because they lose, they're gonna go home. Even like we already seen what kind of battle that they can give to us. On the regular season, Onyx always lose against Geek Fam, but now it's the playoff. And the fan says it's like Onyx model playoff. What kind of strategy and surprises that Coach Yeba and Bluffzy can bring?
You can also look at Peloisky pumping his chest and throwing his finger in the air. He's wishing a good luck for himself, a prayer to the gods for him to be able to make this happen. A lot of people say this is gonna be an impossible task for Geek Fam, but they know the chances are there. They've done it before in the regular season. So we're gonna take a look at the rival showdown between these two players, these two buddies, ever since the Philippines. Onyx PH that right now is the winner of MPL PH Season 14. It's Kyrie and Beloisky. Man, oh man, there's two talents that flew to Indonesia, and their journey in Indonesia is nothing short of remarkable. Right now, they're looking to eliminate each other in this stage.
They're one of the teammates before.
They might be friends,
but
now, in the land of dawn, they're
gonna
foes.
face each other.
Yeah.
And with the average KDA of Kyrie 8.05, I think it's a very high KDA. If we are looking at the current meta, it's really hard to have a good KDA, especially the team fights is not always get a kill point. Usually you just want to wasting the opponent's resources and aim for the turret or the objective.
Do you know a fact, Colius? The #1 KDA so far this season is Albert. So for all you Onyx fans out there, you know, if you wanna, nah, just kidding. I don't wanna spark something.
I mean, I always get nervous when Shepard takes over the mic, but let's take a look at the keys to victory now from the Samsung Galaxy S24 FE for Fnatic Onyx.
Follow up Rest as the playmaker for FNOC, and the trio mid needs to work together and regain their synergy.
It's gonna be a really interesting debut for Rest, especially in the playoffs. We saw, you know, Luke P performing really well last season in the playoffs, and even revert to as one of the best performers out of all the veterans that Onyx Esports at the time, or Fnatic Onyx had. And now we're gonna take a look at the keys to victory by Samsung Galaxy S24 FE for Geek Fam. Avoid experimenting with assassins, prioritize Vincent's fighter jungler. The second one, leverage Beloisky's creativity as the X factor in the playoffs. But it kinda goes both ways, doesn't it? the Helker, the Sabers, and Natalia. I don't think it's gonna be viable in this meta, man. It's just way too hard. There's too much cover. There's too much CC to deal with. And if you're actually using a damage roamer, it's a bit lackluster because you're not really farming in the end. So your items is gonna be very limited.
My guess is I think on the first game, Onyx not gonna banning the Hellkite. But if Baloyski use it and they lose on the first game, so on the second game, I think Onyx will ban Hellkite.
Yeah, this is interesting.
Yeah, very interesting. 47% first pick for Onyx. And usually Raja Yeba is known to pick as the second picker if he has the authority to do so, because he likes to respond rather than initiate the draft.
Which is why I think the win rate for Fnatic Onyx is so much better on red side. So the fact that now they're forced on first pick really poses the big question, what heroes can Geek Fam actually close out, and which heroes that Fnatic Onyx want to respect ban in the first phase?
I think there's a lot of priority heroes right now, like Suyo, Alpha, Matilda, or even the Suxin. That's why Onyx want to secure at least one power hero. Then they are responding what kind of heroes that the opponents pick.
It's going to be tough for both of these teams, man, because there's just way too much factor. As you can see here in El Dorado Dome, it is a full house here in Bandung, the Sea of Fire. Man, oh man, I just love MPL playoffs.
It is wild. The energy coming in from all of the audiences, the viewers. By the way, this is the first day. So imagine as the ball goes rolling, and imagine as we get into the later stage of the playoffs. This is outside, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. There's actually a watch party available for those of you who have not been able to secure those tickets. There's actually a free watch party outside that you guys can participate in. And even that is a full house. So with that, without any further ado, we're going into the drafting phase for game number 1 in match number 2 of day number 1 between Fnatic, Onyx, and Geek Fam. This is the drafting phase presented by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy S24 FE. And wow, there you go.
What?
Suyo opened up Fnatic Onyx with that first pick.
Wait a minute, chip ban on the blue side.
Yeah, because they are prioritizing Suyo. I think that's why they need to ban the chip on their last ban. But picking against Suyo for the Geek Fam, right now they have a lot of options to be picked. Luoyi is still open for Aboy, and Aboy is a very good user of Luoyi.
I think right now the priority falls towards Edith first over anything else. Gatot Kaca is also still there. The flex is pretty much all for the taking for Geek Fam right now. It's gonna be interesting on what they're gonna pick in the end here. And it's going to be the Phobius, and also the Matilda is still open. No, they're not gonna take the Matilda. Instead, they go towards the Yeef route. Now, are they gonna pick it? This forbidden combo in MPL Indonesia so far that boasts a 100% win rate. Matilda and Phobius.
Matilda, Phobius, or even the Khalid Gatot. I think
Khalid is banned.
Khalid is banned, so there's no Khalid anymore. That's why I'm thinking about what if Keyboy wants to play with Rafaela. Even it's not fit with Keyboy's playstyle. I know Keyboy playstyle is the flashy one. He likes to pick off the opponents, but facing against Phobius and Yeef, I think Rafaela can be a good option.
And also I wonder, because so far Sans has been the only mid laner out of all, or maybe Onyx overall is the only team that has picked Katira and found success in it. And against a Yeef, usually you wanna dive, right? But no, they're gonna go the Luoyi route, and also the Hylos, so no prioritization at all towards the Matilda. This is very interesting, Colius.
What is going on?
They know each other well. I don't know, man.
I don't know. Fnatic Onyx, they're letting the Matilda go. The Matilda...
Oh, you gotta pick Alpha, right?
It sounds so good when you pair it up with the Phobius. Like, what's going on?
Especially the user is Baloy.
Why Hylo?
Baloy loves to using Matilda, but they need the frontliner, Eterna, because Suyo needs to get back when the opponents try to catch Suyo. That's why they need the distraction, using the Hylos as the sandbag. But yeah, Matilda.
Oh man.
This is not the start that Geek Fam... No,
they're gonna
that
target Vincent.
Fnatic Onyx wants right now. And Geek Fam, they're gonna start eliminating these options. Understand that the Hylos can still be flexed into the EXP lane. They go for the Kaja ban, taking away Keyboy's hero.
Oh my goodness, this is worrying for Vincent. The Alpha is ban, and possibly another ban towards Vincent also. Like, one of the other heroes there,
Roger,
Nolan?
Julian.
I don't think Nolan is also good against a Hylos and Suyo in the first place. So Fnatic Onyx, they might want to, bait Vincent into a Nolan.
But when they have Matilda, I think Roger might be a good option if he can secure the snowballing factor on the early game.
I don't know, man. I don't know, Roger. I think Vincent used it the last time in the regular season, and you can see it the way he played. Like, he's not comfortable on this hero, and the nerf, that 9-second Wolf transform cooldown is just way too much for this guy, and it looks like it's gonna be Nolan towards Vincent. Now, what's gonna be the answer here? What are you cooking, Blovzy, for Vincent? Because he has a very refined taste. He's picky about what he's eating.
I agree. One hero that Vincent has used in the regular season, it's not as popular. We didn't see it in MPL PH. Bane.
Bane, yeah, I just want to mention about it because Bane with Matilda and Povius, especially with Deadly Catch 1, Luoyi using the diversion, it might be an option for GFAM right now.
Your team is
And it's going to be Moscow first.
Time and tide
That long lane, it looks like gonna be Beatrix and possibly Franco. Yep, it's gonna be a Franco, Beatrix, and now Veldora. If he jumps in, he is cooked. He has to pick maybe a Vengeance because it can be utilized, it can be used, even though he got suppressed. So expect that. Now, this is the big question, Colius. Oh man, I don't think Bane is a good option either, to be honest. Against a Hylos?
Ling?
Oh.
Yeah, Ling for aiming Luoyi and Beatrix on the early game.
But with Matilda.
That's the problem.
Oh!
Borg.
Is this it?
There you go.
Oh man.
Is this the hidden strat that we've been waiting from the regular season? This is a... Actually, wait.
Debut pick.
Wait. Is that Chidera on the export? No way, right?
No way.
It's a visual bug,
Moscow.
right?
Yeah.
Okay.
But honestly, I love the drop from GeekFam. It looks solid, but looking against Onyx who using Luoyi, if they got the map control, I think Fnatic Onyx will get the first game.
All right, what about you, Sheffin?
I don't know, man. I think GeekFam has a chance here, as long as they play the kiting game properly. But with a big notice though, this is the best pickoff team in Indonesia in Fnatic Onyx.
Yep.
You have to somehow absolutely dodge all of the things that's coming from Keyboy.
All right. So the compositions have been set in stone. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to throw it over to our casters to bring you game number 1.
One life, one goal, and one chance to make it even further in the brackets. Welcome to Land of Dawn. Game number 1, it is GeekFam against Fnatic Onyx. Talk to me about the draft, Arashi.
A surprising turn of events. We see Vincent finally on a fighter. That's great news for GeekFam.
Amazing.
On top of that, though, they got the Yves, high ground mage for a boy. That's great. They got the Matilda for Beloyski. They have a very solid draft right here. Even Chidera with a bit of a signature pick on the Moskov too. They have a great balance here in whatever they want to do. So they can play it safe, they can play it aggressive if they want to. The only real concern is that when Fnatic Onyx get some power spikes and go for those early game pickoffs. But aside from that, if GeekFam can kind of play it safe, they can make sure that Beloyski can save anyone getting jumped on. This could be a pretty good game for GeekFam. If you take a look at the emblems here by IndyHome, Wilderness Blessings for the mid lane and the roam, it's all about moving around, man. It's about clearing and then going for those ganks. Weapon Mastery for CW, gonna take a bit longer to ramp up. Whereas Chidera going with the Master Assassin wants to get some more pressure, some more fire in that lane, but look at Beloyski.
Oh, great stun over, with a blaze of the immortal form. That's first blood over to Kai.
That damage coming in from the Suyo. Is Suyo that strong in that early game, Arashi?
I mean, the Suyo is absolutely amazing. Look at that damage!
Oh boy, oh, that's an iron hook. Oh boy, flicker. Don't use the ignition, luckily, to take him down there, but that's a wasted flicker. Already, so much pressure by the Suyo.
Oh man, no way for GeekFam to kind of match that kind of burst damage in the early game. You look at their composition, it's a lot of continuous damage. The Yves spamming out spells, Beloyski spamming out wisps as well, as Vincent's just spraying with the fire. Not a lot of burst damage. So when Kyrie wants to go in and just go for the 1v1 trade in damage, he wins every single time. You gotta wait a bit longer here before they can kind of match up. But this is the Turtle with the level 4 power spikes. In GeekFam, in theory, have a lot of tools to guarantee that they can go for this 50-50.
Yeah, I've talked about the setup. GeekFam has it all. They have the zoning tools, they have the jump tools to really just rile Fnatic Onic the turtle scenarios. But for now, it's just Rez trying to tank up the turtle. But in bottom lane,
Bloody Hunt, Nibiru's Passion, CW. Finding the kill, now Rez all alone, isolated. Up to the Glorious Pathway, and Revitalize should be able to escape here as the chase won't be continued. Geek Fam will secure the neutral objective, but it does seem like for Fnatic Onic, they don't care about the neutral objective. They'll go straight for the purple buff. A hook missing there from Keyboy. Good yin-yang reaction. Oh, we're gonna be caught in Circling Eagle, now burned down to the ground by Vincent on the X-Borg, but he will lose the purple buff. Heck, he'll lose everything in the bottom side jungle.
Wow, highway robbery from Kyrie right there. Fnatic Onic, understanding they don't really have the same kind of impact level 4, they just give up the neutral objective and go straight for the change, the trade on the other side of the map, and the purple buff invade. Looking at the talent predictions here by the new application GoPay.
I mean, sure.
Same old story.
It's always going to be classic Papulong.
PP.
Only him with the Geek Fam donning that banner, but now Rez up top. Veldora and Vincent working in tandem to just win out the pressure. But Keyboy always on the move, always on the hunt. And Kyrie, in this moment in time, I feel like he is already strong enough to just get the fight. The hook misses towards a boy.
Diversion. Ooh, they might not need the hook. A boy reads it out. Now Beloyski with the Circling Eagle and the real world manipulation. Kyrie to be able to dish out some damage, but that's going to be Keyboy locked down. Chadera with the SOD. Now the last Insanity. They won't really connect onto anyone. Say goodbye to the Faraga armor. That's a shot down. A boy trying to survive. Kyrie goes in. A boy with a flicker out. Beltora walking forward. Unfortunately, unable to get the demonic force proc on anyone.
No, it is a very, very close trade. The RWM opened up. Beloyski still able to even survive that long. A boy almost a victim. But again, they play chess here.
It's a cooldown shoes for Kyrie as well. He's going all out here to get as much spam damage out as possible. Man, in the early game though, you can see the pressure through for Fnatic Onic, but Geek Fam, by abusing the Circling Eagle's crowd control immunity there, you saw Beloyski able to kind of surprisingly be durable, be hard to catch there, even though against the Franco, that's usually a scary proposition, especially with the Franco in the hands of Keyboy. This is not just a random roamer here, one of the best in Indonesia.
Yeah, Turtle now again, just being ping-ponged around, and Kyrie has piled towards that diversion. From the backside, they can go for a engage.
Unfortunate. Not able to connect there. In for the pursuit from Veldora. Now the retreat battle. It's Kai who wins it out. Rest still in the midst of it all. Tanking a whole lot of the damage. Now onto Vincent he goes. A Circling Eagle over. Bloody Hunt locks Veldora down. But he has the Infernal Pursuit and the guiding wind. No, it's not enough. He gets hooked back right into the battlefield and gunned down by Mr. CW. But Chadera will stay busy in the bottom lane. He will get a tier 1.
Trades across the map. Turtle, a kill. And down bottom, Chadera is able to at least knock down the tier 1 turret. The pressure, unstoppable. Beloyski dancing with the devil.
Not gonna dance that long, but SOD from Chadera finds Sans with the Spear of Misery, just pins him down on that wall.
The passive save gold lane are finding moments of his own right here. This is a high-octane game that we're not expecting from Geek Fam. Look at Vincent though, 1v2.
Gee.
Ooh.
W walking up already with the Renners. Pops the Faraga armor there from Vincent, and he's just everywhere now. Looking to back up the skirmishes, but now Fnatic Onic, they are indeed, the ones grabbing the tempo, but slowly but surely, Geek Fam's always very quick on the response. You can take a look at how they are actively pouncing on every potential chance to jump the hook. Oh, Circling Eagle.
Good cancel with the Circling Eagle. Veltora, unfortunately, again, just barely out of range.
It's just not enough. Enough for both teams. It's just waiting around, finding the right moment here to really strike. Keyboy definitely has the advantage though. Beloyski trying his best to kind of find info, but realistically, the only person that can kind of move forward and not get bursted down immediately is Vincent. Veldora is running the flicker, mind you, so he can make more plays happen, but he's no longer as durable, especially against the full burst of the Matrix. And look at Fnatic Onic's move.
Beloyski walking forward very far away. Rez isolated, gets a stun down with the Glorious Pathway. A boy will be able to lock him down! Keyboy finding the angle, Sun's getting the yin-yang reaction! And Calvin Renata just taking all the kills!
Bennett's rage, but in a much more traditional way. Triple kill, the AO is disgusting!
Keyboy with an iron hook to catch a boy. That's 8-3. Only Mr. Vincent is left alive. What is he gonna do against the horse?
Deathball isn't stopping anytime soon. Vincent is stuck in a rock and a hard place. He is isolated, but backup will come from up top.
Great move for Fnatic Onyx, man. They know that they don't really have the advantage when it comes to the neutral objectives. So why fight the neutral objectives? Keep going for the pressure when it's not up just yet. Catch him off guard with the iron hooks. This is exactly how you're supposed to beat this kind of composition. And look at Beloyski, man. Trying to find info, but it's a risky situation with Keyboy. Zoning everyone away. That's a free turtle for Fnatic Onyx.
Keyboy is just up there, asserting his dominance. Not actively seeking for a hook, it's much more of a zone out play coming in from Keyboy as Rez sparkers into Vincent. They're trying to invade this jungle, and Vincent does not have the comfort of his own home. It's just stolen away from Onyx, or rather Fnatic Onyx this time around. Rez looking to just pop the Gore's pathway.
Oh, he just doesn't care. Parry from the side, gets the arrows out to Chidera low! Still able to escape with the help of the guiding wind, but my God, that's a lot of damage. Diversion for the flanks. Beloyski doesn't read it out.
Flank!
Costing the guiding wind. That's a stun over. United reaction to the real world manipulation, locking him down as well. Rez isolated, has a vitalize. Last Insanity will blow him up. That's a sod that will not connect out to CW, but it's a free tier 2 up top for Fnatic Onyx.
You can take a look at how the damage coming from Loyi is just so disgusting. How does Geekfam deal with it?
Almost. I mean, they just have to make sure they don't clump up. Keyboy taking a lot of damage with Vincent.
Oh, CW with the flicker forward and he gets the kill! No punishment! Geekfam can't do nothing against CW!
Get out of my jungle, he says. He flickers forward with so much bravery and courage. The audacity to do that.
It's definitely a lot of aggression coming in from Fnatic Onyx. Looking at the items though, even with the Flask of the Oasis here, Fnatic Onyx, they're able to get a lot of value, a lot of moments here. Geekfam, they're gonna really respect the composition. They're trying to group up together to avoid getting picked off, but because of that, they're getting comboed by the low Yi. They have to pick their poison and double down on it. And especially when the Iron Hook is down like this, they have to try and find ways to capitalize. Right now, they're waiting for the right moment to try and play around the neutral objective. This is the Lord after all. This is where the pressure is a lot higher on Fnatic Onyx to try and play that Lord dance that Geekfam are well known to do many times before, but with 5 seconds to go, with the lanes not really set up for Geekfam's success right here, it's looking quite dangerous.
I like that point you made, Arashi. The fact that this draft coming from Fnatic Onyx is kind of like a contradictive draft for Geekfam to deal with. In one way, you don't want to clump up, but you have Loyi over there.
Oh wait, what Firaga armor? Beloyski with the guiding wind into his demise and CW just snipes him down! Right with the glorious pathway, setting him up. Chidera caught him into diversion. Spear Misery diversion from Sands. Keyboy gets a bloody hunt. Veldora gets gunned down again. Fnatic Onyx are stomping through Geekfam.
They're not stopping anytime soon. A boy, the hook misses and a boy goes away scot-free. But that is damage done, and that is so much damage from Fnatic Onyx.
The decisiveness for Fnatic Onyx to keep moving forward there is what's allowing them so much success. You can say it's because they're snowballing. It's because they've had better setup before the neutral objective. But the fact is, every single time they're moving forward, Geekfam with this composition can't stand there. They have to just move backwards again and again. And when they do, now they have to consider the possibility of a diversion behind them once more. All of these angles just cut off for Geekfam by Fnatic Onyx.
Yeah, you don't want to clump up, but there's this Loyi, always looking to just exert the damage. And Sans is finally back on track. We haven't seen much of him in the regular season. He has been shrouded behind the shadows of other young blood mid laners, but now he's here. He wants to play, and he wants to go to M6, even though it's still far-fetched.
Oh, United reaction finding two. Look at the snipe. Oh boy, almost getting taken out of the board there. Vincent and Chidera should still be able to clear out this Lord. Rez taken to a quarter, but has so much regen in his kit. No base turret taken down. Still good high ground defense from Geekfam. Habayev, X-Korg, and the Moscow. Seems though that CW is still putting out as much pressure as he can. Always just putting the Bennett damage on these turrets.
Yeah, they have the tools to really defend their base. They have Eve with the range of the poke. They also have Moskov for the wave clear. And then Vincent can just come in and come out with the Firaga armor. So Fnatic Onyx, they have to play it slow. They have to play it in a much more disciplined approach.
Right now though, for Geekfam, Chidera has reached the 3-item power spike, so there's that to consider for Fnatic Onyx, but they keep going here.
Last Insanity with the real inflation there. It's all them pulled in. Certainly the big combo. CW forced to use it with an nature. Pops in the bench, Veldora with a chase. SOD Janera going all the way back onto Kyrie, pinning him down for Baloy to get a double. In an instance, it's a 4-0 for Geek Fam.
In a blink of an eye, Fnatic Onic evaporate in the middle of the fight. Geek Fam, the King Slayers, they bounce forwards. It's just Sans having to defend this.
1v5. We've seen this before, haven't we? But now against a full team. Sans do another! Sans finding 2 to defend the game as usual in Sans fashion.
Wow. Aggressive moves for Geek Fam there to somehow try and go for the end. That was as desperate move as possible, but Fnatic Onic, they have recovered. Now they're back on the map. The goal difference, though, has shrunk down from 10,000 to only 3,000. That's an SOD landing, but Chadera. No way.
Okay.
Not possible.
Don't press. For a second, Matt was in the game.
For a second right there. But again, look at the potential for Geek Fam once they have their backs against the wall, right? In a way, they're in a desperate situation, but in a way, their backline is quite safe as well. That's a Starlium site picked up by Beloyski there. He is not going for any tankiness whatsoever. More damage, more utility technically. But again, if their backline can just reliably put out damage without being too concerned about the Franco, without being too concerned about the Suyo, or even the diversion on the backline, they can just keep outputting the damage. And they have reached a threshold at this point that they can out-damage the front to back, but they have to watch out for the pesky moves, the maneuvers here of Fnatic Onic.
Vincent is scaled. Take a look at the damage. He's already able to slowly but surely deal with the frontliners of Fnatic Onic. Beloyski with the guiding wind. The hold over, Infernal Pursuit not used up just yet. The Spirit of Misery will pin him down. But he'll just bait out the Revitalize. Rez all alone, real room ablation, and Vincent just takes him out with the fire.
It's very easy for them now to just shred down a Raz. They have the damage. They're scaling with their items. And this now looks kind of scary for Fnatic Onic. The Eve is going to be massive in these team fights. Just poking down Raz, looking to bait out the Glorious Pathway and then go back. It's just a bait and switch at this point for Geek Fam. And for Veldora, he will be the second in line to just jump into the backline of Fnatic Onic. Look at how zoned out they are from the pit. And Kyrie is looking for a flank angle.
They're gonna go for it. Let's see what they do. Yang reaction over towards the boys. They're able to escape. He doesn't want to be able to get Chadera. It goes back to the Nibiru in time. Geek Fam, the diversion. They're not gonna know what hit him. Sans in the back, going for a boy, going for the kill. A boy taken out. Vincent chased down by Kyrie on the Suyo. Another 4, a stun missing, and Fnatic Onic will have to back away for now. They'll have another wave in the mid lane to try to end the game.
It's just Vincent having to stare at the deadly corpses of his teammates. Fnatic Onic, they want to reclaim their throne. They look to set their sights on the crystal. It's just Vincent having to hold this by himself.
1v5, Blast Insanity. Can he get the retribution? He bought him in so much time. He will finally be taken down. Chadera's gonna be up again. He bought enough time with the diversion coming down though from Fnatic Onic. He's gonna go straight for the Lord.
They piece out right out of there. Immediately to the Lord. Geek Fam trying to find a way to capitalize again on the over-aggression of Fnatic Onic, but it won't be allowed at all. The goal difference now back to 7,000. Fnatic Onic, after the minor setback, it was a major setback, but they made it look like a minor setback in the grand scheme of things. Now with the Lord at their backs, once again, their task is to crack open the base. This is Geek Fam, under the shot calling of Beloyski. They've been able to fend off a lot of different kinds of attempts to crack open the base. But now against Fnatic Onic, there's just so many variables. Can they do it yet again?
Great wave manipulation from the side of Geek Fam. Keyboy trying to go for a cheeky iron hook. There's one minion that wasn't cleared out though. Now Fnatic Onic make their charge into the base. Kai with the snipe over to the Faraga armor. This time Vincent has the immortality. Lord of the mid lane dealt with. Now Veldora will be caught. Still having the help of the guiding wind. Vincent still dealing with the Lord. Lord has been dealt with. Anyways, coming down. The base wide open. The real rebel blade will zone CWS. Kyrie will be isolated, but will still be able to blink out to safety. A boy picking up one. Cody into the back. CW going to be compromised. CW's pinned down by the Spirit of Misery as he goes in for the win of nature. But CW gets the Bennett down onto Chadera with a flicker. This is a risky play, Chadera. Now with a blink again. Almost getting the massive play to turn the game around. But we have ourselves a game, folks. 2 for 1.
This is still game number 1. Sheesh. So high-paced and Geek Fam. They're still able to hold the line. Fnatic Onic, it seems like they're stuck in a cul-de-sac, trying to push into the base of Geek Fam. What's the main problem, Arashi?
It's the lack of range, technically, and the way that they were operating. they go for pickoffs. But the fact that Beloyski has been able to save whoever's getting jumped on again and again, Veldora got bloody hunted and he was firsted down by the Bandit's Rage. But then Beloyski comes in and saves him, right? With all the resources being spent to try and get Veldora out of the game, and he survived, right? He comes back in along with all the AoE coming in from Aboy, from Chidera. They just have to make sure that the pickup attempt actually lands. And the thing is, Beloyski is so good at foreseeing how these fights are going to go and just saving the right spell for the right moment. Again and again here, he's able to deny Fnatic Onyx play with a Circling Eagle just a couple of fights earlier, and even with the guiding winds at the right exact moment. That's what they have to try and deal with here. Fnatic Onyx have to find a way to not fight Geek Fam front to back. In theory, it should be right here when they're playing against the Lord in the Lord dances. If they can find a fight against Geek Fam here outside, when they can use a flank maneuver, when they can go for a diversion play, that could be their win condition. But I don't think Geek Fam will bite. They are known as one of the more patient teams in MPL ID.
It's far easier for Fnatic Onyx to maneuver back when Geek Fam is coming towards them because they have so much control with the Luoyi, and then you have Rez. Could pop that pathway defensively. But then so far, Geek Fam, they have been very, very much defensive. They have been very, very patient on waiting for Fnatic Onyx to pull the trigger.
Let's see.
And it's going to be an important Lord for them. Geek Fam, will they defend or will they catch the bait?
Well, Fnatic Onyx are first on to the Lord. They will reset, they will give them time. Moskov in the bottom lane still clearing out the wave, so this is great setup for Fnatic Onyx.
Yeah, this is, you know, the good opportunity that Geek Fam has. They have the global presence, but look at this hook!
Over to Veldora. Circling Eagle trying to cancel it. Veldora gets deleted before he can even do anything. Now do they fight? Real Rebel Blaze catching Sans. Oh, Cody not connecting. Sans very low. Pops it to conceal from Keyboy. Trying to survive. Beloyski buying a little bit more time, trying to get an angle of attack. The minions. But take a look at the minion waves in the mid lane, crashing down into the base. A big forced error from the side of Fnatic Onyx into Geek Fam, but they have mini waves spawning in again. Diversion to bring Sans back into the Lord pits.
Oh, Fnatic Onyx, they have so much cryo up top and mid, and Rez will open up the pathway.
Kyrie with the stun, Aboy getting the dash. Now it's going to be Vincent, who's going to be caught in the midst of it all. Rez bursts it down, has the winner crown. That's going to be his passion, cancelled out by Beloyski. Kyrie in the back. Going for Aboy, who has the flicker. Vincent still somehow surviving. Will lose his immortality though. Shot down by Kyrie in the arrow of the immortal form.
Oh man, a massive back and forth right here. Both teams swapping the items out as well. Veldora now with the Winter Crown. Rez though is way too low. He's sticking around knowing how important this Lord is, but Geek Fam, they're still here to fight. They want to make sure they do get the moment they require.
SOD into the front. Circling Eagle, 2-man. They need to go for a big fight here. Rez, can he survive?
Diversion.
1 HP gets out with a diversion. No! What? No, that was... The diversion was in place? Was it?
Yeah, it was.
Okay.
Interesting result right there.
Game of inches.
Fnatic Onyx, unfazed, man. Low HP bars, ultimates down, it doesn't matter. They have confidence in their execution. Chidera picks up the rose gold right there, rounding out the full 6-item inventory slot. This might be the final fight right here. If one team comes out on top dominantly, let's say with a wipeout, this could be the final fight for either team.
Now, marching towards the base, eyeing that crystal, and the Lord this time will accompany them. Geek Fam, they have to make yet another defense.
That's the last insanity. Real inflation used up as well. CW zoned away by Veldora. Oh! He will lose his flag to Sans with the Yang reaction. Chidera getting the pin down onto 2 members. The base is open. Sans wants to go for it. Lord taking very low. That's a stun over from Kai, and Fnatic Onyx gets it done in game number 1 after a back and forth.
Geek Fam made it hard, and Fnatic Onyx still, they remain supreme in game number 1. That was so close. And Geek Fam, their base, rock solid for 2 or 3 pushes coming from Fnatic Onyx, but still they prevail. 1-0. Fnatic Onyx gets the victory.
Man, that was such a close game technically. Even if you're supporting Fnatic Onyx, you wouldn't think it would go like that. Gold lead swinging from 10k down to 3k, down to 7, and then up back to 7k. It was really a back and forth effort because both teams understand this is the playoffs. There is no second life. The first game is so decisive, so important because it kind of sets the tone for the rest of the match. But for Geek Fam, even though it's a defeat, I think it's a bit of confidence as well. They were able to push Fnatic Onyx to dangerous territory right there, way further than a lot of people were willing to give them credit for.
Yeah, there was a moment of concern for Fnatic Onic. How Geek Fam, they were able to fight it front to back, just burst down. They're able to constantly just peel away from Fnatic Onic and they deal the damage. Sure, it was very hard for them to traverse around the composition of Fnatic Onic because they want to avoid the hooks, they want to avoid the individual pickoffs, but when you clump up, there's Sans with the Luo Yi, just consistently giving you the damage, the yin-yang combos, the diversion plays that have been so proactive from Sans. But at least Geek Fam, they're able to fight back and make it hard.
Look at this moment here. Beloyski is trying to do the same thing. Circle around, be a nuisance, and get out. But the moment he was dashing out with the circling eagle backwards, Sans caught him with the yin-yang reaction. That kind of threw a wrench in all the plans for Geek Fam to survive that initial clash. Go back to the base, heal up, and move forward. That kind of forced them to all in right there.
Yeah. What a performance here from Geek Fam as well. The fact that they went for a full high ground defense kind of composition and they were able to throw or hold the game for so long was quite impressive, despite the 8K gold lead of Fnatic Onic.
Let's ask the panelists on what they have to say. So Eterna, Coleus, and Chefin, take it away.
Thank you so much, casters, for game number 1. What a way to start this best of 5 series. This is our longest game so far. It nearly hit that 21-minute mark. I think it was just shy of 21 minutes, but that was so intense. Even Chefin, I think he nearly tripped over. Please be careful for the next game, Chefin. But Coleus, walk us through what happened.
It's a jaw-dropping game. I think it's a dogfight, really a dogfight. Like, everything's happened really fast when Fnatic only got the first kill, but Geek Fam always got the other kills. So it's always a knife for both of them. But it's already different stories when Onyx already got the base turret and the Geek Fam is like failed to get all of the base turret because Sun's defensive is very good.
Yeah, I think Sans is just the wall that Geek Fam cannot get through at this point, man. The composition just works perfectly for Onyx because they have a really good, like incredibly good siege potential. Meanwhile, Geek Fam on the other hand, they have also an immaculate defense or high ground potential. So it's like an immovable force versus an unstoppable force. Hey, immovable wall versus unstoppable force. But unfortunately, at the end of the day, just Sans happen. And in a way, they also kind of flip the coin on whether Keyboy will land the hooks or not. And that is something that, against Onyx, I think that is kind of a good strategy, to be honest with you. You have to gamble against this team, man. It's just way too good.
Extremely.
That's the problem, I think. It's because Keyboy is using the pick-off heroes. Geek Fam needs to be careful about the hook. But if Keyboy using different heroes, it's gonna be very hard game for Fnatic Onyx.
And remember, right, from the side of Geek Fam, only one person brought Purify, and that was Beloyski on the Matilda. Everyone else went for Flicker, and it does make sense, right? On the Eve, you want to use the ability to use the Flicker for the outplay potential with the real-world manipulation. We're also going to take a look here at the highlights of that particular game, and we're also going to crown the POTG after this. And honestly, if you're asking me, there's an argument to be made for CW. There's an argument to be made for Keyboy, Rez, as well as Sans. So, I don't know. Chefin, who do you think will get the POTG?
Well, I think the one that does the base defend 1v5 here for Fnatic Onyx, and the way that they use the diversion, I think so far against, even with Moreno, this is the best Louis so far in this day.
Okay, we'll see. Ladies and gentlemen, our MVP presented to you by the official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy S24 FE. See? CW. Get it? CW? Okay.
But I love how CW plays very aggressively, and even he always got the kill points to secure the kill points. It's really important heroes or role from the opponents to get the other objective for Onyx.
I think in the first few minutes, he already had what? We talked about it in the game, right? 2K gold lead over. And honestly, the facilitation by Keyboy to make that happen was also incredible. So, you know, huge props to Keyboy on this Franco.
It's just the way Onyx operates, man. And I think in the first total fight, they completely kind of concede. In a way, they bluff concede the total because Rest was handling it. And meanwhile, Keyboy just walking down to the other side and just picks Chadera off, and it really sets up the tempo in the gold lane because right now Beloyski has to kind of babysit Chadera just like in the regular season, and it makes sense, man. It's just at that point, against a Franco, against a Beatrix, the kill pressure is just way too much to deal with, and now Beloyski this is a Matilda in the early game. It's just sometimes just gotta, realize or maybe, accept the fact that you're gonna lose the early game.
Yeah, and we didn't see a lot of Matilda combo with Vincent on this game because Onyx is usually starting the setup first, the initiation first, and then they just do the counter setup. This one,
did he
when
just
Sun
recall?
do the defensive, oh my god.
On a 1v5 defense?
Yeah.
Did he just recall?
1v5.
Man, this guy's crazy.
It's too early to say that they might be back. I mean, Kyrie did mention it in his interview, right? Wait for us in the playoffs, and this is a completely different Fnatic on it. Oh, look at that. Sans again. Oh.
With this kind of gameplay, I'm not sure it's gonna be 5 games. Maybe GigFam can stall 1 game, but for 2 games, or even winning this match. What do you think, Stephen?
I think this sets up a good series, to be honest. I think at the very minimum, this is not gonna be sweep. That thing I want to say I promise you, but I don't know about that. But yeah, this is, again, like a lot of people are just writing off GigFam right from the get-go before the series even begins, and now they're seeing this. This is a sign that GigFam has a fighting power. And remember, for a lot of people out there, they kind of treat GigFam like they're playing an unfair Uno game. Onyx has all the +4s, and GigFam is forced to play with the numbers because I'm sorry to say this, but Vincent is kind of compared to other junglers out there, he's a liability on this draft.
I agree. I think the lack of hero pool and the lack of heroes that he can utilize does kind of make it a little bit easier to draft against GigFam, right? I guess the only person you'd have to be worried about would be Beloyski's hero pool, but other than that, take away all these utility junglers and it doesn't seem like Vincent is comfortable on it. What do you think about his performance on his debut export though?
I think it's decent.
Yeah, it's decent.
I mean, to be honest, when you're playing an export, the skill ceiling is not that high. You're just spraying fire, and rinse and repeat. You're just mostly relying on your teammates to be able to finish what you started. That's the whole idea of export. So that's why, it's decent.
So the ideas of export is like making the opponents is teamfight 5 vs 5, and then burn them using the last insanity. But when they want to create that moment, Keyboy always kidnap one of his teammates. That's why they already split, and CW always looking for a good position. It's a hats off for CW for this game, I think.
Yeah, I would agree. Also, props to Rez as well for making the space, right? The zoning that he was able to
the sandbag
execute. Oh yeah, you're right. He's actually the sandbag here on the high-lows.
241k.
Yeah, because even in the game, you mentioned the stats, right? How much damage CW was dealing as well. What, do you remember the number? It was like a 70k
compared to 47.
That's like nearly half.
On 15 minutes.
It's uncanny. It's uncanny. And Fnatic Onyx, they really were able to pinpoint the strengths of their draft.
Yeah.
They understood that their pickoff was really strong, and they understood that with the Beatrix in the gold lane, that power spike hit a lot quicker because of the BOD Malefic Roar power spike as compared to the Moskov, who possibly would need 3 to get to that power spike, right? And they were able to work around that, which is why Keyboy, for the most part in the early game, was with CW.
That's why we need to think about like what Suns do too on this game.
Yeah.
I think with the diversion, with the duality, using the first skill and the second skill, it always annoyed GigFam when the team fights happens.
I mean, Arashi mentioned it in the game earlier. It's a pick your poison. Because right now you're playing with Matilda, you're playing with an export. This is a composition that relies on you clumping up.
Right.
And what better way for you to punish that with the Luoyi? This is practically the best front-to-back mage there is right now against this composition.
We didn't see it in the drafts, right? We were like, why not pick up the Matilda? Why not pick up the Matilda? But it turns out that Luoyi and Hylo's pick in that first phase was the cherry on top to an interesting and very intelligent draft.
Yeah, it might be what Fnatic Onyx wants. Just pick the Matilda because we know how to counter it.
Rajayeva,
the pickoffs. And to be honest, Rajayeva is having a good time because these players, all right, the skill ceiling, the skills that these players have is undoubtedly one of the best in Indonesia. So, a lot of times when you see this kind of draft that kind of don't really make sense in your head, it's more like Rajayeva trusting his players to actually pull that off because, yeah, they can execute a lot of draft even though it's weird in a really good way.
But one more thing. I think every movement that created by Rez the others are following him. So there is no more no sync with rest anymore.
Something happened in the last few weeks for Fnatic Onyx, right? Because that chemistry and that synergy that we once kind of doubted, it feels like all of that has been checked up on the list. But, ladies and gentlemen, right now you're seeing on screen Gelora Juara. Wait, what does that say? Geek harus menang.
Kalau kalah, aku jalan kaki ke Depok.
Okay, translate that, Kolius.
Geek must win. If they lose, he will walk to Depok.
Oh, by the way, the translation to Gelora Juara is champion spirit.
Oh, champion spirit.
Yeah.
Wow.
Depok is so far, by the way. That's in Jakarta.
I mean, it's nothing compared to the guy that came from Bukit Tinggi earlier.
Look. Onyx, if you win, I'm gonna propose my girlfriend.
Oh. You know what I just realized, Eterna? I'm happy that you guys are here with me in the desk because if it were like Arashi and Mirko, they would say like, Stefan in the building! That segment earlier.
I was about to get to that.
No.
Now that you say that, now I have to be nice.
Don't do that, yeah.
Okay, but you know, he said if Onyx wins, he's gonna propose to his girlfriend.
Yeah.
What if Geek wins?
He's gonna break off.
No.
That's not what I meant.
No.
I meant, you know, for you.
I mean, that's how it works, right?
Are you going to get married if Geek wins?
No. What do you mean?
Kind of boring.
Who do I marry?
You just choose, right? Like, who doesn't want to be with Sheffin, right, Golius?
I think a lot of girls is queuing.
They're queuing.
For Sheffin
They're
love.
lining up.
They're lining up.
Why do you assume I want to go?
But he's a picky boy.
I'm going to ignore that last statement by Sheffin. Yeah, moving on. Audience topic voting. So because Geek Fam were unable to secure game number 1, how can they win it back for game number 2? We're gonna ask you guys, and the voting shows 45% win early pressure, 32% leverage Fnatic Onyx over commitments, and 23% cheese pick Beloyski. Now, Sheffin, we'll start with you. Do you agree with this result?
I mean, the third part, I think they already did it for the most part because they have a really good late game composition that defends your base really, really well. But, oh man, the first one, bro. Like, I think you're asking a lot here. You're asking Geek Fam to win an early game against Kiwoy, against Sans. This kind of guys that's been in the league for so long and dominating Indonesia for the last 4 years.
But on the current meta, I think most of the teams are looking for to win the early game. Because if you win the early game, it's gonna make the game more simple for you. But for Geek Fam against Fnatic Onyx, I think it's, like Sheffin said before, it's gonna be really hard.
Here's the thing, right? Going back to Sheffin's point earlier on, if they want to win the early game, other than the fact, of course, Fnatic Onyx, they're amazing players. They were actually set up for success for the early game, right? They had the Suyo. We understand how much early game pressure the Suyo has, alongside with the Luo Yi. She's a mid lane bully. Obviously, they'd already have that mid prio. So, do you think that maybe if, let's say, early game is so important, then Geek Fam need to be given a draft that has a little bit more anchor in the early game?
Go for Saber.
Wow, that's absolutely
But
not
that's a good
what I
early
was
game.
going for. Like, level 4.
Yeah.
For like a little bit.
But at least he can just instant kill the CW on the gold lead
Guys,
if they want to do the mirroring stuff.
Like, help me here. Stefan, help me.
What do you need help with?
Saber, do you agree with Saber? It feels like wolves on the desk right
Who's
now.
banning the Saber on the regular season against Geek Fam?
I can't.
I forget. Can you recall it?
What?
Who's banning the Saber against Geek Fam on the regular season? I think I saw it once.
I don't know.
Onyx?
Maybe. I don't know who it is, but I think they're overthinking it too much as we're gonna go into the drafting phase.
Presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy S24 FE. Now,
oh man.
Remember, both of these teams have actually opted to swap sides. Geek Fam in first pick on blue side. They have committed to 3 respect bans against Kyrie, the Fanny, the Ling, and the Hayabusa. They're going back to that strategy, and Geek Fam have now picked up the Suyo.
If they don't want to open the strat yet, maybe they can pick the Alpha. And if an Alpha is good against the Suyo, and Matilda with Alpha can be worked too.
Yeah, especially if they, it kind of eliminates the Phobius potential coming in from Geekfam, right? Because Veldora is also a really good Phobius user, so against an Alpha, it is really hard for you to play a Phobius. And now the answer is gonna be dun 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 dun.
I'm not the only one bound by
Going
this
to be a Phobius and also Nolan. So apparently we're frauds.
I think we already see it on the MPLPH Grand Final. Because King Kong is the one who using Suyo, if I'm not wrong, and the opponent is using Nolan. And the playstyle is when King Kong wants to set up the turtle, Nolan is already on the opponent's jungler, eliminate all the creep, all the jungle creep.
So mirroring movements is
Mirroring movement that we mentioned before.
Okay, so Fnatic Onyx want to go for that, but that needs to be facilitated, right? So how do Geek Fam complement the Suyos though? Do they want to go Matilda still?
I think you kind of have to at this point, and maybe pick an Edith because it's a really good matchup against a Phobius. And ooh, you know what? The Edith, just Edith.
Edith and Beatrix.
Maybe Beatrix.
Ready to engage.
Your team
There's still
is
long time no see. Paramis.
That is an early Paramis. And the Valentina is still open for Sans. I don't know if that's gonna be the answer for them, but it is an option.
Wait, let's talk about this Faramis. We haven't seen the Faramis in quite some time. Sure, it is a boy's power and signature pick, the Faramis, but even in MPLPH, not so popular. Why do you think the Faramis gets moved up here?
Your team is banning.
Luoyi. I think because they want to play a very team fight oriented game. That's why they want to use the Varamis and Hylos as the sandbag in front line. But looking at Luoyi, it's the natural counter of Varamis.
Yeah.
The Kryptonite.
Oh man, again, the Luoyi, I don't know when, but there has to be some kind of adjustments coming in from Bloodsy about this hero because I think, you know, yes, CW was the MVP, but I think the one that really makes Geekfam's life really hard is that Luoyi. The diversion is also the high ground defense that Luoyi offers when things are looking
Always
really
on the
great for
way.
Onyx.
Your
It's gonna be hard for them
banning.
to face off against this hero as the Matilda from Beloyski is banned.
And I think they're gonna ban CW11.
Okay.
Because 1-1 is a very good hero against like Suyo and the Hylos as the frontliner.
But
See,
Aramis though.
You know, going back to the Luoyi point, Luoyi is great, but she also needs someone that can synergize well with her, right? Earlier on, we saw the Franco, and we also saw the Beatrix. So, could that be the potential bans that Geekfam want to take away from Fnatic Onyx here?
I think so here. Beatrix might be possible.
Because technically the 1-1 does work.
To me,
Ah,
fun is all that matters.
yeah, because it's really important. If CW got the 1-1, I think it's gonna be dangerous because Keyboy can following up using the Franco and Kaja.
Exactly.
And it's gonna be powerful for Fnac.
I don't think there's no bad option here coming in from Onyx in the gold lane. If Beatrix is gone, then carry might be the option here because you have you have a really tanky frontliner in Hylos, and if you pick pretty much anything, it's gonna, you know, you're gonna melt it down. And in the process,
Against Suyo and Faramis, I think it's much better using Beatrix than Curry.
Yeah.
Because Curry is it's gonna be facing a hard time if they just go with the Nether Realm and just go all out to aim for the CW.
I mean, the town is also possible, right? Because he has some kind of AoE damage also.
Okay, I think, so you mean like the single target from the carry as well as the range is what makes the Beatrix a better pick here for Fnatic Onyx?
Because Beatrix can be considered as the high ground heroes, right?
Okay.
Using the balance spreads, it can clear the minion very fast. Because using Luoyi, I think is not a very suitable hero if the opponents later will come with a 3-lane minion.
But if, let's say, they go for the Beatrix, is it possible that this is an EXP lane Hylos and we see something like the Hellcurt in the room?
Oh man!
Oh no, Hellcurt is getting banned, right? They cannot use
Oh,
Hellcurt.
you're right, Hellcurt's banned. Natalia?
Nah. I mean, it's Beloyski, so we don't really know what's on his mind. And usually, that's the Geekfam way to win.
Saber. Let's go for Saber, Beloy.
Please don't.
But yeah, on level 4, I think Luoyi gonna facing a nightmare if Saber being used by Beloy.
Yeah, unless, like, you know, can the Luoyi, like, Winter Crown?
Yeah. He needs to build the Winter Crown
Out
at least
of
on the
that?
second item. And it's kind of wasting the item slot.
Exactly. So now Fnatic Onyx in the second phase will have that first pick slot. Predictions, Shevin? Okay, no need. Natan, what do you think about this pick?
When I said it earlier, the AoE is also a really good counter towards the clumping up composition of this Netherrealm coming in from a boy. So it's a good one, especially combined with the diversion and the dispersion and the skills coming from Luoyi. Again, the same problem for Geekfam in game number 1. Now, what's gonna be the option here? I think you're gonna have to somehow... Oh man, is it too late to go for a pick-off composition at this point with a Paramis and also Hylos?
Nah, Clint look promising because Clint is a high ground marksman that it will be hard to be reached by the opponents. But with the playstyle of Kadera, maybe Moskov, you're gonna use Moskov than Clint.
The priestess of primal lightning.
Matrix.
Yeah, it is Mikal.
The evil god.
Forgot about it.
Oh man.
Sand rises when I
So
give the
this
word.
should be, a Khalid. So it's gonna be a Khalid roam for Keyboy, presumably here against, I guess, Beloyski on the Hylos. It's gonna be an interesting matchup.
Wait, is this the first Khalid roam?
No.
Oh,
Beloyski used it the first time.
But like in the
regular
playoffs.
season.
In the playoffs, yes.
Yes, on
In
the playoffs.
MPL PH, JP is the only one who used it, and he lost.
Oh.
It's JP's fault.
But with the potential of
Oh, it's
Khalid
JP's
role,
fault.
they can play very aggressively and like invading the enemy's jungler later on the early game.
This is very interesting. Okay, so before we throw it over to our casters, real quick, Colius, Fnac, Shevin.
Geek fam.
All right.
No bias, by the way.
No bias, ladies and gentlemen. Second game awaits us. We are gonna throw it over to our casters real soon. Let's actually ring them. Ring, ring, ring. Casters, you there?
Moshi Moshi, hello. Yeah, we are here, Eterna. We got your phone call. Thank you. And welcome back to the game. And if you close your eyes and take a look at the drafts, you will think that Fnatic Onyx draft is much more of a Geek Fan draft because of this Khalid roam.
Does it almost feel like nothing changed at all? That's the real question, realized. But hey, Keyboy on the roam Khalid. This hero has oppressive, especially in the early game, and in the hands of someone like Keyboy that's well known for being really annoying, right? Back when the Masha roam, for instance, was a thing, you know, we've seen a similar playstyle, right? You have a lot of damage and sustainability in this early game, and Keyboy is not known to put that to waste. So Vincent is going to be having a lot of issues, but a boy is there to back him up.
Boy able to dish out some damage. Keyboy was stunned up earlier too, but it's a Khalid. He can always just regen back up. That's the strength of the Khalid.
Yeah, mid prio as well, given to Fnatic Onyx for the emblems, Arashi.
Bargain Hunter for CW wants to scale up faster. Chidera was trying to bully him in the lane, actually. Gonna be a bit more aggressive. The Wilderness Blessing in the hands of Keyboy is just so annoying, man. You're gonna see him zoom around, just sliding on the sands again and again. Whereas on the other side, Beloyski, this is not the hero that we expect him to be using, right? Just a straightforward front tank. We think of Beloyski as a bit more of a playmaker. Exactly. Now he's able to do so, only wanting the tenacity with the vitality for that Hylos.
Yeah. Wait. W getting bullied, has to flicker away, and Chidera has that damage to bully away the Natan. And now CW, he loses prio up top. He has to go back and catch the wave.
That's the aggressive emblem value he's getting. In the mid lane though, again, a boy, back then the Faramis used to be a signature pick, but with the Faramis kind of dropping down in prio here, we've already seen it being as oppressive as it used to be. In the early game though, Sans' damage on the low Yi, definitely nothing to sneeze at, but Rez,
Diversion coming out, Veldora, Mountain Earth Shatter. Ooh, now with Fracture, Veldora able to play around to safety. Beloyski bounces to revitalize, and that's another realm of a boy! Out sustaining the damage of Fnatic Onyx and getting the dub. Rez down, Vincent on the turtle.
Another realm saves them. They're able to set their sights, lay claim on this turtle, uncontested. Keyboy will be there. Watch it out, Chidera!
What? Chidera? Surprise, surprise! Beatrix, Chidera is back.
Man, what was that? The whole time in the regular season, Chidera was the passive player.
Weak side.
He just plays weak side, he farms up. What is this, dude? CW is getting beat up.
We forgot Chad era in the playoffs.
It's a different look for sure, man. And CW, running the weakness finder as well. Definitely not expecting this kind of approach coming in from Chidera. GateFam already getting a bit more of an advantage with the outplays, right? With the way they were able to actually match the early game aggression from Fnatic Onyx. If they can keep this up, they have a pretty good pathway to a strong mid game.
Actually, it's kind of hard for CW to now traverse his way because the Beatrix will just be such a menace, bullying away. And Baloyski, that's the value you have when you have high loss in the hands of Baloyski. Could just run forward, just run it down and zone out the players of Fnatic Onyx. They look to collapse on Sans.
Oh, was that literally a glorious pathway just to poke Sans, just to stun him? That's a petty glorious pathway, but hey, we don't judge BBB.
But maybe it's a mind game, right? Baloyski is known to do weird things that end up working out. But look at this diversion.
Pixel brush. Oh, okay. They didn't like that poke to Sans. Yep, they just punished him. No poking Sans.
Sans was like, you bite, you can chew. And now Keyboy.
Oh, it's a whole lot of damage to Mirror's Passion as well. Keyboy. Coming out to safety. Meanwhile, that space that he was able to get. Vincent trying to go for the assassination. Keyboy in the bush. Makes him for the stun. Unable to go for it. A snipe. Oh my, 1 HP Keyboy. How? Oh my goodness.
Oh, there's a lot of snipes happening. It was the Runner's Apathy and now the Suyo in the hands of Vincent. But what do you see now? Arash, what's happening?
What's happening? I mean, both teams are just going toe-to-toe. Oh, Chidera is accurate right now, deadly accurate. Fnatic Onyx though, again, without a big play, they can't really match the team fight potential.
Oh, Rez, 4 members on him. The glorious pathway to stun him down too. Wow, they really don't like Rez. 0, 2, and 1. GeekFam go for another setup onto the turtle.
It's very rare you see GeekFam able to really out-macro Fnatic Onyx. But in regular season, they lost 4 times against GeekFam, so it's not a question. But Baloyski, again, is exerting the pressure towards Kyrie. Now, the Nolan does not have a comfortable time playing this hero.
It's funny, man. They just went back to bare down basics. All they did was get a strong frontliner, right? They still want to play front to back, but now they have an actual tank frontliner instead of a Matilda, and now they have Chidera on someone that actually does a ton of damage, the same way we saw CW do in game number 1. And with that, they're able to just zone out from Onyx again and again. Look at the damage!
Luckily, Earthshatter didn't connect, so Keyboy was able to pop in that Raging Sandstorm to escape. Still, though, they're playing strong side Chidera. They've changed. Vincent won't check that bush. Kyrie, so far, he hasn't really been able to mirror the movements of Suyo that well. The Glorious Pathway now placed down on the Keyboy. No one doesn't have the Glorious Pathway, or knowing that he doesn't have the Raging Sandstorm, rather. Baloyski trying to predict that someone will take that diversion, but Fnatic Onyx have no members to take it, only Suns.
Yeah, and the panelists talked about it as well, right? The way you want to play this Nolan against the Suyo is you want to mirror the movements, but Kyrie hasn't been able to really do just that. And now GeekFam have so much control, they want to collapse again!
Uh-oh, Rez will be forced to go in, get shot down by the Renner's Apathy. Rez with a front of pursuit, but now the Bennett's Rage comes down over. Rez isolated from the team. Chidera picking up the kill. Now NetherRealm coming down as well to help Veldora escape. Keyboy Raging Sandstorm, catching Veldora, who tried to go for the dodge.
A bit of a trade there, but the tower falls to GeekFam. The Suns divergence out. I think a big signature moment, a signature factor here you have to talk about is the fact that Suns hasn't really been able to get any prio in the mid lane, with the roamers busy doing something else so many places at once, in the jungle, in the bottom lane, in the top lane. These mid laners are kind of stuck in a 1v1, and a boy has been able to get so much more value. He's been able to rotate faster than Suns. We haven't seen a lot of diversions kind of set up by Fnatic Onyx just yet.
Yeah, that's the biggest question, right? Because the Khalid really wants to enable that prio in the mid lane, get the turtle, but now they're on a risk of losing yet another one. And Fnatic Onyx, they want to stumble into this diversion play, unpopped, and now GeekFam, will they be able to defend this?
Kyrie is super far away. The zoning is immaculate from Baloyski. Now Rez with the Infernal Pursuit. He can't do much on a Phobius. On a Vengeance, you can't escape. Once you go in, you're dead. Vincent going for the chase on the Suns, but he's still able to flicker out. Now, chasing all the way. Veldora onward. Now the snipe over. Baloyski says he doesn't even need the snipe. Gets the kill. But Nolan will be finally able to get a trade. So 2 turrets for 1 turret and a turtle.
Yeah, they're pressing panic button now. They're playing side lanes. Up top is Kyrie, down bottom is CW, able to cut down each 1 tier turrets. And now, GeekFam, at least they have the control.
Man, a great adjustment for GeekFam to really be decisive in the neutral objectives. But for Fnatic Onyx, the instant decision there to send CW to the bottom side using the diversion and then go for the split. They were able to get 2 turrets because of that play, right, with the Nolan split pushing on the top side. But now, with the mid tower down, GeekFam can use that as leverage to kind of cut off the rest of the map from that mid lane, right? That mid lane turret falling down means faster rotations, even faster than before for GeekFam, and also opens up the jungle. So if Kyrie was just farming up, trying to keep up in levels of Vincent, he's already failing there. Now with the jungle more exposed, it's even more dangerous for him too.
BOD completed as well. Glorious pathway. Raging Sandstorm from Keyboy. Gets out to safety, nothing. Burnt out really from both sides, just the two ultimate CW. Oh, will take the entire Bennett's Rage! Sans, diversion, off angle, good flick around. Vincent goes for the snipe under the turret. Sans going to be compromised as well. Weird positioning from Fnatic Onyx as they get punished. Keyboy with a flicker out though. Nolan in the bottom lane looking for the tier 2, should be able to get it. So at least it's a trade, 2 kills. CW and Sans for the tier 2.
Mishaps for Fnatic Onyx. They're off position. The diversion was forced by Sans to pop in front of Beloyski, and CW, he ate all the damage of the Bennett's Rage. And now, thankfully they don't lose that topside turret, but again, they had to pay the price of losing 2 members. And now bottom, at least Kyrie was working on the turret.
Turret down for 2 kills. You know, in theory, that's not really a bad trade for Fnatic Onyx. Now they're also already available for the next big neutral objective fight. And you can see that Veldora was actually on the bottom side, already going for a push. That's a diversion play to try and catch the rotators, but GeekFam played safe. They rotate in a wide angle, and now you're going to see Kyrie Shaw on the bottom side. Will GeekFam just rush this?
No, they're going to take a chill. But now they decide to pull the trigger. Bennett's Rage, yep. They're going to try to blitz this down. Fnatic Onyx, do they react in time? No reaction. Free ward for GeekFam. Well played.
Holy smokes, they rush it down. And GeekFam, this is not how you would pan the game to be for Fnatic Onyx though. What are they supposed to do now?
Fnatic Onyx, it's about waiting to the late game, I guess. CW, again, only level 11. Again, his items, he's only completed like 2, almost 3 items. So there's a chance for this game to go long enough until he actually scales up, does a lot of damage, right? Rez also gets tankier as time goes on. But again, they have to make sure that they play around the surprising moments and not around the neutral objectives.
Renner Apathy already towards CW. He popped into Entropy, so...
Only 1.
Yeah, that's a tier 2 for free in the bottom lane. That's 1v1 happening now. Veldora with the onward, catching Rez again. Infernal Pursuit of the Vengeance now with another realm popped in as well. Chidera just snipes him down with a basic attack. Again, Rez has fallen for the 5th time this game. Keyboy dealing no damage to a boy. He takes it like a man.
The Nether Realm proves to be very crucial in the times where they want to fight, and a boy has been using it fantastically. Every time Rez wants to jump in, it's a fantastic Nether Realm from a boy.
And the positioning of GeekFam to ensure that Fnatic Onyx have to spend a lot of time and effort and attention to really get to the backline, and even when they do, that's where the Nether Realm is popped. They're not, GeekFam aren't positioning their backliners in a vulnerable position and then trying to rely on the Nether Realm. It's a double layer of defense, and from positioning as well as the zoning coming through from Beloyski on the Hylas. That's what they're using to really get an advantage. But look at the damage, dude. A boy, half HP from a single rotation of spells. As GeekFam take the turrets slowly but surely, but that's the Holy Crystal completed for CW. That's a very significant power spike. We'll see if Beloyski can withstand that damage.
We're gonna get the condition out. It's going to be Weather the Storm. For Fnatic Onyx, they have to hold as long as they can. I mean, Sans' late game damage will be very significant. Yet another damage as well from CW, who will be the one to provide the damage. But now the question becomes, will Kyrie be that significant? Because as a Nolan, you really want to snowball in the early game. So how will he proceed into the late game later on?
He can still really pressure, force spells out, right? Maybe threaten and force out the Nether Realm. I think what's more important is to look at Vincent here on the Suyo. There have been so many questions of whether or not he can pull it off. And if he does, if he can, it's going to be a great addition to the potential of GeekFam. And he's doing great on this Suyo. Hasn't really been caught off guard, hasn't really been caught out of position, and he's using the kit quite reliably. It seems like he has a lot of time on this hero at this point. And he's kind of really good at deciding when and where and what spell to use at what moment. He's also not really revealing himself because there's no need to, right? And now the frontline issue becomes a problem here. Rez and Keyboy are tanky, but in front of a snowballing B-tricks, a 3-0 and 3 B-tricks, they just don't look that tanky at all.
Yeah, see Halbert completed as well for that anti-regen towards Beloyski, but Kyrie.
Whoa! Great catch earlier, but Kyrie was able to push in enough damage to actually throw Vincent back. Kyrie actually winning the trade with regeneration, helping him out. But it's okay for Vincent. He can go back to his own jungle too. So for both these jungles, yeah, it was just a bit of a, a jab at each other.
There goes with the Rose Gold Meteor as well, and with Boy picking up the Lightning Truncheon, more teamfight potential, but look at Rez already trying to make a difference, trying to push away Geek Fam, but look at the diversion.
Yeah, Boy reads it out, the Earth Shatter from Eldora, and the reset for the Lord.
Yeah, they're just juggling it around, and the taunt wasn't baited out. Beloyski
should still be good, has revitalized as well. Oh, Veldora! Earth Shatter and the onward Rez. I thought he was isolated, but actually is him escaping, popping into Vengeance, and Geek Fam respected. Oh! The double snipe from Vincent and Chidera. CW and Rez are forced back, and this is a free Lord for Geek Fam because of the snipes.
2 hitmans in the family, and that is Vincent and Chidera. Just wanting to snipe down Fnatic Onyx, and just because of that single bullet, multiplied by 2, Fnatic Onyx scamper away, and they relinquish control of the Lord.
In a way, that kind of played okay for Fnatic Onyx as well, because the wave was pushing on the top side. The fact that they did not end up going for a risky maneuver there, and they were able to actually protect the top side base turret. It's a small win, but look at Kyrie. What is he doing here? What is he scheming?
Cutting the wave is just not letting Geek Fam have the privileges of building that minion wave. I feel like they want to crash it into the base.
But he has let the wave past. I think he was looking for some kind of takeoff. Looking for a flank angle right here when they least expect it, maybe. See how that pays off. He's picking it very, very slow as the waves, crashing at the same time almost.
Entropy from CW to escape from the Render's apathy. Now Chidera on the Nibiru. Veldora dealing with the waves. Disengage, but the Lord has already dealt with 1 base turret. Oh, now Kyrie jumps up the Fracture. Boy able to flicker out in time as Keyboy gets stunned up. Lord brought into the mid lane. It will not hit the base, but it actually gave Geek Fam the opportunity to go for the 2nd base turret in the mid lane. 2 base turrets, and it's the far one away from the next neutral objective.
It's easy as flipping the palm of your hands, and Geek Fam get it done so easily. Now they have so much comfortability into trying to siege towards Onyx base, and now Fnatic Onyx, they have to address the pressure coming in, threatening their base.
By all means, he can still try and make use of the diversion to try and deal with this macro play, but man, Geek Fam has everything working in their favor here in the next neutral objective fight. The team fights, the AoE, the damage output, even the waves. Especially for Beloyski here, has just picked up the Twilight Armor as well. Again, this item was kind of buffed in the last patch, the last big patch. So now, oh man, if Fnatic Onyx are trying to match that kind of burst, even onto Beloyski, it won't be that simple any longer. Look at Kyrie though.
Yeah, Kyrie is just in the shadows looming. He's not necessarily mirroring the movements of Vincent. I mean, it's way too late to do just that as well. It's down to 16 minutes now. He's just looking for a flank angle. Maybe, San's gonna yeet him out with the diversion. But it's so hard for Fnatic Onyx now. I mean, Chidera feels like he has aimbot as well with the Render's apathy.
Yeah. But now that's a full inventory slot for Kyrie with the Molecular Lord.
Rez, no mobility. Bennett's Rage again. The Vengeance is able to keep him alive for a bit. Chidera with the gun down, but it's onto the Vengeance. Now to that realm. That is Rez's 6th death, and Keyboy can't do anything about it. No one from Fnatic Onyx can deal with that. Another getting CW. What a read from Chidera. But unfortunately, it was a pixel away, and the Lord should be free again for Geek Fam. Is this the game-ending Lord?
Deathless there, looking to just assassinate CW on the back of the Renner's apathy. But this Lord, like Mirko mentioned, Arashi, will this be the game-ending Lord?
It might as well be, man. There's a lot of damage available for Fnatic Onyx with the Lo Yi, with the Natan as well, reaching full items finally. But Geek Fam have item swaps that they can utilize to really get an edge in the next fight. And not to mention, man, but if you close your eyes, realize it almost feels like nothing changed.
Yeah.
Geek Fam abusing the Nether Realm, playing a front to back, taking it to the late game, and just playing it calm, cool, collected around the neutral objectives. What season is it?
It feels so clean. so disciplined, so structural. And now, the bigger test awaits. Will Fnatic Onyx hold? The Lord charges in.
Glorious pathway used up already. Held over the Primal Wrath. Oh my god, Riz! Pops in with the crown. Now Radiant Sandstorm unable to connect there. Rez will be isolated. Taken now. Winner crown by Keyboy as he goes for the heal, but he will not be able to heal that damage. Again with the Earth Shatter. Veldora catches Kyrie. San's able to flicker out to safety. CW walks into his demise. Geek Fam equalize. It's 1-1.
The King Slayers descend and pull down the Sky Kings. They are yet to celebrate, but at least they equalize it. 1-1. Geek Fam steal game number 2.
Man, we just thought that Fnatic Onyx looking different. Just doing so well. And this is their playoff form that everyone was fearing. But Geek Fam, immediately after a close game in game number 1, turned it around and demolished Fnatic Onyx in game 2 on all fronts.
And it's a one-sided game as well, Arashi. It's so dominant. Fnatic Onyx just in the back foot for almost 15 minutes. See, it seems like Geek Fam, they had Fnatic Onyx number. They're able to just outmaneuver them in every single department. That NetherRealm popped on time. It feels like a very traditional composition. Nothing too flashy. Nothing too, you know, invention-ish, if that's a word. But for Geek Fam, if it works, it works.
Yeah. A boy on the Faramis, right? We were talking about how the Faramis, MPL PH, it hasn't really been finding any success.
Yeah.
Even in Indo, we haven't really seen the Faramis. It's kind of lost its prio around the MPL ID meta. But when it's a boy, I guess we could talk about it, right? This guy's main hero has been Faramis for the longest time, and he always performs on it. It's different the way he plays the Faramis. I don't know how to explain it. He's Faramis. He's the NetherRealm.
He knows something that we do not. That's the simplest way to put it. He sees things in the Land of Dawn on that Faramis that we just don't. The timing on these NetherRealms are so good. He has a plan. It's not a, oh man, we're under attack, activate defenses. No, he has a plan on when and how he wants to use it, man. And the whole team, I think this composition requires great communication. And you see very little miscommunication moments there from Geek Fam. Showing again that despite everyone's opinion that, oh, Geek Fam, no way, right? They're gonna match up against Onyx? They're really proving a lot of people wrong. Shout out to Shevin.
Crazy, yeah, Shevin.
He said, Geek Fam, Geek Fam.
Yeah, he was shouting Geek Fam, Geek Fam, Geek Fam. And he was like, I'm not biased.
Some people call him mad.
And he was also kind of pessimistic.
Exactly.
But look at what Geek Fam can achieve.
Yeah,
if
man.
they are all in the same frequency.
They call him a madman. Once a geek, always a fam. Unity.
The duality of
You wanna address that real quick?
The duality of man. Sometimes you just have to be pessimistic and, you know, realize the objective facts. But right now, I'm rooting my team. So I'm gonna be as copium as possible, as delusional as possible.
I mean,
Because,
you were right.
yeah, if there's no one that's gonna believe it, then who else?
Who else?
Who else? The family.
The family. Shefin's family.
Shefin's family.
That's a bit
In
too
solo.
far, but
Oh, like distance-wise, being too far. Anyway, 18-minute game, ladies and gentlemen, for game number 2 as Geek Fam were able to strike back. And it's insane because when we asked the audience what they thought, they were like, you know what? Let's try and prioritize the early game for Geek Fam. And that was a draft that really did favor Geek Fam for the early game, and that's what they were able to accomplish there. The entirety of that win for game number 2.
Yeah, using Suyo, I think they can get the early game. Even I know the ideas of using the Khalid for the roamer on FNAF. I think they wanna like pressing the Suyo on the jungle, but it didn't work. Instead of like a movement from Aboy and Beloy, always got the kill points, especially the solo kill from Chadera.
Why? Like that was how so uncanny. Chadera usually weak side, right? And he was able to do that against CW's Natan.
yeah, I think, and that was an important moment as well, by the way, from Sajidera, because it creates a butterfly effect that Keyboy is gonna overthink things because, you know, it's a Khalid roam. It's supposed to be aggressive. It's supposed to be invading the jungles of the opposing team. But right now you have this guy that's losing his lane on Natan that usually pops off when he got his items. Now, what do you do as a roamer? Pick your poison.
Which is true. So here it is, the MVP player of the game for game number 2 in this best of 5 series. I don't know, Chef in here, I think there was an argument to be made for Chidera. There's
For a boy.
an argument to be made for Beloyski, but the player of the game presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy S24 FE. It's a boy on his signature Faramis. And we mentioned it in the drafts. This is a hero that we don't see quite often anymore, with how he's so easy to be punished with his Netherrealm, the clumping up. There's just so many loopholes and vulnerabilities to the kit that the Faramis has, and yet he was able to make it work. 0-0-12 against a Luo Yi that quote-unquote right now is the #1 priority in the mid lane.
Yeah, especially in the hand of a boy, using the Paramis is really a powerful hero. During the team fight, the Netherrealm always on point. It makes Onyx facing a very hard time to, like, is it going to all out or just do the kiting?
Oh man, I think the composition from Onyx is just kind of a bit lackluster as well, especially with how really a non-factor Keyboy and also Rez throughout the whole thing, man. I mean, Rez bought a lot of time, but in the end, he's always isolated and forced to use the Vengeance. And at the end of the day, it's always a net negative for Onyx or Fnatic Onyx. This is the replay of the player of the game by a boy, 0-0-12, that KDA. He got the MVP without killing anyone. He's dishing dimes and not scoring a single point. Like, I don't know. Sorry for the sports reference like Prime Mesut Ozil or like Rajon Rondo at Celtics. It's insane the way he played.
Yeah, but I think, yeah, for the Netherrealm and of course the Ghost Stampede and the other things that Aboy do for his teammates, he always like picking up the movement of all of the movement from his teammates. Look at this. When they try to aim for the base, Aboy is always like stay on beside Kadira, so Kadira will not easily getting picked off by the opponents.
And it was very difficult to pick him off, right? We saw the Fnatic Onyx struggle time and time again. Even Rez tried to go into the back line, tried to deal some damage with the Phobias onto CW, and yet that was even impossible to do. So in addition to everything that went on, Chidera was able to get that snowballing down. And so the damage that he was dealing already on the Beatrix was so tough for Fnatic Onyx. And unfortunately, despite CW being able to get to the power spike that we mentioned, too little, too late.
Yeah, it is. When you look at the objectives, man, 3 totals for GeekFam, 3 lords for GeekFam. And the fact that out of all the 2 games right now, this is the most one-sided one. And it's going towards GeekFam. It's crazy. 10k gold lead for GeekFam. What are we watching?
They start the lead from the mid to late game, I think, yeah. Because on the early game, Onyx is trying to do some pick-off games using the diversion from Luo Yi. They successfully get Baloy, but on the other side, I think GeekFam does very well. And if you look at the items, it's like the Enchanted Talisman for a boy, and of course the Blood Wings, the Genius One, and the Lightning Transient. It's enough to make a boy a very sustainable, but a very utility hero.
Also, we actually got insider info about Vincent Suyo, that it wasn't as great, but what did you think about his performance there and ending things off with a triple kill, I believe?
I think, you know, when you look at the stats, the KDA looks mesmerizing. Look at that. Total secured, Lord secured, perfect objective game, but outside of that, in the team fights, it's just decent. Again, like this is like, it reminds me of the game where Vincent uses Nolan and he got like 9-0-10 KDA, 9-0-10, and we didn't give him MVP. Why? Because he's just feeding off what Beloyski and Aboy give to him. And to be fair, it's a right way to play, it's a standard way to play, but I think in the playoffs, if you want to be the representative of Indonesia, you gotta do more in the next bout you're gonna have on this hero.
Do you agree?
You mean you want to see Vincent as the initiator?
No, I mean just a bit more active, is what I'm trying to say.
Like on the rotation, on mobility. But yeah, I'm quite agree with that because using Suyo, where the powers is on the early game, he can do some like a quick kidnapping the opponents. It's really important for Suyo to make the movement. We didn't see it on this game because all of the movement, it start from a boy and Baloy.
Okay, so one thing to note for Vincent, be a little bit more active, right? But regardless, he got GP, he IS GPM, if I'm not mistaken, right? That's Vincent, right?
But he's always farming all over the place, man.
That's true, that's true. So, a 1-1, we're still a game away from match point, and this could go in anyone's favor. Shevin, how are you feeling right now?
I'm feeling great.
Yeah?
If it's not, obvious enough, from my expression right now.
Is this expected from you?
No, but I'm welcoming the surprise.
Okay, that makes sense. I went for 4-3 Fnatic Onyx.
4-3.
4-3.
The grand
I mean,
finals?
3-2.
3-2.
3-2, sorry. Where am I? Already in the grand finals. Oh.
Yeah, I have the
You
same
think
ideas.
Fnatic Onyx and Geek Fam-
Uh-huh.
It's possible.
I'm not a clairvoyant. I'm not Shevin. But what was your prediction for this?
Yeah, I have the same ideas. I think it's 3-2 for Fnatic Onyx, but we didn't know until the game number 5 maybe, because both of them are really strong. Even on the paper, I think it's 50-50.
50-50.
50-50. They have their own specialty.
Do you agree?
I didn't say 50-50. I would say like
You don't trust your team?
Well, in a way, I look at the data and all that stuff. I look at something that GeekFam can really pull off compared to Fnatic Onyx, and that's why I said to the boys down there that GeekFam's gonna lose 3-1. But I'm welcoming the surprise. I said to them, like, I would love to be proven wrong. In fact, I want me to be wrong.
I like it.
Yeah.
He's realistic. And realistically speaking, in this day and age, we all need to use GoPay.
For sure.
Right? I mean, easy transactions, easy to use, easy, reliable, efficient, just everything you guys can actually get if you go and use the GoTo wallet for gamers with huge damage. Imagine this, you can grab diamonds, right? While GoPay Games treats you with up to a 15k cashback.
Oh man.
How is that not value? And on top of that, you guys can also top up on diamonds on the GoPay Games, and you guys can also get 15k of your balance back.
I think the best place to top up games with always fair and cheap prices is GoPay Games. Payments are also easy and secure because you can pay directly with GoPay. Head straight up to top up at gopay.co.id/games/top up diamonds and GoPay will treat you with up to 15k cashback.
What are you doing, Eterna?
What?
But yeah, anyway, if you haven't tried it yet, there's a new thing in GoPay. You can put your favorite team in MPL Indonesia matches on the GoPay app and collect as many tokens as possible. What do those tokens do, Eterna? It's to win free prizes from LBB skins, GoPay coins, gaming phones, and electric motorbikes.
Wow.
Do you want that?
I love that. I can go to work with it.
Can you drive though?
Yeah, I can. I have a license.
Oh.
I'll show you after.
Or you can go
On
to
a
the
bike?
traditional
Yeah.
market.
Wow.
I have both
Really?
licenses. Yeah. Why is it
But
surprising?
Can you ride it?
Yeah. I can.
You?
I drive Goni.
Doubt.
You know, what's not to doubt is GoPay, because you guys can also buy credit as well. So, if you're feeling like, oh man, my package just died, I don't know where to buy it, GoPay, all right? You guys can get 15k worth of credit for only 9,900.
Ooh.
And usually, I used to have fighting with my friends when we want to split the bill.
Oh, that's the worst.
Using the GoPay, you can splitting the bill with friends is easier and faster with the split deal feature. Just snap a photo of the receipt right in the GoPay app.
That's actually really cool. Like, when you're hanging out with the boys and the girls, like usually, oh, you're paying, no, we're gonna split the bills, right?
How about
it's
tax?
always
How about
so
service?
inconvenient.
Yeah.
It's always,
A
oh,
headache.
you forgot you ordered something else, it kind of, left out something. Oh man, this is such a good solution to the problem.
Totally is.
Yeah.
Totally is. Unless you have Mirko. Like, you can just ask Mirko to pay for everything. That's also an option. But
Shout out to Mr. Freddy Koho. He bought me a GeekFam jersey down there.
Aw.
Hey.
How come you...
Shout out to my
not
boy.
fair.
Love you, Daddy Miracle.
What?
Because I'm broke, Eterna. Are you broke?
No.
Yeah.
No,
Should
I'm
buy
not
me something
broke.
too.
I mean, I could hook you up with something of value too, like the Kadia Discord, maybe.
I'll accept that. I think that's a cool gift.
Yeah?
Okay. But the thing is, Eterna, I can get it for free without your help.
Not if I didn't tell you, and not if I didn't tell you guys back at home. Ladies and gentlemen, don't forget to check out at Kadia Gaming. Follow them as well on their social media, because, Kadia is not just about esports, it's for all game communities as well as fans.
It's idea.
Kadia.
With Q, it's like Q. It's called Coca-Cola
Wait,
in Arabic.
Can you repeat?
How you call it?
Idea.
Idea.
Kadia.
I think so.
Okay.
Trust me, I'm 10% Arabic.
No, I believe you. I believe you. I believe you. Yeah. So feel the sensation of entering the world of gaming in real life with the most complete facilities. And you know, not just the Discord, they also have a real life city in Kadia City that you guys can actually experience. Like, I hope to one day be able to come over there.
I hope so too, because it's not just about esports, it's all for games, communities, and fans.
Yeah, it's not just about games, guys. Actually, everything's about game for me. I don't know. What do you?
Life is a game.
Life is a game, but it's not a game for Fnatic Onyx if they still want to represent Indonesia at M6. So before we get into game number 3 to see the next victor, we are going to throw it over to our host, Alisa, Bude. What are you doing over there?
Udah pertarungan yang sengit ya, kita akan melihat nih di game selanjutnya apakah bisa sama-sama mengejar poinnya dan kita pastikan kita akan melihat siapakah yang akan mendapatkan poin ketiga terlebih dahulu.
Betul.
Tapi Bude, kalau dari tadi kita udah deg-degan ya nontonin game dari Fnatic Onyx dan juga Geek. Dan kita bakal seru-seruan bareng nih sekarang karena kita bakal bermain Franco Hide and Seek.
Asik! Di sini kalian semua bakal punya kesempatan untuk mendapatkan hadiah. Ingatkah kalian pada season lalu dan di season ini akan ada activity yang tentu saja akan kita bagikan hadiah kalau wakil dari kalian semua bisa mendapatkan kemenangan. Dan inilah dia, kita akan langsung panggil satu orang yang katanya jago banget main Franco-nya. Langsung saja, come here, let's go!
Boleh dong kita minta tepuk tangannya karena nasib warga Eldorado Bandung untuk mendapatkan skin gratis bergantung pada pemain kita satu ini.
Namanya siapa?
Perkenalkan nama saya Ervasa.
Ervasa, jago banget nih main Franco-nya kayaknya ya.
Udah jelas banget sih.
Oh, pede. Udah jelas. Bentar.
Suka.
Top global?
Top global sih.
Top global? Serius?
Serius.
Global warming?
Global kampung.
Win rate-nya?
Cuma 46 sih.
Itu beneran cuma sih.
Ya.
Tapi ini pede nih, kamu akan mewakili semuanya loh.
Bismillah aja sih.
Bismillah aja. Oke, 1 Franco sudah kita dapatkan. Namun tugasmu ini main berat karena kamu akan melawan tim dari MPL. Bukan Fnatic Onyx, tenang. Bukan Geek Fam juga. Bukan, tenang. Ini adalah dari kru MPL. Kita akan langsung undang sebelum itu trio MPL, trio Wakwow. Kemari.
Oke. Sini, sudah bergabung ya lawan Franco kita hari ini nih. Tim MPL boleh kenalin dirinya terlebih dahulu nih, namanya siapa?
Halo, nama aku Dido. Perkenalkan, nama saya Hikam.
Perkenalkan, nama saya Yuda.
Oke, gimana tim MPL udah optimis untuk melawan jagoan kita di Franco Hide and Seek kali ini?
Ya, semoga hoki aja lah.
Semoga
Hoki Bude. Oke, karena memang lumayan ya, instingmu akan diasah. Jadi buat kalian yang bingung, seperti apa sih permainannya? Ayo kita cek bersama-sama, inilah dia cara bermain Franco Hide and Seek. Caranya inilah dia, dari rules-nya sendiri.
Bahwa pastinya kita akan bermain yang diikuti oleh 4 peserta yang sudah berada di depan kita. Dan pastinya dari 3 MPL tim ini akan bersembunyi di bus yang telah ditentukan di area sungai dan juga Turtle Pit.
Benar, dan yang memakai Franco, wakil kita hari ini memiliki 5 kesempatan untuk melakukan Iron Hook. Jika bisa mendapatkan 3 kru MPL yang bersembunyi dengan hook, maka penonton menang. Dan jika kamu menang, berarti kita akan membagikan redeem code. Mau skin? Mau redeem code?
Mau.
Langsung semangatin ya. Jadi sudah mengerti rules-nya?
Mengerti.
Mengerti. Siap.
Tim MPL apakah sudah mengerti?
Gas.
Oke, gas.
Siap, gas. Kita akan hitung mundur ya. Jadi mengerti tugasnya. Kalian bertiga adalah bersembunyi dan kamu akan harus menemukannya. Kamu gak boleh ngintip ya. Tutup mata ya. Ya. Oke, kita akan hitung mundur bersama-sama semua teman-teman dari Eldorado Dome Bandung. Mari kita hitung mundur dari 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go. Bersembunyi, bersembunyi, bersembunyi.
Oke, kita akan melihat ya.
Mau ngumpet di mana nih abang-abangku?
Yang ngintip-ngintip dikit kali ya buat bocorin dikit.
Oh, ini ada yang pakai Cloud, ada yang pakai Matilda, ada yang pakai Benedetta. Tenang, mereka setelah bersembunyi, mereka nggak boleh bergerak lagi. Jadi kita bisik-bisikin ya. Kita kasih tahu. Oke, di mana nih? Kalau udah siap kalian bilang ya. Di Turtle Pit ya. Di area Turtle nih. Ini Benedetta. Loh. Itu perangkonya kenapa itu? Malah jalan-jalan sendiri ya.
Mungkin lagi lihat-lihat dulu nih Bude Franco-nya nih ya. Ayo. Kita sama-sama.
Iya, udah pada ngumpet belum? Ini Benedettanya jangan di situ dong, kasihan. Kasihan. Coba kita lihat. Ini bentar ya, tunggu gak apa-apa. Ini Franco-nya lagi jalan-jalan dulu. Gak apa-apa, kita sembunyi jangan di situ dong Benedettanya. Siapa yang pakai Benedetta? Jangan di situ, kamu jahat ya. Kamu gak mau bagiin tim code ya. Bentar ya Franco, bentar ya. Kamu dari Cloud, Matilda dan juga Benedetta, siapa yang pengen kamu dapetin duluan?
Semuanya sih.
Buset.
Ambisiusnya sudah terasa banget nih Bude. Karena menanggung beban satu Eldorado Dom Bandung. Ya.
Iya, jadi makin dak-dik-duk ser. Kamu pakai Franco, emang role-mu Rom?
Sebenarnya Godland sih.
Ini Franco Godland?
Bukan. Cuma bantu Godland doang.
Cuma bantu Godland doang, aku pikir lu tuh bukan Baloy. Hampir digituin sama Bude. Dan ngelihat semuanya sabar ya, kita akan atur ulang terlebih dahulu. Ada sedikit kayaknya nih Franco-nya mulai ada sedikit-sedikit yang kita tunggu-tunggu juga. Dan pokoknya ini kamu tuh penting banget loh. Kamu di sini lihat wajah-wajah yang kepengen skin.
Betul.
Pressure nggak?
Pressure banget sih.
Ada ribuan orang bergantung sama kamu untuk dapetin skin gratis loh. Gak menang skin melayang?
Ya.
Kamu deg-degan gak sih? Ngomongnya sih.
Deg-degan banget Bude, sampai bingung ini Bude.
Wah, bingung. Tapi kamu berani di sini, berani untuk melawan, itu mentalitas. Kamu jadi pro player jangan bilang nih. Dan bilang kamu mau jadi apa?
Jadi pilot aja Bude.
Oh, berarti mau pakai Matilda nanti ya, Ngeng. Nanti Matilda siap-siap nih. Kalian biasa terbang-terbang, ditangkap nih yang pilot-pilot. Tapi kalau dilihat dari wajah-wajah lawanmu hari ini ya, meyakinkan gak sih? Mereka bisa bersembunyi dengan baik gak? Ada gimana kamu melihat lawanmu hari ini?
Sepertinya sangat sulit dibaca.
Sangat sulit dibaca.
Soalnya yang satu pakai jaket gak kelihatan.
Karena itu makanya dilepas, nanti minta dilepas ya. Tapi nih, Bude penasaran lagi. Tadi namanya siapa, maaf?
R Pasa dipanggil R.
R? Dari mana R?
Dari Bandung.
Asal Bandung. Geek Community sejati, dari lahir?
Geek PM sejak lahir.
Sejak lahir, buset.
Mungkin minta prediksinya nih buat next game. Kira-kira Geek Fam bisa menang lagi nggak melawan Fnatic Onyx?
Insya Allah bisa sih.
Bisa sih. Ada nggak player idola di Geek Fam?
Kadera.
Oh Kadera, karena sama-sama gold lane ya?
Betul.
Betul. Hero apa yang kamu paling suka kalau pas lagi dimainin Kadera?
Patrick.
Patrick. Kenapa Patrick? Kan namanya biasanya Cloudera.
Soalnya Patricknya setara sama Skylar.
Widih. Serem. Ini sih yang dinantiin ya. Tapi kamu kan gold laner juga nih. Apa sih yang harus dimiliki oleh seorang gold laner menurutmu?
Yang harus dimiliki gold laner itu uang sih.
Bener sih.
Nggak salah.
Bener ya.
Fakta.
Farming ya.
Ya.
Kamu cara memiliki uang?
Sedikit sih.
Loh. Tenang, tapi kamu sekarang udah punya Franco nih. Franco sudah di tangan. Sepertinya kita akan siap. Ini abang-abang Q masih bersembunyi dari tadi. Ya ampun, kita udah lupa loh ada tim MPL.
MPL ya.
Tenang, masih berlanjut. Dan kita akan masuk ke dalam Land of Down. Oke. R, tahu kan arahnya kemana?
Bismillah.
Bismillah. Penonton, MPL, fans kasih tahu nih. Maju. Mana nih arahnya bener nggak?
Jadi
Malas
penonton
selonjoran.
boleh ya ikutan memberitahukan.
Ayo, kamu mau narik kemana? Kanan apa kiri?
Kanan atau kiri? Mana
Ayo, kasih tahu
penonton
dong.
kanan atau kiri?
Ayo.
Ini
skin tarik dong.
Skin gratis kalian bergantung
Tarik,
pada
satu.
penonton.
Aduh, gagal. Satu gagal.
Masih ada 4 kesempatan
Ayo,
lagi,
let's go.
Ayo, R.
R.
Minta bantuan penonton, call a friend boleh ya. Maju apa mundur, apa kanan apa kiri?
Nah.
Ah!
Dikit lagi. 2 kesempatan gagal, let's go.
Masih ada
Tuh.
3 lagi, R.
Mereka sih pada teriak dikit lagi, berarti masih arah yang tipis. Arah yang tipis yang tadi. Yang tadi, bener.
Yang tadi.
Kamu gak boleh masuk, push. Coba putar balik. Masa, ayo putar balik dikit. Aduh salah, kanan.
Maju tuh kata penonton, maju.
Maju.
Ayo penonton lebih kencang lagi suaranya.
Tarik.
Apakah dapat di situ? Apakah ngumpetnya di situ?
Yuk. Ini penonton langsung kayak, ayo, let's go. Nah. Tarik. Loh, gak apa-apa, tarik aja itu. Tarik. Ya. Let's go, lagi, ayo lagi.
Masih 2 lagi kesempatan, yuk.
Yuk. Ini dari tadi padahal si Cloud-nya diem aja ya. Ini emang 46%. Nih lurus aja, nah tuh. Ada garis lurus, belok kiri.
Coba di situ dan kamu
belok
coba
kiri,
tarik
lihat
lurus.
kiri,
Coba.
kiri.
Coba. Tarik. Tarik, R. Wow. 1 sudah terdapatkan oleh R ya. Oke.
Ayo, let's go. Maju.
Ayo, R.
Maju.
Ayo penonton bantuin R buat mendapatkan ya para tim MPL kita yang bersembunyi. Coba posisinya.
Ayo. Nah. Waduh.
Aduh.
Tipis. Tipis banget. Serius. Daerah situ tuh,
Dikit
tapi
lagi
tipis.
loh.
Udah berapa kesempatan ya?
Udah 5 sih Bude, tapi nggak apa-apa kita kasih kesempatan lagi ya Bude ya.
46%, pamerin dong. Ayo dong. Satu kesempatan lagi dapatkan.
Ribuan orang bergantung pada kamu, R. Balik badan. Iya.
Dan habis. Kamu hanya mendapatkan 1. Kenapa? Apa kendalamu?
Yang ngasih taunya bingung sih kanan kiri Bude.
Kan ente yang pakai perangko. Kumaha?
Jadi goyah pikirannya Bude.
Oh, jadi nggak fokus Bude dengerin penonton ya. Padahal mau dibantuin ya.
Tapi nggak apa-apa karena kamu udah ngedapetin petu dan Bude seneng banget semangat dari El Dorado Dome Bandung. Kita akan tetap bagikan Alisa. Redeem code!
Silahkan ya disiapkan handphone dan jempol-jempolnya karena redeem code ini akan kita bagikan untuk teman-teman semua dan bisa berkesempatan untuk mendapatkan skin gratis. Oke, apakah semua sudah siap?
Ayo.
Belum? Siapin dulu. Siapin dulu ponselnya. Boleh?
Siapa cepat
nge-lag katanya.
dia dapat. Ini seru banget nih di Eldorado Dome. Dan 3, 2, 1. Inilah dia redeem code.
Ayo.
Let's go.
Siapa cepat dia dapat berkesempatan mendapatkan skin gratis.
Siapa tadi yang ketangkep? Ya, yang pakai hoodie ternyata.
Jangan typo, jangan salah. 86XR5VN77DY4233D7.
Coba kata-kata penutupan untuk hari ini. Dan tentu saja untuk kemenanganmu.
Hoki bude.
2 kali pula. Hoki bude. Geekfam bakal hoki gak nih?
Hoki sih harusnya.
Wow. Makin rame pastinya. Coba kasih semangat untuk tim Geekfam. Woo! Untuk tim Fnatic Onyx.
Oke, sudah kompak sekali ya. Kita akan melihat juga after this. Apakah di game selanjutnya?
Yes, karena game ketiga akan kita lanjutkan. Dan tentu saja masih akan ada game-game seru lainnya. Jadi wajah-wajah di sini mungkin akan bisa bertarung lagi. Terima kasih untuk kalian semua, terima kasih untuk antusiasmenya. Dan tentu saja kita harus bersemangat untuk menyambut game ketiga Fnatic Onyx dan juga Geekfam.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the English panel with me, Eterna, alongside with Kolios as well as Sheffin. And in that short break before we get into game number 3, we did see some of the audience participating in activities that you guys can actually participate to as well if you guys can come over to the venue here at El Dorado, Bandung. They did a, what would you call that? A Franco?
Hide and seek.
Hide and seek. They
yeah.
played hide and seek on a Franco.
And the stakes, I think the one that won, they're gonna have a free phone.
Yeah.
Yeah, free phone, right?
There's so many prizes that await all of you guys who actually participate in the hide and seek, and it is including a Samsung phone.
Yeah, it's not just hide and seek. I heard there's gonna be Johnson race.
Oh, again.
It'll be fun.
I mean, if you don't really enter the arena, you can still enjoy the festival. It's a whole lot of fun. You can see the merch in the booths, you know, unless your team is not in the playoffs. I'm sorry for you. But yeah, you can just eat some stuff that we prepared there. A lot of yummy stuff. Yeah, it's a whole lot of fun, Eterna.
And you could also meet Sheffin.
I don't think no one wants to meet.
You know, when I'm not casting,
Yeah?
I like read the comments.
Yeah?
And you have so many fans.
Yeah, where's
Sheffin looking so cute today. Sheffin so handsome. Oh, a lot of girl fans.
I think you're describing yourself, Eterna.
No, guys.
I could pull up the comment section right now. Chat right now. Let's see how many thirst comments for Eterna.
No, guys. No, seriously though. Right? Okay, let's get back into the matchup. Okay, Fnatic, Onyx, and Geekfam now back to a 1-1. So we're now going to game number 3. Any predictions as to how this will pan out? But before we get into that, let's take a look at the Suyo win rate. Top 5. All right, MPL ID. Still at 100%. We have MPL Mena at 75%. We have PH at 62%. We have SG 60%. KH 52%. How do you think the Suyo is performing here for MPL ID in particular?
I think so far it's the third time. Last game is the third time that Suyo comes today. And every time the team got Suyo, I think they can play very good early game. They can press the opponents, they can move to the turtle very comfortably. What do you think about it?
I think, there's no Arashi right now. I think the Suyo is Suyoi and Sugoi.
Wow.
Do you know what that means?
No, I don't.
Yep, I know.
Suyoi, it means it's strong.
Okay.
Sugoi means
Awesome.
it's amazing.
Oh. Is it also kawaii?
Depends on your preferences.
Why do I even try? What about the audience, right? Let's ask them. How can Fnatic Onyx win in game number 3? Drumroll please. And the voting shows 45% prioritize Suyo. Okay. So Suyo is a big topic, and we did see some differences when it comes down to the win rate in certain regions. Do you think that there's a reason why perhaps in a different region that the win rate falters a little bit from that 100% win rate?
I mean, it's all of them are positive, so I wouldn't say it's falter. It's more like more sample size, or maybe they're a bit more used to playing against Suyo and used to play with Suyo, so you know how to counter it. I guess that's it. It's all positive all over the place. There's no
because for
40
us,
something.
it's
Right?
only 3 games, right?
Yeah.
Until the last game, so that's why are we gonna see another Suyo on the third games of this match? Because if Onyx gonna be on the blue side, I think maybe GFAM will ban Suyo.
This is Fnatic Onyx on blue side. By the way, Coach Yeb has chosen blue side.
Twice.
It's been season after season after season that he keeps choosing red side as his comfortable side. Can you guys guess why there's a sudden shift here in the playoffs?
Well, mostly because so far the one that used the blue side, it's always the one that's picking Suyo, right?
That's how prioritized Suyo is. That's why they would need to the blue side. If the opponents is like not banning the Suyo, they want the Suyo, the first pick on Suyo. Even though the Suyo is getting banned, maybe they can get Edith or the other powerful heroes.
Yeah, I guess
So
the
not
main reason.
worth to let go?
The
So
Suyo?
do Geek want to ban it out on their side, on red?
I mean, to be honest, going by the result in the first game and second game, I think GFAM can still play through that. And even Onyx, I think the main problem in the second game was not the Suyo. In fact, the Suyo was kind of, in terms of the effect on a team fight, he is a bit, compared to Poloski, it's not that important, I guess.
Okay, so the impact. But for Kyrie, Suyo, is that really a hero that Geek Fam want to let slide? We'll see, ladies and gentlemen, as we get into the drafting phase for game number 3, presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy S24 FE. And here it is, Fnatic Onyx, Helkurt, Jushin, and Chip banned out. Geek go for the 1-1 and the Fanny now. Last ban here. They went for the Khalid in the first game. They go for the Luyi.
I like that.
They're going to leave open the Suyo. Kolius, talk to me about this.
Yeah, after they got the Suyo, I think GFAM can think about Edith. Maybe they can pick the Edith or even the Bovius. It's similar with the first game, but with Bovius without any 1-1 and Luoyi anymore. I think Bovius can be shy on this game.
I think put some emphasis on towards Vincent's hero first in the first phase at least. Maybe on the third pick, because in the first game, the one that kind of forced Vincent on towards the X-Borg was the second betting phase for Ajayeva. Yeah, I think Alpha would be amazing here against a Suyo, against a Hylos, some kind of shredder with the true damage, and it also complements well with the reload manipulation coming in from a boy.
Our Hermit is a good option for CW right now, yeah. Because if no more 1-1, if CW want to use Nathan, I think it's gonna be very risky if GFAM is picking Alpha, and of course Matilda is still open.
Even into the Eve, Harris?
Yeah, he can.
Oh, okay. Gotta remember, Serna, so far the one that has a Beatrix won the game.
Yeah, so Suyo-Beatrix combination has been finding success, especially in this matchup. How do Geek Fam want to close out their first phase of drafts?
I think Alpha is the best option if they want to pick Matilda. Alpha will getting banned on second banning phase. And it's gonna be a little... Yeah, it's similar with the first game.
Oh man, do you think, Bluffsy will once again just let Vincent play some out-of-meta heroes in the second phase once again on the X-Borg? Because it is an option. But no, it's gonna be Alpha.
Yeah.
They took the safe route because what happened in game number 1. Now for Coach Bluffsy, there is no mid laner so far in the opposing team, but they choose to go for this pick-off heavy roamers because they knew that with Beatrix, it's gonna be tough to face this combo.
Yeah, we saw what Fnatic Onyx was able to do in game number 1. They don't want to see a similar thing happen. You're right, the Franco is still open for Fnatic Onyx to pick up unless Geek Fam want to take it away. But there are certain counters to the Franco, I would imagine, up until this point. Is it possible that they just let it go, bait Fnatic Onyx to pick it up, and go for the counter towards that type of gameplay?
Yeah, because when facing against Alpha, the true damage from Beta is really painful for Franco if the Franco cannot like escape from the team fights. But the Iron Hook from Franco, if they got the map control, it's gonna be dangerous. But yeah, they still have Edith, and Edith is more dangerous than Franco on this draft. That's why it's a wise ban from GFAM.
I think they have some kind of solution towards the Franco, knowing that they just gonna let go of this hero. Because when you think about it, in the first game, Kaja was open for Keyboy, and they choose to go for the Franco, I believe. Kaja was it
Banned
banned?
out.
Oh, banned.
It's
Banned
the
out.
same ban. Kaja and Edith in the second phase.
Oh, okay, never mind. So yeah, it's going to be a Tigreal for Beloski.
Wow.
We talk about this.
It's a deny.
Tigreal, especially in M5, Beloski used to play this hero a lot. And it's a good complement towards the Alpha's combo, but you got a cross-region data here, Eterna.
Yeah, in the MPL Latam Season 2 playoffs, it looks like Phoveus has a 100% pick and ban rate with a total of 6 picks and a 50% win rate. What do you think about the Phoveus in our region, MPL ID so far?
I think Phoveus is still strong, but we need to be careful because usually, like the team tendencies is more using the crowd control XP lane, so it can like helping the teammates during the team fights, or they're using like Hylos, the very tanky one, because Phoveus is not that tanky anymore.
I like that mid laner. You know, a lot of control towards some of the dives that's coming in from GeekFam's composition, especially when you're playing these kind of heroes, Alpha, Tigreal, and Phoveus. It is just a hassle to play against this Curse Blast, these Terrifies, and also the Eternal Guard overall. And if you used the Purify Suns, it can serve as a cancel for the Implosion. So it's a cover for the Franco and also enables some of the damage-dealing heroes coming in from Fnatic Onyx, and they close it out with a Natan. So a bit more magic damage, I like that, but in terms of physical damage, a bit lacking, but I don't think that's going to be a problem.
Because Nathan, if he already got the power spike, I think it will be a very dangerous hero, especially for defending the high ground. Looking at the draft, on the third game, I think it's gonna be Geek.
Geek, okay. What
You
about
don't
you,
have to ask.
Sheffin?
You don't
Okay, okay. It's definitely Fnatic Onyx. Thank you, Sheffin. But remember, ladies and gentlemen, so far in this current match, and so far in this current patch, rather, the team that is able to get a better early game footing will win this. And it looks like Fnatic Onyx have a really solid early game. So with that, we'll throw it over to the casters to bring us game number 3.
Thank you, panelists. And now we are back into game number 3. Into the Land of Dawn we go. Still Fnatic Onyx trailing, or rather equalized after what was such a dominant game by GeekFam. But will they be able to retain the dominance in game number 3?
Well, this is an interesting fact. In both games, 1 and 2. Oh, whoa, hang on a minute. Beloski?
Oh, trying to go for the clear. Oh.
He reset it.
Yeah,
The
quick
buff.
reset. It's not going to be the full reset like before the whole patch of the purple buff, but still, it's annoying. And it will give Vincent already an advantageous clearer on the Alpha. Even more time to now just build out that snowball.
Yeah, it's a great delay.
Well, the fun fact I was going to say is that both teams that actually won in game 1 and 2 had the Beatrix, Hylas, and Suyo. That's an interesting coincidence. Beloski once again, though.
Again with a shove over to Keyboy. Unfortunately, there's no Spear of Alpha. There's an Iron Hook, though. Again, both these roamers just playing with their skills, going back and forth, but definitely Vincent getting a lot of value with the faster clear because of Beloy's reset.
Beloski going with to pull yourself together along with the firmness, so it's just tankiness and playmaking as always. More in line with what he's used to. And in the gold lane, see the weapon mastery again from CW, so...
Whoa! Keyboy! Oh, Curse Blast from Sans and the basic attack fade away. You can try to flicker out of the basic attack, but it'll follow you. Vincent, not level 4. Whoa, I think Kyrie took that away.
It's insane how Kyrie was delayed, but not Beloski.
Oh, a mistake from a boy, then a mistake from Beloy. Can he escape? Sans, Curse Blast, no flicker to get away. 2 early kills from Sans. And you can see the reset, or rather the pressure placed on Vincent with the Spear of Alpha defensively. Kyrie with the Force. Trying to go for a little bit more damage. Veldora displaces him, stops him from going for the Immortal form for even longer. But what looked to be a dub for GeekFam is now turned into a massive win. Keyboy! Again with another hook onto a boy.
Whew, the pressure coming in from this Franco, dude. In theory, GeekFam they can still get a bit of an advantage. They still have a lot of good setup tools to go for big team fights. But Fnatic Onyx, as long as they're able to leverage the frontline durability of Rez and Keyboy's pressure here, if they can get the advantage in moving into the jungle in the rotations and setting up traps for Geek Fam, they can start snowballing very reliably.
My oh my. Whoa, a lot of things happening, and it's skill shot galore. Land of Dawn for game number 3. So far, the pressure has been exerted a lot by Keyboy. Penetration minute by CW. Just clear out the wave and maybe create irritation from Sans. And so far, Kyrie, he was delayed with the purple buff, but the fact that he was able to get level 4 earlier than Vincent is not short of something very, 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 very good for Fnatic Onyx, because he's able to be in the fights again and so present as well for Fnatic Onyx.
Well, Beloyski and Keyboy, you're seeing a big difference right here. Beloyski is just kind of reacting for the most part. He did go and prioritize the invasion, the delay onto Kyrie's farming right there, but Keyboy is just going aggressively in the lanes. That's a big difference. And for Fnatic Onyx, this trio mid is just so lethal right now. Franco, Vexana, and the Suyo. This early game is dangerous coming in for Fnatic Onyx, and you're seeing Geek Fam respect it, but sometimes they are overextending a bit more, allowing Keyboy to find a lot of these value moments.
Yeah, they'll look to snowball even further, maybe shut down the Natan, like how it was in last game, in game number 2. I mean, Shadara was all over the place towards CW, did not give him a chance to play the lane, especially after that solo kill. CW was just fully shut down, but now it's a different side of the coins. Shadara having to play the Natan, and now CW with the Beatrix. Turtle spawning though, and Beloyski is already standing behind the pit. But Onyx, of course, Fnatic Onyx rather, they will try to force this one out.
Yeah, they have the tools to do so. Like we said, the control right here. Beloy's going to be zoned out, bullet away by Rez. Veldora is trying to open up the situation, but Sans is close by.
Zoning them in the back of the Beloy's pathway as well. He doesn't even use a Revitalize. No, that's just normal regen. He's able to zone the entire Geek Fam away. Chadera on the other side of the map, just farming on the Natan as expected.
Yeah, doesn't want the pressure from the Beatrix. He swaps lanes up top. And Rez is there to catch the wave as well. They look to invade the purple, but nah, Geek Fam, they deny it.
Veldora though, 1v3 potentially. But no, it's too durable, the Phobias, so Fnatic Onyx won't be going for that risky play. Kyrie once more with the aggressive itemization here, going for the cooldown boots, just getting as many skills out as possible. Vincent on the alpha, despite the advantageous clear, just due to the pressure, hasn't really been able to find a lot of moments in the mid lane or the side lanes. So Geek Fam needs to be trying to match Fnatic Onyx, trying to stifle their early game aggression, but it's looking quite difficult, and now it's opening windows here for CW to actually get the tower on the bottom side.
Oh, boy, has to flicker from that. I don't know if it was going to connect. Real world play to Beloyski. Implosion, but Eternal Guard cancels for a bit. Now Spear of Alpha over to Keyboy, but the Bloody unlocks him down. Kyrie gets rid of him. Veldora the Flaker able to find the Demonic Force. Now over to the Infernal Pursuit. Chadera getting a kill over to Rez as well. And it becomes a 2-for-2. Geek Fam looking at damage from Kyrie. Did not expect that. Chadera definitely has to respect that now. And to the mid lane, it's a tier 1, so in favor of Fnatic Onyx still.
2-4-2, and it was an instant trade. A lot of things happening. Who won that trade, Arashi?
I gotta say, Fnatic Onyx definitely came out on top there. The mid turret that's just so critical right here. Talking about rotations, right? How important it is to get the trio mid prio in the current meta. Usually teams would kind of expend resources just to save that one middle, the first middle turret there in the mid lane. But Fnatic Onyx were able to get it for free technically, and they still came out kind of equal in that engagement. And with Sans picking up 3 kills, man, it's gonna be a really scary situation.
Oh! Terrifying to the hook, but the Eternal Guard actually knocks him out. Beloyski very low. Purple buff stolen away by Kyrie, I believe it was. Both red trees used up, but Kyrie, the advantage being 3 levels ahead.
Yeah, we talked about this when the draft was going. It was either you go for a Valentina or a Vexana to just play against the Tiger on the hands of Beloyski. He has so much feel and engage, and now Rez in the front line. Bloody Hunt.
Real equation coming down with the Eternal Guard not being there just yet, but Sans is doing a lot of damage with CW. Just getting them down slowly but surely. A boy is next on the chopping block, and Kyrie just basic attacks him to take him out. 4 members of Geek Fam traded just for Keyboy and Rez.
It was an interesting move from Geek Fam, man. They know that they are behind. They know that there are snowballing members on the side of Fnatic Onyx, and they just met them head on in a 5v5 there. What did they think was gonna happen, man? CW completely popped off right there. Just like that, neutral objective swings over to Fnatic Onyx, and the whole jungle just gets invaded, taken away. Fnatic Onyx, this was one of their win conditions. Make sure that they have the pressure and they have Keyboy just set up the traps. Beloyski's conceal, won't be able to actually get Geek Fam anything right now.
They have so much zone control. They have zoning tools to use. They have lockdown is on the hands of Keyboy in case Eldora just does jump into the backline and maybe look for a pick off. And Keyboy is there to always be present, just appeal for his teammates. And now Geek Fam, what do they do in this scenario? It's 8-4, 6.2k gold deficit, or gold lead rather, for Fnatic. On a Geek Fam, it feels like they're caged inside of the base as they try to reclaim control of their jungle.
They have to try and wait for a big moment with a big implosion. We saw that one of the fights that almost went Geek Fam's way came on way of that, but look at that hook!
Iron Hook and the Bloody Hunt into the burst down. Sands with the Curse Blast, able to find him the real world ablation, zoning CW away. But look at Vincent with the Spear of Alpha over the res. They don't do enough damage. Kyrie for the flags and a shutdown from CW. Render's Apathy and Iron Hook from Keyboy. And a triple for Kyrie.
Wipeout! Fnatic Onyx once again show who the kings are. How do you play if your playmaker is gone? In a blink of an eye, Keyboy, that was a good pick off towards Beloyski. No implosion, no attack wave, no sacred hammer to supplement Geek Fam to make the fight happen.
What can Geek Fam do right now, man? In a front to back, they can't really come out on top. They do have ways to kind of play the high ground technically. If they buy enough time, a boy in Chidera can do a lot of damage, but then Vincent will fall off, and they're going to be very heavily reliant on magical damage. And until that point later, oh, Chidera!
Looking for it, Eternal Guard actually captures him, but they go on to Sanzu! 4-man from Beloyski, no follow-up though! Fear of Alpha finding two! That's a good stun from Kyrie to disengage, to stop what looked to be a game-changing play from Beloyski.
Arashi got the point. They're able to just go in. A boy, low HP, Kyrie gets the double.
Not enough, not enough. Take down CW, take down Sans, but Kyrie has 7 kills.
He's 5 levels ahead of Vincent as well. And he has more than enough damage to just secure this Lord outright. That was a step in the right direction for Geek Fam. Getting a couple of, actually 2 very value shutdowns there. The mid lane and the gold laner. That's almost ideal there. A play started by Beloyski, followed up by his team. Actually by Chidera, who started things off. But Geek Fam, they're gonna be a bit more respectful again of the danger of Fnatic Onyx. After going in for a fight like that, if they get the advantage, they have to know when to kind of tone it down. Looking at the items here, Glowing One and Wishing Lantern for Geek Fam, so the poke is definitely in there. But again, with the advantage that Fnatic Onyx has, even the Roamer, the Franco that kind of doesn't have a lot of gold income, in theory, has a Radiant Armor. So it's going to be a tough, long, drawn-out fight for Geek Fam to really get a lot of victories when it comes to the front to back. But if they can get the pickoffs, again, that is what they need to do, right? The lack of purifies on CW is something that Geek Fam can definitely abuse.
Yeah, Geek Fam has to be wary of that. Turn passive pop, Lord marching in. They might be able to scrap a few turrets, but the end is still way too far for them to think about, so Fnatic Onyx just play it safe. Oh boy! Look at those hooks!
That's the big problem, man. No one can really take the hook without repercussion. Yeah, maybe Beloyski is tanky enough, but then afterwards, what does he do?
Oh! Wow. Gee, yeah, when your front line gets bursted like that from Kyrie's shot, I mean, that wasn't even the render. That 7-0 speaks for itself, I guess. Fnatic Onyx aren't able to take any of the base rows just yet, but man, this is looking scary. It's looking bleak. 8.5k gold lead. They can just freeze up the waves and continue to do what they've been doing in game 1.
Yo, we underlooked Kyrie somehow. He's a sleeping giant, 7-0. Has his items ready, and even Sans stacking up those damages. And Fnatic Onyx, it seems like they're taking it slow. Could Lord be the timer for them?
Ooh. Oh,
interesting.
Very uncharacteristic mistakes from a boy, I would say.
RWM? I think the idea is to use RWM's crowd control immunity to survive if the hook actually lands.
Yeah, but usually he's like super nonchalant about it, you know?
Exactly, usually
he knows
the
calculation, 100%.
The spacing.
All right, now with that utility gone, whoa, hook.
Now the Iron Hook connects, and now it's the the burst down. CW just takes him out of the map instantly. No counterplay. What was Veldora supposed to do there?
They just bursted down. Caught away by CW. Was that a Renners or a burst damage that was just uncalculated? That was Bennett.
Oh no.
So Fnatic Onic on the driver's seat comfortably. Geek Fam, all they need to do is just reduce, reuse, and recycle. Do the same thing over and over again, rinse and repeat. They have to defend their base.
They just can't keep playing this front-to-back burst-heavy style right here, and Geek Fam, again, this is the main problem. Beloyski can't take the hook and re-engage as well. But Vincent isn't tanky enough. Veldora perhaps, right? Maybe they kind of quote-unquote sacrifice Veldora, then maybe Beloyski can kind of capitalize on the moment. But again, that has to be timed perfectly. And it has already happened once, technically earlier. So Fnatic Onic, they're definitely looking out for that potential outplay coming in from the side of Geek Fam, but here's the conceal.
Big desperate play for the side of Geek Fam. The Iron Hook not connecting this time around. Geek Fam, no more conceal. Fnatic Onic are playing their game. They have a slow push in the bottom lane. Geek Fam, 3 levels down on Vincent against Kyrie. Rez pops into Thor's pathway, gets him to stun over to the back line. They go for the pop in. Oh, Rez very low, still able to survive for a bit. Implosion catching through inside of the real world. Impulation. Tadera over the free hits, but Kyrie sniping them down slowly but surely. T-Boy finding the play hunt for Kyrie to clean them up. And now it's Veldora all alone, trying to run, trying to fight. Flickers forward, gets the demonic force, goes in for the pursuit, but Sans just sidesteps, terrifies, and blasts him to the ground.
Kyrie, the Sky Prince, again hoists the crown. And this time he is 10-0, legendary, almost a maniac, stolen by Sans. But it's all good and dandy because he has the Lord and he's able to get 3 kills to his name.
It's a great play by Geek Fam to start things off, getting the pick up onto Rez, isolating someone, finally getting a chance to get a bit of a head start in the fight. But afterwards, after using so many utilities again to try and get the initial success, they kept pushing their advantage, and that's where Kyrie was waiting in the wings, waiting for the right moment to strike. Again, 10k gold down. Geek Fam, I think they still have enough damage to kind of clear well, but if Fnatic Onic attempts a play, disrupts the clearing, once the Lord comes through into the base for Geek Fam, this could still be an end angle for Fnatic Onic.
Yeah, they're looking for a tri-lane push. The Lord will march into the mid turret. And this time, Geek Fam, how long can they defend this?
Well, they defend it in the side lanes. Mid lane open, Beloyski trying to go for the concealed play, but will not be able to find an angle. So Fnatic Onic will just take it slow. Now have 4 waves to play with, and they've already dealt with the entire wave that was in Geek Fam's base.
But take a look at Beloyski, right? He pops the conceal, looks for a play, maybe a flicker, implosion, but it's always cancelled because the zoning is so insane. Sans can just, pop the Deathly Grasp, and then Beloyski will go spinning around like a dead ball, and the RWM popped up, the hook!
Beloyski going to be locked down by the Bloody Hunt, actually cancelled by Chatera with the entropy there. T-Boy now forced to respect this. Geek Fam have damage now. Chidera has hit some of those power spikes, though he is still a glass cannon. A glass cannon can still hurt very much.
And look at that Heptasis built in by CW. I thought the burst was dangerous earlier. It's gonna be even more now. Geek Fam going for the defense yet again. Fnatic Onic, they really want to get this final base turret.
Oh, Veldora catches him this time with the implosion! CW caught off guard! Void Blast to take him down! Again, Geek Fam always able to find these moments in a base defense.
I'm surprised that all the resources burned by Geek Fam there to secure that kill on the CW. Fnatic Onic just weren't in position. They didn't even consider that it was a possibility right there, and that really costed them. CW down for 20 seconds right here. Not a lot of time, but that is time, valuable time that can be used by Geek Fam to push out of the base to try and get some more farm in the hands of Chidera. Finally, taking a look at the items, it's already almost a full item Chidera.
Oh no! No, Chidera, not like this! Entropy forward, the glass cannon gets cooked. Vincent will fall to Kyrie. One big play to take them back in the game. One big play to take them out of the game. Fnatic Onic have gotten 3 of the Geek Fam members.
Could that be the game-ending blunder by Shadera? Entropy's forward, and Keyboy was on point with the Iron Hook, with the Bloody Hunt, and now they look to march into the Crystal. Geek Fam, this is so costly.
Great sidestep from a boy. Beloyski tanking up all the hits, dodging with Brenner's apathy as Keyboy will be slowed down and taken out by a boy. A lot of great poke from a boy now. He doesn't have the real world ablation. They've defended 2v5. Well played, a boy and Beloy, the two pillars of Geek Fam, keeping them alive.
Man, that was a risky situation, man. We saw that Kibo understood how realistic that defense was for Geek Fam. He tried to go for a flicker play to catch him off guard. If he landed it, that would have been the end for Geek Fam. Wow. But that is not the story that we are having today, man. Fnatic Onyx pull back away. They get the Lord. And once again, what is going on, dude? Rinse and repeat. This is now Geek Fam in the base defense. And they have all the battle spells up. They're trying to move forward.
We have Beloyski, explosion from Beloyski! Into the real world, manipulation! Leave it to BBB! To leave everybody surprised.
The war crime general commits his sins again. That single implosion that might just equalize and stabilize this game. This is Fnatic Onyx's game to win, and now it's their game to lose.
How?
Now the gold is down to 8k, and look at this, with the death timers, they aren't long, but again, these are windows of time that Geek Fam can use to try and get something. But no, they're playing it safe. They're backing away, lest they run into Kyrie and get punished for it. No base turrets, actually one base turret left on top there. Veldora desperately hanging on to it. Now it's a rinse and repeat, man. But again, the late game composition, the late game power that Geek Fam were relying on has arrived. Even the Wind of Nature here, I believe, replacing the boots of Chidera, is going to have solutions for the dive coming in, or even the Bennett attempt coming in from CW. Geek Fam with the Yve advantage, with the high ground advantage. They have to play it precisely here. And of course, a huge amount of pressure is on the roamers, man. If Beloyski can find the plays again, that can set everything up for Geek Fam. But if Keyboard can land that devastating Iron Hook, that could be the final hook of the game for Fnatic Onyx as well.
Now the priority changes, right? Because you want to avoid, or rather take down Beloyski as soon as possible. Because that implosion is such a looming threat. Always going to jeopardize Fnatic Onyx position and formation. And so far, if you talk about the compositions, Geek Fam, they have strong defense. Because that RWM is always going to be ready when the base is under threat, and Chidera. Even though that a few blunders has been committed, but that late game power is just so insane.
It's just so good right now. And you can see the adjustment as well. You're seeing moments where Beloyski gets engaged on, but Chidera cancels that engage, and vice versa. You know, Beloyski gets caught, Vincent going in. So this team is actually working really well with each other. It's just the nature of this composition of Fnatic Onyx kind of doesn't allow them to really work together every single time, right? They have to really fight for windows of opportunity where they're actually able to group up as 5 and get that reliable fight that they desperately need.
And now it's, of course, a game of momentum, a game of inches for both teams. For Beloyski, it's insane momentum, swift, but now Keyboy gets caught.
2-man, 3-man into Ricardo. Rest of the Glorious pathway trying to go for the zone. Beloyski traded in. Chunk real low, the real world of Blatant forced up, but Kyrie goes into the back line. Chidera doing some damage, Kyrie to be chased out by Chidera. Goes for the flicker forward, but will not be able to find the last shot as Kyrie bought the immortality in time. No members dying in that skirmish.
Stalemate, both teams. And again, just dancing on the edge of a thin knife. And if the Lord is able to be taken away, Kyrie with the lifesteal, this will be, again, another brawl in our eyes.
CCW just cleared the wave on the bottom side though, but not only a little bit. We have to see where the wave ends up bouncing towards, but look at Rez.
Walking up, trying to soak in some damage. Beloyski shoving away, trying to dodge away from that 2-3-man Eternal Guard again. Kyrie the cop, the spear of Alpha defensively. Beloyski going to lose out on a lot of HP, but will still be able to survive. Sans caught, has a purified Veldora with a flicker forward with a cloud bot. Immortality from Sans in front of Pursuit, chasing him down. Veldora has immortality as well, as now Veldora survives with just a sliver of HP, keeps his immortality intact. And again, no one has died, no one has fallen.
No victims. And how did Veldora and Beloyski cheat death? They escaped with 1 HP, a sliver of life in their very own souls. Now the Lord again restarted by Fnatic Onyx. Geek Fam, will they respawn? Beloyski with the conceal.
No bloody high explosion from Beloyski. Only onto 2, but there's no follow-up. Vincent going for the aggressive play, but Fnatic Onyx got the Lord. You can win the war, but we'll win the battle through that.
Man, everything used up right here, but Fnatic Onyx finally gets the Lord. And look at Kyrie swiping out some items here.
So rapid boots there for him actually showing off. CW as well. They're trying to barrel through to try and catch up with the Lord. They don't want to let defense clear it without a fight.
No ultimate on Beloyski. No implosion to play with. But still, that is a late game Natan. Lord, what Lord? Veldora chunking Keyboy. Good poke from a boy, and they've dealt with yet another Lord.
Wow, that's not a Lord, that's a peasant. Just being shredded away by the powers of the almighty late game Natan. And Kairi trying to switch away his retributions. If I am not mistaken there, by Fnatic Onyx now. How does the geography of this game now pan out?
It's the same idea. Fnatic Onyx have the macro advantage. They're the ones now looking for one big moment. Before it was Beloyski. Now, Geek Fam, as long as they don't make massive blunders, as long as a boy and Chidera don't fall without any costly investments coming in from Fnatic Onyx, they stand to win everything. We saw earlier, everything played out ideally for Fnatic Onyx. Kairi even got the flank off, got right next up close and personal to a boy, and Geek Fam said, we'll take that. We have the coordination to ensure that the moment anyone flanks, we saw Veldora, we saw Vincent, everyone kind of turns their focus almost immediately. This is a team that's completely in sync. Fnatic Onyx, they have to bank on getting a fight outside of the base or just getting a Lord that's just late enough. It's going to allow them to really barrel through.
But the problem is Geek Fam, they're steadfast. They don't want to go out of the base. They're gluing themselves into the crystal, guarding it for their dear life. The magic damage so far from Geek Fam is just way too nasty. Take a look at the Twilight purchase from Keyboy. What? Look at the magic defense.
Beloyski was able to flick around to the iron hook, but he pulled in the implosion for the mini waves. Rez brought into the real world inflation. Keyboy chunked very low. Veldora walking up as well as Vincent takes a bit of damage, but that's the Suyo damage that is no longer as crazy as it was when we saw Kairi 7-0.
No more burst damage.
Kairi definitely still has the execute. Look at the gold advantage, by the way, 8,500. Hello?
But they're full items, right? So at this point, when it comes to item value,
crazy.
It is ridiculous. I think this is the highest amount that we've seen, the highest amount of individual gold lead. I think usually we see 5, 6, 8,700 is redonkulous, as people would say.
And look at CW, man. He's also transitioned more to a DPS build. The burst damage was great. It was so useful for his team, but at this point, he knows with the way the game is going, he's not really allowed to get those easy pickups. He needs to match Shidera's damage output. And that's exactly what he's trying to do. The Lord, though, it can get shredded fast by Fnatic Onyx.
I don't know how fast you can take it, though, because this is a 24-minute Lord. Oh! Confidence in immortality. Still intact for him. Beloyski will lose immortality as Rez gets dealt with by the entropy. Beloyski loses life as a winner crown. Bought by Rez. Buying a little bit more time, but he will be shredded down by Chidera with the entropy. Oh! A winner crown this time around as he buys immortality for Vincent Sans. Getting to Terrify. But there is no more. No more they can do to force this. Geek Fam, they've lost Beloyski. Fnatic Onyx, they've lost Rez.
That was a very good pick-off.
The Engager traded for the frontline, though. In a sense,
Suyo
Geek Fam can push them away.
Chidera goes in. That's the entropy forward. Over to the Lord. Suyo was in the bottom lane. Can they blitz it fast enough? Again, this is a 25-minute Lord. You can't blitz nothing. You can only get it to half.
Not even with the Tan power with Chidera there. He's constantly giving the DPS. It was the backbone. That was Beloyski, and now the backbone is Chidera. It's insane how much damage you can deal in this time of the game. And Fnatic Onyx, they're juggling on their choices whether or not they want to commit this, but they're not going to. Just trying to usher the Lord. Juggle it out. Don't commit anything.
Kairi, though, has done the damage on the bottom side. The wave is pushing in favor of Fnatic Onyx. Now Geek Fam will be forced to respawn sooner or later. I think sooner will be better. Now that they still have some control, some semblance of information in the Lord Pit. Vincent, though, is still in a very precarious spot. You can see the respect there onto the Iron Hook. It's been devastating the whole time.
Man, this time Fnatic Onyx have the advantage. They have a slow push earlier in the bottom lane, but Beloyski with the conceal already used up. Iron Hook dodge away from the real will inflation now. Towards the Lord, it's going to be a 50-50. It's going to be Kairi who wins it out. Beloyski with a jump back. It's going to be Rez brought back into the team. Vincent taken down. Geek Fam will get one, but it's a 1-for-1 again. It's a jungle for Rez.
Insanity. Thankfully, Kairi gets the retribution. That Beloyski implosion was always going to be insane. But the Lord still in the hands of Fnatic Onyx now, and then the question, are they able to fight their way inside the base, that fortress that Geek Fam are able to build?
Can they fight their way without a frontliner? Kibo has to be the main frontline right here. Kyrie can't do it either. And look at Beloyski. What is he doing?
What is he doing? Big brain Beloyski. The war crime general, Chidera, spacing away from the internal guard. Veldoro coming in, and Sans might just be compromised, but Beloyski has his sights set on TW. The Bloody Hand in the balance rage over to Beloyski. Kyrie hitting onto the base right now with the Lord being there. Kyrie with the blink backwards as well. The minute wave's not going to be there. Fnatic on it. They made the wrong decision. Keyboy's immortality has been topped. Geek Fam against all odds have wiped the Sky Kings out.
Divine intervention in Bandung. Not for the Sky Kings, but for the Geek Fam. Players, they're able to hold the minions nowhere to be seen. And Fnatic Onic, they fail to end the game. It was Kyrie constantly hitting, and they might look for something. Geek Fam, they're on the pounce.
What do you do if you're Rez? Do you try to go for the push up top with a wave? I don't think you can. Vincent's dealt with it. Rez, he tried to go for that angle, but Geek Fam will go into the mid lane. That's a tier 2 taken down. 30 seconds on the death timers. The defending 4P champions up against Geek Fam. Beloyski with the implosion, the real world appellation, everything in the kitchen sink thrown at the horse, thrown at Rez. Chadera is godlike, so is Geek Fam. The sky will not collapse, but Geek Fam can pull the Sky Kings down. That's for sure. 2-1 on the brink of elimination.
Vulnerably, so much happening in that game. Fnatic Onic, they have never been so vulnerable before. But Geek Fam, they pull it out, that last minute defense. Fnatic Onic now on the brink of elimination. Just one more game. Geek Fam, 2-1.
When you play with margins so razor thin, you gotta be careful not to cut yourself. Fnatic Onic, slivers of HP away from denying, from taking that crystal away from Geek Fam. But they were able to do it. The rock solid defense of Geek Fam, man. Again and again. We thought it was gone. This perfect impenetrable shield of Geek Fam in the base. But here we are witnessing it yet again. And it has worked. Geek Fam match point.
I'm out of words. I'm slurring my words. I'm sorry, but Kyrie was eyeing the crystal. He was about to end it. It was like 2 hits away. But then you see the orange effect in the crystal, which marks that the backdoor effect is in motion. There was no minions.
I mean, call some attention to Beloyski, man. He came from the back. We thought he was going to make a massive play. He just walked over. He just walked over and made everyone overthink for just a split second. What is he trying to do? Who is he going to go for? And he just dashes out. Bought so much time, denied so much potential damage to the crystal just by doing that. The bluff, the mind games from Big Brain Beloyski.
That's why we call him Big Brain Beloyski. He can go 0-7, but that's the power spike for him.
That was disgusting.
It doesn't matter if he feeds. It doesn't matter if he implodes the minion wave. He'll find a way, god damn it. He'll find a way.
I'm out of words, so I'll let the panelists speak for me. Eterna, Coleus, and Chefin. I know Chefin is laughing, but take it away.
Thank you so much, casters. What a dramatic game. And now we're at match point. I'm pretty sure all the Sonics out there are shaking.
Yeah.
Right, 1 game away. And we have to say goodbye to our 4-peat defending champions.
But yeah, we already talked it behind the screen before, right? And on the third game, I think on the second game, CW is using Nathan, but the difference is they don't have any enabler. They are using the Khalid as a roamer, but it's different from this game because they have Eve and Tigreal. That's why Kadera have a lot of repositioning and can wipe it.
Sorry,
Why?
are you okay?
You thought I was laughing? Huh? You thought I was laughing? This ain't no
Kevin.
game. This ain't no joke, bro. This is Geek Fam.
This isn't a joke. Actually, I can vouch for him. He was screaming the entire time. I think my ears hurt from that last scream that he made. It was like something out of like a metal song or something.
Okay, now I'm breaking character, but it's just, oh man, I'm out of words, man. It is just, as they said earlier, divine intervention and also Beloyski. You know, sometimes he's a smart fella, sometimes he's a fart smeller. Yeah, that's the way it is. And Beloyski at a time, you know, he might implosion the minion, he might implosion 3 people at the same time. It's just the way he handled the pressure and also the late game burden that he has to bear. Because at that game, it was like Keyboy versus Beloyski with the backing of Chadera and also Sans, because they were the one that has the responsibility to cancel the engages.
I like that you highlight him because he's our player of the game, presented to you by our official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy S24 FE. 89% team fight participation, by the way. And you guys were wondering about his choice of emblems, and we got to see it earlier on. Talk us through the emblems.
Yeah, because he's using the put yourself together, so he will shorten the cooldown of the flicker. That's why he needs to wait for the momentum to using the flicker and implosion combo at the same time. And we already see it that Beloyski is very patient, wait for the momentum until he gets the flicker implosion moment, got CW, and CW is getting hit.
Yeah, it's just insanity. But even Kyrie, man, like, let's talk about the guy too, even though he lost the game. It is just a whole different studio that he brought compared to Vincent. I'm sorry to say it, but it's just the reality of it. The approach and all that stuff is just way more creative than Vincent. And look at this, man. Look at this.
Until?
It's no telegraph, no momentum at all. He just caught them off guard. Mind you, they have the Lord, I think, at that point. What's the trigger?
I guess that's just BBB things.
Yep. BB. Rainbow Loy.
Rainbow Loy
the
thing.
broski.
Yep, and this time I think it's overextend from Fnac, where they are trying to end the game, but the minion is already done by Kadera. So look at that. The animation of the shield of the base is active. So that's why that means Fnac is like getting the backdoor.
Yeah. They're absorbing the damage coming out from the turret. That was the main problem. Overzealousness. Remember, it was what? An 8k gold lead for Kyrie alone? In the 24th minute. 11 minute 8.5k gold lead for Fnatic Onyx. And God, it must be tilting to be them right now. That was their game to win.
But this game is kind of deja vu with EVOS versus Geek Fam last season. You remember it?
Talk us through it.
Where Geek Fam lost.
They had the Lord.
They almost win.
Brand's Maniac. It's depressing, to say the least. But look at this. Game duration, 28 minutes, 21 seconds. We officially have the longest game so far, Eterna. And it's just, oh man. I love it. It's just Keyboy versus Beloyski, the two, undoubtedly one of the 2 best roamers in the game for a long time. In the playoffs, where it all matters. And right now, they're on the verge of deciding who's gonna go to M6. No, wait.
Hang on.
Wait.
We still have the upper bracket.
I actually told Donnie that whoever comes out from this elimination game will go on to win MPL ID.
Okay, let's clip that. Okay, Clippers, please clip that. We'll see. Because if he's right, that's an incredible prediction right there.
Chef and the Witch Doctor.
Clairvoyant. Very scary.
But look at the items though, coming in from both teams. And CW, and as Arashi mentioned earlier, he was originally going for that Heptaseas Hunter Strike build, that burst build towards the mid game and also the late game, but he changed it towards the TPS, knowing that right now the prime target for Onyx is not, well, it is definitely Chadera, but it's not really realistic, right? You have to take the front lines first.
It's not easy.
And Beloyski was the main target, hence he went for the TPS build. But it doesn't matter. It's BBB, bro.
It is BBB. Able to create that moments. And I like that you mentioned the Keyboy versus BBB matchup, because for the first, I guess, 15 minutes, it was all Keyboy, right? Those hooks were incredible. At the right moment, at the right place, the follow-up was always there, so they were able to capitalize over the pickoffs that they got onto several other things on the map. They traded it for objectives, they traded it for map control. But for some reason, right, despite Beloyski not getting as many moments, it's a very reminiscent of the quantity over quality type of gameplay, right? The moment that Beloyski makes his mark, pick onto CW twice, and then that final moment as well was insane.
Wait a minute, is that 3 turrets secured for Geek Fam? Is that statistic right?
Mm-hmm. Supposed to be.
So they just rush through the middle and
no,
all of them are intact? I think it's wrong, right? I don't know, man. But looking at the goal difference over time, look at that, man.
Tilting. That's tilting.
There's no yellow at all.
Straight push.
They're not supposed to win with this kind of goal difference. When they end the game, they were down in gold.
But this is Mobile Legends.
Yeah, this is the
Who
beautiful
destroy the
Legends.
best, gonna win this game. Note who own most of the gold.
And this also means that Suyo's 100% win rate has been broken.
Yeah.
Yep.
For the first time.
Finally from on the MPL ID playoff, because I already see that with Nathan as the high ground defensive, and of course with the enabler heroes from Aboy and Baloy, Nathan will got a lot of free positioning, and they prove it. That's why I said it before behind the scene, right? To Sheven, like above 14 minutes, Onyx needs to like facing a nightmare because the damage from Kadera is already too high.
So maybe was that the pressure that they were under that they made that massive mistake when they tried to force the end game?
Might be, you know, because the kind of opportunity doesn't come often. You know, you got 2 and the only remaining members are just defending the base. And it's an ton. The wave clear is insane. You have a setup, you have everything in your favor to win the late game. You have to somehow gamble at the end of the day. And unfortunately, the gamble didn't pay off.
And I think it's not 100% not disciplined, but it's a miscalculation.
I mean, Chidera was not disciplined either.
Yeah, do you want to talk about that?
It's just, I think, the adrenaline rush, you know. I thought he kind of, you know, solved the problem because in game number 1, he was like, there's some misplace. He didn't see the Wind of Nature getting built by Chidera, by CW, hence he went for the Spear of Destruction. In game number 2, there were some moments where I think, oh, Chidera might go for this one, but he actually backed off because he knew that the risk was too high. Now in game 3, the problem is coming back, bro. Chill. Take a chill pill.
I think everyone kind of needs to chill, honestly. And even backstage, Colliers as well mentioned, man, this feels like a grand finals match. It was so intense. Sheffin, please, when you're watching, don't stand too close to the edge of the stage.
We are scared.
We're scared for you. Okay?
My bad.
Okay, we don't want to lose you. That's so sweet. Anyway, let's throw it over to our host before we get into the next game. Remember, we're at match point. But let's see what Bude Clara Mongstar as well as Alyssa are doing.
Dan aku ngelihat ini kayaknya menarik banget nih. Boleh diceritain gak sih, aku ngelihat banyak logo-logo tim kesayangan kita di sini ya. Ini ada kolaborasi khusus apa nih di MPL ID Season 14 ini?
Oke, terima kasih, good question. So, ini adalah dari RSV Helmet kolaborasi inovatif antara gamers dan otomotif. Asik. Jadi kita ketemu di tengah karena market kita sama, so kita create ini. Jadi seperti yang bisa dilihat, RSV kali ini di season ke-14, MPL.ID kolaborasi bareng sama RSV. Kita bikin khusus untuk yang MPL.ID. Ada juga beberapa tim, 5 tim, tepatnya bisa lihat nih di sini ada EVOS, ada Dewa, ada Geek, ada Onyx, ada Alter Ego. So jadi kalau misalkan emang viewer, streamer, kalau misalkan memang berminat, langsung aja.
Bener banget, dan kalau kita nonton nih match yang sekarang sedang berlangsung antara Fnatic, Onyx dan juga Geek Fam, yang mana helmnya nih? Mungkin teman-teman dari Geek Fam Unity dan juga Sonic mau lihat-lihat dan juga pastinya mau membeli. Untuk teman-teman bikers, cantik banget, helmnya bagus banget ya. Dan ini keunggulannya apa sih kalau dari RSV Helm sendiri?
Oke, RSV Helmet pastinya mengutamakan keselamatan, kita sertifikasi internasional dan nasional, DOT dan SNI. Jadi dijamin pilihan Anda tidak akan salah kalau misalkan memang memilih RSV Helmet. Apalagi livery-liverinya ini sesuai dengan para fans-fans garis keras, para Sonic dan ada Geek Fam, mana nih Geek Fam? Oh Geek Fam, jadi tahuan dia daripada gue. Ini mah Alter Ego. No, somewhere.
Pokoknya kalau
mau langsung mampir ke sini dan lihat langsung ya. Oh ini buat Geek Fam Unity, teman-teman bikers Geek Fam Unity ya, boleh langsung nih mampir ke boothnya RSV karena helmnya bagus-bagus sekali. Yang khusus MPL kolaborasi khusus yang ini ya berarti. Oke, bisa dilihat ya teman-teman sekalian nih pastinya para MPL lovers. Dan kalau misalkan di sini sendiri harganya berapa sih? Kan biasa helm gini mahal ya, apalagi standarnya itu standar internasional dan juga nasional.
Oke, gimana kalau misalkan emang gue tanya balik aja. Menurut kamu ini harganya berapa?
Menurut aku sih 1 juta ke atas sih. 1 juta ke atas sih ini ada ya kak ya?
Tetot, salah besar. Kamu bisa bawa pulang helm ini dengan harga 629.000 aja. Ada yang 349 yang ini. Jadi kalau misalkan kita ada yang half open face, ada yang klasik. Jadi terserah preferensi kalian semua itu gimana, lebih ke yang open atau yang full.
Oke, jadi banyak banget pilihannya dan harganya juga beragam ya. Dan pasti kalau mau dapetin promo langsung main ke boothnya RSV, betul?
Betul sekali, kita masih ada di sini sampai tanggal 27 Oktober. Sampai perhelatan MPL Season 14 ini beres.
Sampai grand final ya pastinya. Dan pastinya buat teman-teman semua yang mau langsung aja mampir ke boothnya RSV. Dan kita bakal lihat selanjutnya nih ada apa dari panelis. Silakan panelis take over.
Those are some cool helmets. Guys, are you gonna get yourself one after this?
After this, I'm gonna buy the helmet.
It's like 600 tau.
I might actually buy it right now because I'm worried that I might fall down.
You're looking for
Oh,
the
you're right.
Oh,
So if he falls down, he has a helmet on.
You know? Right? Because right now I'm lowering the chances.
Don't joke on it.
Yeah, I'm lowering the chances that my skull's gonna get crushed. Now I'm gonna break my neck.
Hey, let's get back to the game, I think, because it's the 4th game, and it's really important because it's match point for GeekFam.
Match point. Fnatic Onyx led the first series, and GeekFam were able to come back with 2 games in a row. And now we are given a possibility that Fnatic Onyx will not be present in the finals and for M6.
The keyword, possibility. You have to remember in season 13, they were in this exact situation. They were leading 2-1, and Fnatic Onyx completely changed that.
Go crazy.
Yeah, so right now I'm happy that I'm wrong, but you know, gotta finish the job first. As the late and great Kobe Bryant said, job's not done.
Job's not done.
Yep. Especially, GeekFam have the mental boost right now because they already got the 2 points at 1 match point. Is it gonna be mental boost or is it gonna be pressure?
Or overconfidence? Do you think that could be a factor too?
I don't think
might
so.
be.
I don't think so. I have this conversation with Paloy, right? In season 11, or I believe when they got 2-0 against EVOS, and they got reverse swept at the time. You know, at that time he said to me that the way I lead wasn't the greatest, and right now he's much better leader. He's a much better speech guy out there in the desk, and I trust his ability to lead his teammates towards victory.
Speaking of trust, I also trust in a certain investment, right? And that is UBS Gold. All the way from the beginning, right? UBS Gold, you gotta invest in it, very long term. And not to mention, UBS Gold actually has an epic collaboration limited series with MPL Season 14. And if you guys want it, you guys can actually check it out at ubslifestyle.com and UBS Lifestyle e-commerce, because with every purchase of the limited edition, you guys can actually get a free skin with it. And when we're talking about the limited edition, there's the Benedetta Electo Katana as well as the Mythic Warrior. Imagine having your own ring.
But my rank is still on Epic.
It's okay, just use it, and then you can. That's the essence of cosplay.
Okay.
You want to cosplay Fnatic Onyx by 4, right?
So about 4 of the ring.
Exactly.
If you wanna cosplay Pikachu Alpha though,
just don't buy anything.
Oh,
that's
sorry.
why Mirko didn't use
wow.
Okay. Luckily he's not listening. I would have got in some trouble because of that.
I mean, I'm not the one who talk either. I'm not the one to talk either.
Oh man. Oh, but what a dramatic series. I mean, I expected it personally, 4-3 to go in favor
4-3 again.
of Fnatic Onyx, but we're now to 1 match
Eterna,
point.
get with the program. 4-3 again.
Sorry. See, even watching it is making me delirious. All right, that's how dramatic
the vibes, right?
the game is. I mean,
Yeah.
3-2, guys. 3-2. 3-2.
Oh,
That's how math works. Best of 5. There's only 5 games.
This is gonna be tough though for Onyx, especially the way they lost the game. The game was exhausting. The game was in their hands. They had the map control. They have everything on towards their advantage, but they threw it all away, which is a lot of time. It really demoralizes you.
It's tilting.
Yeah.
Right, the most basic word for it
Miscalculation.
is tilting. They're tilting. And hopefully they can reset and come back and look for match point for themselves, right? So let's ask the audience, how can they do that? How can they equalize against GeekFam that already has 2 points in their pocket? And looks like survey shows 50% stay disciplined in the late game. Number 2, we have reduce. What is that?
Berezico?
Berezico's movements?
Oh, Berezico.
Oh, like what's the translation for that? Because res,
wait,
right?
risk movement.
Risky movements, but because there was res in it. Okay, yeah.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
That caught me off guard.
Rezico.
What was the third one?
It's res, right? The third one is Contasuyo.
Ah, there you go, Contasuyo. Do you agree with number 1, stay disciplined in the late game? Let's start with you, Colius.
They already play very disciplined, but miscalculation is their problems. It's not because it's like a desperate move or even like they want to end game very quickly, but because like they think they can end the game because it's like too basic attack it away from winning the game, but the minion is already over.
Yeah. And at that last very moment, by the way, they had a chance to actually execute like 1 or 2 basic attacks with CW, but Poloski was there with the implosion to actually cancel it out.
That's why he got POTG. So we'll see, ladies and gentlemen, as we get into the drafting phase for match point. This is game number 4 as we enter the drafting phase. Presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy S24 FE. Fnatic Onyx still on blue side. Hellcurt Yushin gonna be the choice of ban. GeekFam followed that up with a Wan as well as a Penny. The chip gets banned here by Fnatic Onyx. And now, very similarly to the previous game that we saw, GeekFam closed it out with a VP. Do they want to change their decision? And the answer is no. This should be Suyo first pick for Fnatic Onyx. What's it?
I think the drop is not the problem, but they need to wear off the Yip and the Tiger from the Lloyd. That's what they need to think about it. But are T-Boy gonna use another Franco? That's the question. On Hylos is on Geek's hands now.
So not really the greatest matchup for the Franco, whether it's EXP or the roaming. Like if you want to actually use a Franco combo, it has to be either, it has to be carry. Beatrix is impossible for you to burst down this Hylos very fastly as fast as carry. But there's still some, option that they can explore though. And by the way, Beatrix, the first time she lost too, right?
Yeah.
Just like Suyo.
Or because there is high loss, maybe one. Oh no, 1-1 is banned.
Do you really think that Fnatic Onyx want to change their drafts here? I mean, they were supposed to win with that draft anyway. It wasn't like a draft gift or anything.
Oh no.
Oh, they go okay.
Oh no. This is scary.
Ooh.
Keyboard!
I just have flashback with Keyboy Tigreal during the M5. When he defends the base.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, what Poloski did was kind of reminiscent of what Keyboy did at M5, right?
Almost.
16k gold lead. Doesn't matter to Keyboy and Onyx when they actually try to think about the game and execute it the right way. And for the final pick of the first phase, it's going to be Alpha once again for Vincent against the Suyo. Now, let's address this problem because Vincent, what do you think about the performance in game number 3 just now?
I am the priestess of
like
primal
Vincent
lightning.
is like playing the role as the sandbag. He just go in front of the opponent, like wasting the opponent's resources. When he dies, the other are free. For Kadera, for Aboy. That's what Vincent do on the third game. But because they don't have any, like a good front laner, they have Povius, but it's not, like the gameplay is not tanky enough for Povius to be on the front line and sacrificing his life.
And that's why now they have the high-lows, right? To kind of fill in that gap. But remember, to begin with, Vincent is a very peculiar jungler in the idea that he is very utility-based. It feels like when we're comparing him to top-tier junglers at the moment, it's like you're comparing an apple to an orange. Vincent seems like he doesn't have that killer instinct that we see in Fabian, that we see in Sutsujin, that we also see in Kyrie. So he's a facilitator in a weird way. But even then, it seems like he still isn't able to have the proper control over the objectives either. So what is Vincent's strength in this patch?
I think there's just still pros and cons. For the most part, a new pick there from for Gatot Actually a debut this day, right? But back to Vincent's point earlier, I think Vincent, there's some pros and cons, and I think for GeekFam's gameplay, in the way they are very patient, they're very calculative in their approach. Vincent kind of gives them this value of not actually throwing the game away, you know. Like if it was like Fabian or something
so
like
it's like
that.
an anchor?
Maybe, in a way.
Yeah, I like the words anchor because maybe the meta is not on Vincent's favor, but he's working as the utility jungler. Maybe he can be the anchor for his teammates. Like for example, even though he dies when he goes in front of the Onyx, the FNAF but the others got the free position and got the kill points, got the objective. That's what the game wants, right?
Facilitator.
Yeah, facilitator.
And there you go.
Aurora and Cho.
Oh man, Chidera has a lot of option here. You can go for a no, it's gotta be a Moskov actually. So it's for sure going to be a Purify on Chidera, knowing that there's just way too much CC in front of them. But so far, Chidera on the Moskov, I believe, is still sitting at a 0% win rate in this series, I believe. Right?
Yeah, he has not won on the Moskov.
And there's some weird miscalculations that Chidera made, and I'm sure it's gonna show that he's improved over that game. He knows what to do. He knows where the line is, and he's not gonna go over it.
Final thoughts, Coleus? Match point?
No.
That's it? Plain and simple, Fnock? Do you want to elaborate?
Nope.
All right. Fnock for Sheffin as well, again, back to back.
What?
So now we're going to throw it over to the casters. Realize, take it away.
Fnatic Onyx, their hands trembling, their empire under siege. Could the conquest be pulled off by GeekFam? Will we finally see a new champion after 4 seasons? Will this be the end of the Sky Kings?
Man, history in the making right here, right now. Match point for GeekFam. Both teams having a great deal of potential here. We have the control mages, we have the frontliners. And man, the Gatot Kacha finally making an appearance right here in the hands of Veldora. No Phobius, Gatot Kacha is his pick. Running the Vengeance, not the Revitalize. And with 2 Purifiers to respect the Tigreal. And for Fnatic Onyx not having any defensive spells, just flickers across the board. Definitely a risky proposition. Looking at the emblems by IndyHome here, tenacity for both front lines of GeekFam, the Hylas and the Gatot Kacha. And in the gold lane, that's the Master Assassin for Chidera, going up against the weapon mastery for CW. So it's once again a bit to the late game for Fnatic Onyx. We've seen how that plays out, man. It's going to be a dangerous game.
What's your projection on the top side on the XP lane? Who really wins the team fight, or will it much more be a prio or rotational type of play for the XP laner?
I personally prefer the Gatot in general over the Cho. More crowd control, more survivability, better macro attempt.
Less execution needed.
Exactly,
That's
true.
true, easier.
But you also do a lot more things independently, right? You can kind of have your own crowd control tool, you can do damage, you can kind of regen with your passive, and of course that macro presence. With GeekFam having the Spear of Destruction and the Avatar of the Guardian, Fnatic Onyx are always second guessing, always thinking that could be a possibility.
Yeah, global presence. It's the name of the game for GeekFam. They have both of that already. And now the turtle respawns. Of course, GeekFam, they are quick to respond, but Fnatic Onyx, they have 4 members corralling this site.
That's a Jiku doing the way to drag it into the Frigid Glacier. Revitalize, trying to save him there, but it's not going to be enough. Vincent taken down. Now it's a freeze over to Veldora. Do some damage back to Rez. Wow, walk in again with the Jigundo. Finding Beloyski. A 2-kill lead for Fnatic Onyx as we get into the game. 2 minutes in, this will be free. The turtle for Fnatic Onyx.
It was an interesting situation there. GateFam with Ditton so far up, taking the brunt of all the card control. In theory, right, they have a lot of frontliners that can kind of pressure away using Beloyski on the Hylos, Veldora on the Godtard, who got level 4 by rotating to the mid lane there. But no, the Avatar of the Guardian wasn't even used. So that was an interesting development, but look at this, CW!
Yeah, showing him that it's the Beatrix, not you, that solo killed me.
Bottom side becomes even much more spicier. Chadera has been able to dominate CW in the past 2 games. I feel like it has been very hard for him. Now, of course, they're going in 1v1.
Oh! It's the Beatrix CW! Trading into the Wesker as he struck the Bennett's Rage. Wow, the creativity of just the decision to go for Wesker.
Wow, he just knew. He just got a read on Chadera and how he was supposed to play there. Man, I wonder if he actually got grazed by the Bennett's Rage as well. Wow. Look at the hero combo here. This was standing at 100%, I believe. Now it's one loss. The Suyo and Beatrix was completed by the Hylos as well in the first 2 games. Now it's a different composition, a different combination that Fnatic Onyx want to have. With Keyboy, an equally impressive playmaker, matching up to Beloyski that's now on the front line. It's definitely an interesting game unfolding before our eyes.
And of course, bottom side, Chadera has to play a bit more safe. He has to even run the Purify. Because of the humongous amount of CC coming in from Fnatic Onyx, they have so much control as well. But for GeekFam, what are they eyeing on? What are the timers, Arashi?
With GeekFam, they gotta wait for, I think, either power spikes for Vincent, for sure. And along with that, I think Veldora. If Veldora can get tanking up and actually, again, do the hybrid job of taking damage and dealing damage, they can really swing the fight in favor of GeekFam, especially if he gets face-to-face against Kyrie. But look at this, oof. The Tigreal and the Cho running at you, that is a terrifying sight.
Very, very terrifying. You can see the hand cam of Kyrie, obviously, here on the Suyo. Turtle started. Keyboy able to go for the shove into the Project here. Nothing you can do, Veldora, not even on a Gatot Kacha. I don't know, man. The Vengeance, is it really the answer to this burst comp over the Revitalize, Arashi? Kyrie, 2 free turtles. Moskov getting a bit of hits over to the turret up top.
I feel like he popped the Vengeance quite late there as well. In theory, right? If you can't really get, if you're stun locked so far, you can't even use, you can't even hit using your passive, then the Vengeance makes sense. But he hasn't really been using it well, regardless. The Beloyski though, with the zoning glorious pathway, I'm kind of feeling this Hylos pick a lot.
Yeah, just trying to zone out TW up top, but now he will go hand in hand with Keyboy.
Uh-oh, Vincent again picked off, and it's as easy as that to pick Vincent off on the Alpha when you have a Cho and Aurora. That's why the Cho is so important.
Oof, look at that, Cho is going on behind, but look at this, Beloyski caught out of position, Implosion solo.
Wait, and the Project Glacier, that's the lockdown. The Bennett's Rage too! The pickoff comp, man! When you have a single target lockdown, and then Bennett, and then Aurora, that's it, right there.
Yeah, they have so much control, but they're not committing into full 5v5 fights. They're mostly just slicing it into 2, just trying to get a pick off. One was with Dragon by Rez, and then Keyboy committing the implosion. No, GeekFam, in disarray.
I mean, man, these pickups are kind of unfair. It's not like GeekFam is kind of losing 1v1. It's always like a 3v1 for the members of GeekFam, so technically there's still a chance for them to kind of come out on top here. But oh, Avatar! Doesn't land.
No, Silence flickers out of it. Safe.
That's where we were looking for, right? We wanted to see the Avatar of the Guardian being used to its full potential, but instead, look at this.
Yeah.
With only a flicker, Fnatic Onyx were able to get the second turret at 6 minutes. It's a very early turret.
Yeah, the Sky Kings are mad. They want to end the game as soon as possible. Look at how wrathful they are. The Keyboy hiding in the bush. Has been a quite hard game, last game for him. Not much of a Keyboy moment as we know him to be. As GeekFam, at least this time around, they want to corral and control the turtle. Fnatic Onyx, they want to grasp it with 5 fingers, both hands.
Keyboy dangerously all the way in the front, but look at this.
You see the zoning from Rez and Keyboy. Alpha's very, very vulnerable. This kind of position, Vincent not going to go for the Spear of Alpha just yet. That's no! Lock him down, and wait, a Dragon from Rez to bring him in again! The Avatar of the Guardian defensively, Kyrie with a stun over to Beloyski. He will be able to escape. Veldora does too, but again, Vincent has been taken down. CW! Oh, almost went for the snipe. Almost took Beloyski down.
Ooh. Who's going to defend, but that mid tower will fall. Great value for Fnatic Onyx. They have the superior rotations. Rez on the throw, man. Despite the Catcher having the global presence, you see Veldora really struggled to match his impact. He's been all across the map again and again, and Veldora, I don't know, he's just losing out in effectiveness. That's not what we were expecting with this Catcher pick.
Veldora has been bullied most of the times. He's not able to sustain until the end of the team fight. Mostly defensive avatars. And so far, Rez looking to again engage forward. They have so much control. And that stuns the AoEs. It's all just putting GeekFam in check. They can't advance further. Fnatic Onyx, they have the defensive line being built so far.
And with the turrets all secured from Fnatic Onyx, already 4 turrets at 8 minutes. Usually you can see Chidera maybe push a bit further, but because GeekFam can't really go outwards without leaving the security of their own structures, this means that Chidera is also limited on how far it can push up due to the lack of information. They have no idea where Fnatic Onyx is at all times, and it's allowing them to go for angles like this. It's weird flanks, Rez.
Very scary. Glorious pathway by Beloyski.
Guard into the back, CW with the flicker backwards. Sans, Freezing Glacier catching two! No initiation, Veldora's finding a lot of time. Vincent goes in for the Spear of Alpha and will be able to get the kill down, but Veldora has been isolated, gunned down by CW, who's on a killing spree. Rez with the shampoo, gonna be sniped down as well. Kai from the side getting a boy, and Rez surviving, and SOD tanked by CW to stop Rez from getting picked off.
Again, the Sky Kings, they raise their fortress stall. Not even Beloyski might be able to enter. And Fnatic Onyx, 9-1, a dominant game. GeekFam again reminded on how immortal, how crazy the Sky Kings are.
This is a crazy pace that Fnatic Onyx is pushing onto GeekFam, man. Every single time there's any kind of resemblance of a fight, it's just going so well. And the Aurora pick is really paying dividends for Fnatic Onyx, dude. Every single time there was a big attempt, the Frigid Glacier just zones the whole rest of the team so that GeekFam can't really move together as a unit. Fnatic Onyx capitalizing on the fact that GeekFam operates in unity, right? Systematically S5, never really kind of segmenting themselves into smaller teams in these fights.
They're able to hit the Storm as well, like control again so much so for Fnatic Onyx. GeekFam, this time their tier 2 turret under siege!
Wow! Finds an implosion into the Frigid Glacier! On the brink of elimination, the man picks Tigreal. Kyrie with the stun, a boy low Rez goes with the Ikundo and the way of the dragon. Chidera spears him down, but he's lost four members.
The Guardian of the Sky Kings, the Guardian of the Empire of the Sky Kings again showing what he is made of. Divine he is, so smooth, so sweet.
It's a wipeout to take us to Game 5. Shaken, but not broken.
Game 5 on the cards. And the Sky Kings, relentless. Their empire still defended. They will not go down without a fight.
2-2 for Fnatic Onyx. As if trying to dispel the doubts of everyone, including us on the desk. Everyone looking and hoping for a new era right now. Fnatic Onyx says no. You must have forgotten who you're talking about. The Sky Kings with a dominant performance there, completely demolishing GeekFam. If GeekFam want to play that late game and they're content letting go of that early game, Fnatic Onyx will just double down and come in with even more aggression. Wow, man. The Chode and Tigreal completely just destroyed GeekFam.
Vintage Keyboy. Vintage Keyboy, the implosion. It's the nail of the coffin. And the Sky Kings, they don't take losses lightly. This is what separates the Mortals and the Sky Kings. The Sky Kings, they hit back, they hit hard. Look at this play.
Vintage Keyboy, like you said, at M5, when things mattered most. He's always able to make these moments happen at MSC, at M5, now on the brink of elimination, on the brink of losing the Empire. that they have created for themselves 2 whole years of being champions in Indonesia.
If you look at that final fight, the timing on everything, Kyrie knew exactly when to go, and he was waiting for the skills to be used up by Chidera, by a boy. Just comes in at the right moment, dude. Again, Onyx completely. We thought that they were kind of shaken after losing in such a comeback fashion, but now let's see what the panelists have to say about this.
Shaky is not a word in the dictionary. Up to the panelists we go for their thoughts.
Thanks, guys. Wow, what a game. Okay. After the game number 4, we would have thought that maybe Fnatic Onyx would tilt or whatever, but it turns out that was just the reason and the how as to how they really fixed their gameplay. Guys, that was 10 minutes.
Yep.
First match, 21 minutes, 18 minutes, 28 minutes, 10 minutes, Colius.
One-sided game. They still have the gas in their tank. With a good draft, especially, I already see that, okay, with Suyo, they can have the early game pressure. And with the help of like the Tigreal from Keyboy, and we already see that 4-man implosion, the classic Keyboy, the vintage Keyboy, like the real I said before. And of course, Aurora Suns. Using the ultimate really on point, it makes the Geek Fam facing a hard time.
Too tough, especially for Vincent. It's just there's no way for him to,
get inside.
Yeah, get inside. It's just too many hurdles that he has to jump from, and he can't really ignore it. The implosion and W-Res, man, W-Res.
W-Res and WCW in the early game, right?
W-Res.
Yeah, I get.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I thought
I was ignoring it.
Oh, that's why. Okay.
That's yeah.
Okay. I see.
But I think we have to be a little bit nicer to Sheffin now that
Hey,
even Geek are at match point.
I said it earlier, man. I don't want it to be deja vu. Like, I don't want to celebrate early because I know that this happened last season. We were up 2-1. And what happened to the lead?
And they can reverse sweep, right?
Obliterated to smithereens.
Producer, can you send us tissue? I think he could be
Nah.
crying soon.
Nah.
Okay, let's do this first. A player of the game presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy S24 FE Keyboy. Talk us through what Keyboy was able to accomplish.
Yep, I think Keyboy can prove to us that it's not just Beloski who can play the Tigreal very well. He's playing the Tigreal, make the 4-man implosion, make the big impact for the team, and be the MVP.
To be fair though, like the mid laner right now is a Yve. It's not a Vexana. There's no cancels to Keyboy's implosion, so his job is a bit easier against Peloyski. No bias whatsoever. You can see here the highlights of the player of the game just now, and this is the moment where why did we go for the Wesker in the first place?
And
come on, man.
I'm quite shocked that they are using the Gatakacha as the XP laner, not Hylos as the XP laner. What do you think of it?
Yeah, I think just if they both go for Revitalize, I think they'll be better because like they need the survivability, right? Because there's no way you can ignore the chain CC that's coming through from Suns, from Rest, from Keyboy, and the early game damage of CW that's already snowballing. And that at this very moment, like they don't even have to choose the target. Hylos, the horse, I'm gonna take it. Kacha. We have a saying here in Japanese, otot kawat balong musi, which means bones of steel and wait.
I can't help you. I don't speak Japanese.
Yeah, I don't speak Japanese.
I want to help.
Muscles of
iron.
Oh,
Bones
it's
of
the
steel.
it's the lines.
Yeah,
Muscles
line
of
up.
bones of steel. It's not saying of Garokacha, right? And right now the bones are made of jellies. It's too easy to burst down a hero at that's supposed to be as sustainable as Garokacha.
Yeah, which is why the layering of how the drafting phase went on for Fnatic Onyx was so intelligent, right? Because technically, despite a boy as well as Tadera picking up that Purify, you can only purify one tool. And yet you have to think about the implosion on top of that. You have to think of Sans as well, or well, depending on how they utilize it, but the layering of skills is what makes it so intricate in these team fights.
That's why I think for the draft, it's a really fantastic draft for Fnatic Onyx. But later on if we already see the items too. The damage from Sans using the Divine Glaive, the Blood Wings, and of course the Glowing One is really painful for the Geek Fam, especially for the front line like Gatot Kaca and Hylas, who are depending on their survivability.
And you remember that this is an Aurora. This is a mage that's not supposed to deal damage. It deals damage, but the main purpose of this hero is utility. And when she deals that much damage, it's pretty much over for you. 408 so far from Sans. The DPS, the damage dealers from Fnatic Onyx having a field day. 0 death for CW as well. Already got like 3 items and actually going for Wind of Nature at that early of a game. So shout out to him for having that kind of respect towards Chadera. Even knowing that Chadera is probably not really the greatest threat towards CW either, because he's not going to be able to be in the back unless he lands the Spear of Destruction.
I agree. And by the way, pointing things out, this was a 10k gold lead, I believe, for Fnatic Onyx. 12k at the end of it. A 945 GPM for Kyrie.
I think it's the highest GPM
We've seen today.
Yeah.
For playoffs. Because, I mean, Eman and friends, they like to take it to the
100.
thousands. So
on the regular season, right?
yeah, for the regular season. But back to that point, right? He went in Divine Glaive, but Geek Fam have not even been able to pick up any magic defense items
like Athena.
anyway. So even if Geek Fam looked to try and counter the magic damage that they received in these team fights, Sans is like, bro, I already have a Divine Glaive anyway. I one-upped you. It's like a game of chess.
Yeah, it's for a good reason, right? They didn't build the magic defense early because the main damage dealers are the Suyos and also the Beatrix.
W.
Yeah.
That's why they are building the physical defense first, but when they are building the magical defense, it's too late because the gap is too far away. Oni can win this game easily. 10 minutes.
The Fallen Kings are angry. They came back in game number 4 with a vengeance. How will this turn out? We're going all the way, ladies and gentlemen, to a full best of 5. My prediction can still be correct. 4-3. Why? Why? Can someone smack me in the face?
3-2.
3-2.
It's not grand
Look,
final.
It's no secret that I am not good in math, but it's also no secret that, ladies and gentlemen, if you have a Samsung device, you can actually sit in the Galaxy Zone. And remember, El Dorado Bandung here, it's a huge venue. It's a massive venue. So when you have that Samsung device, you can sit way in the front, and you can basically hear Kyrie breathing.
So you can get the privilege, you can see Kyrie more closer than the other audience.
Hear him breathing. I know Sheffin wants to be there as well because most of the brand ambassadors sit there too. He wants to be around the.
I think I'm disgusted. I think the fan on the left there, she had a saying "Go Ohio" something worse or something like that. Bro, how rotten is your brain? But speaking of rotten brain, Eterna, you said that you're not good at math, right? How about we do a little test?
Okay, I like tests.
What's 9 plus 10?
19.
You stupid. Next question. What's 90 plus 6?
96.
Don't answer it.
You
answer
missed all the tests. You missed all the tests.
I don't get it.
Yeah, you missed
all the tests. Man.
What?
Go back to college. Go back to uni.
What happened, guys? Please explain in the comments. I don't understand.
You have to understand.
What is it?
You have to understand what's happening.
90 plus 6 is 96.
No, it's 99.
It's 99. It's always been 99.
What?
You want to move on to the hot topic?
I don't think I can move on from this. Has my whole life been a lie?
Yeah, just like your whole life has been a lie. It's not drinking ice cream. Hey, wait, it's not eating ice cream. It's drinking ice cream.
Okay, now I know you're crazy.
Why? Why
You
drinking
eat ice cream.
Because it's a liquid.
No, it depends on the temperature.
Yep.
When it goes down to your throat,
Why?
it's not solid, right?
But why are you eating? Anyway, Tropicana Double Crunch from Campina, ladies and gentlemen, the ice cream for gamers. Boost your energy to God tier level. And remember, they have so many variants of flavors. We have the caramel ice cream with double chocolate for double the crunch. And you know, when you do it, you guys can feel the excitement of snacking on Tropicana Double Crunch while gaming. You guys can grab yours now at the Campina booth. Double the Crunch got tier level. Come over to the venue. And you know, I actually brought an entire box home for my family too.
You can go eat outside for the booth, right?
Yeah.
You can
I
bought it
love
very, very cute.
Do you like Campina?
Of course. The crunchiness.
Yeah, you eat ice cream, right?
Of course. I have sweet tooth.
Eat it, right? You eat ice cream.
I eat ice cream, not drink
Okay.
ice cream.
Just wanted to make sure.
To each their own.
There's something about Chefin and Realize, man. Like, Realize also says drink ice cream.
Or it's
Does he?
It's BBC.
Okay.
Big brain, Chefin.
Ah. Like broken brain, Chefin.
Oh, broken brain.
I'm kidding.
Oh, man.
I'm kidding. I'm sorry, I'm kidding.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I called you stupid, so.
Yeah, it's okay. All's fair in war and stuff. But what's also fair, actually it's not fair. It's not fair for those of you who don't know. It's not fair that you guys need to get your hands on Head and Shoulders to wipe out that itchy and gross and wet dandruff right now. Switch to Head and Shoulders Lemon Fresh Gatot Kacha up to 100% wet dandruff wiped out and itch protection.
Like the heroes that Feldora used before.
Oh, you're right.
And he got wiped out.
He did get wiped out.
Like using the vengeance, all of the dandruff will gonna run away.
Ah.
I see.
Where do I get this vengeance in real life? Oh, Head and Shoulders.
Yeah.
Head and Shoulders.
And especially in this Indonesian, weather, the humid and very hot weather that we have in Indonesia.
Chefin!
Speaking of hot,
No, please continue. Please.
Connie
Please take it
somewhere
away.
saying, Chefin in the building! Chefin in the building! Shut up, bro. Shut up.
Okay, continue.
Is that Lim Kochul?
Is that?
No.
No.
He's beside us.
Oh, yeah.
He's on the Indonesian panelist.
Okay.
Why he go down there?
Why are you nervous,
Isn't he
Chefin?
beside the girl?
They realize that we say Lim Kochul?
I don't think so.
Why
They
are
have
you
a serious
nervous?
topic like that.
He seems nervous. During that, hair cam by Head and Shoulders segment. What's going on
Why,
here?
Chefin?
Me?
Tell us.
Tell us.
Talk to us, yeah.
Nervous?
Why you look nervous?
No, I'm not nervous at all. What are you talking about?
Really?
No.
But I see your eyes is on the television.
Maybe it would be different if it were Rashi.
Oh.
Understood.
Yeah.
Understood. But going back, ladies and gentlemen, now back to a 2-2. It's match point for both of these teams. One more game away for saying goodbye to Fnatic Onyx. I wouldn't even say Kingdom. I'd say Era. Fnatic Onyx Era. It's been 4 seasons that they have dominated MPL ID. And they're 1 game away of saying goodbye to all of that.
That's why everything can happen, because from best of 5 to best of 1 series, it's their last game match point for both of them.
Do you guys think there is it's morally wrong to wish for Onyx downfall?
No, it's fine.
Yeah.
For you, it's okay. For you, it's okay. It's just specifically Chefin, it's okay, guys.
Okay. But yeah,
We'll give them a pass.
let's actually talk serious right now because Coach, as I said, did I say it earlier? But Coach Raja Yeba, he's known for making adjustments. He's known for making, he has this whole squadron that can play a lot of heroes that a lot of other teams cannot. Like I said it earlier,
Yeah.
sometimes the composition doesn't make sense, but when you think about it, when you take account of the mechanical prowess of each individual, it's gonna make sense. So I am very scared of Game 5 or Game 7 Onyx because the amount of information that they've already accumulated throughout the series, and they pour it all in the draft,
Okay, so if that's the case, would you change something from the drafts? But before we answer that question, we're gonna give it a little bit of suspense here. Let's build some suspense because we're gonna throw it over to our host before we get to the final game of this best of 5 series. We'll see you soon.
Alhamdulillah damang.
Oh, damang. Bah, ya. Ini Sonic Bandung. Kayaknya kalian udah prepare banyak banget ya buat babak playoff ini.
Ya dong, banyak. Ini kita alat drum juga baru.
Widih.
Kita bikin bendera juga baru.
Widih.
Sama kita bikin merchandise khusus Ultrasonic dong.
Aduh. Jadi memang ini spesial banget Sonic yang ada di Bandung. Semuanya udah sini. Dan gimana sih kalian melihat? Kita udah akan masuk ke game kelima. Untuk match penentuan nih buat Fnatic Onyx. Bagaimana Sonic ngeliat ini?
Ya kita terus dukung aja apapun hasilnya tetap kita dukung Onyx. Apapun mau menang mau kalah tapi harus bisa menang sih harusnya.
Mau
Percaya
kalah?
menang kita.
Nggak ada kalah berarti ya?
Nggak ada dong. Pede dong.
Pede dong. Tapi lumayan dak-dik-duksers ada nggak sih yang ingin mungkin dari Sonic khususnya yang ada di Eldorado Bandung ini ingin kalian sampaikan karena ini game benar-benar menentukan. Kalah nggak ada lower bracket, kalian nggak ada bukan dari upper bracket nih.
Ya berarti Onyx harus melakukan yang terbaik yang sebisa mungkin dan kami terus mendukungnya apapun hasilnya.
Terus mendukung dan kalau ngelihat dari tadi sih kira-kira game kelima berapa persen ya bisa didapetin sama kalian? Berapa persen bisa kalian dapetin nih game kelima?
100% menang.
100%. Kalau 100%, coba Bude kepengen kalian kasih suara terkeras. Oke, dan inilah dia semangat dari Sonic untuk Fnatic Onyx. Semangat tentu menggelegar di Eldorado Bandung untuk menyambut game yang kelima penentuan.
Selalu ada di sini kami ada untukmu. Ku yakin kau bisa, ku yakin kau bisa menang. Kami selalu ada di sini kami ada untukmu.
Oke, dan sekarang Alisa sudah bersama dengan Geek Fam Unity. Mana suaranya? Oke, Geek Fam Unity, gimana nih? Perasaannya pastinya deg-degan sekali karena di game kelima ini menjadi penentuan apakah Geek Fam akan pulang atau lanjut ke babak berikutnya.
Yang pasti deg-degan banget, tapi apapun yang terjadi nanti hasilnya, para player tetap kebanggaan di hati kami sih.
Oke, tetap kebanggaan ya pastinya. Dan gimana nih prediksinya apakah bisa mengalahkan di game kelima ini?
Bisa banget, 100% kita yakin kita bisa ngalahin Onyx. Karena apapun nanti rintangannya di game kelima, tetap jadilah pelangi di tengah hujan dan selalu percaya nakoda terbaik tidak lahir dari ombak yang lemah.
Tetap jadi pelangi di tengah hujan. Pastinya kita berharap yang terbaik untuk Geek Fam Unity dan juga pastinya tim Geek Fam yang akan bermain di game kelima ini. Dan itulah dia tadi kita sudah mendengar dari teman-teman Geek Fam Unity. Dan sekarang kita akan langsung lebar ke panelis, silahkan.
We're now down to the final game in this best of 5 series. Our second game of our opening in the playoffs, and we're going all the way to game number 5. You guys saw earlier on the support corralling behind both of these teams, and I'm pretty sure both of these teams severely need it.
Yeah, they need to having all out on this game because it's a life and death game for both of them. If they have secret strat, they need to use it now or never.
Oh man, is there a chance in the world that Yep's not gonna bend the Hellcurt on this 5th match and just trap Loisky onto it?
I don't think so.
I don't think so too, but
yeah, because
no.
Yep doesn't like to take the risk.
I guess.
I don't think so, yeah.
But whatever happened in this game, I'm just like everyone else, I'm just hoping for a really satisfying climax.
Me too. I'm pretty sure Coleus feels the same, and I'm pretty sure you guys at home are feeling the exact same. What a way to start the MPL ID playoffs than this match between Fnatic Onyx, the Fallen Kings, and the Kingslayers Geek as we get into the drafting phase for the final game. Presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy S24 FE. And yes, oh my god, there it is. Suyo once again being picked up, but there is a change.
my lord.
From Geek, no longer the alpha there for Vincent. They've actually swapped in over for the Nolan.
Yep. Even they pick as the they choose as the second pick. Still on the second pick on this game. They're not choosing the first pick.
Oh, this is risky, man. It really, there's a lot of burden on Vincent's shoulder right now because as a Nolan, I don't think at this point you have to, like, you can play passively. You have to be proactive. And I guess these kind of heroes, I don't think he's gonna do well, man. First of all, the Suyo, it's from a coach, a very prominent coach in MLBB scene, said that this is not the greatest matchup in the world. And also with the Beatrix, especially in the late game, when you already have the Has clause and also Wind of Nature, a trade is not possible for Nolan and Beatrix.
I think they prefer to choose Nolan because it can go to the back line instead of Alpha, who can just on the front line or waiting to be punished by the opponents. That's why they want to change their gameplay. Maybe it's their strategy, their secret strategy that they already trained before.
But there's also a significant change coming in from Fnatic Onyx roster, and I say significant because that's a Faramis now. And technically the Valentina is open. Is it a bait from Fnatic Onyx for them to pick up the Valentina here before it gets banned out in the second phase?
It might be, you know, especially right now the Louis is already banned, so that kind of counter that Sans bring to the table in the early games won't be possible for a boy. But I'm very interested to see what's gonna be the option here. Yves is also on the table as well against a Faramis. Yep, it is going to be Yves. Now for Fnatic Onyx, do they want to ban the Tigreal or not? Because first of all, CW will not be able to use the Flicker, but the good side is there is Sans. And I think those two definitely trust each other to cover their backs.
Yeah, because I think Tigreal might be a good option for both of them. Using it's used by the Fnac or even the King Fam because the implosion, the Flicker implosion will be the key, like the game number 3 and 4 that happens before. But now on the gold lane side, that Kaja is getting banned because Kaja and Beatrix is nightmare if getting used on the game, but no more Povius, and they're still not targeting the Kadira, the gold lane.
The gold lane is open here. Is that a Franco ban?
Yeah.
Yep.
All right. But last time around, they banned out the Edith, right, in this similar situation. Do they still want to let that slide? Do they want to pick it up for themselves?
Matilda. But Matilda with Nolan, what do you think?
I don't think... I think it can work. Nolan is already mobile in the first place. Maybe it can be used as a
the others.
tool, yeah, for the others as well. But it's going to be the Tigreal, still the same problem for the last 2 games. This hero is the game-winning heroes for the most part. Completely changed the tide.
I agree.
And giving them momentum.
Geek has a really good composition for team fight, right? And we've seen loopholes being made in these kind of team fight compositions as where you have a composition that can split people up or try to utilize the macro game to your favor. Fnatic Onyx have the Beatrix, sure the Franco and the Kaja are gone, but technically the Cho is also still available here.
Or Rest using the Barats. He can use it, and maybe Kiboy Kadita, because Kadita is the counter of Eve if he wants to. But yeah, no more tanking hers. But Cho and Khalid. So it's supposed to be Kiboy Cho, Khalid by Rest.
There is still a chance, I guess. No, it's still Kiboy Cho, I think. As we were taking a look at that.
Wait! We're gonna see Cho Kiboy?
Yeah.
Yep.
I'm so excited. I'm so excited. If there's any Cho player, other than Yao, that I know and that we love, it's Kiboy, man. Kiboy back on his signature hero. But against Beloyski Tigreal. Let's talk about that real quick. Shefin, let's start with you.
Geek Fam all the way. Should I deep dive to it or like prediction?
Just prediction is fine.
Oh, okay.
Colius?
For me, I'm afraid to say this, but the king will fall.
The king will fall. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, going to throw it over to the casters. Take it away.
5 seconds till the enemy reaches
In the
bag.
precipice of fate,
Smash them.
both of these teams stand. One, having to beat their nightmares. Two,
Welcome
wanting
to Mobile Legends.
to hold their empire together. Fnatic Onyx, Geek Fam, game number 5.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the land of dawn. All of us here on the desk expected a 5-game series, and we've got that. Arashi, what do you think of the picks, man?
I feel like Geekman has a lot of potential, and the mid trio prio here, I feel like Geekman has a more of a say in how the game goes in this particular game compared to the last game, right? The Tigreal, the Yve, and the Nolan definitely is terrifying. We've seen that against the Faramis, it can be hard to maintain the lane prio, especially with the Cho running around. But when it comes to the damage and kill pressure, I feel like Geekfam has a lot more to say. Yve ready with the Rupture and the Wilderness Blessing. It's all about roaming again, around and around.
Keyboy on a signature pick, already being forced to flicker early.
Oof. Great aggression coming in from Geekfam. They know they have the spammable tools in the early game to kind of out-trade the members of Fnatic Onyx. So they're going to abuse it. And even in the top side here, CW giving a lot of respect to the potential playmaking tools on the side of Geekfam. But you have to keep an eye out on the junglers. That's where a lot of this early game is going to rely on, right? Both kind of clearing fast, but the Nolan has always been a more consistent, fast clearer with a lot of mobility. And so far, it's really level 4. Kyrie now finally catching up, but maybe Vincent can get a level advantage before the next turtle spawns in the Land of Dawn.
Well, these keyboys are present to sniff out and mirror the movements of Vincent, just screen him away from the team fights and the skirmishes happening. Turtle's gonna spawn soon. Keyboy again looking for that angle. He's always his Cho that is not as flashy as other Chos, but he's there just to zone out the players of Geekfam or his enemies, and that always works in such an efficient way. But now Vincent comes in.
Oh, Fracture, Sans very low. Koloski walking up the regen, already popped in by Sans. Kyrie going for the immortal form. And it does seem like Geekfam will be able to take control over the turtle pit. Fnatic Onyx will respect it. Rez occupying the bush. Jumping on the Veloisky with some damage. Raging Set!
Oh!
1-3 from Rez. Veldora pops revitalized. Boy going for some damage. Will be able to pick that guy off. A boy has the RWM now. Oh! A boy pops in the RWM in time. Rez going for the regen. It's going to help him against Vincent. But he does get the job done against the boy. Now it's a 2v2 in the mid lane. Kyrie has a stun, but Vincent is going to be locked down on the stun. He has to respect this guy. Winning it out for Fnatic Onyx.
Again, the Sky Prince, he stands tall, looks at Vincent right in the eye, and gets another kill. And Fnatic Onyx win out on this early skirmish.
Ooh, this is great for Beloisky right here.
Wave the dragon onto the Wesker. CW with a shotgun.
Man, that was a big factor there in the previous fight. Beloisky is not level 4, still isn't. Vincent tries his best to go into the jungle, but the Cho presence, man. Keyboy was doing the bulk of the damage to a boy in that fight. That's a roamer zoning out the mid laner. Definitely right up Keyboy's alley, but look at this. Pressuring the orange. Won't be able to get it though.
It's always a treat watching Keyboy with Cho. He's always moving away, zoning out the players of Geekfam. He's so brave and he's just so confident, the Cho.
Oh, we're gonna try and punish Rez right here. Rez has cut the wave though, so Veldora is missing out on a ton of EXP. Getting a lot of time here.
Yeah, it's just roaming around and they lay claim on the jungle control. Vincent on Crusher will be able to escape and he'll be able to go out unscathed.
Right, man, it's all about keeping a boy safe in this early game. The mages are just so critical. And look at Keyboy, man. It's just so slippery to try and catch a Cho of all things.
Yeah.
And Chidera actually getting a good deal of farm from the mid lane too. Geekfam definitely understand the importance of letting Chidera get a lot of gold, get rolling as fast as possible. He is one of the main win conditions. And now with the early power spikes here, Thunder Belt for Rez, the cooldown boots for Kyrie as well, allowing him more mobility. Go, Beloisky.
Wait, the Dragon Penetrate's coming down as well. Beloisky, before he can even pop the implosion, Vincent unable to get the burst on Sans. And he gets assassinated instead. Raging Sandstorm by Rez, a questionable one at that, but it is gonna drone Chidera away from this minion wave. And it's a big minion wave that Chidera's gonna miss.
Oh boy, Vincent keeps going in after the fight has concluded to try and salvage, to try and get something. But he's not snowballing, man. He had 2 kills, now he's 2-2. He's gotta wait and wait for the right moment there, or just keep farming. Right farm is the one of the main strengths of the Nolan, and Kyrie is level 8 right now. 2 kills, but been a lot more reliable in his decision making. Let's take a look at the replay here. Presented by a 2-man smartphone, the Samsung Galaxy S24 FE. Beloyski, the main engage tool, gets engaged on. Doesn't even have time to pop the implosion, and still Vincent goes in there. 1v3 technically. Gotta stop doing that, man.
Yeah, that was so clean from Keyboy. Good target selection as well. Rez 1v1 with Vincent, but it's not going to be enough.
Oh man.
Vincent still so mobile, but looking at Rez, he's just winning out on this lane, cutting away Veldora. Kyrie in the bush. Beloy might look for something.
Could be a kill onto Rez. Oh, he got the stun. Oh! Rez with a fleet footwork! The man who has died so many times in the first few games, now on the Khalid. It seems like he's just unkillable, though he died once.
Now you see him, now you don't. The rookie that was so doubted by a lot of Fnatic Onyx fans shows what he can do in the playoff stage, no less.
Gonna be a trade by Geek Family to get the bottom side turret. Then Atan already with the Feather of Heaven, but on the other side it's going to be a BOD, already ready for CW. So now Fnatic Onyx has a lot more burst potential. Geek Fam have to play it safe.
Oh man, concussive blast damage from Rez over to Chidera, taking him to half HP. My G.
Keyboy, man, so sleek, so sly on the show. He's uncatchable. And Kyrie now gonna control that topside jungle. It's Vincent and Geek Fam as a whole. They want to group up. Is this how they want to play?
For Geek Fam, I'm definitely looking for some kind of combo here, some kind of long drawn-out fight. Fnatic Onyx, they're playing for those moments, right? The Way of the Dragon, Raging Sandstorm into a big combo, and then they back out. And to amplify that, they have the Netherrealm as well to just cut off any play. But look at this!
Keyboy again with the Way of the Dragon. Now Raging Sandstorm from Rez! The Menace Rage gets rid of 2 of the frontliners like they are nothing. Beloyski Veldora down. Again, Fnatic Onyx will get a free turtle. 3 turtles, a 5,000 gold. CW with a sniper, boy! Flickering out, but Rez is right there to catch up the scraps. Vincent looking for some damage, but you cannot out-damage this complete crazy sustain of a Khalid.
And again, the Sky Kings, they initiate onto Beloyski. They make the war crime general pay for his sins. Conceal popped up, but no follow-up whatsoever.
See the desperation in Beloyski, man. He's been getting jumped on. He's been wanting to jump on someone, but Sans
should be taken out. Vincent finally gets that assassination, but Sans respawns instantly, has the passive fully stacked up.
All right, small win for Geek Fam, but again, you can see that Beloyski desperately wants to be the one to make some of these plays happen, but Keyboy, with the superior mobility, is finding it so much easier to go for a fight. But look at this, look at that! Even walking into an ambush, he just slides out.
Shunpu, man, that anti-CC perfectly timed by Keyboy.
Martial artist at best. The Way of Dragon is of course going to be a very important tool for Keyboy. It's number 1 to pick off enemies, but number 2, he functions as the zone out tool. Fnatic Onyx to just screen away, open up spaces in the maps, and open up the bushes as well. Now conceal play, they look for something again.
Oh man, solo implosion onto Keyboy. Keyboy says, oh, I'll go for it. Great flicker from Beloyski. Now the glorious pathway by Veldora. This should be the punish on Keyboy, but it still is able to get out with the Shunpu. Real world with the Netherrealm to turn it around. Veldora will be dragged down towards the members of Fnatic Onyx. And again, it is 2-0 to Fnatic Onyx.
Geek Fam can't catch a break, man. Even there, when it seemed like they were committing, they were using everything to try and make sure that Keyboy pays for his sins. It can't be done. Vincent 1v1.
No, this is not a 1v1, this is a 2v1. Sans walks up too. That's unfair, man.
Raz is way too tanky. And he will be even more tanky. I mean, there's no way Vincent will be able to one-shot Rez with the sustainability he has and the tankiness that he has as well. This is just going to get worse for Rez, but Veldora, the gorgeous pathway at Keyboy.
Walks up to, baits out the implosion! Rez! Raging Sandstorm onto 3. No follow-up there, but it certainly did look cool. They baited out the Purify too, so it was still a big move. Chidera is going to be down for such a long time. CW almost threaded the needle there with a Renner apathy hit. I don't think Geek Fam can even walk into the vicinity of this door. This is another free objective for the Sky Kings.
No ulti.
Oh man, Fnatic Onyx now can see that the frontliners are completing their radiant armors. Veldora.
Oh, anyone at this point, right? Even Veldora, that's a tank. That's the man you should never go for, usually. But to Keyboy, he's like, nah, it's all good, man.
They don't give a damn. The Sky Kings do what the Sky Kings want. You want to kick back a tanker? Oh, 1v1?
Uh-oh. Vincent in the 1v1 against Kyrie. The fracture defensively. They're walking him down. They're Sandstorm. And Kyrie will just cut him to pieces.
Everything GFM is trying out has been shut down, man. The split push shut down. The team fight shut down. The surprise engages. Keyboy has Beloyski's number, man. Giga has to kind of get some more coordination between Beloyski and Veldora. You're seeing that when Keyboy goes for a pickup on one of them. Oh man!
My God, Keyboy, you mad lad! The instincts of Keyboy.
This is way too good. Again, when Keyboy makes a play on someone, there is no follow-up, there is no counter-engage. In theory, if you're pouring all the damage onto Veldora, then Beloyski should be able to find something, right? But it just hasn't been happening. 9k gold advantage at 11 minutes. Definitely a tough situation, but again, GFM do have the late game. They have a strong front line, and they have a lot of high ground range. But the members of Fnatic Onyx are itemizing heavily for that magical damage. They know that if they keep this into a siege situation, Vincent has nothing to do. He has no role to play in this defense.
Yeah. It feels like a replay of game number 4. This time around, though, they have Chidera to bank on, but it's going to be a long way to push it down to the late game. And I don't think Fnatic Onyx will slack one more time to let that chance to win go to waste. And GeekFam, they crumble to pieces, but now they group up as 5 in this jungle. Fnatic Onyx, they don't want to be as curious. And Rez will just open up the map, open up the bush. Vincent looks for a burst, but Rez is way too tanky.
But notice the burst, I mean the poke coming in from a boy there. It's definitely something that can't be ignored, but conceal.
I don't know about this, they go for Kyrie, but he just blinks out to safety. No conceal for GeekFam already. The desperate play, not even available for them. Keyboy! Oh! Again with Raider Dragon. What a fight! They get a Beloyski with the implosion, but Rez gets a Raging Sandstorm. Sans drags Veldora back. The RWM is dealing no damage to Fnatic Onyx. They're tanking it like it's nothing.
Man, now finally we see a Holy Crystal for Chidera, but look at the damage difference, man. That was predominantly CW. I mean, a boy still did a healthy amount of damage, but man, they gotta wait a long time before this happened. Oh, Chidera!
Oh, the snipe Chidera still able to escape. Rez though from the side. Looking forward, Rez again with a flicker. Finding it, another round, will it be there in time? No, it will not. Kyrie very low. Veldora looking for the stun. Will be able to get the stun, but Veldora gets gunned down. CW is godlike in game number 5.
Man, Fnatic Onyx just getting everything they can here, and GeekFam, they're getting some good trades in for the most part. It was going kind of well, but Chidera trying to make the risky play, entropying forwards. Vincent 1v1?
No way. Way the Dragon. Keyboy versus Vincent. Oh. No way. Come on, Keyboy. Give him some respect, man.
You don't want me to no one as a Cho. The Kyrie, he gets the Lord for free. Fnatic Onyx again, smiting down on the GeekFam players, asserting their dominance again, showing their rule. Sky King Empire still intact, at least for 30 minutes now.
I feel like now it's not really about the damage dealers. You're seeing Chidera have some damage, a boy have some damage as well. Can't be ignored. The front line is way too vulnerable, man. Beloyski is so squishy. He's basically an implosion bot. All he does is go for an implosion. And Veldora, the main front line that should be taking all this aggression, taking all the attention away from Beloyski, same, gets one shot almost immediately. If they can pick up a couple more items right here and buy a bit longer, right? Make sure that CW can't just delete them outright. They have a chance here, but look at that.
Oh. The damage is nasty. Now Fnatic Onyx then knock on the door, on the proverbial doorsteps of GeekFam. They take a look at the Lord. There's pathway defensively. Keyboy looks for something.
RWM though, very low. He will still be able to deal with the Lord, and it's kind of deja vu to game number 3. Yeah. When GeekFam was down by this much too, kind of similar. But with the Yevon and the Tan, they just kept holding their ground.
So it begins. The arduous defense of GeekFam, the long drawn-out siege of Fnatic Onyx. Once again, the only thing they really have right here as a great equalizer, as a way to really crack open the base, is that Netherrealm. But even then, we've seen what happens when you use a Netherrealm against a team who's turning in the base, against a Yi and a Natan. So much AoE there, might not even be enough. Especially with Beloisis waiting in the wings, no longer being vulnerable to those pickoffs. You can see Fnatic Onyx is trying to farm around, wait for the right moment to try and make something happen, but Geek Fam, funnily enough, this is where they're at their strongest.
Yeah, Sounds just having fun with the recalls. Valorant taunts him back with the Glorious Pathway. Boy backs him up as well with the poke now. Ooh, Fnatic Onyx, they don't want to repeat the same mistake they did in game number 2. They don't want to really make it hard for themselves because Geek Fam, they still have the angle to really scale into the late game, especially Chidera with the Natan. But this time Keyboy might look for a pick!
No way. Wait, the dragon out to Beloiski. Now Sounds walking forward. Beloiski going for the implosion, not hitting anyone, and now will be punished down. The War Crime General might have committed too many war crimes. A big mistake from him. Veldora pops in the Glorious Pathway as Geek Fam look to get something, anything. The renders apathy from CW, but Fnatic Onyx, no. What they want isn't a fight. They want the Lord.
The Sky Kings won't let you walk away with a Zin. And the War Crime General gets punished time and time again. 6 deaths. Punishment is imminent for him. Geek Fam again in the shadows of Fnatic Onyx.
Remember though, the 7 death power spike of Beloiski is still very real. Veldora now looking a lot more tanky. Healthily being able to tank some damage, but not all the whole team.
Rez in the back, zoning everybody with the way to crown as well as he heals all the way up. Meanwhile, Veldora, we can't say the same about him. Not against CW with full item.
Oh!
Wesker! CW eliminates Vincent!
Blow him away from the water. CW, the marksman, the hitman, and Keyboy is just having fun, toying with his food. Geek Fam, they crumble piece by piece, brick by brick.
Vincent just wasn't expecting that, dude. Walking into a shotgun, double barrel shotgun, just hitting him right in the face. Man, he will be available for the base defense. Again, this is defense strongest point. Can Fnatic Onyx find a way? Beloiski missed the engage in the previous fight. If that landed, it could have been a very different fight. Divine Glaive competed for Chidera, no Wind of Nature, Glass Cannon, but with a lot of frontliners to take the heat away from him. Maybe Fnatic Onyx can use the choke, can use the Suyo, and dive in. If they can just deny, they can just delete this Natan out of the Land of Dawn, that could be the window they require. And almost a 12k gold lead. This has to be the moment.
Yeah, they have to defend, have to repeat history. And Keyboy with the conceal looks for something.
The Lord already charging down. Base turret number 1 taken down up top. Fracture over to Keyboy. CW low. But he has the Haas Claws. He can sustain as long as he just goes. There we go. One shot. He's almost back to full HP. Beloiski looking for a big play.
Oh!
No way. Almost finding the angle to take Sans down. Even when they are down 12,000 gold, you cannot write them off. Not just yet.
Yeah,
Chidera,
dude. This was the guy we said was kind of timid, was kind of nice, you know, but he is consistently going with his forward entropies, trying to make the play, trying to wrestle away the game for Fnatic Onyx.
There's Pathway.
Oh, jeez.
Opened up. They would look for more angles, and so far Chidera again. The two times he picked Natan, he has been the kryptonite for Fnatic Onyx. The brick wall that's just delaying them to end the game. And it's insanely good because against Sieges up top, he's able to just defend it, clear the waves pretty easily and pretty fast as well. So, this Natan, how do they deal with this?
I mean, they have to just find a way to get on him, get the damage. Or they have the damage for sure. They just have to land it on the right people, the right person. Oh man, you know, if Chidera picked up the shutdown on CW right there previously, that could have been a very risky situation to be in.
10-0.
Seeing Fnatic Onyx just playing it so patiently. 12k, but it doesn't feel like it. The late game composition in this meta where we were talking about all the early game aggression, the snowball being the most important thing. Geek Fam is doing the exact opposite. Wind of Nature now ready for Chidera as well. And a boy, even with the Blood Wave, more security. Wow, he's just spamming out that entropy.
It's like a 8-10 second cooldown in the late game, so we can afford to just spam that ultimate. But how do they keep on doing this? Beloiski has landed 0 good ults Yet that 6 deaths is actually threatening, man.
I'm inclined to believe that there might be a repeat of history in a concealed play. Again, Beloyski, he has the implosion. And Fnatic on it, they're well aware of this. They don't want to take the gamble. They want to play it safe. They want to double down on this.
Wait, the wave from the bottom side, looking kind of even right now, but if it shifts in one direction, that could be the exact moment that decides how both teams want to really play around this. Right, GeekFam, there's no question that they have patience. If there's anything they have, it is patience. But Veldora though, whoa!
We're walking up, get a bit of damage, then it's Rage! Oh! Say goodbye to Veldora's HP bar, now it's all on Chidera. Can he do it? Takes Rez. It's a very low HP, Sans. Stampede! Oh! Real rub manipulation and a gun down from Chidera! A big mistake from Sans, but luckily, he has the passive to respawn instantly.
2 seconds is all it takes for him to go back to the battlefield. But what was that movement from Sans? He was punished heavily by GeekFam.
He was trying to poke more than anything, it feels like, using the... Oh, Keyboy!
Oh, that damage.
What is that damage?
That's Natan, late game Vincent. Looking for the cleanup, getting the immortality of Keyboy. Chidera looking for some damage as well, but will not be able to find it onto Keyboy. Meanwhile, Rez trying to zone a boy away earlier, getting poked down, half HP. This time it's different. Fnatic Onyx have no base turret, so they don't actually have an advantage to play with when it comes to the macro game. How the heck is this a 10,000 gold lead? It doesn't look like it.
And look at the wave on the bottom side, dude. It is snowballing massively. It's a massive slow push that can take down multiple turrets right here. Fnatic Onyx understands the urgency. Oh boy. This is looking really good for GeekFam. This might be the exact window they need. CW with the EHS. Trying to get more DPS, trying to match the Natan once more in the late game. Even with the map of mastery, it's just not allowing him to do so. But Vincent, he has to be careful. He is one of the prior members right here. He can't...
Oh! Picked off! Whoa! A mistake from Keyboy. The real Will Blazing locks them down! Nether Realm coming down from Sans. That's their second HP bar. Vincent with the fracture. Rez has the immortality. Will lose the immortality. Keyboy with the flank. Now Beloy's through the flicker and the shot that will not connect. But still, it's GeekFam with a team fight win. The tier 2 in the bottom lane taken down by the mini waves that was set up by GeekFam earlier. It's a big wave. You said it, Arashi. And they're going to have to send Kyrie down there. GeekFam, they see Kai in the bottom lane on the Suyo. They know Sans doesn't have the Nether Realm. Chidera with the entropy, Sans the Purify. Whoa. Keyboy very low. Bennett's Rage coming down. Rez trying to look for an angle, but the bottom lane wasn't dealt with completely. It's still building up for GeekFam to crash onto Fnatic Onyx base turrets.
Yeah, that's the problem. The wave wasn't addressed fully, and now it's bouncing back towards the bottom side turret. GeekFam, they have the window to really start shredding this Lord, but it resets only for a few seconds. Sans is here, and the duo bottom side coming close. They want to look for an engage, but Keyboy is just punished.
Vincent was able to space out Keyboy. Entropy backwards. Respect from Chidera.
All right,
they have to give up. Look at the wave bot. Suyo. Kyrie's gonna be sent down again.
Can they rush this though? The Lord resets.
Oh, it's a game of inches. Just ping-ponging it around. The Lord still not yet to be determined who will be able to lay claim on this. As now, they look for an engage.
Onto Beloyski though. Beloyski has the immortality brought back by the Shadow Stampede. Vincent's still looking for an angle to go for the attack. Goes into the track. Rez is gonna lose his life. But so will Beloyski. Kyrie charging up the stun. Won't be able to look for any more initiations. Rez for Beloy.
And again, you have to understand the situation right here. For Fnatic Onyx, Rez is their main frontline. He was the one holding the top side of the Lord Pit on lockdown. GeekFam now have no engage tools, but they have all the poke they require. They can just send Veldora out to scout out, to zone away, and push Fnatic Onyx away.
It feels like Fnatic Onyx are on their wits' end. They don't know what they're supposed to do. With the pressure up top, down, bottom, however now contained. They can focus more on the Lord. This GeekFam, they look to even charge back. Fnatic Onyx still just toying away with it. Not kick!
Keyboy with Way the Dragon finding a boy. CW will get the Lord, but Sans will fall. Sans can respawn back again. Keyboy will lose his life.
Oh, now without Keyboy though, who is supposed to threaten the backline? Who is supposed to stop Beloyski and deny him from moving to the sideways, in the sidelines? 50 seconds on the clock.
It's a stalemate. Whenever Fnatic Onyx get the Lord, they can't even use it.
Yeah. In fact, GeekFam can clear the Lord so much faster here. The long death timers might really favor GeekFam. Without the threat of keyboards engages, they can move forward right here. Maybe even get some more objectives on the map.
Wow. Now we take a breather. 24 minutes. Almost again a replay of that game where Geek Fam looked like they were the ones toppling down the Sky Kings. An Empire slowly shaking, trembling down with the arrival of the war crime general. They want a siege, but they can't. The Lord easily taken down. Fnatic Onyx. They're not divine. Sans almost got assassinated.
That's crazy, man. You can't deny that Fnatic Onyx has great game plans, has great movements in the early game. But Geek Fam in the late game, they know how to make an impact. They know how to pick and choose their fights, man. No doubt, due to the shot calling of the war crime general as well, 2 base turrets. The next one actually favoring them. If Geek Fam want to freeze this wave a bit longer, no, they just clear it out immediately. But technically, the wave did slow down. It did stutter for a bit in front of the base, in front of the turret right here. It might build up, but Kyrie immediately is on the case. Look at Geek Fam, dude. No risk whatsoever. They want to conserve every bit of outplay potential, every bit of gold they can use for an item swap for the next fight. With the death timer earlier already at 50 seconds, the next one will do it.
Yeah, I would argue that Fnatic Onyx also don't really have that side lane pressure. I mean, Tsuyo isn't the best, but then you have a Nolan on the opposite side of the map just waiting to cut the waves again, bounce it back towards your base. And now it's just harder for Fnatic Onyx to think about what they want to do. Maybe wait for the Lord to come back up again. But Geek Fam, they're defending the base so good. They have good wave clear as well. Again and again, we have repeated this time and time again. This Natan is just a menace for Fnatic Onyx to deal with. It's like their kryptonite. And the Sky Kings, they face a huge barrier to end this game.
You have to remember that for Fnatic Onyx, they can also use the passive of that Fire Mist on Sans to try and maybe bait Geek Fam into something. But again, it's a long waiting game. Double buff will be secured finally for Geek Fam. You can see Fnatic Onyx respecting now the small bits of damage that can be dealt by the members of Geek Fam. Technically, the wave. It's gonna get started here. Oh man, wait, they can set this up. They can leave that as a slow push and move away.
Yep. Try on Lord now. But Geek Fam, they want to respond. And Kyrie just down bottom looking to maybe create a segue play, push the minions inside. But Geek Fam, they sense this, they smell this.
Oh, Kyrie has shown himself to try and deny that slow push that was set up by Geek Fam. So now they have a bit of a window. But again, with this spammable nature of the Abori. Oh, hang on a minute.
Way to Dragon over to Veldora, but he does have to vitalize. No more Netherrealm though. Real Revelation coming down, able to zone them away. A boy able to escape the glorious pathway as well, but Rez, immortality into the winner crown. Sans has the Netherrealm. Rez able to flicker out, but Sans has been compromised. His position Sans very low. With the Stampede, he's able to escape. Kyrie in the bush. Oh, let's go for it. Oh. Kyrie spotted. Beloyski try to go for a shot. Wow. And just like that, we are back to the stalemate.
But look at this. When Fnatic Onyx are recovering, that's once again Chadera setting up that slow push, and now it's set. Now Geek Fam has to pressure long enough, hard enough to ensure that Fnatic Onyx can't make any pesky moves around the map.
They're matching the macro of Fnatic Onyx.
Oh,
CW. On the edge of the abyss. CW. This seems very scary. CW might look for a split push, but there goes Sans pulling Beloyski in.
It's a big gamble if Fnatic Onyx do this, because they will for sure lose out in the team fight without CW. It'll have to be
a backdoor angle.
It'll have to be a backdoor.
Yeah.
But again, the risk is it's a risk they have to take at this point.
Yeah, Geek Fam are just gonna play it textbook. They're just gonna play it patient as long as it takes, man. They are so close. They have gone this far. They might as well go all the way. Scouting the bottom side of the jungle here, Chadera can push a bit more decisively. Maybe Geek Fam can even send Vincent to assassinate CW mid-rotation. You can see the attempt to try to mitigate the burst damage coming in from that Natan, dude. The Twilight Armor is rolling in for the members of Fnatic Onyx.
And that's a slow push again, this time in the bottom lane. But the thing is, right, even when you have these slow pushes, you can never blitz the Lord. So even if Geek Fam, let's say Fnatic Onyx show their jungle bot You can't burst it. It's a 29-minute game. This Lord is tankier than, I don't know, Gatot Kacha plus a Hylos. Bringing Beloyski back into the way of the Dragon, but now, big mistake. Raging Sandstorm onto 2, but a boy still has a real room of blades in his own way. Vincent very low. Able to escape, only an immortality from Rez! A boy gets a kill on the Suns! Who stepped a bit too far. That is the mistake that could cost them the game, but unfortunately for Geek Fam, it's a fair miss. Out of all the picks, it's a fair miss.
Yeah, it's a fair miss. It can spawn quickly. But the passive it has, and now again, back to full circle. Back to square one we go. It's a game of chess at this point, not checkers, and Fnatic Onyx. They want to advance further, but they can't.
And CW was trying to push the wave from out of sight using the Renner. He was spotted last on the bottom side. Geek Fam, what are they doing? Going straight for the Lord here. Are they going to go for a 50-50?
You can't burst it. There's no way to blitz it. Every time they start the Lord, it's never a commitment. Unless Shadira pops into Entropy. They're going all in on this. Looks like they just want to do it, but they don't know where Kyrie is. They know where CW is, and it is in the bottom lane. They want to go for the skirmish. Kyrie wins the retry battle! T-Boy will lose his life though. And again, I feel it's a stalemate. There is absolutely no way. Geek Fam have dealt with the wave in the bottom lane. They will clear it, and they'll have an Atan. Fnatic Onyx, the Lord will spawn now, and Keyboy will be up in 60 seconds.
My oh my, again, the Sky Prince. He pulls it around from the rabbit hat. And there goes Fnatic Onyx. At least they're able to breathe a much more easily, because now the Lord marches in, but again, Geek Fam will just clear it out easily. It's the same cycle over and over again, Arashi.
0 turtles, 0 lords for Geek Fam. And they're still in the game.
The real manipulation, Glorious Pathway, has been used defensively, but if it's used aggressively, it can be used to catch the members. Oh, Beloyski!
Quicker out of the Raging Sandstorm. Beldora still able to sustain, and again, the Lord, they're able to clear it out. There's not even a base turret take for Fnatic Onyx with the Lord advantage. This evolved Lord is just like any other Lord.
Oh boy. Vincent now with the GDS. Keyboy is still off the map for 10 seconds. Unfortunately for Geek Fam, trying to clear the wave so heavily here, they can't really go and force a fight. I was about to say, if they want to go for a decisive fight, Glorious Pathway and real-world manipulation will do it, right? Fnatic Onyx can't really move away from it, so there's more ways for Geek Fam to go for a decisive move here compared to Fnatic Onyx. And that bottom side turret is looking really low, and normally that's still okay, but the fact that there's CW on the Beatrix here, there's a chance he can kind of sneak up and actually hit that base turret with a couple of runner shots. That could be the end of this equal, back and forth between the both teams.
This could be very poetic, folks. This is a Geek Fam basically giving Fnatic Onyx a taste of their own medicine, or at least a taste of the really old medicine for Fnatic Onyx, right? This is what they did against Echo and MSC. They were just defending, they got no lords, and they won. So if Geek Fam eliminate Onyx with this kind of playstyle, man, takes me back.
Karma comes fast at you. And that might be the case here with Fnatic Onyx. So far, they look to be the ones in control, but Geek Fam just waiting to fight back through the defenses that they have. And at this point, forget all the items and all of the gold leads. What do you want to do as Fnatic Onyx? You can't even siege. Look for a segue play, you can, but again, the response has been very quick. And I don't think Beatrix is that viable. Like, if you think of a Moskov, I think it is much more safer for you to do that split push, but then you don't have Beatrix.
Man, I really feel like it comes down to Fnatic Onyx engaging with the Way of the Dragon, and in the chaos, it has to be Kyrie. If Kyrie can find a way to get to the backline to really punish these very tanky backliners, that could be the solution. Well, look at that though.
Glorious Pathway already committed down. Vincent with a poke, with some poke over the res. This time though, the Lord will be spawning in the bottom lane. So, Fnatic Onyx will actually have a slow push always. That's why Geek Fam are actually already on the Lord.
Again, advance maybe. Takes two to tango, and Geek Fam, they're up for the invitation, but again, what's really the premise of taking the Lord?
Beloyski finding two, and now with another round. This might be it. Keyboy able to escape. Win a crown after the immortality have been popped. Sans buys the immortality again after with a crown. 30 seconds this time, not the 60-second death timers, not the instant respawn for Sans.
But it might be enough. The Beatrix shows on the top side. Fnatic Onyx, they're gonna let it go. Kyrie has backed away too.
The Lord is at 20,000 HP though. Keyboy walking up again, trying to go for Vincent. He needs to find it.
Kyrie.
They need to get the opening for Vincent if they want to win this game. Kyrie walking out.
Kyrie!
Battle. It's Kyrie again who saves the game. But Geek Fam get a massive pick. It is an 80-second death timer on Rez.
Time and time again, back-to-back robbery in broad daylight. The Sky Prince descends, and he becomes the savior for Fnatic Onyx. Geek Fam, rinse and repeat. It's all full cycle for Geek Fam now.
You would have thought that Geek Fam would go for the members first. You know that Fnatic Onyx desperately require that moment, right? Geek Fam had no rush at all. They're the ones who are fighting a team without a marksman, but they go straight for the Lord.
We got a new record.
Welcome to the longest game in MPL ID Season 14, overtaking that EVOS Glory game. Now Fnatic Onyx against Geek Fam is officially the longest game we have right here in Season 14.
And we still have no goddamn idea when it's gonna end. Geek Fam are fighting for their life. Fnatic Onyx are fighting for their life. They don't want to commit to it. The retreat too from Kyrie is impeccable.
It's insane.
This is the first time in the history of my career as a caster that I've seen a game as stalematey as this.
You would think that with all the slows, with all the chase potential from Geek Fam, they would have been able to punish Kyrie and the rest of the members of Fnatic Onyx. They were just scrambling around that Lord pit, but now they're trying to set it up once more. The Lord is back on the side of Geek Fam without the base turret. You could say that in theory. Oh, hang on a minute. Oh,
woo. Man, every time there's just mini heart attacks everywhere.
That was close.
How to say? You could say that technically Geek Fam has the better advantage. But man, now it's back to the waiting game. Oh boy, this has to be a very taxing moment for both teams. And technically, for the side of Geek Fam, you know, their members aren't really as battle tested. And you can say the same thing for Rez. Now, we're on a marathon. It's not about the sprint. It's not about the 10-second moment, the 10-second play you create in the Land of Dawn. It's about whether or not you can maintain your composure as we are approaching the 40-minute mark.
Brother,
oh my.
All eyes on Indonesia right now.
Brother, this is day one.
Day one.
Brother, this is day one.
We haven't been able to see the upper bracket teams play now. This is an elimination match. It becomes intense. Even more so than not Fnatic Onyx. Their backs against the wall. Geek Fam as well. Now, how do they want to figure this out? It becomes taxing as well. Mentally, of course. The players. How long can they hold their endurance? Your stamina. It all comes down to the mental game now. Like it or not, it affects you externally. And in game, it feels like, again, they have to play this mental warfare. Now, Geek Fam, they have the confidence to pop the pathway.
Nope. They have the pathway, but Sans has the Purify. Rez walks up, but Geek Fam walk back. It's all about that tango, man.
Yeah, but without the Purify, that's the window for Beloyski, man. Purify available for Chidera, getting the potion. Oh, Keyboy!
Going in, Radiant Sandstorm into the back, finding a boy. And now Rez is going to get caught. Beloyski with the flicker and the implosion. Sans popping in another round to Rez, but he could be shoved away out of there. Beltora
Kyrie.
The revitalized. Chidera getting caught now with Kyrie. Every time he goes on the Chidera, he's in a bad spot. A lot of waves marching towards Geek Fam, but again, Fnatic Onyx won't be able to blitz the Lord. No one can blitz the Lord. This is a 38-minute, 70... How much HP does the Lord have?
Oh, Geek Fam might want to commit onto this. They see CW approaching the bottom side.
No CW.
Chidera. Oh, Entropy. But Sans is able to use the Stampede to walk away. Bottom lane, CW, building yet another slow push.
And then and a third as well. Down bottom still stays intact. I don't know how. He's able to pull it off. The Lord even, they're just juggling it away. Geek Fam. It's insane how they can hold for this long.
Are Geek Fam playing it too careful? A fight with Sans no Purify, a fight without CW, and they did not go for it. Dodora.
Real Room Equation and the Purify is back up already from the last team fight. Sans able to escape, 90 seconds on the Purify. Bottom lane still slow pushing towards Geek Fam.
Wait a minute.
Boy, wait a dragon this time onto a boy. That might be the winning play, but it's going to be cancelled down. Rez going to be locked out by Beloyski on the implosion and taken out, melted by Chidera. Yet another 80-second death timer on Rez.
Wow. As soon as someone collapses and dies, they don't want to continue. And there you go, the 40-minute mark.
I thought we were
This
gonna have
is a marathon.
I thought we were gonna have a countdown. It's wow. Now
Maybe
look
for
at
the 50-minute mark, Arashi.
Maybe, man.
10 more minutes.
60 seconds now. Surely, with the wave in their favor, with a man advantage, Geek Fam have to make a decisive call. They've turtled all this time. They've played it patient, but they need to do something, and Beloyski is looking for it.
Yeah, this Lord, again, in the dying arms of Geek Fam. Kyrie still trying to figure out where he wants to maneuver. The zoning is very, very good. Chidera, he pops it forward. The Lord is low.
Chidera will secure it. And Geek Fam, for the first time in Game 5, have secured a neutral objective. An Evolved Lord at the 40th minute.
What is this game, dude? The numbers are off the charts for sure when it comes to the EXP and the gold. It's been a long, arduous struggle, but now it's only a 2K difference. Kyrie, though, trying to draw members to the top side.
Vincent in the 1v1, Kyrie escaping, but in the base, you only have the Beatrix.
They siege.
The siege. One of the castle walls has been taken down. San's very low. The Sky King's in desperate need of a defense. Kyrie has immortality. CW caught in the midst of it all. Chidera deletes him. Keyboy is next. Sans will fall as he immortality. Kyrie with a stunner. Tries to survive, tries to save his empire. But in the end, let the sky fall. Let it crumble. The oppressive regime of the Sky Kings has come to an end. And he who stands tall are the Kingslayers! Geek Fam!
Saturn is slowly losing its rings. And here it ends. The story from a Golden Road journey to a consistent 4-peat. They built an everlasting empire. The kings of the skies, the kings of Indonesia, the Sky Kings, kings no more. Their dominance overthrown, their empire seized. And for the first time in 4 seasons, MPL Indonesia will crown a new champion.
It was definitely a tough game for both teams. It only took 40 minutes. That will be it. Geek Fam against all odds in an arena that was cheering, that was hollering the names of the old rulers of Indonesia. Geek Fam has prevailed.
What a sight to behold.
We're witnessing history in the making as we speak. How has this happened?
Pandemonium in El Dorado. Pandemonium in Bandung. The sea of fire burns Fnatic Onyx to a cinder. We will not see them in M6.
The dream shattered. Fnatic Onyx, this lineup. For the first time in 2 years, MPL Indonesia will have a new champion. For the first time in 2 years, we will see Fnatic Onyx lose in the playoffs. Not make it to a world championship, not make it to an international.
These are weird times we're living in, but we're all here for it, man. Geek Fam. As much as surprising as it was that Fnatic Onyx failed to continue in the playoff stage, Geek Fam did an amazing job. This level of composure, this patience is just absolutely unheard of, dude.
The sky has fallen.
How poetic though. For it to all end in the hands of once a teammate of Kyrie and Yeb.
Oh,
Big brain Baloyski. The man who has always been second to this very team, who's always been beaten by this very team, is the one to end the era.
That was the panelist. Take it away.
Sang Raja Langit harus terhenti. Dan mereka pun telah memberikan pertarungan yang begitu berkelas. The 4P Champions gagal untuk melengkapi cincin kelimanya. Namun, mari kita dengarkan bersama-sama kata-kata terakhir karena ini adalah panggung mereka terakhir di season 14. Fnatic Onyx, dipersilahkan.
Paling kalau dari gue cuman mau bilang gue lumayan bangga sih sama teman-teman gue. Ya kita emang kalah di sini guys. Tapi ya kita kasih fight gitu buat lawan Geek. Dan buat yang udah dukung semua di sini maupun di rumah, kita say thank you banget lah. Maaf bukan hasil yang baik di season ini. Ya, thank you semua.
Dan karena ini adalah panggung terakhir mereka di season 14, mari kita sambut bersama-sama dengan tepukan meriah. One last bow dari Fnatic Onyx. Match yang tidak akan kita lupakan, tapi harus ada satu yang mereka relakan, yaitu kunci dari Fnatic Onyx yang harus mereka serahkan kepada sang pemenang Geek Fam. Kunci yang seharusnya mereka bisa jaga dengan sekuat tenaga, tapi pada akhirnya harus diserahkan. Dan mari sekali lagi beri tepuk tangan yang meriah untuk Fnatic Onyx. 7 season di upper bracket, 4 kali mendapatkan juara berturut-turut. Rupanya di season 14 banyak sekali yang tidak bisa kita utarakan. Karena ini season yang mengejutkan, tapi yang lebih mengejutkan lagi adalah bagaimana defense, bagaimana pertahanan dan juga Geek Fam berhasil melawan Fnatic Onyx. Mari bersambutlah, inilah dia Geek Fam ngedapetin kemenangan. Di play-ins ini, lawan kalian adalah Fnatic Onyx yang belum pernah merasakan play-in. Berkecamuk kah, Baloy?
Senang sih pasti kalah, tapi agak sedih buat temen-temen gue. Dan kayak emosional banget juga sih gamenya karena kayak 40 menit kan. Terus siapapun yang menang menurut gue udah keren banget sih.
Yap, ini adalah match yang begitu keren. Kita semua juga setuju bahwa setiap gamenya itu benar-benar berkelas. Apalagi last game, itu penentuan bagaimana seorang Baloy dan juga Geek Fam terus menjaga mentalitas, gameplay kalian. Kalah kill, nggak takut. Kalah turret, nggak takut. Dan kalian yang mendapatkan game itu.
Sebenarnya di screen emang sering kita gitu sih. Ya, kalah banget terus tiba-tiba di comeback. Kita comeback, tapi kebanyakan juga di game kita yang menang banget di scrim tapi ke comeback ya. Berarti mungkin emang winning condition kita harusnya kebantai di early.
Sedih sedikit ya di awal-awal deg-degan.
Iya.
Tapi menjaga mental bagaimana? Mungkin ini di sini juga Veldora, Cadera, Aboy dan juga Vincent.
Gak tahu sih, mungkin mereka emang sharp aja dan gua sebelum matchnya gua udah kasih tahu ini Onyx gak mungkin mereka kayak gak bisa ngelawan kita, pasti disusahin kita. Jadi kalau kita 0-2 atau 2-0 kita sharp sampai terakhir lah. Kalau kita udah menang baru kita celebrate, tapi kalau kita belum kalah kita tetap masih mau menang.
Oh, berarti kemenangan game kedua dan game kalian tetap relax, tetap santai.
Iya santai. Ya.
Oh, ngelihat kalian pun, tapi tadi benar-benar yang kelihatan santai banget. Cadera loh, Cadera bisa dibilang kamu juga memegang kunci penting damage-mu gede banget, sulit banget untuk nanggap kamu. Gimana untuk Cadera sendiri, game 1 sampai game kelima, mana yang paling berkesan untuk Cadera?
Semuanya berkesan sih, apalagi hampir semua gamenya lama lah.
Tapi untuk Cadera sendiri, kamu memegang kunci penting apalagi untuk defense di momen terakhir tadi, kamu bisa menjaga dirimu. Bagaimana sih Cadera? Ini mode playoff Cadera kah?
Karena tim udah percaya gue kasih yang terbaik lah.
Kepercayaan dari tim menjadi satu kunci untuk Cadera. Dan kalau ngelihat hari ini juga dari mungkin Veldora juga, panggung pertama bersama dengan Geek Fam di play-in. Best of Series melawan Fnatic Onyx. Apakah ada pressure yang kamu rasakan?
Kalau pressure ada, cuma tim semangatin jadi aman aja.
Aman aja. Tapi kalau dari Veldora sendiri nih, untuk Veldora kan yang belum pernah merasakan bersama dengan Geek Fam, apa yang kamu persiapkan? Ada yang khusus kah?
Apa ya, bonding aja, bonding, sering-sering bonding.
Bonding paling penting. Dan dari kalian sendiri nih, mungkin Aboy bisa ngasih tahu ini adalah play-in yang sangat dramatis untuk kalian. Defense yang sangat kuat, kalian bisa untuk ngebalikin. Bahkan tadi di game ketiga juga ya, kalian hampir saja kalah. Kejadian lagi seperti halnya game kelima, apa sih yang kalian punya sampai bisa membuat hal itu terjadi?
Kita tetap percaya satu sama lain sih. Jangan takut aja buat sesuatu.
Jangan takut untuk membuat sesuatu. Gerakan, move.
Ya, kita banyak gerakan di late game sih.
Wow, dan gak ada nih keraguan dari kalian. Ada gak sih kayak takut pas game keempat? Waduh, game kelima gimana nih?
Pasti takut, tapi kayak kita tetap pede sama tim kita sih.
Melawan rasa takut itu bersama.
Ya, lawan bareng-bareng.
Lawan bersama-sama. Tadi ada yang ngelawan juga dari Vincent. Playoff ini, Suyu kayak nggak dilepasin. Kamu ngedapetin sekali dan 4 kali di tangan lawan. Populer banget nih kayaknya di match ini. Suyo.
Kalau untuk Suyo kita udah praktis buat lawan dan pakai gitu sih. Jadi apapun yang kita udah kasih ke musuh, kita pasti pikirin matang-matang lah gitu.
Jadi dari Vincent sendiri pun melawan 4 kali. Suyo memang gak takut dan sudah mempersiapkan diri.
Ya pasti kita udah prepare buat lawan Suyu.
Tapi gimana sih tadi bisa diceritain mungkin Vincent sendiri ini kan memegang kuncian penting karena Lord Battle begitu intens tadi. Vincent ngerasain itu gak begitu intens tadi?
Iya, kita cuman fokus apa yang biasanya kita lakuin aja sih. Kita kebetulan di scrim juga banyak lah hal-hal kayak gitu yang kita under terus buat kebalikin gamenya. Jadi cukup buat ngelakuin apa yang biasa kita lakuin aja sih sama komunikasi aja.
Komunikasi dan semuanya sudah dipersiapkan oleh Vincent dengan hero yang kayaknya populer banget nih bakalan di babak playoff. Tapi yang menarik adalah kalian menang di play-in di sini. Kalian akan maju untuk melawan ada satu tim yang kayaknya di season ini juga berbeda. Fnatic Onyx memang kalian berhasil kalahkan terus-menerus di season ini. Tapi akan ada tim RQ di depan mata dari kalian. Yang di season ini sepertinya Kingslayer gagal untuk dijalankan. Menghadapi tim RRQ esok hari sebagai lawan kalian Baloy. Bagaimana melihat untuk next battle ini?
Yang pasti bakal susah, tapi semoga kita bisa kasih yang terbaik aja buat yang nonton.
Jadi di sini Baloyski sendiri udah punya mindset hari ini matchnya susah, besok pun juga susah.
Ya, gak ada yang gampang Bude.
Gak ada yang gampang, tapi ngelihat dari hasil mungkin regular season, apa sih yang mungkin paling di point out oleh Baloyski ketika melawan RRQ besok?
Kalau lawan RRQ sih chemistry mereka sih, terus ya space mereka lawan buat Skylar itu.
Jadi player yang paling dewasa yang harus dipantengin terus Skylarnya nih?
Betul.
Betul, apakah ada trik khusus nih yang sudah dipersiapkan untuk esok hari?
Sebenarnya kalau Skylar susah di stop sih, mungkin kita limit aja mainnya besok.
Untuk besok mereka akan berusaha untuk, wah ini menarik dari Skylar sendiri, bahkan Baloy pun sudah bersiap-siap. Tapi kemenangan hari ini, ada yang mungkin mau disampaikan?
Buat Geek Community, terima kasih banyak karena sampai terakhir kalian percaya kita dan ya semoga gue bisa lihat lagi besok kalian. Terima kasih.
Terima kasih. Dan Bude pengen dong kata-kata untuk match hari ini bersama dengan Fnatic. Mungkin satu kata untuk perlawananmu dengan Fnatic Onyx.
Semangat.
Semangat. Dan semangat kalian pun tentunya kita rasakan 5 game. Dan kalian tentunya akan meletakkan kunci di box yang telah tersedia. Super Fans, sambutlah yang akan melaju untuk esok hari. Geek Fam ID.
Wow, I am honestly in disbelief right now. I am shocked. After 4 seasons, we had Fnatic Onyx as a representative on the international stage, whether it be MSC, SPS, M Series, and they're not even gonna be here. Knocked out on the first day here in the playoffs of MPL ID.
And we are the witnesses of the end of the Sky era.
The Fallen Kings.
Like I said before, when the draft ends, I already see that, oh, the draft from Geek Fam is really solid. They can play until the late game and they can win this game. But honestly, for Shefin,
how does it feel to be right?
No, I'm wrong. There's been a lot of times where I've been wrong in my life. And this is probably one of those occasions where I really wish that I'm gonna be wrong. And goddamn it is. I am absolutely botched it. It's not the right call, and I'm happy about it.
3-2 Geek Fam.
40 minutes.
40-minute game. Yeah, that was a record-breaking game, ladies and gentlemen, of MPL ID Season 14. Our longest game was 32 minutes between TLID and EVOS, if I'm not mistaken. And then we had a 14-minute game. What a way to start the playoffs. I'm still in disbelief. Is this really happening? The Sky Kings, 4P champions, unable to defend their throne this time around.
And so for this season, we're gonna see the new champion on MPL Indonesia.
Wow. After 2 years, right? 4 seasons is 2 years, right?
4 seasons is 2 years.
2 years, and it's because of this guy, right? Player of the match, presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy S24 FE Chidera. Now, Chidera is a unique player, in my opinion, Polius as well as Shefin, because he had his moment. I think it was 2-3 seasons ago, where he came in out of nowhere, wasn't present in MDL, nowhere, and then he made a performance. But after that, he hit kind of a slump. But it seems like now he's back. Talk us through the MVP heat map for the first 5 to 10 minutes of Chidera.
Yep, he's playing very safely because he needs to got the power spike during the 5 until 10 minutes. That's why he needs to collect the items, collect the gold, and then he can carry the team. That's why he's being the MVP. Because from the positioning of Kadera, he knows who is the target, like Sans or even Rest during the team fight.
Shout out to Chidera and shout out to pretty much the whole team, man. Like, when you're down 10k gold lead, there has to be something in your mind that tells you that this is not possible. This is absolutely impossible. The gap is just way too big. And even then, in like 12 minutes or so, when they were down 10k, it really doesn't feel like they were down by that much, as Miracle would say. It is absolute insanity. And the respect that Onyx has given towards this potential of the Natan is also, you know, for a good reason, man. Chidera has been playing this game really, really well, just timing his entropy. And this time around, even though he's still playing super aggressively with the entropy, there's no mistakes that he made, just like the previous game.
But every contest that happens during this game. Vincent never win from Kyrie.
That's disturbing.
Even the last Lord, the one who got it is Kadira, not Vincent.
And that's
what
disturbing.
happens with the retribution on Vincent?
Which is why I asked the question, right? If Vincent can't play these assassins, if he doesn't have the killer instinct, at least
He has the
he's able-
retribution instinct.
Exactly. At least he's able to secure these objectives. But if he can't do both, then what is Vincent's role exactly? And this is a little bit of a flashback as to a statement coming in from our, fellow caster, Mirko. He mentioned that Vincent was one of the worst junglers. But let's take a look at the UBS
Kita
golden
nggak bisa
moment.
sendirian di game yang butuh 5 orang ini.
Bisa dapat di sini. Gue pegang ini, Chan. Gue pegang ini.
Nice one.
Pegang aja.
Gua aja, Boy. Gua aja, Boy.
Dor, kopok.
Tawer, gak ada Nolan, ayo. Gak ada flicker lagi.
Sabar,
Gak ada flicker lagi.
Mati lagi.
Lagi, rest. Gak ada minon, bos. Ini aja Boy. Gak ada uli. Gue stun.
Flicker ya. Mid aja, Boy.
Gua mid.
Bisa mid dulu, bawa dulu.
Deload, sempat, Chan. Otomatis itu.
Ayo.
Gak ada flicker kali ya.
Halet. Ini Pove.
Pove.
Mati gak?
Aman.
Khalid gak ada flicker.
Winter. Kalian
Gak ada flicker.
guys, lihat gua.
Gue lihat.
Nih, gue stun Kari. Tower. Tower tuh.
Nice one, guys.
Aman. Lord aja, jangan ke bawah, Chan. Awas,ไปsana.
Lord ya.
Aman.
Lord fail.
Iya.
Lihat gua.
Aman gua.
Udah lagi kita.
Lihat dia mau turret. Gak bisa.
Clear.
Maksa dia. Dia maksa.
Orangin.
Bisa.
Nice.
Bisain. Gua cancel, boy.
Nice, boy. Ini gue nih.
Gua depan gua cover.
Balik. Masih delay gak sih?
Lot aja.
4 lawan 5 ya. Cowok siapa aja lo. Aman. Bisain.
Gue tanya Beatrice. Teman-teman orang tuh.
Jangan.
Menang. Lihat Chandra. Aman tahu.
You know what? I think from that mic check, we can learn a thing or two. And I think a lot of the teams out there can learn a thing or two from Geek Fam, right? Their mentality.
Yep.
We talked about it over and over again. Imagine a 41-minute and 34-second game. Things were so stale. Like, it was so stagnant, so equal for like 10 minutes. The mind game just continuously so back and forth, that ping pong mind game. And yet they were still able to stay level-headed. I don't know what to say about your team, man. Sheffin, Geek Fam, what?
Man,
the world.
I like that kind of, desperation at the end of the game. That golden moment earlier by UBS Gold. They said something along the line of, Ya Allah Tower. Which means like, please for the love of God Tower, please for the love of God Tower. They are that desperate, They want this game so much. They really need this game, this W to prove that they belong in this league, that they're not the so-called dark horse anymore. They are one of the contenders. As we look at the gold distribution for the gold lanes here, look at that Turtle and Lord, man. 1,700 for CW and only 400 for Jadera.
Because he's focusing on the hero only. Every time the Turtle and the Lord is coming.
And how many Lords was that earlier? 8?
I didn't count. I lost my count, I think.
I think it's 8 or 7.
More than 7, I think 8.
Mirko mentioned it's like the Echo match against Onyx where Kyrie made that incredible comeback with Keyboy. Now they're tasting at the end of it. It's gonna suck.
There, see, Lord 6 + 1, 7.
Oh my
7
Lords.
To be exact.
Look at Keyboy. 382k damage.
It's almost 500,000. If they can continue, after maybe 50 minutes.
SHL, you don't have a built-in healing system. You don't have a built-in healing mechanic. Just like Rez. Oh my goodness.
It's gonna be different stories if Keyboy is using high loss, but Keyboy is using Cho. And he receives this kind of damage.
Because Rez is on a Khalid, and you would assume that the Khalid would have absorbed more damage. Is it because Keyboy was always the one to open up the map?
Always on the front line, always baiting for the resource.
Yeah. And at the end of the game, Rez is not really very aggressive because he knows his potential on this hero. He's gonna fall off in the late game. And even though he got a clean combo on towards Chidera or pretty much anyone on the Geek Fam,
it's not gonna work. You need to somehow kite it to the point where Beloski's implosion is a non-factor, and it is a tough test. Over and over again, they tried it over and over again, and in the end, Geekfam they finally found the solution. Bait out Sans Purify, which is the key to that team fight earlier, because once Sans Purify is gone, then pretty much all of them are vulnerable, as long as Sans is in the vicinity and at the end of the receiver for the implosion.
You know what I think? I think the turning point was Chidera, putting on his big boy pants, big boy shirt, big boy jacket, and be like, Vincent, go away, let me get the Lord, and let's turn it completely around. Like, we're wasting so much time. Vincent, if you could pick up that Lord from like the first Lord, maybe it wouldn't have gone this
We
long.
already end this game.
Right? Right? Because the moment Geek were able to pick up the Lord, they're able to win the game.
It's 3 times, right?
Right?
3 times. Contesting with Kyrie, he never get the Lord.
Exactly. So Hatata Batata, what do you have to say about this?
Onyx needs to expand their gameplay and drop. Even though their pick-off method is strong, the more it appears, the easier it is for the opponents to counter. As a team, Onyx is still strong, but they're growing uncertainty in execution.
I don't...
The uncertainty part, man. Like, when you are at a 40-minute game, you're supposed to be uncertain. Because the stakes is just too high. You have to play really safely. There's a lot of times where Geekfam could have pulled the trigger on towards the Lord, but they knew that the waves are crashing. And even though CW was not in the vicinity, or maybe there is no CW at all, because they don't want to gamble at all.
Yep, very disciplined gameplay on the game 5.
Yeah. Would you consider this being a mistake that Fnatic Onyx particularly did in the game that cost them the match? Or game? Okay, let's ignore the match part, but that final game, did you think Fnatic Onyx could have executed it differently? Would that change the course of the game?
It's still hard because they have a good high ground defensive, like for Nathan. That's why, like I said before, it's a time bomb game. Above 15 minutes, Geekfam will be very, very strong.
I agree.
For the defensive. And for Khalid on XP lane, that's why if we are looking at the MPL PH, like they prefer to choose Edith than Khalid, because Khalid will fall on the late game.
I think the best case scenario for Onyx at the time is the only one that doesn't have a Purify and is a really important member as a damage dealer from Geekfam is only a boy. And there's been multiple times where Kiboy actually caught a boy, but the thing is, the layering of CC is not timed perfectly, which is a tough test,
Considering, right? Yeah.
I think a boy is using the tough boots too, so the CC duration is kind of, lessened. So it becomes a super hard job to do, even though this is one of the best mechanical players in roaming in Indonesia. Man. I still can't believe it, man.
Neither can I.
The analogy that I want to play, they want to say is like, Geekfam right now, they feel like, despite the limitations and all, it feels like they're a beautiful indie game that holds a special place in your heart. Fnatic Onyx, they're a AAA game with a lot of funding, $100 million or something like that. It's still good, but it doesn't have that specialty from the game that you play that holds dear in your heart. As we're gonna take a look at the play of the day first, Eterna.
Play of the day from Kadia. We have Moreno's moment on the Valentina where he was able to get, was it a Maniac?
Yeah.
Or triple kill? Maniac. That was an incredible moment, a big comeback for Moreno. This was his signature hero from way back when. We're finally seeing it once again here at MPL ID Season 14. I don't know. What do you guys feel about today? I am quite satisfied. I'm saddened for Fnatic Onyx. Obviously, I didn't think that it would come to this point, but what an entertaining day.
I think for me,
Yeah.
the first match is predicted.
Okay, true.
But the second match, like I said before, it's 50-50 games. And then, yeah, I have the same feelings with you, Shefet, where I cannot believe that they are the 4-pit champions and they go home on the first day.
It's crazy. It's like TLID, right? TLID. No, not TLID. Sorry, TLPH. TLPH going home
man.
on the first day. Like, what?
Look at the bracket, so Eterna.
Yes.
The Kingslayers, now their first job is done. The Sky King is gone. Now
They're
the
gonna meet the next
king
king.
of kings is on the next on the menu.
2 days in a row, they're gonna
Oh,
meet another
brother.
king.
King Slayers. That's why they're called the King Slayers, right? That title isn't there for nothing. But for those of you who are wondering what tomorrow holds, for tomorrow we have 2 best-of-5 matches. We're going circling back into the upper brackets. It says best of 3 there, but it should be a best of 5.
Yeah, it should
We have
be best.
MPL ID up first against Bigatron at 1 GMT plus 7. And then it will be followed in by our second match of the day, RRQ versus Geek, later on in the day. But man, Bigatron pulling out all the stops against Alter Ego, but now they have to face number 2 on the standings. And meanwhile, Geek number 1 on the standings, RRQ. The Titans are waiting in the upper brackets. But you know, you don't have to worry too much because as we get into tomorrow, we have the lower brackets. No longer the play-ins, right?
Yep. Still have another life
Mm-hmm.
if they have any mistakes and they can still like fix for it.
So we're down to the top 4 teams.
Yeah. And I'm very happy with the fact that no one's gonna stop watching MPL ID right now because as Miracle said, if
Oh,
Onyx
yeah,
wins this season,
I almost forgot.
do not watch MPL Indonesia anymore because it gets boring. Now we get what you want.
Wow, you get
True.
what you wish, Miracle.
That's true, you do. And we also wished for a more competitive season last season. And we're also getting that, right? The top 4 teams right now, they're gonna go all out, just like you guys can go all out when it comes down to audio quality. And you guys can actually achieve that with Oraimo, one of our partner in esports. So enjoy music with less distraction on Oraimo Mobile Legends Edition and TWS Space Buds. Don't forget to visit the official Oraimo e-commerce website right now and secure yours before they run out because they're running out like M6 tickets, right? I mean,
Like our grand finals tickets.
yeah, our grand final tickets.
They're running out like Onyx chances enough.
Oh, that's just sold out completely, right?
Man, I cannot wait to meet Connie and realize, bro. Let's go. Oh,
Shevin has gotten so much shade for the past few days and maybe even an entire season? More than a season? So, you know, it must feel good being Shevin right now.
Yeah. That's why he's speechless, right?
It's like, they've mentioned it earlier, it's over and over again. It's always Onyx that stops the track of GeekFam. Season 12, they were able to get to the finals, it's Onyx. Season 13, they were able to get to, I believe, upper bracket, then got knocked out to the lower bracket by Onyx once again. It's so sad.
It is sad.
But
And it's
what's not sad, though?
Oh, okay. What's not sad?
What do you think?
I don't know.
Good internet.
Oh,
We can push rank every night.
No
with the good
problem,
internet.
no
No
lag.
problem at all. No
How?
lag at all.
How do I do this?
Because you don't let your rank drop just because of lag. Experience gaming with fast and stable connection from IndiHome Paket G2 1. For 300,700 rupiah, get internet with speeds up to 100 Mbps.
Yeah, I saw the price on it. 375K, it's normal for Wi-Fi, but when you look at the speed that it offers, 100 Mbps, that is nuts.
You know, I think I pay like triple or quadruple
What are you
the price
doing?
of the same speed.
What are you doing with your life?
Exactly. So now I feel really bad about myself. Thank you,
You
guys.
got scammed.
I got scammed.
So subscribe now, guys, on MyTelkomsel or tcell.id/NASIONAL.
Nacional. Nacional. Without the E, sorry. Why did I say it like that? Nacionale. No, I'm kidding. So without the E.
Different.
It's different. But, you know who wasn't able to take the Lord?
Who?
Vincent.
Vincent. But if he did,
it'll be a full cup.
Okay.
we drink.
Oh, I get it now.
Don't
Do you
forget
know?
to check out the legendary collaboration between We Drink X MPL ID Season 14. Vincent, I'm so sorry. You must be like a nice person. I don't mean this
I know.
personally. You know, like I'm just kidding.
Nah, he's not getting Vincent. She's that mean.
No, I am kidding. I'm the nice
You're
person
mean.
on the desk. What do you mean? I'm the nicest English caster. Right, guys?
That's even more cap.
I didn't realize this, actually. No, I think Polly is. Oh, no. Not true either.
Me, of course.
I don't think anyone's really nice. But what's nice is the official merchandise collaboration between Erigo x MPL ID because Erigo.
Wherever you go.
Nice.
Man,
Synergy.
the varsity, also the jerseys. Oh man, I really like that. I finally got myself one, bro.
That's
the
the best.
T-shirt with the dragons on the back. Oh man.
Because we are in Lembang, Bandung, I think it's quite cold in here. So after this, I'm gonna go to the Erigo booth and buy the varsity.
Me too. I think I want one too.
Colius, do you have some spare, rupiahs for me?
Sure.
I want some varsity.
Sure.
Oh, thank you so much.
But it will be like adding more money every second, right?
Chefin, it's been like a million seasons that we've been talking about UBS Gold. Like, invest, dude.
I guess I have to. I have to start the season.
Yeah.
Man, it's hard being broke. Not as long as you have UBS Gold and also Erigo though.
Erigo.
Yeah.
You know, at least be broke in style.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
Stressed, not blessed, but well dressed.
It's true. It's true.
Guys.
I mean, I guess, but
I think.
that's super
sorry,
convenient, right?
A little bit out of topic. I think
Okay.
I'm running out my water on the hotel. Do you have any suggestion where I can buy it?
Wait.
You're joking, right?
No, but the thing is, it's too far.
What do you-
Our hotel?
Guys, download Click Indomart on your mobile devices, on your Samsungs, guys.
What does it do?
What are you? Oh, guys, tell them. You know, I've been telling you throughout the entirety of the season, guys, tell them. Yeah, I agree, right? It's free delivery from the app. Yeah, I agree with that. What? Oh, yeah, you also receive your groceries in as little as 1 hour, even less sometimes. And what's the third point, guys? Yes, it's quick, efficient, and you can access it from anywhere. So you don't even have to get out of the comfort of your home or your hotel room. You can, straight away, yes. Please, thank you.
I'm gonna download it.
Thank you so much.
It turned out, are you schizophrenic?
They're talking to me. What do you mean?
Okay, we're gonna get you to some place later, and you have to go, right? You know, we're gonna force you to be there for the good of your health.
What do you mean?
I mean, sometimes I get hungry when I'm in the same place as you,
Why?
And you might want to feed your imaginary friend.
Imaginary.
I have the viewers. They're my friends, right? And because you're my friends, I have to let you guys know about Yummy Choice. Okay, check it out because it's very quick, it's very fast. That's actually the same thing. But it's really good, it's practical, it's easy to serve, quick to serve, easy to enjoy as well from Yummy Choice. And you guys can check out the Nusantara menu that is super delicioso. And, don't halter your MPL ID Season 14 experience by having to cook for like a million hours. Just
It's not just
Quick.
Nusantara menu, by the way.
There's a lot?
You have more like a Western style. We have sandwiches there. If you're a weeb like Arashi, we have onigiri. We have a lot of chicken namban sandwich or something. I forgot the name. So a lot of options, even vegan options, Eterna.
vegan options.
Are you vegan?
That's inclusive.
Are you part vegan?
No,
Okay.
I like meat. A lot.
A
lot.
I can see that.
Yeah.
But I think there's the booth on the festival.
Yeah.
For Yummy, right?
Mhm.
So if you come to the El Dorado venue later, you can go to the Yummy booth, and it's really delicious.
Super. Very quick.
But you cannot
Guys,
bring
check it out.
the food inside.
Yeah,
Yeah,
guys.
you need to eat outside.
But still come over, right? You want to meet Chefin, you want to meet Colius, but you also want to see Pop Mart.
Yeah.
In Indonesia. It's actually located in Gandaria City, but we do actually have a special collaboration with them for MPL ID Season 14. So they have a special booth here available that you guys can check out, featuring exclusive MLBB figurines of MPL players. That's crazy.
Now I'm actually, no joke. I'm in the dark for this. You gotta enlighten me, like what it actually is.
Yeah.
Is it like a figurine shop or something like that?
Well, you would know if you would go to the shop. I think you should
Ah.
experience it. Don't want to spoil too much.
Yeah.
All right. And don't forget to register for it as well by scanning the QR code right down below. Or, do what Chefin's going to do later on. He's going to go to the Pop Mart booth in the venue at El Dorado Dome and grab some cool merchandise from the Pop Mart.
Wait, MPL players, not MPL heroes?
Players.
Wow. Oh man.
If heroes, it's MLBB, not MPL, right?
Oh.
MPL players.
I just realized that.
I hope they have a Yaoi.
Yep.
I'd want to bring a Yaoi home.
For me, I think CW.
CW, you want
Why
to
is
take
that?
CW home?
Wanna be cute.
The bald version or the
bald version.
Oh, I see.
Because when I'm feeling angry, I can just,
Why do you want to hit CW?
I want the.
Because he's cute,
I guess.
but annoying at the same time.
I mean, let's hope that CW is wearing a helmet, right?
Yeah.
What kind of helmet that he can use?
RSV, guys. RSV. When strategy and speed are the key, focus and protection is everything. Both in-game as well as on the road. Stay safe, but also look cool while being safe. Get the exclusive collaboration design of RSV helmets and MPL teams for any riding style, offering you guys maximum protection. It's now available at your favorite marketplace, as well as if you guys head over once again to the venue, you guys can actually check out their booth. It's close to the Erigo store.
Yep.
I believe.
I think it's the like.
Is that on the
end
other
of it.
side?
Yeah.
Yeah, well,
On the corner.
But I think
Now,
during
guys.
the off-screen, Sheffield told me if Gigvam won the MPL season 14 as the champion, he want to give Wetan RSV helmet with Gigvam
I
design.
didn't say that.
oh, that's so
Really?
cute.
Oh my god.
Gigvam helmet for the audience, for your fans.
No. Why would I do that?
That's so sweet.
You
You're
said
so
I'm mean,
kind.
right? You said I'm mean.
You're kind now.
Very
That's
con-
very considerate, Sheffin. I didn't know you had it in you.
You guys can
So
clip
proud.
it. You guys can clip it.
That's character development, guys. Character development. By the way,
What day is it?
We are waiting for you.
Now,
I was
you're already
lagging out.
You know, in the
I was lagging
in
out.
the road of Bandung, you know,
I
with
was
the
lagging out,
cool
guys.
weather and all
Riding
that stuff.
motorcycle.
With RSG helmet and Erigo. Now
Okay.
you need something that to top it all off, you know, the swag. The swag.
literally what I'm wearing right now.
Oh.
I'm
are-
wearing Saturdays.
Oh.
This is Saturdays, guys.
But it's not Saturday though.
I don't even remember the day anymore.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, Saturdays, winning looks for winning gamers, brought to you by Saturdays and MPL ID. This eyewear, well, it's not actually this edition though, but this eyewear is the secret weapon for dominating the battlefield, and it's available at www.saturdays.com as well as all Saturdays stores. And stay up to date and follow them on social media at saturdays.lifestyle on Instagram as well as TikTok, because they do have something new coming up for season of 14. Maybe a new MVP collection?
Mm-hmm.
Mine's not the MVP collection.
My wish.
Can't
though,
wait to buy it.
It's
my
really good.
my wish if they collab with the teams, you know, like a
Oh.
team, glasses for each team. You
That
know,
would be cool. Like
Is
a
that the
picture
frame
of
of-
Yaoi and then another picture of Yaoi.
but only for the final 4 teams.
Well, we'll see. Oh wait, we are in the top 4. That's fine.
Right
Yeah,
now.
makes sense. Gunny and Realize cannot say the same thing.
Yeah.
Oh man.
It's been a while.
They're gonna
Oh
be pissed.
my
It's
goodness.
been a while. It's been a while. They've had smirks on their faces for too long.
Yeah.
It kind of pisses me off, to be honest.
After this,
I
you need
mean,
to be prepared.
not just they're an Onyx fan. Okay, you're alright being an Onyx fan, right? You're alright being an Onyx fan, but
Yeah.
you're a Real Madrid fan? What kind of NPC are you? And also Arsenal fan? Bro, there are better teams in London.
But for MPL fans who wants
Yeah?
to watch on the playoff, what are you gonna need to do?
I mean, just come here is an option, but I don't know if you could secure the ticket by now. But yeah, it's available online. Last season we brought unforgettable moments, and this season will be even more spectacular.
Because we're gonna see the new champion.
Earlier. What?
We're gonna see the new champion, right?
Yeah, definitely. And by the way, if you don't have any kind of tickets towards the matches, it's free entry for all visitors in the festivals. Don't miss the match at the watch party and at the main stage. And experience teams performing with excitement and fun. Earlier, I saw Onyx, I saw BTR, I saw Alter Ego, and GeekFam also. They are very creative.
They have the brand ambassadors and the talents as well that are
Yep.
performing. So if you guys are fans of one of the talents, maybe Geek Poodle or Onyx Gebian,
Your
Fior as well. They're not always here, but you can actually check out the schedule if you come over to the venue.
And by the way, there's one extra event that a lot of people have been waiting for.
Magic Chess.
Guys, yeah, where's the Magic Chess tournament? No, we got MCNC here in Lembang, in El Dorado, Bandung. What are you waiting for? Come here, play some Magic Chess, defeat Mr. KB.
the best Magic Chess players in the Magic Chess player in the world.
Are you good at Magic Chess?
Yeah, I play.
Are you
I
good?
never went against.
KV. Oh.
He's good at it.
Yeah, KV's really good. Like early game, sometimes he like his health bar goes up to like 14 and then he like comes back and then just wins the entire thing and it really pisses me off.
Oh, you're very knowledgeable in Magic Chess.
I used to play against KV.
I used to play it a lot.
But now?
It's fun. It's still fun.
I think if I dive deep into it again, it's gonna be like, oh man, I'm gonna be playing it a lot, man. Because
Another black hole.
In Magic Chess, the conveniency is what I'm looking for, you know. When I'm watching some YouTube video, or maybe I'm cooking, or maybe I'm just making something, or doing laundry, or all that stuff, I can still play Magic Chess on the side.
Speaking of convenience, right? Speaking of convenience, there are actually free shuttle services that you guys can check out. The location is right down below. So if you guys need a lift and you know you don't have Sheffen's number, usually Sheffen does drop people around the venue since last season. But if you don't have Sheffen's number, that's fine because you know check out the shuttle service and it's free, ladies and gentlemen.
Just check it down below there.
Check it down. Check it out. Check it out. Sheffen, what's wrong?
Why, Sheffen?
I'm contemplating my place in this desk right now. This finally desk. I thought you guys can make it up though if you buy me some Erigos, maybe some jerseys.
Of course. Of course.
Yeah.
We just give the invoice to Mirko, I think.
That's true.
The richest caster.
The richest caster in the world.
No, richest caster in the world is Wolf. Wait, he's no longer a caster right now. He's
There's a
coach.
loophole.
Ah.
There's a loophole
That's why
right
Mirko
now.
is number one.
I think you're number one right now.
Actually, I agree. I think Coleus is number one.
No.
What do you guys think?
I mean,
who do you think is the richest
you have
caster?
Blue Spectre Lila skin.
Look at his shoes.
I have it, but I cannot sell it, right?
He's nervous. He's nervous. But ladies and gentlemen, don't be nervous because you know, bring up the hype, bring over your spirit, your presence, and check out the 1v1 Claude Showdown at the MPL Festival. Because remember, ladies and gentlemen, if you're actually good at Claude, you guys stand a chance to win some prizes. Wow, a Samsung Galaxy Series smartphone.
Wow.
Man, out of all
1v1
the
Claude.
heroes.
Why Claude, yeah?
Yeah, I think it's gonna be very interesting because what emblem do you take at that time? Is it Assassin to further the penetration? Or maybe Marksman to further
I prefer the Assassin.
Assassin? Or maybe Common Emblem just
Nah.
for the healing?
Zip Nana. Common emblem on Cloud is really bad. For 1v1 situation, I think Assassin is the better one.
There you go.
Oh.
Some tips and tricks
Interesting.
from Mr. Coleus. It's happening on Friday right after match number 1. Wait.
What happened?
Oh, Friday. Oh, okay. Sorry. I thought today was Friday. I was like, what's going on? I think
I
I'm
thought today was
hallucinating a little
Sunday.
bit. I need some help.
When you're in MPL, everything just feels like weekends, right?
I agree.
Yeah, it's weird.
Time flies so fast.
It is. Time flies so fast, and next thing you know, M6 is around the corner
In Malaysia.
in Malaysia.
For those of you who want to fly for free, for free, and watch the M6 Grand Final live in Malaysia, you have to join the challenge and the tournament happening after the playoffs for a chance to win the M6 golden ticket from MPL Indonesia. Yes, not just the teams that finish in top 2 that goes to M6. You can go to M6 too with your favorite players. It's super easy to participate in the UGC. Just make a video on TikTok about Claudio, okay?
Yeah, it can be your
Claudia.
gameplay. It's a pro player's gameplay, a funny video or meme or anything related to Cloud. For more information, check out MPL ID social media channel.
I think you could win that, Sheffen.
Why
You
is
post
that?
a lot on your social media.
Last duet from
really.
Sheffen.
Oh, I think Realize's Blazing Duet is better. You know, CW Blazing Duet.
Oh my god, I think I understand.
Coleus is, sorry.
We'll tell you.
This is an inside joke. We're gonna explain later.
I'll tell you later.
Yep. But
Yeah.
for you guys who wants to be like bought the ticket for M6, you can get ready because early bird tickets for M6 will be available from October 5 to 7. Enjoy a total 20% discount on tickets and exclusive M6 merchandise.
That's amazing. And the merch is always so good.
Always.
Like every M series. And I'm so sad
I'm excited to see what kind
Why
of
is that
merchandise
sad?
for this season.
because I've never gotten, except for M4. M4 merch.
That
want
is.
some M series merch, guys.
That is cappuccino.
It's not. I really want.
That's caparino.
But we have a lot of tournaments in store for us, and there's one tournament that's actually going to be held before M6, and that is WEC. We have the MLBB tournament, and we also have the MLBB Women's tournament from all around the world. They had their separate qualifiers. We had the Asian qualifiers, the African qualifiers, the American qualifiers, and so forth. And now they're all coming together at WEC that will be in Riyadh once again under ISF. So very exciting.
Because out of 88 countries, right, that's a lot. IDTIP is one of the 16 countries qualified to participate in MLBB tournament from 12 till 15 November. And out of 49 countries, Indonesia team is one of 12 countries qualified to participate in MLBB Women tournament from 16 till 19 November.
So will it be Philippines again? Will it be Indonesia? Will it be Malaysia maybe? Or even maybe a region from Africa, Egypt?
What do you sound like Mirko at that time?
I don't know, like we rub off on each other.
Okay.
Like everyone like the antics.
I get it. But shout out to ISF.
Yeah,
by the way. Like
shout out to
the fact
ISF.
that the first ever ISF I saw, a team from Namibia, a team from like African region, which is not really known to other people out there, getting to a chance to participate in one of the highest tournaments out there. It is just a cool tournament overall to make MLBB even more global.
Talking about MLBB more global, we have to celebrate their birthday, man. 8th anniversary event sneak peek. And their celebration officially begins on the 27th.
I already got the Akai skin.
Yeah, me too.
Of November.
It's cute.
Dude, I keep forgetting to like roll
Playing the dice?
every day, and now I'm still at 5,000. It makes me really sad. But you guys can actually still get a chance to get the Akai's 8th anniversary exclusive skin, Marvelous Maestro. You have spawn effects there, killing notifications, avatar borders, the battle emote, and there are more epic skins that are waiting for you. There's also a Kagura's brand new epic skin that will also be available for free. And it's already started, 18 November. Oh, 18 October.
18 October, I
18
think.
October.
Yeah.
5 days ago.
Today.
5 days ago.
5 days ago.
Skin is really cool. The Ikai one, I also have it, but unfortunately I have a kind of a bad memory with the skin, man. I had like 12 kills and 17 assists as a roamer, and we lost the game. My teammates suck.
Feels bad.
Yeah, but the skin is not though.
So maybe you need to look for new friends, maybe check out the community gathering.
You know what? This is actually a true story. I'm pretty active in the community in
Cool.
Solo.
Okay,
Yeah.
talk us about it.
So usually there is a lot of watch parties, a lot
from
of
the community.
Online tournaments that's usually free, by the way. So if you're wondering how to get diamonds for free, you can join your nearest community hero tournaments, or maybe the MSLs. This is Muntan Student Leader. So if you're in uni, usually there's like every 2 weeks there's a free tournament that gets you diamonds.
Yeah, free diamonds, free tournaments. You can get the experience, and later on, you maybe can join the professional team.
Oh.
And maybe you can play with Sheffin.
I guess. There's a lot of events out there though that this event offers. The short drama screening, anniversary video shoutout, cake decoration challenge, anniversary My Dance cover, fun match on offline tournament. This is the usual stuff for the community. And it is just super cool to see the Indonesian Mobile Legends community just thriving, man.
I think that's not all. Because they have amazing price like Samsung A25.
Oh.
1 million rupiahs voucher.
Oh.
Bluetooth speaker, air purifiers, and more door prize are up for grabs.
That's crazy. That's crazy. I think I need an air purifier in my life. Especially, in Indonesia, very humid.
The pollution
Pollution as
on
well.
Jakarta.
Yeah.
Why are you exposing our countries like this?
Yeah, that was a little weird, actually.
Yeah. That's
But
fake news, guys.
time flies so fast, and it's hard to believe that MLBB has been with all of you for 8 unforgettable years. And this time, MLBB has invited a sand art expert to recreate our cherished memories using skillful hands and colorful sand. So if you love this event, drop a comment and show your support because the 8th anniversary celebration is ongoing. Don't forget to join the event and win tons of prizes.
Have you seen it?
No.
I've seen it.
I see it.
Where?
I think it's
On
shown.
the PT, right?
Yeah, in the PDs. It's super cool.
Really cool.
I don't think I noticed.
Yeah. But by the way, Mobile Legends, it's progressed so far until right now. And right now, we have to, support this game for this event in Mobi's award.
Oh, okay.
So we've been nominated for 5 categories
5 categories.
at the Mobi's award. First
Okay.
is Mobile Game of the Year. The second is Mobile Strategy Game of the Year. And 3, Mobile Competitive Game of the Year. Developer Team of the Year. And Live Event of the Year. Mobile Legends Bang Bang M5 World Championship.
What does that sound?
Never mind. By the way, you can support MLBB by voting at mobileawards.com/vote. Just the normal stuff. If you're an MLBB fan, you would do that because you care about this game, you care about the progress that these developer made for enhancing the game's experience. Because as a player myself, I'm pretty satisfied with the way the meta is going right now and the game is progressing, man.
For sure.
Shout out to devs.
Shout out to the devs. So don't forget to cast in your vote, ladies and gentlemen, to continue support MLBB. And hopefully MLBB can always progress through the
Growing every
upcoming years. I agree, yes. But ladies and gentlemen, this does mark the end of our first day in MPL ID Season 14 Playoffs. It's been us on the panel with me, Eterna, alongside with Kolios as well as Sheffin. One word to describe today. Let's start with you, Kolios.
Awesome.
Awesome. What about you?
I hope for the worst for Goni and Realize.
Wait, one word. One word, Sheffin.
I said it.
You only have one job.
Worst for Goni and Realize. That's 9 words.
Evil's number.
Happy. Euphoric.